Chapter 1. Under the blazing sun, the summer cicadas sang. At this moment, before the gates of Qingyun's sect stood an 18-year-old youth clad in tattered linen garments. Every sect is filled with a bunch of fools, blind to their own ignorance. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai stood before the moss-covered 10th sandstep staircase, gazing up at the dilapidated gates of Qingyun's sect for quite some time. Qingyun's sect, the weakest sect within a radius of thousands of miles. It is rumored that there are only a handful of people in the entire sect, including the sect master. Such a feeble sect must surely be in need of some errand boys. Like many others who had traversed into this realm, Jiang Xiaobai had been fortunate enough to acquire a system upon his arrival, believing he would effortlessly soar to greatness, becoming the envy of all. Yet, he had not anticipated that a mere task to join a sect would give him a headache for an entire decade. In these 10 years, I have traveled countless miles, attending dozens of recruitment events across various sects, and yet not a single one was willing to accept me. Even as a mere errand boy, they rejected me, deeming my spiritual roots useless worse than an ordinary person. The system's task has a time limit of 10 years. If I fail to complete it, the system will terminate our agreement, and my soul will be lost. With less than a month remaining, if I cannot join Qingyun's sect this time, it will truly be my end. Alas! Jiang Xiaobai looked at the crumbling gates of Qingyun's sect, furrowing his brow slightly, then set foot on the moss-covered steps. This time, by any means necessary, I must succeed in joining Qingyun's sect. A sect this shabby surely won't disdain me for having useless spiritual roots, will they? Deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety over the past decade. He had endured countless rejections from other sections. After spending the better part of a day traversing the 10,000 steps, when he finally reached the decrepit gates of Qingyun's sect, he was panting heavily. Elders of Qingyun's sect, is anyone here? Clap, clap, clap. Bang. Jiang Xiaobai's lips stiffened. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the gates that shattered upon a few taps. Despairing, it's over. With gates in such disrepair, how could there be anyone in this sect? Jiang Xiaobai let out a cry of lament. What does it matter if another errand boy joins your sect? I'm not asking for much. I would be content just to be a servant. Once again, disappointment washed over him. He had initially thought that joining a sect to fulfill the system's task would be a simple matter, yet it had turned out to be exceedingly difficult. Well, if Qingyun's sect is indeed deserted, I must hasten to try my luck at another sect. I have heard that a few hundred miles away, there is a sinister sect dedicated to dual cultivation and a sacred sect specializing in the study of yin and yang. With my physique and appearance, I should be able to serve as an errand boy there. Having made up his mind, Jiang Xiaobai turned to leave, but just then a figure suddenly appeared behind him and inquired, "Who goes there? Am I hallucinating? Did I just hear a sweet voice calling out to me? I'm asking you a question. Who are you?" Jiang Xiaobai shivered, his heart racing, and immediately turned around. How adorable! Is this a porcelain doll? He found himself utterly captivated by the young girl before him, completely forgetting his predicament. I'm asking you a question. If you do not respond, do you believe I will strike you? Buzz. Bang. As she spoke, the girl raised her small hand and unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, obliterating a distant mountain peak. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened, his breaths becoming cautious and shallow as he stammered, "To him, Jiang Xiaobai. Here, to join Qingyun's sect." Join our Qingyun sect? Jiang Xiaobai nodded vigorously. The girl observed him with her large, blinking eyes, scrutinizing him for a lengthy moment. "I am not an elder, I am merely an errand girl of Qingyun's sect." What? Jiang Xiaobai was left utterly bewildered, his eyes widening once more, unable to believe that this young girl was merely a servant of Qingyun's sect. "You need not be so astonished. I truly am just an errand girl of Qingyun's sect." Upon receiving the girl's confirmation, Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, feeling a chill creep into his heart. This defies all logic. In such a shabby sect, how could a mere errand girl wield such power? How am I to join Qingyun's sect? As despair began to settle within him, the girl asked again, "Do you wish to join Qingyun's sect?" At her words, Jiang Xiaobai nodded emphatically, willing to give it one last try. "Elder, I have traversed 100,000 miles just to join the renowned Qingyun sect. Pray tell, how might I join Qingyun's sect?" The girl gazed silently at Jiang Xiaobai, as though attempting to see through his very essence. Yet, after a lengthy scrutiny, she could not discern any of his depths. Feeling the weight of her prolonged silence, Jiang Xiaobai's heart tightened, an unsettling sense of unease creeping over him. "Strange, why can I not perceive any of your depths? My strength has already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm logically. I should not be incapable of discerning. Elder, please allow me to join Qingyun's sect as an errand boy. Rest assured, I will not waste any of Qingyun's sect's resources and will keep the sect tidy." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the gates of Qingyun's sect for a long time, speaking anxiously. You come from an unknown origin, and I cannot perceive any of your depths. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's heart sank once more, despairing in his eyes. Is this truly the case? Does the heavens truly wish to forsake me, Jiang Xiaobai? As a chosen one, possessing unrivaled opportunities, could it truly end like this? The heavens must be blind to overlook my excellence. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the heavenly path? Do you believe I will extract your soul and refine it into lamp oil to light the heavenly lanterns? The girl's reprimand made Jiang Xiaobai involuntarily shiver. I shall give you one last chance. Leave Qingyun's sect at once, or do not blame me for my ruthless means. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered, his throat constricting in reluctance. Yet he took a deep breath. Fine, I shall hurry to that sect a few hundred miles away. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai turned to depart. Just then, a resonant voice echoed behind him. Shortly after, an elderly man clad in white robes appeared behind Jiang Xiaobai. Young one, please hold. Did you truly mean it when you said you wished to join Qingyun's sect? Having nearly resolved to give up entirely, Jiang Xiaobai spun around upon hearing these words, only to find an elderly man gazing at him with a beaming smile. Before he could react, the elderly man, brimming with excitement, inquired again, Young lad, do you truly wish to join our Qingyun sect? Seeing the fervor and anticipation in the elderly man's eyes, Jiang Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Finally, someone wishes to join our Qingyun sect once more. Xiao man, hurry and fetch the sect master seal, otherwise this young lad will escape. Upon hearing this, Xiao man hesitated, her large eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaobai, casting him furtive glances. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to her demeanor. Noticing Xiao man's expression, the elderly man urged, Xiao man, what are you dawdling for? Quickly retrieve the sect master's seal. At the elder's command, Xiao man cast Jiang Xiaobai a glance, shaking her head helplessly. Yes, Steward Fu. As Xiao man departed, Steward Fu swiftly grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand, exclaiming, such a fine young man, I cannot let you slip away. Slip away? Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat dazed. This was not what he had envisioned. Shouldn't joining a sect involve first assessing one's cultivation aptitude? Young lad, what is your name? Where do you hail from? Do you have any powerful connections? The elderly man's gaze grew ever more fervent, his eyes glued to Jiang Xiaobai, fearful that he might truly escape. To him, Jiang Xiaobai, alone, with no family background. A splendid name truly. One is as their name suggests. You are destined to become a formidable figure of unparalleled strength. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the elderly man's excitement visibly intensified. Senior, isn't it customary to check one's spiritual roots before joining a sect? Is it truly this easy to join Qingyun's sect? Steward Fu paused at this, then feigned an examination of Jiang Xiaobai's spiritual roots. Indeed, a chosen one, possessing extraordinary talent. Jiang Xiaobai felt a haze of confusion wash over him, his brow furrowing as an ominous premonition settled in his heart. Previously, countless sects had assessed his roots, deeming them false, rendering him a wastrel. Yet, Steward Fu claimed he was gifted, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Before Jiang Xiaobai could fully process his thoughts, Xiao Man returned, holding a large seal. Upon witnessing this, the steward swiftly seized the grand seal of the sect from the hands of the petite girl, Xiao Man, and produced a piece of paper inscribed with an unknown script. He then, with remarkable speed and precision, pressed Jiang Xiaobai's hand onto the paper, ultimately affixing the grand seal of the Qingyun sect upon it. Jiang Xiaobai, congratulations on becoming the 100,000th disciple of the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai, bewildered and wide-eyed, stared at the steward and voiced his inner confusion. Is this how hastily I have succeeded in joining the Qingyun sect? I am but a false spiritual root. Senior, might you not wish to conduct another inspection? Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of ease in joining the Qingyun sect, a stark contrast to the numerous sects he had encountered prior. Could it be that the Qingyun sect is in decline, desperately in need of fresh blood? As soon as he articulated this thought, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized, Senior, did you just say that I am the 100,000th disciple of the Qingyun sect? The steward abruptly relinquished his grip on Jiang Xiaobai's hands, his demeanor shifting to one of indifference, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, you are the 100,000th disciple to join the Qingyun sect in the past 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, his eyes widening as he surveyed the entirety of the Qingyun sect. 10,000 years? Shouldn't the Qingyun sect have evolved into a formidable sect that resonates through the ages? Why then does it appear so dilapidated? Moreover, if I am the 100,000th disciple, what has become of the other 99,999 disciples? All perished. The petite girl behind Jiang Xiaobai, Xiaoman, suddenly interjected, causing Jiang Xiaobai to tremble in shock. All perished? Indeed, of the disciples who joined the Qingyun sect over the past 10,000 years, aside from a scant few who remain, the rest met their demise within the first year of their initiation. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened, his throat involuntarily constricting as he inquired, "How did they perish?" Jiang Xiaobai, fret not, it won't be long before you learn all there is to know. Now, let us hasten to the sect. We must first cleanse you. The steward grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand with a firm grip, his expression betraying a sense of urgency that caused Jiang Xiaobai discomfort. "Steward, you are hurting me. Let go." I cannot release you. What shall we have for dinner if you escape?" The steward's lips curled into a sinister smile. His words struck like thunder, reverberating in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, rendering his face ashen as he realized, surely, this is why you made my entry into the Qingyun sect so effortless. You intend to ensnare me. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's panic-stricken visage, Xiaoman shook her head and remarked, "Just now, I offered you the chance to leave, yet you shamelessly insisted on joining the Qingyun sect. It is too late for regrets. Prepare to become our next meal." "Xiaoman, cease your nonsense. Do not frighten Xiaobai, it will spoil the taste." Jiang Xiaobai, filled with trepidation and his eyes trembling, contemplated fleeing. Yet, the voice he had longed to hear for a decade suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the system's designated task after 10 years. Ding. System unlocked successfully, and a contract has been established with the host. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newcomer's gift pack, which includes the inviolable body of all methods, the devouring divine ability, and 100 million chi points. Ding. The newcomer's gift pack has been dispatched to the system's space. The host may claim it at their leisure. Ding. This system is a chaotic system. Upon completing the designated tasks, the system shall bestow rewards commensurate with the host's achievements." Jiang Xiaobai's initial fear transformed into a smile as he tilted his head back in joyous exclamation. 10 years. I have waited 10 long years for this moment. Both the steward and Xiaoman stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's ecstatic outburst. After exchanging glances, they remarked, "Has this fellow truly been frightened? Steward, he appears utterly terrified. Perhaps you should release him." "What? Xiaoman, did I hear you correctly? You wish for me to release him? What shall I eat then?" "That old man stipulated that I may only indulge in meat once a year. Do you have any idea how torturous the past 10,000 years have been for me?" The steward raged at Xiaoman, drool escaping his lips, prompting her to turn her face away in disgust. "Xiaobai, come quickly with us to the sect. We shall serve you well and ensure you are clean." The steward's gaze fixated on the still elated Jiang Xiaobai, his eyes burning with eagerness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression shifted, and he met the steward's gaze, a grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Very well. Let's make haste." Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's seemingly exuberant demeanor, Xiaoman felt perplexed. "Jiang Xiaobai, he intends to consume you. Why are you so excited? Have you lost your mind?" "Xiaoman, do not speak such nonsense. Why would I devour Xiaobai?" The steward's fervent gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai betrayed his intentions, rendering his protest feeble. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, turning to Xiaoman and asking, "You want to eat me? What reason would I have to consume you? I am human, just like you." "Cool me. No more idle chatter," the steward insisted, pulling Jiang Xiaobai towards the depths of the Qingyun sect. Seeing this, Xiaoman could only shake her head in resignation and follow suit. As they walked, Jiang Xiaobai meticulously observed the Qingyun sect, which was undeniably vast, yet marred by ruins that belied its supposed 10,000 years of history. "Where are you taking me?" "Do not fret, we shall arrive shortly." The steward maintained his firm grip on Jiang Xiaobai's hand without a hint of relaxation. "As the year draws to a close, I feared I would have nothing to eat. I am grateful to you, Jiang Xiaobai, for without you, I would likely have to wait until next year for a meal." Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized the steward, who appeared aged yet possessed of formidable strength, exuding an aura that hinted at latent power ready to erupt. Then Xiaoman is at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, a formidable expert in the Tianqian realm. Does this imply that the steward is also quite powerful? With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai promptly queried the system, how formidable is the inviolable body of all methods? Ding. "Host, The inviolable body of all methods can disregard all forms of attacks and damage from laws. The laws of the supreme force. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled upwards. System, grant me the Wanfabugen body. Ding. Host, the Wanfabugen body has been successfully issued. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable force manifested within Jiang Xiaobai's being. This power was immensely terrifying, so much so that even Xiaoman and Butler Fu remained oblivious to its presence. Wait a moment, system, why do I perceive no difference? I feel just as I did before. Ding. Host, the Wanfabugen body will only reveal its effects when you are subjected to the attacks of other law's powers. Under normal circumstances, you are indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. What was he to do next? With Butler Fu intent on devouring him. It seemed unlikely that the spirited girl would come to his aid. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai anxiously inquired, System, is the power of devouring divine ability formidable? Ding. Host. By employing the devouring divine ability, you can consume the innate talents and spiritual roots of any adversary, thereby swiftly enhancing your own. Moreover, there are no limits to this capability. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement, yet he remained incapable of resolving the crisis that loomed before him. The devouring divine ability could not instantly alleviate the predicament he currently faced. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Xiaoman. Xiaoman, I find myself longing for my parents. Could you possibly escort me back home? Xiaoman, who had been trailing behind Jiang Xiaobai and Butler Fu, paused momentarily upon hearing his words, merely shaking her head without responding. Heh, Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for any cunning tricks. Xiaoman cannot contend with me. Were it not for that old wretch forbidding me from approaching her, I would have claimed her long ago. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered, his breath quickening once more as he inquired of the system, with 100 million chi points, can I elevate my strength sufficiently to defeat this foe? Ding. Host. It is not possible. Ding. The individual before you is a transformation of the ancient demon beast, Tao Tai. It possesses an insatiable appetite, capable of consuming anything. Even if the host were to utilize 100 million chi points to bolster their cultivation, victory would remain elusive. The system advised the host to employ cunning. Cunning? Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing Butler Fu closely. How do I employ cunning? Hee, we have arrived. Quickly, Guoguo, come forth and get to work. Before long, Jiang Xiaobai was led by Butler Fu into a quaint courtyard. Whoosh. As they entered the courtyard, a figure appeared in a flash. In an instant, this figure stood before Xiaoman. Xiaoman, the day is splendid, yet it pales in comparison to your beauty. Might I inquire about the nature of your undergarments today? A 1-meter-tall white turtle, with a round head and large blinking eyes, gazed longingly at Xiaoman. Bang! Boom! Scram! Jiang Xiaobai stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before him. Before he could even react, the white turtle was sent flying several miles away by a single slap from Xiaoman. Xiaoman, why did you strike the pot? It merely wished to see what you were wearing today. Such a trivial matter. Now that you've sent it flying, you shall tend the fire and steam Jiang Xiaobai. Remember to wash thoroughly before steaming. I have developed a bit of a cleanliness obsession over the years. Upon finishing his words, Butler Fu immediately released Jiang Xiaobai from his grasp. What does this have to do with me? It is not I who shall consume Jiang Xiaobai. Whoosh. Just as Xiaoman completed her statement, the figure of the pot reappeared before them, leering as it said, Oh dear Butler Fu, do not be angry. This is not Xiaoman's fault. There is a saying among the human race. To strike is to feel pain. To scold is to show love. Xiaoman acts out of affection for me. Jiang Xiaobai stood to the side, his lips twitching incessantly. He had encountered turtles before, but never had he seen such a lewd and lascivious white turtle. Ah, dear brother. You must be a recent addition to our Qingyun sect, am I right? You are quite handsome, the turtle remarked, its attention shifting entirely to Jiang Xiaobai as it circled around him. Indeed, he possessed a striking appearance. Yet he seemed to be a fool for choosing to join their sect. All right, Guoguo, hurry and wash the pot while raising the fire, after a year's wait. I can finally indulge tonight, Butler Fu said, constantly glancing at Jiang Xiaobai and occasionally licking his loose lips. All right then, Butler Fu, I'll leave it to you. Young man, will you wash it yourself, or shall Guoguo assist you? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered as he surveyed the three individuals before him. In an effort to buy time, he inquired, why are there only the three of you from the Qingyun sect? Where are the others? Do not concern yourself with the others. They have long been absent from the sect, and you shall never have the fortune to encounter them. Hurry and cleanse yourself. Guoguo will assist Butler Fu in preparing you for steaming. At that moment, Xiaoman stepped forward and declared, allow me to slay him first. After all, we share the same lineage, and I cannot bear to see him perish at your hands. That is unacceptable. I must steam him alive. This is the only way to preserve the succulence of the flesh. Xiaoman, do not act recklessly, lest you provoke my ire. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently on Butler Fu and declared, what a glutton you are, so obsessively devoted to food. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? With a surge of courage, Jiang Xiaobai shouted at Steward Fu, causing the previously exhilarated steward to momentarily freeze, his expression stiffening in place. Meanwhile, both Xiaoman and Guoguo gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with astonished expressions. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately boasted, a mere beast dares to consume me? When my master returns, I shall ensure you are flayed alive. As Jiang Xiaobai's mind raced with thoughts, every sight and sound encountered since his arrival at Qingyun sect flashed vividly before him. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the three of them, including Butler Fu, involuntarily shuddered. What did you just say, Jiang Xiaobai? Are you a newly accepted disciple of that old fellow? Butler Fu's disbelief was palpable as his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Xiaobai. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to venture alone into Qingyun sect? Moreover, how else would I know that you are a beast, an ancient Taotai? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that he might fail to intimidate the beast before him. The consequences would be dire. Every step he took was of utmost significance, and he had to maintain an air of composure, utterly devoid of any hint of panic. Butler Fu gazed at him with a look of perplexity, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai intently. Even Xiaoman and Guoguo were fixated on him. Has the sect master taken on new disciples? Why was I not chosen? Xiaoman suddenly shouted at Jiang Xiaobai, her expression brimming with fervor, catching him completely off guard. System, is it possible to access detailed information about Butler Fu and the others? Ding. Yes, host, it is feasible. Excellent. Let me immediately examine the specifics about Xiaoman. In no time, Xiaoman's personal details, encompassing her background, strength, and more, appeared before Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. Character, Gu Xiaoman age, 1888 years strength. Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm personality, proud and somewhat haughty, with an intense yearning for love and attention. Background, an orphan harboring a deep-seated vendetta against the extermination of her clan. Weakness, a fondness for food, prone to gluttony. Aspiration, to become a disciple of the Qingyun sect's master and avenge her clan's destruction. Jiang Xiaobai gaped in astonishment, his gaze incessantly scrutinizing Gu Xiaoman. I am addressing you. Jiang Xiaobai, why has he chosen you as his disciple and not me? It has been 880 years since I joined the Qingyun sect. Yet he remains unwilling to accept me as his disciple. Why? Why is this the case? Jiang Xiaobai observed Gu Xiaoman, who was shouting at him in a frenzy. He inhaled deeply and, with an air of pretentiousness, replied, Gu Xiaoman, your obsession runs too deep. Your heart is filled only with hatred. How could our master possibly accept you as his disciple? Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai resounded like thunder, exploding not only in Gu Xiaoman's mind, but also affecting Butler Fu and Guoguo. Are you truly the disciple of that old fellow? Butler Fu seemed unwilling to accept Jiang Xiaobai's claim, his gaze fixated on him, filled with reluctance. System, retrieve the detailed information on this gluttonous beast. Ding, host. The information on this Taotai has been accessed. Fu Manlu, ancient Taotai age. Strength, sealed at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Personality, bullying the weak. Fearing the strong, gluttonous and lazy, with an obsessive cleanliness that has reached an intolerable level, loves freedom. Background, Qingyun sect weaknesses, greed for food, excessive sleep. Fearful of those more powerful than itself. After reviewing the information on Fu Manlu, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged. Fu Manlu. My master imposed the rule that you could only consume meat once a year to help you overcome your gluttonous habits. You have adhered to this for 100,000 years. However, Fu Manlu, your other weaknesses are glaringly apparent, and it seems that the pursuit of freedom will forever remain out of reach for you. Buzz. Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, the three individuals within Fuman Tower trembled simultaneously. Indeed, you are the new disciple of that old scoundrel, that detestable old man. Had he not previously declared his intention to cease accepting disciples? How could he possibly take on another? Moreover, a worthless being devoid of any spiritual roots. Fuman Tower was filled with resentment, its tongue incessantly flicking across its slackened lips. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, surveying the three figures before him for a moment, and then arrogantly declared, "Humph. You three, listen well. Before my master departed, he entrusted the management of the Qingyun sect to you. Open your eyes wide and behold what the sect has become now. Await my master's return, and prepare yourselves for the punishment you deserve." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the trio from Fuminlu trembled once more, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Is that old fellow really coming back? Can this be true? Fuminlu appeared somewhat incredulous, casting a skeptical gaze at Jiang Xiaobai. Is he truly returning? Gu Xiaoman was visibly excited, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. If he comes back, let him come. The sect leader hasn't returned for 1,500 years. Not even his disciples have shown themselves in all that time. Were it not for their peculiarities, I would have thought they had long since perished. Guoguo clearly seemed indifferent, her large eyes darting about mischievously as she occasionally stole glances at Gu Xiaoman. At this point, Jiang Xiaobai finally felt a sense of relief. He had successfully intimidated the members of Fuminlu. As for the sect leader, he had little concern. After all, he had completed the system's task and successfully bound the system. From now on, he would roam the heavenly profound realm at will. Despite the Qingyun sect's enigmatic reputation, he truly did not regard it with much seriousness. With the system in hand, the world was his to command. Jiang Xiaobai, how did you manage to become the disciple of the sect leader? Guoguo incessantly blinked her eyes, her face alight with curiosity as she inquired of Jiang Xiaobai. Fuminlu and Gu Xiaoman, upon hearing this, turned their expectant gazes towards him as well. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai began to boast once more, declaring, "It is undoubtedly my extraordinary talent that has impressed my master. You are all unaware that my master sought me as a disciple for a full 3 years." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. How could Guoguo not perceive the talent of our junior brother? Might you showcase it for me? With her eyes glinting mischievously, her lips curled into a smirk, suggesting she was far from innocent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai could not help but internally berate the tortoise. This cunning tortoise is being deliberately provocative. System, retrieve Guoguo's information. Ding. Guoguo's profile has been opened. Name, Guoguo species. Ancient divine beast, Xuanwu age. Strength, suppressed at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm personality. Extremely avaricious, lecherous, lascivious, enjoys stirring trouble. Adept at ambushes, and skilled in framing others. Background, Qingyun sect weakness. Overly indulgent in lust and greed. Bullies the weak while fearing the strong. And harbors a deep-seated fear of Gu Xiaoman. After perusing the information regarding Guoguo, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. Junior brother Jiang, could you perhaps showcase your extraordinary talent for us? Guoguo, along with Butler Fu and Xiaoman, expressed a keen desire to witness it. Guoguo's mischievous, sparkling eyes twinkled once more as he turned and smiled at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon the trio of Guoguo for a moment before speaking. Do you truly wish to witness it? Upon hearing this, the three of them nodded in eager agreement. If you wish to see it, we must await the return of our esteemed master. Only he possesses the power of the laws, which can enable my extraordinary talent to manifest. Jiang Xiaobai's words struck like thunder, leaving the trio in a state of profound astonishment. What? The power of the laws? Noticing their shocked expressions, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of confidence within. With an air of superiority, he proclaimed, "The power of the laws is supreme and immensely formidable. I trust you are all aware of this." In order to convince them further, he declared, "Today, I shall allow you to witness the might of the power of the laws with your own eyes." As these words left his lips, the trio held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. Seeing this, a slight smile graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he silently communicated with the system. System, if I were to expend 100 million energy points, to what extent could it elevate my strength? Ding. Host, considering your physical condition as a naturally deficient body, it is advised to utilize 50 million energy points to cleanse your marrow and refine your dantian. Only by solidifying your foundation completely will your future cultivation proceed more smoothly. Aside from being aware that the cultivation levels in the celestial mystic realm are divided into 9 tiers each of body refinement, chi refinement, spirit refinement, venerable, saint, celestial being, extreme, and emperor, Jiang Xiaobai possesses little experience in the realm of cultivation. The system is certainly not deceiving him. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly settled into a meditative posture. With a flourish, he raised his head towards the heavens and proclaimed, my esteemed, beloved, and venerable master. I beseech you to bestow upon me the power of the laws and solidify my foundation." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately addressed the system. System, allocate 50 million true qi to cleanse my marrow and strengthen my dantian. Ding, understood, host, came the response. Before the astonished gazes of Xiaoman and the others, a wondrous force enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. This energy radiated a mystical glow, rendering him enigmatic and unfathomable. Xiaoman and the others, witnessing the mysterious luminescence surrounding him, found their mouths agape and their eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, a foul odor emanated from Jiang Xiaobai's body as a substantial amount of refuse expelled itself from him. Meanwhile, his dantian began to expand and solidify gradually. This was the first time Guoguo had witnessed such a miraculous occurrence. Jiang Xiaobai, indeed, is favored highly by the sect leader. Guoguo gazed at him with a face full of envy and wide eyes. Humph, that old scoundrel is untrustworthy. He claimed in front of so many that he would no longer accept disciples. Just look, he has taken this lad under his wing, Fumanla remarked, visibly displeased yet hesitant to act against Jiang Xiaobai. That deceiver, when he returns, I shall insist he takes me as his disciple. Even if I must cling to him tirelessly, Xiaoman thought. Her eyes filled with jealousy as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the words of Xiaoman and the others, engrossed instead in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he diligently practiced for 7 days. At this moment, his physical form was utterly solidified, deserving of the description flawless. Moreover, his dantian had not only expanded thousands of times, but had also become incredibly sturdy. After 7 days of refining his physique, he had achieved a state of perfection. How delightful it would be to consume Jiang Xiaobai. Fu Manlu's gaze was intensely fervent, almost wishing to devour him then and there, constantly licking its relaxed lips. While his body was impeccably refined, his spiritual root remained a mere pseudo-spiritual root, limiting his achievements. Leaving him far inferior to Xiaoman, Guoguo's eyes were fixed on Xiaoman as he showered her with flattery. Humph, is that all there is to it? I thought he would defy the heavens. Hee, Xiaoman, do not be upset. When the master returns, I will implore him to take you as his disciple. Even if Jiang Xiaobai's physique was flawless, his pseudo-spiritual root would likely prevent him from ever cultivating. Why not let me consume him? Fu Butler, do you dare to partake? Guoguo's eyes widened as he questioned Fu Manlu. Fu Manlu continued to lick its lips, but the thought of that old monster's terror deflated its enthusiasm. I simply cannot fathom it. Even if Jiang Xiaobai's body is flawless, he possesses a pseudo-spiritual root. A pseudo-spiritual root is akin to having no spiritual root at all, rendering one incapable of cultivation. Why would the master take him as a disciple? Xiaoman voiced her doubts, prompting Fu Manlu and Guoguo to once again gaze at the diligently cultivating Jiang Xiaobai. Could it be that Jiang Xiaobai is the master's illegitimate son? Guoguo speculated. Xiaoman rolled her eyes in response. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the three, emanating from Jiang Xiaobai. System, I command you to allocate the remaining 50 million true qi to enhance my cultivation. Ding, understood, host. Buzz. An overwhelmingly powerful force instantly enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. In the blink of an eye, he transitioned from an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation to one with rapid progress. Furthermore, his cultivation surged directly from the first stage of body refinement. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoman and the others exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. How can this be? A pseudo-spiritual root. How could it possibly cultivate? This is disastrous. The master is defying the rules. We are doomed. Not just the master, but even I, Guoguo, may be in peril. What secret does Jiang Xiaobai harbor? It is known that in the Tianxin realm, one cannot cultivate without a spiritual root. Moreover, the spiritual roots in the Tianxin realm are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and top-tier roots. Jiang Xiaobai, with his pseudo-spiritual root, is even inferior to an inferior root, rendering him a true waste. Fumanlu was truly unable to discern the situation of Jiang Xiaobai, and it found the circumstances hard to believe. Just as the three were conversing, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation level astonishingly surged to the 9th stage of qi refinement, and he showed no inclination to halt his progress. In a swift turn of events, his cultivation remarkably ascended directly to the 1st stage of spirit refinement. At that moment, the aura emanating from Jiang Xiaobai finally ceased its elevation. The spirit refinement involves the honing of one's consciousness and soul. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai's consciousness could already encompass a radius of 1,000 meters. How wondrous! Is this what cultivation truly entails? Before Jiang Xiaobai could fully appreciate the cultivation he possessed, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing in cultivation. The system, taking into account the host's unique circumstances, has issued a new task. Ding! The system has released a primary mission. Please transform the Qingyun sect into the most formidable sect. There is no time limit for this task. The rewards for the primary mission are as follows. For each disciple the host recruits, a reward of 10,000 points of true energy will be granted. Furthermore, the stronger the talent of the disciple, the greater the reward of true energy. Ding! The system has also issued a secondary task. Human Tower. The ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai, is perpetually yearning to devour the host. As the destined child, how can the host be preyed upon by such a beast? While the host may endure, the system cannot. Please devise a means of exacting a thorough vengeance upon Human Tower within the next month, demonstrating to it that the host is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but soon exhilaration coursed through him. To transform Qingyun sect into the most formidable sect? In the realm of Tianxian, powerful beings abound, with mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. This task would not be easily accomplished. Fortunately, the main quest bore no time constraints. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze swept across the entirety of Qingyun sect, and the dilapidated state of the place caused his eyes to narrow slightly. As for the side quests, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, his attention shifting to the still astonished trio of Xiaoman, and his smile broadened upon seeing Fumin Lu. What does your mischievous grin mean as you gaze at me? Fumin Lu remarked, feeling a twinge of unease under Jiang Xiaobai's crooked smile. Now, do you believe I am indeed the newly accepted disciple of our esteemed master? Jiang Xiaobai regarded the trio with a tranquil demeanor. Ah, but what difference does it make? The sect leader had sealed Qingyun's sect before departing, and Guoguo was unable to venture out. Guoguo's words startled Jiang Xiaobai. Qingyun's sect is sealed? How could this be? Clearly, he was struggling to comprehend how he had entered Qingyun's sect if it was indeed sealed. Indeed, Qingyun's sect is sealed. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. That old coot must be afraid I would wreak havoc upon Tianxian, hence the necessity of sealing the sect. Fumin Lu expressed his dissatisfaction. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai's mind raced, and after a brief moment, a thought struck him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke. In truth, my venerable master summoned me back for a matter of great importance that he entrusted to me. Jiang Xiaobai once again exuded an air of superiority, leaving Xiaoman and the others astonished. What has that old fellow summoned you back for? Fumin Lu inquired, voicing their inner curiosity. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his tone grew profound. This is a celestial secret. My esteemed master has foreseen that in the near future, the heavenly mystic realm will face an apocalyptic crisis. Apocalyptic crisis? The trio of Xiaoman stared at him in bewilderment upon hearing this term. Indeed, it is an apocalyptic crisis. My master has predicted that the heavenly mystic realm will soon encounter a catastrophe of unprecedented scale, one that occurs once in 100,000 years. At that time, the entire realm may very well. Jiang Xiaobai continued, my master is truly benevolent, always considering the well-being of all beings. Fumin Lu and Guoguo, who had lived for countless years, along with Xiaoman, who had surpassed a millennium, were evidently skeptical about Jiang Xiaobai's proclamation of an apocalyptic crisis. I have lived for so long and have never encountered any apocalyptic crisis, Fumin Lu scoffed. Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Are you claiming to be more powerful than my master? Can you foresee the future? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Fumin Lu's expression faltered, and he fell into silence. My master, in preparation for the impending apocalyptic crisis, has instructed me to return and establish a sect. Establish a sect? Xiaoman and the others gasped once more. Indeed. To establish a sect, my master intends to create the most formidable sect. The most formidable sect? Jiang Xiaobai nodded, directing his gaze towards Xiaoman and the others, and reiterated. My esteemed master has instructed you to cooperate with me and assist in my endeavors. How are we to collaborate with you? We cannot step away from Qingyun's sect, even for a moment, one replied. Indeed, even Guoguo longs to venture into the nearby town to catch a glimpse of the young ladies. Yet such a simple desire is beyond reach. Guoguo feels rather lonely. Jiang Xiaobai, pray tell, How are we to lend you our assistance? Xiaoman clearly had come to fully trust Jiang Xiaobai's words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. To establish a sect and take in disciples requires a considerable amount of resources, particularly spirit stones. The Qingyun sect has existed for 100 millennia. It must possess a wealth of resources, does it not? As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Guoguo. Upon hearing his words, Guoguo began to stealthily retreat. Guoguo, my esteemed master has explicitly informed me that the treasure vault of Qingyun sect is located with you. What? Little junior brother Jiang, do you also have an affinity for undergarments? Guoguo exclaimed, feeling a kinship with Jiang Xiaobai. As Guoguo spoke, he produced several pairs of pink underpants, ready to hand them to Jiang Xiaobai when suddenly, Xiaoman erupted in fury, exclaiming, aren't those the underpants I lost? Guoguo. Xiaoman's face was ablaze with anger as she fixed a piercing glare upon Guoguo. Oh dear, Xiaoman, these are the undergarments that Guoguo found in the courtyard behind, and I was just about to return them to you. Xiaoman's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with menace as she continued to stare at Guoguo. Enough of this, Guoguo. Quickly present all the spirit stones of Qingyun sect to me. This is a directive from our master. Do you dare defy his wishes? Jiang Xiaobai feigned a reprimand. Upon hearing this, Guoguo shrank his neck, reluctantly producing a spatial ring to hand over to Jiang Xiaobai. At present, the Qingyun sect possessed merely this modest amount of spirit stones, 1 million top-tier spirit stones. 1 million top-tier spirit stones? Jiang Xiaobai's throat involuntarily constricted at the thought. 1 million top-tier spirit stones. In the Tianqian realm, spirit stones are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and top-tier grades. Top-tier spirit stones represent the most precious and esteemed currency within the Tianqian realm. During his decade-long sojourn in this realm, Jiang Xiaobai had only encountered a single inferior spirit stone, and that was merely observed when other cultivators utilized it for their purchases. Jiang Xiaobai, breathless and with trembling hands, took the spatial ring from Guoguo. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, Guoguo assumed he was quite upset and lowered his head, speaking in a soft, timid voice. Indeed, the Qingyun sect once possessed hundreds of billions of exquisite spirit stones. However, over the past millennium, I have had nothing else to consume, and, being unable to leave the Qingyun sect, I resorted to eating them. What? You consumed hundreds of billions of exquisite spirit stones? Jiang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered, his mouth twitching incessantly. Hundreds of billions of exquisite spirit stones, for heaven's sake. Jiang Xiaobai, the Qingyun sect is sealed. How do you plan to establish a sect and recruit disciples? Xiaoman inquired, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was equally perplexed and promptly inquired of the system, with the Qingyun sect sealed, how am I to accept disciples? Ding. Host. The Qingyun sect is enveloped by a formidable force of laws. However, this force is solely directed at the trio of Fuminlu. Others may enter the Qingyun sect freely, otherwise. How could Fuminlu possibly have consumed so many people? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped the situation. So it was. The leader of the Qingyun sect must be concerned that these three individuals would wreak havoc upon the Tianqian realm. It is well known that each of these three possesses the pinnacle strength of an emperor. Should any one of them venture out, they could very well turn the Tianqian realm upside down. Jiang Xiaobai cast his gaze upon the trio of Xiaoman, pondering for a considerable time before lifting his eyes to the heavens and proclaiming with an air of grandeur, my esteemed master has revealed to me the method to break the seal. Is that truly the case? The trio of Xiaoman exclaimed in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement as they fixed their eyes upon Jiang Xiaobai. Indeed, it is true. Do you three wish to escape from the Qingyun sect? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's assertion of their potential freedom, the trio's spirits soared with elation. Jiang Xiaobai, can we truly believe your words? Of course, they are as genuine as can be, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin. Guoguo observed his smile and thought it did not convey the demeanor of a benevolent individual. When shall our sect leader return? Jiang Xiaobai was utterly perplexed. His smile did not exude the aura of a benevolent individual. He promptly remarked that their master had stated when they had established the Qingyun sect in a commendable manner, he would naturally return. Then let us hasten to break the seal and release us. I yearn for a feast, Fu Manlu expressed with palpable anticipation, drooling incessantly. That cannot be done at present, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Our master has declared that only after I have transformed the Qingyun sect into a formidable power will your seals be lifted. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman and the others wore expressions of dismay. Observing their countenance, Jiang Xiaobai reassured them, "You have been sealed for such an extended period. Does a little more time truly matter? Rest assured, within 3 years, the Qingyun sect shall undoubtedly evolve into a grand sect within tens of thousands of miles. But even if we wish to assist you, we are powerless. We cannot leave the Qingyun sect." Xiaoman's words plunged Jiang Xiaobai into contemplation. "Fear not. With our master and senior brothers absent, you simply need to maintain order." Maintain order? What does that entail? It means safeguarding the sect. Should anyone dare to bully the Qingyun sect, you must rise to discipline them. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman and the others nodded in agreement. That seems quite manageable. It has been ages since anyone visited the Qingyun sect. Junior brother, you should promptly descend the mountain to recruit disciples. The more the merrier, especially female disciples. Guoguo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nudged Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaoman, however, appeared dismayed. "Very well, there is no time to lose. I shall descend the mountain now," Jiang Xiaobai declared, turning swiftly to depart. Watching Jiang Xiaobai's hasty retreat, Fu Manlu and the others fell into deep thought. Could it be that he is deceiving us? Look at how anxious he is to leave. I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is somewhat cunning, Fu Manlu mused, his gaze fixed on the departing figure. That is unlikely. Who besides the sect master and those few would know our circumstances? Guoguo pondered, agreeing with Xiaoman. Jiang Xiaobai is certainly the sect master's illegitimate son. Guoguo, cease your nonsensical chatter. That old fellow could not possibly have offspring. Fu Manlu firmly dismissed Guoguo's speculation. Meanwhile, after descending the myriad steps of the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness those 3 old geezers chose to believe me. Those 3 are at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. A mere breath from them could spell my demise. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a lingering trepidation. System, could you possibly assign a different main quest or side quest? Beep. Host, once a task is issued, it cannot be exchanged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and cast his gaze over the entire Qingyun sect. Declaring once more, let us set aside our concerns for now and venture to Qingyun City, which lies 100 miles away. With that, he promptly rose from his spot and departed. Qingyun City, the largest metropolis within a radius of several thousand miles, spans an impressive area of 5,000 square kilometers and boasts a vast population. At the grand entrance of the city, where a throng of people bustlingly passed by, Jiang Xiaobai found himself standing not far from the imposing gates. What a lively scene, he remarked. Jiang Xiaobai stood in place, muttering to himself for a moment before promptly setting off towards the city. Just as he began to walk, he felt a sudden series of pats on his shoulder, accompanied by a greasy voice that resonated from behind him. "Oh my, brother, you look remarkably familiar." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened momentarily before he turned around to find a chubby lad, roughly his age, appearing before him. "Who are you?" "He, my brother." "I am called Wang Dabin," the boy replied, grinning widely, his golden teeth glinting so brightly that they nearly blinded Jiang Xiaobai. "Wang Dabin? Yes, indeed, I am Wang Dabin. What do you want?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired warily, his eyes fixed on Wang Dabin. "My brother, I have something for sale." "Not interested," Jiang Xiaobai interjected, promptly dismissing Wang Dabin's words before he could finish. As Jiang Xiaobai prepared to leave, Wang Dabin once more obstructed his path, saying, "Brother, do not be in a haste. I am not here to sell you anything." To this, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "What do you mean then?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin's small eyes darted around before he leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai's ear and whispered, "Brother, I possess an exquisite spiritual elixir that, once consumed, will enable you to achieve immediate success in your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Wang Dabin and inquired, "Are you attempting to deceive me?" No, Wang Dabin hastily replied. "I truly possess a miraculous elixir. It merely requires 100 inferior spirit stones." Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, contemplating for a considerable time before posing a query to the system in his mind. "System, please retrieve the information on Wang Dabin." Ding. Host. The detailed information on Wang Dabin has been obtained. Name: Wang Dabin. Age: 18. Strength: 8th level of Qi Refinement Spiritual Root. Medium quality Spiritual Root. Personality: greedy, yet possesses a sense of integrity and justice, albeit somewhat selfish background. None available. An orphan with a vendetta against a clan weakness. Greed. Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized Wang Dabin's profile. his gaze sharpening as he inquired, "System, could there be an error? Is this fellow truly characterized by integrity and justice?" Ding. Host, the system is infallible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to scrutinize Wang Darren closely. What do you think, my brother? With merely 100 low-grade spiritual stones, your aspirations for cultivation can be realized. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly chuckled and said, "Fatty, you harbor a deep-seated vendetta against an entire clan. Would you be interested in joining a prestigious sect?" At Jiang Xiaobai's words, Wang Darren, who had been grinning broadly, felt his rotund body tremble, and his gaze immediately fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. "How do you know I have a clan extermination vendetta?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and replied, "Because I possess great strength." Wang Darren fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he finally inquired, "In what way are you strong?" "You possess no cultivation whatsoever. Furthermore, my spiritual root is merely of moderate quality. Would any prominent sect be willing to accept me?" "Of course, as long as you are willing, nothing is beyond possibility." "Which esteemed sect are you referring to?" Wang Darren appeared visibly excited, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Jiang Xiaobai gazed upwards at the vast sky, then produced a mysterious blueprint emanating an enigmatic glow. Handing it over to Wang Dadong, he said with an air of superiority, "If you inscribe your name upon this celestial cloud codex and let a drop of your blood fall upon it, you shall know that my words bear truth." Upon hearing this, Wang Dadong was momentarily taken aback, then promptly accepted the celestial cloud codex, examining it meticulously. "What is this?" he inquired, his face alight with curiosity. "It feels remarkably exquisite to the touch and radiates an aura of mystery." Jiang Xiaobai would naturally refrain from disclosing that this was produced by the system, the Qingyan Codex. Anyone, be they human or beast, who joins the Qingyan sect and inscribes their name upon the Qingyan Codex, shall pledge eternal loyalty to Jiang Xiaobai and shall never betray him. This is a treasure of unparalleled significance, imbued with formidable power. Wang Dabin, I grant you a quarter of an hour to contemplate. Will you join the Grand Sect? Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin fell into silence once more. After a moment, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Am I truly able to join the Grand Sect?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and then produced a superb spirit stone, offering it to Wang Dabin. "Take this exquisite spirit stone. If I deceive you, you need not return it." An exquisite spirit stone. Wang Dabin gazed in astonishment at the fist-sized purple gem in Jiang Xiaobai's hand. He had never touched such a remarkable artifact before. With great care, he accepted the spirit stone, his heart racing with excitement. "All right, I shall join the Grand Sect," he exclaimed eagerly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and said, "Then hasten to sign your name, and let a drop of your blood fall upon it." Wang Darren clutched the exquisite spirit stone tightly in his left hand, fearful that Jiang Xiaobai might renege on the agreement. He promptly inscribed his name on the Qingyun compendium and allowed a single drop of his blood to mingle with it. In an instant, a mysterious power enveloped Wang Darren's entire being. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai once again curled the corner of his mouth and chuckled. To acquire the title of the foremost disciple so effortlessly. May I inquire about your esteemed title, senior brother? And where is our sect located? Wang Dabin inquired with a face full of curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai immediately snatched the exquisite spirit stone from Wang Dabin's hand and said with a sly grin, "Our sect? Just walk 100 miles in this direction, and you will find it." Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Qingyan sect? That dilapidated and decrepit sect." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Wang Dabin's utterly bewildered expression and chuckled softly. "It's quite natural for you to look this way. Come with me. Let us continue to gather the other disciples." Without uttering a word, Jiang Xiaobai turned and made his way toward Qingyan City, leaving Wang Dabin standing in a daze. "No, I want to withdraw from the sect," Wang Dabin shouted at Jiang Xiaobai. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning appeared, striking Wang Dabin and causing him to emit smoke. The Qingyan Sutra, once signed, bound one for eternity, forbidding betrayal and withdrawal. The recruitment of disciples by the Qingyan sect was in full swing, with an ever-increasing number of individuals drawn by the call. In merely half a day's time, Jiang Xiaobai had gathered over 5,000 individuals. This pace is unsustainable. It appears that achieving a total of 10,000 a day may be improbable. Jiang Xiaobai sat in contemplation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Behind him stood a throng of eager young people, all between the ages of 18 and 20. Their expressions were animated, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Oh heavens! I have longed to join a sect. This has always been my dream. I never imagined it would come to fruition today. One exclaimed. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. With my mediocre spiritual roots, most sects wouldn't accept me. Yet here in the Qingyun sect, not only have they welcomed me, but they have also bestowed upon me 100,000 premium spirit stones. That is an extraordinary sum. Another chimed in, excitement evident in their voice. With these 100,000 premium spirit stones, coupled with my superior spiritual roots, I will undoubtedly thrive within the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect truly is a prestigious and affluent institution, remarked another. What do you mean by the Qingyun sect? It is our Qingyun sect now that we have joined, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly admonished. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately nodded in agreement, chanting, Jiang Xiaobai Shixiang is right. It is our Qingyun sect. What do you mean by right? Address me as Shirshu. I dare you to call me Shixiang. Do you have the courage? Jiang Xiaobai chided again, prompting the crowd to quickly realize their error. Yes. Jiang Xiaobai Shirshu. They responded in unison, and Jiang Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction. Very well, all of you listen closely. Now, everyone must leave the city and head east for 100 miles towards Qingyun City. That is where our Qingyun sect is located. You must hurry back to the sect without delay. Those who disobey will face consequences, like him. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck Wang Darren, who stood nearby, leaving him smoking. The sight left everyone gasping in shock, their gazes towards Jiang Xiaobai filled with awe. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai Shirshu. Let us make haste. Remember, upon reaching the Qingyun sect, do not enter the sect immediately, or else you may find yourselves in dire straits. Do not say, I did not warn you. The words of Jiang Xiaobai sent a shiver through everyone present. You shall first provide me with 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Upon my return to the sect, I will return them to you. I must now procure materials for constructing the sect. Yes, junior uncle, replied the newly inducted thousands into the Qingyun sect, who were thus lured back by Jiang Xiaobai. Observing the crowd making their way towards the city gates, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, in this realm of cultivation, crafting grand visions is the most fundamental skill for those aspiring to rise above others. You wretched dog, why do you keep striking me? Wang Dabin glared at Jiang Xiaobai, his appearance disheveled, clothing tattered, and hair in wild disarray. As the eldest disciple of this generation in the Qingyun sect, what is wrong with contributing more to the sect? Is it truly necessary to be so calculative? Absolutely. Wang Dabin retorted fiercely, you should try striking yourself. With a sigh, Jiang Xiaobai once more painted a grand vision for Wang Dabin. All right, look at your pathetic state. Once we return to the sect, I shall compensate you. Really? Wang Dabin expressed doubt. Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you? You have deceived me twice today. Who told you to establish a sect and recruit disciples here? Scurry away quickly, or bear the consequences. A middle-aged man, whose strength had reached the first stage of the god-refining realm, appeared, leading dozens of soldiers at the chi-refining stage. The crowd instinctively retreated upon witnessing this. Isn't that the Commander Fong from the City Lord's mansion? This is disastrous. I have not yet joined the Qingyun sect, and yet the City Lord's men have shown up. Enough chatter. Retreat swiftly. I have a foreboding that a fierce battle is imminent. Jiang Xiaobai squinted, gazing intently at the dozens of individuals before him. As his fears materialized at last, Wang Dadong, retreat behind me. Jiang Xiaobai began to speak, only to shift his gaze towards Wang Dadong. Discovering to his dismay that this fellow had already slipped into the crowd, his head raised to the sky, embodying an attitude of utter indifference. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled in disdain. This fellow, is it you who has come here to establish your sect and accept disciples? Commander Fong suddenly stepped forward, confronting Jiang Xiaobai with a pointed inquiry. Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized Commander Fong for a considerable time, then spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. It is I, who granted you the authority to recruit disciples within the confines of Qingyun City. Jiang Xiaobai discerned that today would not easily reach a peaceful resolution. His gaze hardened as he declared, this is none of your concern. Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai detonated in the minds of everyone present. Each individual wore a face of astonishment, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. How bold he is. It seems he relishes this kind of audacity. But what good is such bravado? This young man is likely to find himself in serious trouble today. Indeed, the Lord of Qingyun City will not let this transgression slide easily. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Commander Fong's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? I could say it 1,000 or 10,000 times, it matters not. The affairs of Qingyun sect accepting disciples are none of your concern. Jiang Xiaobai retorted defiantly. Witnessing his unwavering stance, the crowd collectively held their breath, silently observing him. Very well. This individual has violated the regulations of Qingyun City by clandestinely accepting disciples, posing a severe threat to the city's safety. Someone, seize this man and take him back to the Lord's residence for interrogation. I wish to see who possesses such audacity to openly defy the edicts of the Lord's estate. With that, Commander Fang's command was swiftly executed as dozens of soldiers encircled Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. Are you certain you wish to make a move? With so many witnesses present, what are you still hesitating for? Seize the scoundrel at once. Yes. Dozens of soldiers, armed with rifles, surged towards Jiang Xiaobai with alarming speed. In response, Jiang Xiaobai wasted no time and unleashed his full power. An overwhelmingly formidable force radiated from him, and in an instant, all the soldiers were sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths, grievously injured. Are you a fool to send a bunch of Qi refining realm fighters against me, a divine refinement realm practitioner? Do you intend to lead them to their demise? What is your true intention? Suddenly confronted by Jiang Xiaobai's accusations, the commander froze for a moment, a murderous intent rising within him. Wretch, cease your nonsense and perish. With a swift motion, the commander unsheathed his long sword and charged at Jiang Xiaobai. Unfazed, Jiang Xiaobai maintained an air of tranquility. His physical form had achieved flawless perfection. Facing the commander of the same realm, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Without hesitation, he struck out with his fist towards the commander. Bang! Boom! Quick, steady, precise, and fierce. Uft! With a swift and powerful strike, Jiang Xiaobai landed a punch squarely on Commander Fang's chest, sending him hurtling through the air in an instant. How dare you retaliate? You are doomed. The City Lord's mansion will not let you go, and my uncle will certainly not spare you. The entire Qingyun sect shall await your annihilation at his hands. Fool! Wang Dabin, drag him away. We are returning to the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's command, Wang Dabin, much like everyone else present, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's formidable prowess. What are you still dawdling for, you fool? Jiang Xiaobai chided as he approached Commander Fang, removing the spatial ring from the latter's finger before addressing Wang Dabin. Reluctantly, Wang Dabin stepped forward to the injured Commander Fang. Hesitating for a moment as he considered, if we take him away, won't that provoke the wrath of the City Lord's mansion? After all, this man is the City Lord's own nephew. Wang Dabin's apprehension was palpable, yet Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, urging, hurry and secure him. You must bring him back to the Qingyun sect without delay. There's no time for hesitation, or else none of us shall escape. At this, Wang Dabin promptly set to work. As he departed with Commander Fang in tow, Jiang Xiaobai addressed the onlookers. We at the Qingyun sect always welcome new members. If you wish to join us, feel free to come forward and register. As long as you meet the requirements, you are welcome to become part of the Qingyun sect. The words of Jiang Xiaobai invigorated everyone present once more. Wonderful. I am heading to the Qingyun sect. Is anyone joining me? Let us go. Perhaps we might gain admission to the sect. Consequently, a multitude surged toward the Qingyun sect. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, "Heh. Creating the most powerful sect is not as daunting as it seems." Before long, he departed from the original spot. After a considerable time, he arrived at the entrance of a grand establishment known as the Duobao Pavilion. Gazing at the bustling entrance and the opulence of the pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "It won't be long before our Qingyun sect surpasses this in grandeur." With that, he strode directly into the Duobao Pavilion. "Ah, is that not the esteemed senior of the Qingyun sect? Welcome to Duobao Pavilion. May I assist you with something?" A captivating young woman, with an enchanting figure and exquisite beauty, approached Jiang Xiaobai. "You recognize me?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the woman. Of course. In all of Qingyun City, who does not know the illustrious Jiang Xiaobai? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he swiftly discerned the reason. "I wish to purchase a substantial quantity of construction materials. Do you have any at Duobao Pavilion?" As he spoke, Jiang Xiaobai meticulously surveyed the entire Duobao Pavilion, growing increasingly astonished, thinking to himself, how splendid it would be if this Duobao Pavilion were mine. "Yes, of course. What kind do you require?" "I want the finest available." "Do you have any in stock?" There are some available, although not in abundance. I will take them all. Additionally, do you possess any animal hides? Animal hides? The woman was momentarily surprised. Yes, we have them. Such items are not rare. I shall gift them to you, Brother Jiang. As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Noticing this, he smirked and replied, I am most grateful, sister. Oh, no need for such formality. Here is a portion of the construction materials. Jiang Xiaobai took the spatial ring into his hands and was immediately taken aback by the sight of it filled to the brim with a plethora of construction materials. How many spirit stones? 1,000 premium spirit stones. What? So inexpensive? This revelation caught Jiang Xiaobai off guard. He had not anticipated the affordability of the building materials. Indeed, Brother Jiang was worthy of his affiliation with the Qingyan sect. Henceforth, he ought to lend more support to his sister's business, whose name was Yiling Long. As Yiling Long spoke, she gracefully approached Jiang Xiaobai, a delicate fragrance wafting toward him. That sounds agreeable, Jiang Xiaobai replied, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he stepped back a few paces. Subsequently, he procured a substantial quantity of daily necessities and some cultivation resources from the Guoguo pavilion, spending a total of 500,000 premium spirit stones. With such an abundance of resources, it should suffice for the needs of over 5,000 individuals for a considerable period. Jiang Xiaobai felt an increasing headache. He initially believed that establishing the most formidable sect would be a straightforward endeavor, yet it now appeared to be far more complex than he had anticipated. After departing from the treasure pavilion, he visited the finest tavern, where, having satiated his hunger and thirst, he summoned the waiter. Young man, please prepare some of these items for me. The waiter, taken aback momentarily, nodded in agreement. Yes, esteemed guest, I shall attend to your request at once. As he watched the waiter leave, a crooked smile graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he mused, Fumin Tower, I shall bring you a token of my appreciation. In the Lord's Manor of Qingyan City, a resounding crash echoed as Lord Fang Tianji unleashed a surge of power, shattering the teacup in his grasp while glaring furiously at the two elderly men standing before him. Who has taken my nephew? Reporting to you, my lord. It was a man associated with Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly a member of the Qingyan sect, one elder promptly relayed, recounting the details of Jiang Xiaobai's recruitment of disciples in Qingyan City. With each word, Fang Tianji's expression darkened further. How audacious! A decrepit sect, long since disbanded, dares to rise and bully my Qingyan City. Do they think me a pushover? Summon half the forces of the Lord's Manor immediately. We shall march upon the Qingyan sect and obliterate it. My lord, please reconsider, interjected the other elder, who had remained silent until now. Zhang Yun, what is your meaning? My lord, do not be angered. Allow Zhang Yun to elaborate. Jiang Xiaobai is exceedingly lavish with his resources. He undoubtedly possesses great treasures. At this revelation, Fang Tianji was taken aback, quickly inquiring, does anyone else know of this matter? My lord, it seems that this news has likely spread across all major factions within 1,000 miles. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianji's demeanor grew icy. Then what are we waiting for? Swiftly proceed to flatten the Qingyan sect and seize their treasures. My lord, you must not act rashly. A blind military campaign may yield disastrous consequences, which is a cardinal sin in warfare, Zhang Yun urged earnestly. What then shall we do? My lord, do you not possess a pawn at your disposal? After all, she is the illegitimate daughter of your bitter rival. Why not send her to infiltrate the Qingyan sect and gather intelligence? Even if she is discovered and perishes, it could divert your rival's ire towards the Qingyan sect. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Fang Tianji's face. Does a mere ragtag sect warrant such a grandiose endeavor? Indeed, my lord, it does. Moreover, I have a secret about the Qingyan sect that has been kept for many years. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, having left Qingyan City, swiftly caught up with Wang Dadong, who was now sporting a despondent expression as he escorted the severely injured Commander Fang towards the Qingyan sect. Wait a moment, fatty. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly appeared, blocking Wang Daren's path. How did you catch up so quickly? Wang Daren asked, somewhat astonished. He had departed from Qingyan City half a day in advance, never anticipating that Jiang Xiaobai would be so swift. Isn't that an obvious statement? My cultivation prowess far exceeds yours, and you are burdened with a liability. Commander Fang, rise and cease feigning death. Seeing that Commander Fang showed no intention of rising, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly spoke, if you do not get up soon, I shall not be courteous towards your old acquaintance. What do you intend to do, Jiang Xiaobai? Commander Fang, upon hearing his words, immediately woke and glared at him, demanding, what do you want? I wish for you to assist me with a particular task. Should you agree, Not only will I refrain from troubling your old acquaintance, but I shall also release you. Are you serious? Commander Fong clearly found it hard to believe. Is there any reason for me to deceive you? I could end your life at any moment, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Upon hearing this, Commander Fong fell silent. He understood that Jiang Xiaobai could easily take his life and had ample justification to do so. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke. Very well. Tell me what you wish for me to do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked slightly and said, with this item in your possession, once we arrive at the Qingyan sect, I expect you to catch an old man off guard and strike him with it. Furthermore, take this pill. Upon seeing the pill Jiang Xiaobai produced, Commander Fong was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with hesitation. Swallow this pill, or I shall end your life immediately. As for your elderly companion, Jiang Xiaobai trailed off, silently observing Commander Fong. Feeling the weight of Jiang Xiaobai's words, Commander Fong involuntarily shivered and, after a brief moment of contemplation, promptly consumed the pill Jiang Xiaobai had provided. What is this? He inquired, his face a mask of confusion. You need not concern yourself with its nature. Just remember, there is an old man at the Qingyan sect. Once we enter, do everything in your power to strike him with this. Commander Fong, contemplating the rounded beast skin in his hand, focused intently before ultimately deciding to stow it away. We should hasten back to the Qingyan sect to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. The three quickly departed from their location. Suddenly, over 5,000 individuals from the Qingyan sect appeared before the 10,000-step stairway, yet none dared to approach. Is it true? The Qingyan sect is in such disarray? Could it be that Master Jiang was merely deceiving us? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The Qingyan sect has been in disrepair for over a millennium, with no one to inhabit it. Indeed, the Qingyan sect has been disqualified for many years. We must trust Master Jiang. Yes. Master Jiang previously warned us against entering the Qingyan sect ourselves due to the great horrors that lie within. As the crowd debated outside the mountain gate of the Qingyan sect, they remained oblivious to the pair of fervent eyes within, dripping with anticipation. Housekeeper Fu, aren't you even going to feign indifference? Such an obvious expression will surely frighten them away. Guoguo, you know I have not eaten in a year. Meat? Oh. It is all so tender and juicy. Observing Housekeeper Fu drooling, Xiaoman, standing nearby, coldly remarked, you may only consume one. One will suffice. I shall savor it delicately. Utterly hopeless. I refuse to assist you in cooking. Xiaoman seated herself away, choosing to ignore Housekeeper Fu. Unbothered, Housekeeper Fu continued, strange. Why do they remain outside the mountain gate? Come in, all of you. As he spoke, he smacked his lips repeatedly, occasionally licking his slackened lips with his tongue. Why are they all men? Guoguo wishes to see some girls. Just as they were engaged in idle chatter, Jiang Xiaobai, accompanied by Wang Daiden and Commander Fong, entered their line of sight. Why is it Jiang Xiaobai? What brings him back? Housekeeper Fu grumbled. Jiang Xiaobai is one of us from the Qingyan sect. His return is quite normal, is it not? Listening to Xiaoman's words, Fuminlu suddenly recalled what Jiang Xiaobai had said upon his departure. This young man clearly did not possess virtuous qualities. It is truly baffling why that old fellow would take him as an apprentice. Indeed, all his disciples are extraordinary prodigies of unparalleled talent. Aside from Jiang Xiaobai's flawless physical transformation, he appears particularly cunning and shrewd. If Jiang Xiaobai were to overhear Xiaoman's remarks, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Cunning and shrewd? Meanwhile, the crowd gathered outside the gates of Qingyan sect, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, immediately bowed in respect, exclaiming, Greetings, Master Jiang. Jiang Xiaobai cast a sweeping glance over the gathering and nodded, proclaiming, Esteemed friends, from this moment forth, we are united as fellow disciples, as one family. Although the Qingyan sect may appear dilapidated at present, this is but a fleeting phase. In the near future, you shall witness a Qingyan sect that will resonate through the annals of history. Let us unite our efforts to elevate and empower the Qingyan sect. Indeed, Master Jiang, let us endeavor to expand and strengthen our sect. Excellent. It is imperative that you heed my words. Upon entering the Qingyan sect, there are 3 individuals whom you must never provoke, Jiang Xiaobai reiterated with emphasis. Master Jiang, what of the sect leader and the others? They have ascended to higher realms. Seldom returning, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, gesturing towards the heavens with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving them speechless. Heavens! They have transcended. The Qingyan sect is indeed formidable. Indeed, It is no wonder that such an extraordinary genius as Master Jiang has emerged from here. Master Jiang, does that mean the entire Qingyun sect comprises only you and the 3 venerable elders within? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he replied, "No, there are still some of your senior uncles. They have all gone off to train. As for when they will return, I cannot say." With that, he declared, "All right, everyone, follow me back to the sect." Following his words, the crowd promptly aligned themselves with Jiang Xiaobai's pace, making their way toward the Qingyun sect. Inside the Qingyun sect, the expressions of Xiaoman and the others, who had just overheard Jiang Xiaobai's words, became notably rigid. "I told you this kid was not to be trusted. Just look at how he easily deceived so many into joining the Qingyun sect," one remarked. Guoguo, on the other hand, nonchalantly responded, "It wouldn't be so bad if junior brother Jiang could persuade some female disciples to join." "Enough of that, Guoguo," Xiaoman retorted. "All right then," Guoguo replied cheerfully. "With so many new disciples joining suddenly, I think I'll take one to eat with Jiang Xiaobai. He surely wouldn't mind." Before she could finish her sentence, the figure of Fuminla disappeared from sight. Guoguo and Xiaoman, seeing this, hurried towards Jiang Xiaobai and the others. Soon, the 3 of them stood before the crowd. "Hee, so many people," exclaimed Guoguo. "Jiang Xiaobai, you." "Silence." Jiang Xiaobai suddenly reprimanded Fuminlu, who had just appeared, leaving him frozen in place. Moments later, Xiaoman and Guoguo also appeared before the gathering. "Allow me to formally introduce these 3 esteemed individuals," Jiang Xiaobai began. "They are all seniors of our Qingyun sect, the steward Fuminlu, the chef Xiaoman, and the sect's guardian beast Guoguo. Have you not yet greeted the 3 seniors?" Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, everyone immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Disciples respectfully greet the 3 seniors." Fuminlu and the others were taken aback, staring blankly at Jiang Xiaobai. "Very well. From now on, we are all fellow disciples, one big family," Jiang Xiaobai continued, casting a glance at Commander Fong. This caught Commander Fong off guard. But upon understanding Jiang Xiaobai's intent, he quietly began to approach Fuminlu. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai promptly declared, "Everyone, immediately extend your hand to the 3 esteemed elders as a gesture of respect." Understood. Over 5,000 individuals promptly approached the trio from Fuminlu to shake their hands. The 3 from Fuminlu were taken aback once more, as they found themselves continuously engaged in handshake after handshake with this multitude. Jiang Xiaobai stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene, his peripheral gaze still fixed on Commander Fong. After shaking hands with the 3 esteemed elders, everyone promptly arranged themselves in a single file line. "As I have an important announcement to make shortly." As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he kept a vigilant eye on Fu Manlu and Commander Fong. Soon, when Fu Manlu was momentarily distracted, Commander Fong stealthily approached from behind him. Fu Manlu, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, was caught off guard as Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "Fu Manlu!" Bang! The instant Jiang Xiaobai uttered Fu Manlu's name, Commander Fong forcefully hurled the object entrusted to him by Jiang Xiaobai at Fu Manlu. An overwhelmingly foul odor erupted in the vicinity, leaving everyone in a state of shock, their faces etched with disbelief at the scene before them. At that moment, Fu Manlu was entirely coated in repugnant excrement, with even those standing nearby, including Guoguo and Xiaoman, splattered with filth. Wang Daden stood beside Jiang Xiaobai, his eyes wide with astonishment, mouth agape as he gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. How audacious! How dare they infiltrate our Qingyun sect and launch a surprise attack on our esteemed elder? Buzz! Bang! Thunderous roars echoed through the air. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly appeared before Commander Fong, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying hundreds of meters away. "What are you all standing there for? Go capture that scoundrel!" The scene momentarily froze, and with Jiang Xiaobai's furious roar, everyone finally sprang into action. A few disciples hurriedly went to retrieve Commander Fong. However, at that moment, Commander Fong had already succumbed to death, lifeless on the ground. Gazing at the still form of Commander Fong, Jiang Xiaobai feigned anger, exclaiming, "He actually died? How infuriating! This is too lenient for that wretch. Fatty, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. Who else but dogs would consume such a vile creature?" Wang Dabin stared at the pretentious fury of Jiang Xiaobai, utterly bewildered, for he knew that all of this was orchestrated by Jiang Xiaobai. Just as Wang Dabin was about to approach and remove Commander Fong's body, a tempest suddenly erupted in the skies above Qingyun sect, soaring 10,000 meters high. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately turned his gaze towards the trio comprising Guoguo and Xiaoman. While Guoguo and Xiaoman appeared merely sullen, Fu Manlu was seething with rage. His teeth clenched as he fixed a penetrating glare upon the fallen Commander Fong. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Fu Manlu, enveloping him in an overwhelming presence. Guoguo and Xiaoman, sensing the impending danger, swiftly retreated 100 meters. This was dire. Guoguo had not witnessed Fu Manlu in such a furious state for quite some time. Jiang Xiaobai was courting disaster, utterly oblivious to Fu Manlu's fastidious nature. The ominous energy radiating from Fu Manlu sent shivers down the spines of the newly initiated members of the Qingyun sect, leaving them trembling uncontrollably, their eyes wide with panic. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he remarked, truly deserving of being a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm, the strength is indeed terrifying. Have I perhaps overstepped my bounds? Jiang Xiaobai, do you believe that just because you are the newly accepted disciple of that old man, you can act with impunity? At this moment, Fu Manlu's eyes had turned blood red, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The onlookers, upon witnessing this, swiftly retreated behind Jiang Xiaobai, their throats constricting as their bodies trembled in fear. Master Jiang, please save us. This is not our doing. It's too horrifying. I am terrified. Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Fu Manlu and inquired, Butler Fu, what relevance does this hold for me? I was unaware that someone would infiltrate the Qingyun sect. Fatty, do you recognize this spy? Upon hearing this, Wang Darren appeared utterly bewildered, his expression one of despair. He is the commander of Qingyun City. I believe his surname is Fong. Esteemed elder, this matter does not concern Master Jiang. I assure you, he added, glancing at the others for confirmation. Is that not so? Wang Darren continued, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. This portly fellow speaks the truth. No sooner had Fu Manlu finished speaking than a towering shadow, reaching heights of 10,000 meters, erupted from behind him, revealing an ancient Tao Dai. The onlookers, gripped by terror, collapsed onto the ground. I am addressing you. Have you all gone deaf, or do you seek death? Esteemed elder, what Brother Fatty stated is indeed accurate. It truly does not pertain to Master Jiang. This Commander Fong has previously harassed Master Jiang during his time in Qingyun City. Indeed, he even attempted to take Master Jiang's life. Had it not been for Master Jiang's formidable strength, he might have already met with an untimely end. We would never dare to deceive you, esteemed elder. Listening to the words of the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and addressed Fu Manlu, saying, Fu Manlu, there is no need for you to concoct numerous excuses for wanting to kill me. My actions are righteous, and I shall never concede to such accusations. If you wish to end my life, then do so. Regardless, my esteemed master shall return soon, and should I perish, he will merely use your bones for soup, your skin for carpets, and your flesh to feed dogs. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's audacious threat directed at Fu Manlu, everyone present swallowed hard, including Guoguo and Xiaoman. Guoguo even discreetly gave Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. The atmosphere in the room was tense, with Fu Manlu exuding an overwhelming presence, fixated intently on Jiang Xiaobai. In contrast, Jiang Xiaobai stood upright, meeting Fu Manlu's gaze with unwavering courage. The standoff persisted for an extended period until Fu Manlu, in a fit of rage, commanded, Guoguo, since he has just passed, drag this fellow away and clean him up for me to steam and consume. Of course, Master Fu. Shall I add a pinch of salt? No need. Guoguo promptly began to drag the body of Commander Fong away, while Fu Manlu's glare remained fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, you had better not entertain any nefarious thoughts, or I shall risk the wrath of that old wretch to devour you, Fu Manlu threatened, turning to depart. However, Jiang Xiaobai's voice suddenly rang out. Fu Manlu, you would do well to refrain from harboring ill intentions towards any disciple I take under my wing, for I shall surely report you to my master. Threatened by Jiang Xiaobai's words, Fu Manlu paused, then greedily eyed the others, licking his slack lips as he replied, that depends on my mood. With that, Fu Manlu turned and strode away. Witnessing this, the crowd felt a lump in their throats, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they looked to Jiang Xiaobai. Uncle Jiang, can I choose to withdraw? Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck the disciple mid-sentence, causing him to smoke and convulse on the ground, frothing at the mouth. The Qingyun diagram decreed, one is born a member of the Qingyun sect and dies as a ghost of the Qingyun sect. No one can opt out. A collective gasp echoed through the room, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Wang Dadong stood helplessly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yet, another voice broke the silence. Uncle Jiang, when can I claim my 100,000 top-tier spirit stones? The room fell into an eerie silence. All eyes, including Xiao Man's, were fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. He suddenly grinned and replied, "Rest assured, everyone, those 100,000 top-tier spirit stones will certainly be distributed within a century." Silence engulfed the space, each person frozen in place, except for Wang Dadong, who had long anticipated that, given Jiang Xiaobai's character, those spirit stones would never be forthcoming. Indeed, my predictions were accurate. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resounded once more. "Please rest assured and trust in me. It is merely 100,000 exquisite spirit stones, and I assure you, they will be provided to each of you. I, Jiang Xiaobai, vow to the heavens that every individual shall receive 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Should I fail to deliver, may Fumin Tower meet a dire fate. Jiang Xiaobai, do not overstep your bounds." The furious roar of Fumin Tower suddenly echoed deep within Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai, however, wore an expression of indifference as he produced a vast array of construction materials. What is the big deal? As long as Qingyun sect becomes the mightiest sect, is 100,000 premium spirit stones too much? Look at your faces. Can't you aspire to something greater? He commanded, "Everyone, get to work immediately. We shall forge the strongest sect and refuse to be mere bystanders." Yet, no one stirred. They stood silently, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai. Observing this, Wang Darren approached Jiang Xiaobai and timidly suggested, "If you want the ox to work, perhaps you ought to offer some fodder first." Money? In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai grasped Wang Darren's intent. But to think they could demand his money? That was inconceivable. While they could take his life, his wealth was off limits. Realizing that his words fell on deaf ears, Jiang Xiaobai understood that extraordinary measures were necessary to elevate his standing among them. System. How much true qi do I currently possess? Beep. Host, you currently have 59,880. 000 true qi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement and addressed the crowd. "I never anticipated that I would gather such a group of opportunists. Nor did I expect your vision to be so limited. Is this paltry sum of spirit stones all you see? Do you not wish to become formidable? Do you not aspire to surpass Fumin Tower?" Upon hearing this, the crowd lowered their heads. Who would not wish to grow stronger? Yet, mere words were insufficient without resources. How could one attain strength? Each individual remained silent, and seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai commanded the system, instantly utilize all my true qi to enhance my cultivation. Beep. Understood. Host. With a hum, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Xiaobai, startling everyone present, their expressions filled with disbelief. Even the ever-strong Xiao Man was no exception. The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaobai suddenly intensified, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Is he about to transcend his cultivation level? Master Jiang is truly remarkable. Is it really so effortless to achieve a breakthrough? No wonder the sect leader chose him as a disciple. Jiang Xiaobai's talent is indeed formidable. Little man gazed intently at Jiang Xiaobai, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's aura was rapidly ascending. Before long, he had astonishingly advanced to the second tier of the divine refinement realm. Just as the spectators believed he had reached his limit, his aura surged once more, escalating swiftly to the pinnacle of the second tier. In a breathtaking instant, amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation level soared to the third tier of the divine refinement realm. Is this truly the third tier? It feels as though Master Jiang elevates his power as effortlessly as one drinks water. Incredible. Master Jiang is truly extraordinary. I foresee a bright future for him in the Qingyun sect. I have resolved to follow Master Jiang from now on. I too share this sentiment. Master Jiang's prowess is astounding, effortlessly raising his strength by 2 minor levels. Such feats are rare in the Tianxin realm. A wave of flattering admiration swept through the crowd. And upon hearing their praises, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but smile secretly to himself. He thought, they have been deceived. Do they think I will part with my wealth? Not a chance. Seeing that the crowd was already captivated, Jiang Xiaobai rose to his feet and, with an air of bravado, addressed everyone. Would you not wish to experience breakthroughs in cultivation as effortlessly as sipping water? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, everyone gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, Master Jiang, is what you say truly authentic? Jiang Xiaobai, with an unwavering demeanor, replied, what advantage would I gain by deceiving you? He then continued, as long as our Qingyun sect remains sufficiently powerful, even the gatekeeper may ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. I assure you, I am not boasting. Did you not witness that white tortoise just now? Jiang Xiaobai quietly observed the crowd. The white turtle? Upon hearing this, The gathering exchanged incredulous glances and then turned their eyes towards Jiang Xiaobai, asking in disbelief, "Master Jiang, could it be that the white turtle is?" "Indeed, you have all guessed correctly. That white turtle is none other than the guardian divine beast of our Qingyun sect, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm." Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, exploding within the minds of all present. The pinnacle of the Emperor realm, how many such exalted beings could there possibly be in the entire Tianxin realm? Every throat involuntarily constricted, and even their breaths quickened. The pinnacle of the Emperor realm. In my lifetime, I have scarcely encountered even a handful of formidable beings beyond the realm of divine refinement, let alone those at the zenith of the Emperor realm. Indeed, Master Jiang did not deceive us. Our Qingyun sect is truly remarkable. Master Jiang, I humbly apologize. It was the disciples' folly to doubt you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai, embodying the essence of a good-natured individual, remarked, "What is there to fret about? From now on, let us strive together, putting forth our utmost efforts to strengthen and expand the Qingyun sect. In due time, every member of the Qingyun sect shall rise to the status of a great emperor." The moment these words left his lips, the expressions of all present instantly transformed. Brimming with enthusiasm as they echoed in unison, "Let us work together to grow stronger. Everyone shall be a great emperor." Standing aside, Xiaoman wore a bewildered expression, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Having lived for over 1,000 years and reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, she had encountered countless individuals throughout her long existence. Yet, she had never encountered someone as brazen and eloquent as Jiang Xiaobai. What could possibly have led the sect leader to accept this individual as a disciple? Just as Xiaoman's thoughts lingered, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resonated once more. "All right, everyone, please be quiet. I have important matters to discuss with you. The Qingyun sect has recently faced some challenges, resulting in its current dilapidated state. As a member of the Qingyun sect, I feel a profound sense of remorse. Therefore, our next course of action shall be to rebuild the Qingyun sect. We must strive to transform it into the most formidable sect. Do we have confidence in this endeavor?" "Yes." Jiang Xiaobai cast a brief glance at everyone, then pointed towards the building materials and handed a blueprint to Wang Dabin, saying once more, "My dear friend, the responsibility of reconstructing the Qingyun sect now rests upon your shoulders." Wang Dabin received the blueprint with a bewildered expression and remarked, "Well, it seems I have truly become a laborer now." Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to Wang Dabin's words, turning his gaze towards the crowd and announcing, "Let us all spring into action. The task of rebuilding the Qingyun sect is entrusted to you all. I still have to deceive some individuals, and I have other, more pressing matters to attend to. Rest assured, Master Jiang, we shall undoubtedly restore the Qingyun sect." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Xiaoman. Approaching her, he inquired, "Dear, lovely, and kind Xiaoman, might I request your assistance with a certain task?" The sudden shift in Jiang Xiaobai's tone left Xiaoman momentarily taken aback. "Speak," she commanded. I knew that Xiaoman was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also, "Shut up. If you want to talk, then leave me be. Don't bother me." Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, saying, "Hee, there is really nothing much going on. I simply wish to ask Xiaoman for a favor to keep an eye on Fuminlu. You are concerned that Fuminlu might consume them all, aren't you? In this matter, seeking my assistance would be futile, for I am unable to prevent it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately fell silent. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from the heights of 10,000 meters. "Oh my, when did our Qingyun sect become so lively?" In the vast expanse above the Qingyun sect, a remarkably beautiful young woman stood gracefully, gazing down upon the entire sect. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaoman shuddered, a moment that Jiang Xiaobai witnessed. How has this woman returned? Xiaoman's expression turned frantic as she swiftly hid behind Jiang Xiaobai, leaving him bewildered. "Xiaoman, who is she?" he inquired. "You don't know her? Aren't you the newly accepted disciple of the sect master? How could you not know her?" Xiaoman spoke, her gaze cautiously fixed on the young woman in the sky. "How would I know? Besides my esteemed master, I have met no one in the entire Qingyun sect." Jiang Xiaobai replied, mustering the courage to maintain his faade. "Xiaoman, it's been years. Why do you hide upon seeing me?" Before she could finish her sentence, the woman's figure suddenly appeared beside Xiaoman. This startling event shocked not only Jiang Xiaobai but everyone in the Qingyun sect as well. "Xiaoman, I'm asking you something. If you ignore me, I might just have to spank you." Startled, Xiaoman involuntarily trembled and nervously replied, "I've seen the senior sister." Her expression was somewhat forced, revealing her reluctance to face the woman. Senior sister, this is Jiang Xiaobai, the new disciple of the sect master. Jiang Xiaobai. Come greet senior sister. Xiaoman deliberately redirected the senior sister's attention to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was utterly perplexed, realizing that even the peak-level Xiaoman was intimidated by this senior sister. What could her strength possibly be? With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai's mind began to churn, and he quickly devised a plan. Senior sister, I finally get to meet the esteemed senior sister whom my master speaks of day and night. You are truly beautiful, he exclaimed. Indeed, just as my master described, you are not only lovely but also kind-hearted. Flattery truly is sweet. I like it, she chuckled. Has that old fellow taken on another disciple? He is quite handsome, but I am not human. The senior sister's enchanting gaze pierced through Jiang Xiaobai, discerning all his secrets as she continued, a flawless physique, and a pseudo-spiritual root that can cultivate, achieving the third stage of the divine refinement realm. How peculiar. I've never seen such a strange individual before. You are Jiang Xiaobai, correct? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied with a smile, indeed. The enchanting and captivating senior sister, your junior brother, is Jiang Xiaobai. Encountering the legendary senior sister filled the young disciple with genuine excitement. The little junior brother certainly possessed a sweet tongue. What on earth was going on with these individuals? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the crowd rooted in place, and he promptly exclaimed, Why are you all still standing there? Come forth and pay your respects to your esteemed master uncle. Suddenly chastised by Jiang Xiaobai, the previously dazed assembly quickly regained their composure. Bowing in unison to the master sister, we pay our respects to the master uncle. Has the old fellow's temperament shifted? Does he now revel in the company of others? The Qingyun sect has suddenly gained a multitude of disciples. The master sister's beautiful eyes narrowed, silently observing the crowd for an extended period, enveloping the scene in a profound stillness. Jiang Xiaobai was drenched in cold sweat. He was hardly a disciple of the Qingyun sect's esteemed leader. He was genuinely fearful of being seen through by the formidable senior sister before him. After a few involuntary gulps, Jiang Xiaobai quickly said, Senior sister, this is the idea of the junior disciple. The idea of the junior disciple? Jiang Xiaobai nodded and, with an air of pretentiousness, explained, Senior sister, the junior brother has just arrived at our Qingyun sect and is somewhat discontented upon witnessing the desolate state of our entire sect. Our esteemed master, along with all the senior brothers and sisters, are unparalleled beings worthy of veneration by countless individuals. How could the Qingyun sect be in such disrepair? Thus, I took the liberty of establishing a new lineage and accepting disciples. At this point, Jiang Xiaobai discreetly observed the subtle changes in senior sister's expression from the corners of his eyes. Noting her serene demeanor, he continued, Oh, enchanting senior sister. Surely you do not hold it against me for taking such initiative? Jiang Xiaobai feigned the demeanor of a wayward child, gazing eagerly at the elder sister. Hee. Little junior brother, your words are so sweet. It has been ages since I have felt such joy, she remarked. As for the matter of accepting disciples, the elder sister would not concern herself with it. The old man would return, and junior brother, you shall explain it to him yourself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's heart finally eased, and he immediately addressed everyone. Do not forget to express your gratitude to our enchanting and kind-hearted elder sister. The disciples echoed their thanks to the beautiful and benevolent elder uncle. Upon hearing this, the elder sister's eyes sparkled, and her melodious laughter resonated throughout the entirety of Qingyun sect. At that moment, Fuminlu and Guoguo suddenly dashed out from the depths of Qingyun sect. Fuminlu had met the elder sister before, as had Guoguo. They approached her, bowing their heads, their bodies trembling with anticipation. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's understanding of the senior sister deepened profoundly. The presence of an ancient ferocious beast and an ancient divine beast, both so utterly afraid of the senior sister, caused Jiang Xiaobai's throat to involuntarily constrict once more. What on earth are you two doing in there? It's a complete mess, he exclaimed. Fu Manlu and Guoguo trembled at his words, reporting to the senior sister, we are, preparing food, with Fu Manlu sweating profusely as he spoke. The senior sister remained remarkably calm, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment and fear. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from outside the gates of Qingyun sect. All members of Qingyun sect, I give you half a quarter of an hour to surrender all treasures, spirit stones, weapons, and more to me. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he chuckled lightly. How amusing, at such a time. Someone has come seeking their own demise. Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards the senior sister, feigning a sense of grievance, and implored, "Beautiful senior sister, you must advocate for me, your junior brother, for I have been wronged." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly stepped forward, grasping the jade-like hand of the senior sister tightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Fu Manlu, Guoguo, and Xiao Man, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in disbelief. Their mouths agape as they stared at Jiang Xiaobai. Never had anyone dared to hold the senior sister's hand, not even that old fellow. Fu Manlu, somewhat bewildered, found his perception of Jiang Xiaobai elevated to new heights. "Fear not, junior brother, the senior sister will advocate for you." With a resounding hum, the senior sister unleashed her formidable power, instantly darkening the skies within 100 miles of the Qingyun sect. At this sight, everyone instinctively huddled closer to Jiang Xiaobai. Sensing the terrifying escalation of her strength, Guoguo thought it prudent to eliminate any semblance of doubt. Just then, with a flick of her wrist, she seized an elder, whose strength had reached the first stage of the venerable realm, lifting him effortlessly into the air. He struggled desperately, exclaiming, "Ah, senior, spare me. I am blind to my own ignorance." Before he could finish his plea, his entire being was reduced to a mist of blood, while his soul was captured by the senior sister. With a swift motion, she consumed his essence, remarking, "How dreadful, this fellow's soul carries an unpleasant odor." Thus, a formidable venerable realm cultivator met his demise in such a manner. The realms of body refinement, chi refinement, and spirit refinement culminate in the 9th stage of the venerable realm. Witnessing this shocking event, all present were left in a state of terror. After all, venerable cultivators were a rarity in the entirety of Qingyun City. Upon realizing the situation, Jiang Xiaobai promptly addressed the system, requesting, "System, please retrieve the information regarding my elder sister." Beep. Host, the information on your elder sister has been acquired. Character, Li Yuqi Resurrection Year. Strength, personality, capricious, intricate, ruthless. Prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Background, Qingyun sect. The entire demon clan weakness lacks a discernible weakness objective to penetrate the heavenly profound realm. After perusing the data on his elder sister, Jiang Xiaobai was utterly taken aback. System, why is there merely a series of ellipses regarding my elder sister's strength? Beep. Host power is too feeble. The system lacks the authority to retrieve further details. Jiang Xiaobai's throat constricted, and his eyes flickered as he immediately turned his gaze towards Li Yuqi, who was still licking her lips. I had thought that those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, such as Fu Manlu, Guoguo, and Xiao Man, were immensely powerful. Little did I know that the senior sister was the true powerhouse. No wonder Guoguo and the others appeared so terrified upon seeing her. They were evidently overwhelmed by her formidable strength. Once Jiang Xiaobai had composed himself, he inquired of the system once more. "System, does this mean that I have partially completed the side quest?" Ding. Indeed, host. The side quest has a duration of 1 month. Within this time frame, as long as the host accomplishes the tasks, the rewards can be redeemed at any moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped the situation entirely. Does this imply that I can continue to undertake the tasks? Ding. Yes, host. Then, if I proceed with the tasks, will the rewards be greater? Ding. That is contingent upon the extent to which the host fulfills the tasks. The higher the rating of the completed tasks, the more substantial the rewards will be. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he remarked, "In that case, there is no need for haste." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at his senior sister, Li Yuqi, and suddenly feigned a face full of grievance, lamenting to her, "My esteemed senior sister, you must advocate on behalf of your junior brother." Jiang Xiaobai's sudden outburst jolted everyone from their astonishment, drawing their attention entirely towards him. "What troubles you, junior brother? Please, inform your senior sister who has caused you discontent. I shall take it upon myself to rectify the situation," she assured. Upon hearing this, the crowd held their breath, fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. Yet, he feigned fear, bowing his head and avoiding eye contact with Li Yuqi. "Senior sister, your kindness and beauty are unparalleled, and I wish to spare you any sorrow," he murmured. Jiang Xiaobai's expression of grievance left everyone perplexed, particularly the pot companions. Why did they sense that an unfortunate event was imminent? "Don't speak nonsense," said Fu Manlu, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaobai, although a sense of unease stirred within its own heart. "Junior brother, if you don't confide in senior sister, it will only deepen my discontent. You must tell her who has wronged you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt the moment had arrived. He lifted his head, feigning terror as he cast a pitiful glance towards Fu Manlu, exclaiming, Senior sister, it is he. Upon hearing this, Fu Manlu involuntarily shivered, his face a mask of fear as he fervently replied, Senior sister, this is a misunderstanding. It is truly a misunderstanding. What is happening? Li Yuqi's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Fu Manlu, causing the atmosphere to grow chillingly tense. Senior sister, it is he who bullies the junior brother. You must stand up for him. Otherwise, if you are not present at Qingyun's sect, I shall meet with grave misfortune. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his voice quivered with emotion, and his expression mirrored profound dread. Wang Dadong observed from a distance, shaking his head repeatedly. Do not provoke Uncle Jiang. Fu Manlu, standing directly before Li Yuqi, continued to plead fervently, his body trembling as he insisted, Junior brother, please speak. Today, senior sister will support you. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai, who had initially appeared woeful, instantly adopted a different demeanor. Senior sister, this beast threatened to devour me the moment I arrived at Qingyun's sect. For days, I have lived in trepidation, constantly fearing that it might steam me for dinner. Just yesterday, it warned me to tread carefully, for if it were in a foul mood, I would be its next meal. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly fell silent. And what else? Senior sister, I dare not speak. With me here, what is there to fear? Speak swiftly. At that moment, Fu Manlu was drenched in sweat, his expression one of sheer terror. Senior sister, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Fu Manlu, did you not attempt to consume me the very moment I arrived at Qingyun's sect? Jiang Xiaobai asserted with righteous indignation, leaving Fu Manlu at a loss for words. What's the matter? Have I struck a nerve? Guoguo and Xiaoman can testify to this. Everyone present can vouch for my words. Is what my junior brother says not true? Li Yuqi directed her gaze towards Guoguo and Xiaoman, both of whom, despite their hesitance, nodded in affirmation. Senior sister, this beast not only wishes to devour my junior brother, but it also shows blatant disrespect towards our master. Furthermore, it holds you in disdain as well. It was merely a jest, senior sister. I was only fooling around with my junior brother. One should not take it seriously. A jest. Fu Manlu, can you dismiss the matter with a mere claim of misunderstanding? Can your words alleviate the turmoil threatening to engulf my heart? Can a simple misunderstanding erase your disrespect towards our master and senior sister? Jiang Xiaobai suddenly posed a trio of profound inquiries, leaving Fu Manlu at a loss for words. After all, these statements were made in the presence of Jiang Xiaobai, Guoguo, and Xiaoman. Fu Manlu, I, Jiang Xiaobai, act with integrity and poise. Every word I speak is true. Jiang Xiaobai continued, Senior sister, Guoguo and Xiaoman were both witnesses at the scene. You must advocate for your junior brother. With that, Jiang Xiaobai feigned a look of pitiful grievance once again. Seeing the futility of explanation, Fu Manlu slumped helplessly to the ground, trembling incessantly. Guoguo Xiaoman, what my junior brother has stated is indeed the truth. Li Yuqi maintained a calm demeanor, but the skies above Qingyun's sect had turned ominous. Everyone present felt a tense shiver, while Guoguo and Xiaoman both nodded in acknowledgement towards Li Yuqi. They dared not utter falsehoods. Fu Manlu had indeed made such declarations and harbored a perpetual desire to devour Jiang Xiaobai. Fu Manlu, you possess quite the audacity. Not only do you wish to consume my junior brother, but you also disregard both the elder and myself. Senior sister, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, forgive me. Forgive you? What do you take me for? With a resonant hum, as Li Yuqi spoke, two enormous black hands materialized in the skies above Qingyun's sect, hurtling towards Fu Manlu with alarming speed. Terrified, Fu Manlu scrambled backward. Senior sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. Fu Manlu, I may not be able to kill you, but making you suffer a fate worse than death is a mere trifle. No. Westward, 1,000 miles beyond Qingyun City, a range of mountains stretched for thousands of miles. In a secluded grove, an elder and a middle-aged man were engaged in a serious discussion. Did you not inform me a decade ago that Jiang Shengzi had been dealt with? Why do you now claim he may still be alive? The elder's question caused the middle-aged man to tremble, and he hastily explained, I report to you, Holy One, that I indeed killed Jiang Xiaobai Shengzi back then. It was I who took action personally, and I confirmed his demise. Upon hearing this, the elder erupted with a terrifying aura, reaching the pinnacle of the holy realm, sending the middle-aged man into a cold sweat. Holy One, every word I speak is the truth. I would not dare utter any falsehoods. If that is the case, what brings you to seek this Holy One now? In response, the middle-aged man quickly elaborated, Holy One, please allow me to explain. Speak. Yes. The matter is as follows. I confirmed that I personally killed Jiang Xiaobai Xingzi, and I verified that his soul was extinguished. The reason I sought the Holy One is due to a bizarre occurrence that has perplexed me. At this juncture, the middle-aged man fell silent, prompting the elder to inquire. Why have you ceased speaking? Holy One, I find this matter to be strange, and I am uncertain whether I should disclose it. Seeing the middle-aged man hesitate, the elder pressed him once more. Speak. After a brief moment of indecision, the middle-aged man replied, Sage, the situation is as follows. A few days ago, during my travels in Qingyun City, I encountered an individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to the holy son Jiang Xiaobai, and astonishingly, he shares the same name. What? Did you not claim that Jiang Xiaobai was dead? The elder's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. The middle-aged man hurriedly clarified, Sage, indeed, 10 years ago. I personally eliminated Jiang Xiaobai, yet the peculiar matter lies herein. The person I encountered recently bears the exact likeness of the holy son Jiang Xiaobai. Although a decade has passed, I am certain that this individual is Jiang Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent. After a prolonged contemplation, he asked again, Since you are certain that you killed Jiang Xiaobai, and that his soul has perished, could it be that the person you encountered recently is not Jiang Xiaobai? The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, asserting, No, I am confident that he is indeed the holy son Jiang Xiaobai. For, upon my examination, I noticed the very same birthmark that Jiang Xiaobai bore. At this revelation, the elder was instantly taken aback. What? Are you certain? I am certain, otherwise I would not dare to risk your wrath by bringing this to your attention, the middle-aged man responded earnestly. The elder's gaze gradually turned icy, emanating an aura of lethal intent. His soul has perished. It is impossible for him to be alive. How has Jiang Xiaobai managed to survive until now? You must remember that when the Holy Lord commanded us to eliminate him, he was merely 8 years old. This matter is beyond my understanding. The peculiarity is precisely what perplexes me, the middle-aged man hastily explained. Observing his silence, the elder pondered for a considerable time before inquiring. Is there anyone else who knows of this matter? Reporting to the sage, I have only disclosed this to you. No one at the Holy Land is aware yet. Good. It is fortunate that you have not informed others, otherwise we would be doomed. If the Holy Lord and others at the Holy Land discover that Jiang Xiaobai is still alive, we shall surely perish. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man trembled, his complexion paling as he anxiously asked, Sage, what should we do next? After the Holy Lord incapacitated Jiang Xiaobai, we were commanded to execute him in secrecy. Now that he still lives, His words trailed off, as he could not bring himself to continue. After all, where was he now? The holy son Jiang Xiaobai was just over 1,000 miles away at Qingyun sect. Qingyun sect? Yes, sage. Qingyun sect is a dilapidated sect that has been disbanded for many years. The elder, upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment before his gaze sharpened. Let us proceed. This time we must eliminate Jiang Xiaobai decisively. He must not be allowed to live. If the Holy Lord and the Holy Land discover our failure in this matter, we are surely doomed. In response, the middle-aged man shuddered, his face turning ashen with anxiety. Understood. Upon concluding her words, the two individuals hastened towards the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sect, all present were astounded as they beheld Li Yuqi mercilessly assaulting Fuminlu. Please, senior sister, spare me. I shall never dare again. Fuminlu pleaded. Ensnared in the air by Li Yuqi, his entire being engulfed in darkness, with agonized cries echoing from the shadowy grip. Not only the onlookers, but even Jiang Xiaobai was left profoundly shocked. Good heavens, such ruthless tactics send shivers down one's spine. He exclaimed, Junior brother, what do you think of senior sister's method of discipline? Li Yuqi suddenly inquired, catching Jiang Xiaobai off guard. He quickly responded, Senior sister, he must be terrified now. Perhaps you could release him? Jiang Xiaobai feigned an expression of deep sympathy, yet harbored a desire for Li Yuqi to vanquish Fuminlu. What a pity. Though Li Yuqi is unable to slay this gluttonous beast, my dear junior brother, you are still too benevolent. How about this? While I cannot bring about its demise, I can confine it for a decade. After 10 years of darkness, would that not provide you with a sense of vindication? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement within. However, he remarked, 10 years, huh? I wonder if it will seek vengeance upon me after that time. If, after a decade, both my senior sister and master are no longer present, and my strength remains feeble, will it not immediately devour me? As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his expression transformed into one of feigned terror, though it appeared convincingly genuine. Little junior brother, I find myself powerless, the senior sister confessed. At present, My abilities permit me to confine it for merely a decade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai lamented inwardly, what a pity. If I could imprison it for 1,000 or even 10,000 years, the level of the side quest I would complete would surely soar. Very well. Let it be confined for 10 years then. Thank you for your efforts, senior sister. Suddenly, Li Yuqi formed a hand seal, and the previously dark sky morphed into a cage, enclosing the fortune pavilion. In an instant, the dark prison and the pavilion vanished without a trace. Observing this, the crowd felt a collective tightening of their hearts, their expressions tinged with fear, especially for Guoguo and Xiaoman. The plight of Butler Fu was indeed unfortunate, fortunately. Guoguo had refrained from tormenting the little junior brother earlier. After sealing the fortune pavilion, Li Yuqi cast her enchanting gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai and declared, little junior brother. This time, I merely passed by the sect. There are pressing matters I must attend to. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, a profound sense of disappointment washing over him. Is she really leaving? Such a remarkable presence, it's truly a pity. Ah, senior sister. You are departing? I am truly reluctant to see you go. You are so beautiful, senior sister. I have yet to feast my eyes upon you fully. Hee hee. Little junior brother, your words are as sweet as honey. Fear not. I shall return to visit you whenever I have the opportunity. Buzz. As soon as the words left her lips, Li Yuqi's figure vanished entirely from the scene. Observing this, the crowd, with the exception of Jiang Xiaobai, collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, the master uncle has finally departed. What a frightful presence. Indeed, I never imagined that our Qingyun sect would possess such remarkable power. I am grateful for my decision to join. Otherwise, I would be filled with regret. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Wang Darren suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, Master Uncle Jiang, what shall we do next? What else can we do? Fatty, gather everyone and commence work immediately. Following the blueprints I provided, we shall construct the Qingyun sect. Wang Darren, taken aback, replied, Master Uncle Jiang, the blueprints you gave me are impossible to execute. How so? Jiang Xiaobai pressed. Master Uncle, just take a look for yourself. How can we suspend such large structures in midair? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. He had based his designs on the celestial realm depicted in the journey to the west from his past life, neglecting the realities at hand. In that case, you should discuss with Xiaoman and Guoguo and proceed with the original construction of the Qingyun sect. At these words, Xiaoman immediately retorted, I have no time. Senior sister. Xiaoman is also bullying me. I have time. In response, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and addressed the others. What are you all waiting for? Get to work. Yes, Master Jiang. Observing the hustle and bustle of activity, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction and then made his way towards the gate of the Qingyun sect. With his energy depleted, it was time to recruit some new disciples. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he proceeded towards the gate of the Qingyun sect, unaware that he was about to encounter the most formidable crisis since his arrival in this world. As Jiang Xiaobai approached the gates of the Qingyun sect, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on flawlessly completing the side quest. Your performance is rated as perfect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 50 million true energy points and the ability for spatial traversal. Ding! The ability for spatial traversal, as the name implies, enables the host to traverse through space. The distance of each traversal will increase as the host strength grows. The ability for spatial traversal has been granted. With a hum, a mysterious and potent force instantly enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. He emanated an incomprehensibly powerful and enigmatic energy, and a wondrous scene unfolded in his mind. A mysterious figure leaped and traversed through space, while a torrent of information surged into Jiang Xiaobai's consciousness. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai felt his body merge with the universe, as if he were an integral part of the cosmos. A miraculous scene unfolded. His form abruptly vanished from its original location, leaving not even a trace of his presence. When he reappeared, it was already 1,000 meters away. Remarkable! This ability to traverse space is truly extraordinary, an impeccable technique for evasion and surprise attacks. Jiang Xiaobai's expression was fervent and exhilarated. He had never anticipated that a mere side quest could bestow upon him such formidable divine abilities. Currently, his cultivation level stood at the 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm. If he were to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm, would he not be able to traverse to other regions in an instant? Jiang Xiaobai grew increasingly excited. Let me give it a try. I wonder how long it truly takes to reach Qingyun City from here. With that proclamation, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more, swiftly darting towards Qingyun City. However, he underestimated the situation. Damn, I was too naive to think it would be easy. It turns out that each use of this spatial traversing ability consumes a substantial amount of vital energy. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's Dantian was utterly devoid of energy. Within his third tier of the spirit refinement realm, the concentration of true qi exceeded that of his peers by more than tenfold. Yet, even with such prowess, his ability to traverse through space was limited to merely a few dozen miles. It would be prudent to restore his true qi first. Otherwise, he would be perilously vulnerable in the face of danger. Jiang Xiaobai produced a substantial collection of exquisite spirit stones and promptly sat cross-legged, swiftly channeling his devouring divine ability. A formidable vortex manifested above his head, and within moments, he had completely consumed hundreds of high-quality spirit stones. The true energy within his Dantian was replenished once more. The devouring divine ability was indeed remarkable. Ordinarily, it would take an average person at least half a day to refine such a multitude of supreme spirit stones. Yet he accomplished it in less than a quarter of an hour. Now he possessed an additional 50 million points of true energy. Though it was likely that this would only elevate his cultivation to the fifth tier of the god-refining realm, this would not suffice. He needed to hasten the recruitment of disciples to join the Qingyun sect, for his current strength felt insufficient and left him with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai immediately rose and made his way toward Qingyun City. However, he had scarcely moved a short distance when two formidable figures obstructed his path. Ah, what a twist of fate, one of the saints remarked. It seems we need not journey to the Qingyun sect, for the holy son of Jiang has graciously delivered himself to us. Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback and his gaze sharpening with vigilance, scrutinized the two individuals before him. Who are you? He inquired. Ha ha ha, holy son Jiang, it's been quite a while. Have you truly forgotten me? The middle-aged man laughed heartily as he gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, leaving him even more bewildered, for he had never encountered this man before. You mistake me. Step aside, Jiang Xiaobai replied firmly. How could you not remember? 10 years ago, I was the one who helped you flee, the man continued, pulling out a large blade as he spoke. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered with apprehension as he cautiously fixed his gaze upon the two individuals, his footsteps retreating without pause. System, please retrieve the profiles of these two persons. Ding. Host, the profiles have been obtained. Character, Li Ji. Age, 68. Strength, 8th stage of the sovereign realm. Personality, ruthless and cruel. Background, ancient dragon sacred land. Weakness, fearful of death. Character, Zhang Zikuan. Age, 189. Strength, 9th stage of the saint realm. Personality, cunning, suspicious, cruel, and ruthless. Background, ancient dragon sacred land. Weakness, greedy and lecherous. After perusing the profiles of the two individuals, Jiang Xiaobai immediately expressed his confusion. The sacred land of Guoguo? What place is this? These two seem to be acquainted with me, yet I do not recognize them at all. Wait a moment. They mentioned 10 years ago. Wasn't that precisely the time I first traversed into this world? Could it be that these two are familiar with my former self? The more Jiang Xiaobai contemplated, the more he felt the possibility was substantial. Upon his arrival in this body, the essence of his predecessor had been obliterated, leaving no memories behind. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the specifics of his former life. Sensing the palpable murderous intent emanating from the two men, he inquired, Are you truly intent on taking my life? Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the saint of Jiang, your perceptiveness is commendable, the middle-aged man replied with a laugh. I am quite curious, how did you manage to survive back then? Li Zizhong had annihilated your very soul. Logically, you should not be alive. The elderly man fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Xiaobai as he posed the question. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of responding. He was preoccupied with devising a plan to escape back to the Qingyun sect. The prowess of his opponents far surpassed his own, and a direct confrontation would undoubtedly place him in peril, perhaps even leading to his demise right here. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a sly smile crept across Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he remarked, Are you truly eager to know? I am merely curious. Whether you choose to speak or remain silent, it does not alter the inevitability of your impending death, the elder asserted confidently, convinced that Jiang Xiaobai's life would soon be extinguished by his own hands. However, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly chuckled. Is it possible that you possess such unwavering confidence in your ability to kill me? Master, they truly underestimate you. Jiang Xiaobai directed his gaze behind the two individuals, his expression brimming with excitement. The duo, taken aback by his words, halted momentarily, fixated on him with unwavering attention. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's fervent demeanor, they swiftly turned their heads. However, they found nothing amiss. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xiaobai had already employed his spatial translocation ability, hastily fleeing towards the Qingyan sect. "This is bad," he asked, leaving us in the dust. "What should we do, sage? Jiang Xiaobai has suddenly vanished." "Humph. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. We shall pursue him to the Qingyan sect." Without delay, the two swiftly set off in hot pursuit towards the Qingyan sect. Jiang Xiaobai incessantly utilized the art of spatial traversal, swiftly making his way towards the Qingyan sect. However, Li Zizhong and his companion matched his pace remarkably well, maintaining a distance of merely several miles behind him. After half an hour, Jiang Xiaobai finally returned to the Qingyan sect, breathless and flustered. The onlookers were taken aback by his frantic demeanor. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly instructed Guoguo and Xiaoman. "Guoguo, Xiaoman, swiftly conceal your powers. Otherwise, the fish will be frightened away upon seeing you and will not take the bait." As Jiang Xiaobai fled back to the Qingyan sect, the voice of the system resonated once more, transforming his initial panic into a sudden exhilaration. "Ding! The system has detected a nefarious individual intent on harming the host. As the destined child, the host may endure, but the system cannot. Ding! This system is now issuing a new side quest. The host is to employ every conceivable method to first drive the approaching enemy to madness and subsequently eliminate them. Ding! The completion levels for this side quest are categorized as poor, barely acceptable, good, and perfect. The higher the level achieved in completing the side quest, the more bounteous the rewards will be." Upon his return to the Qingyan sect, Jiang Xiaobai conceived a brilliant strategy. As soon as he entered the sect, he promptly instructed Guoguo and Xiaoman to conceal their presence. Although they were filled with uncertainty upon hearing his request, they complied without hesitation, fearing that Jiang Xiaobai might speak ill of them in front of Liu Qi. The events at Fumanlu still lingered in their minds, leaving them with a sense of trepidation. Upon witnessing Guoguo and Xiaoman concealing their formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and declared, "Everyone, cease your tasks and join me in welcoming our esteemed guests." "Yes, Master Jiang." In no time, the group followed Jiang Xiaobai to the entrance of Qingyan sect. "What mischief is this junior disciple up to now?" Xiaoman inquired. "I have no idea," Guoguo replied. Just as they were engaged in their idle chatter, two figures suddenly soared towards Qingyan sect at an astonishing speed. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately called out, "Everyone, prepare for battle at once. We must protect Qingyan sect at all costs." "Yes, Master Jiang." Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged bewildered glances, and at that moment, the two figures arrived at the foot of Qingyan sect, leaving Guoguo and Xiaoman utterly speechless. "I think I understand what Jiang Xiaobai meant," Xiaoman remarked, gazing at the two individuals below. Guoguo was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping Jiang Xiaobai's intention. "You two rascals dare to pursue me all the way to Qingyan sect? Are you not afraid of death?" Jiang Xiaobai suddenly straightened his chest, exuding an imposing aura as he furiously berated Li Zizhong and the others. "You there, halt. Take another step forward and do not blame the Qingyan sect for being ruthless." Though Jiang Xiaobai spoke with a facade of bravado, his heart was laden with trepidation. He feared that the two would not enter. "Hey, Jiang Xingzi, there is no need for pretense. You cannot intimidate us." "Jiang Xiaobai, had you not fled, I would have merely taken your life. Yet, you chose to return to this dilapidated sect, compelling me to eradicate the entirety of Qingyan sect." "Jiang Xiaobai, over 5,000 souls of Qingyan sect perished because of you." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he turned to the crowd behind him and inquired, "Are you afraid of death?" "Not afraid," they replied in unison. "Then, what shall we do in the face of our adversaries?" "Kill! Kill!" With over 5,000 voices, the air reverberated with their fervor. Li Zizhong and his companion were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! A swarm of ants. No number can rival the prowess of this saint." "Saint? The Qingyan sect appears rather dilapidated. Could it be a ruse?" Zhang Zikuan remarked. Upon hearing this, his expression turned serious as he immediately unleashed his spiritual awareness, enveloping the entirety of the Qingyan sect. After a prolonged silence, he declared, "Rest assured, the Qingyan sect lacks formidable figures. Jiang Xiaobai is merely attempting to intimidate us. Let us proceed without delay and eliminate everyone to avoid complications." The two advanced towards Jiang Xiaobai. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Guoguo and Xiaoman, both of whom nodded in agreement. "Stop. Approach any closer, and you shall surely meet your demise," to instill fear in Zhang Zikuan and his companion. Jiang Xiaobai feigned trepidation while maintaining an air of composure, internally exhilarated as he thought. Almost there. Just 10 more meters. In 10 more meters. These two fools will step into the Qingyan sect. Moments later, as Zhang Ziquan crossed the threshold into the Qingyan sect, he arrogantly disregarded those around him, taunting, hee. Young Saint Jiang, we have entered your domain. What will you do now? Jiang Xiaobai, I offer you a chance. Reveal to me how you survived back then. Satisfy my curiosity, and I may grant you a swift end. Jiang Xiaobai observed the two individuals flaunting their arrogance, their previously feigned expression suddenly transformed. With a crooked smile, he said, Guoguo, bring them down, but remember, do not kill them. Buzz. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a terrifying and boundless phantom materialized high above the Qingyan sect, exuding a formidable aura that rendered everyone breathless. Zhang Ziquan and his companion were taken aback. Their expressions filled with alarm. This is bad. We must flee. However, by the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Flee? Have you sought the consent of Guoguo? Guoguo swiftly pressed the two to the ground, rendering them utterly immobile. How infuriating. Jiang Xiaobai. Why not face us in a one-on-one duel? What use is it to subdue us with external force? Young Master Jiang, we were merely jesting with you before. Please do not take offense and grant us our freedom. Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals, swiftly approaching them. I shall pose my questions, and you will provide your answers. Should your responses satisfy me, I might consider sparing you. After all, we are strangers, and I am not one to wield cruelty unnecessarily. The two, taken aback, exchanged glances before giving a reluctant nod. Why do you seek to end my life? Jiang Xingzi inquired. It is not us who desire your demise, but rather the Holy Master and the entire ancient dragon Holy Land that wish to see you perish. Indeed, Jiang Xingzi, we are merely following orders. We possess no knowledge of any other matters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened slightly. The ancient dragon Holy Land. What manner of place is the ancient dragon Holy Land? Zhang Ziquan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with confusion. Young Master Jiang, do you not recall the events of that year? Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals and declared, I have stated before that I do not recognize you, nor do I recall anything about the ancient dragon sacred land. Tell me, why does your sacred lord in the ancient dragon sacred land seek to take my life? The two men, taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's inquiry, exchanged glances. Holy One. Could we have made an error? Is he truly not the Holy Son Jiang Xiaobai? I demand an answer. Jiang Xiaobai insisted. Young Holy Son, we too are in the dark regarding the motives of the Sacred Lord and the ancient dragon's sacred land for wanting you dead. We were merely following orders back then. One replied, the ancient dragon's sacred land is one of the 5 great sacred lands of the Tianxian realm, immensely powerful, filled with formidable emperors. As Zhang Ziquan spoke, he observed Jiang Xiaobai's expression, hoping to intimidate him with the might of the ancient dragon sacred land. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed and queried, where is the ancient dragon sacred land? Reporting to young Holy Son, it lies within the central region. The central region? Isn't that quite distant? Jiang Xiaobai mused. The Tianxian realm comprises 5 major regions, east, west, south, north, and central, along with vast, boundless seas. He currently resided in the southern region, which was immeasurably far from the central region. Legend spoke of the central region as the strongest area in the entire Tianxian realm, teeming with powerful beings and abundant spiritual energy. It seemed that the identity of my predecessor was far from simple. Perhaps this was the cycle of cause and effect. I have borrowed your body, yet must bear the weight of your enmity. You have divulged everything we ought to have. Jiang Holy Son, may we be released now? One of them pleaded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked. Release you? How then am I to fulfill my system's task? The expressions of Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan stiffened instantly as they processed Jiang Xiaobai's response. Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot kill us. You lack the authority to do so. Indeed, Jiang Holy Son, should you take our lives, you will be relentlessly hunted by the ancient dragon sacred land, facing utter annihilation. Their sudden threat unsettled Jiang Xiaobai. At this juncture, you still dare to threaten me? Do I appear so benevolent? He stepped closer to the two men, glaring at them intently. Jiang Xiaobai, we are not threatening you. We are merely stating facts. Yes, Jiang Holy Son, we truly cannot be killed. If you do so, the ancient dragon's sacred land will pursue you to your demise. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, gazing at the two individuals who did not appear to be lying, and then inquired, what is the reason for this? Jiang Xiaobai, As the former holy son of the ancient dragon sanctuary, how could you be so oblivious? Why should I know? Let me reiterate, I am not the Jiang Xiaobai, the holy son, that you speak of. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai once again deny his identity, the two exchanged glances, perplexed. Could it be that we have mistaken the person? Impossible. I distinctly witnessed the dragon rising seal on his right hand. He is indeed Jiang Xiaobai, the holy son. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he noticed a distinct dragon soaring seal upon his right hand. With a swift motion, he tore away the fabric concealing it, revealing the mark indeed to be present. See, I told you he is the son of Jiang. The dragon soaring seal on his right hand serves as irrefutable proof of his identity. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, can you deny it any longer? Very well, he retorted. Even if I were that so-called son of Jiang, what prevents me from eliminating you? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's lingering doubts, the two individuals elaborated, Son of Jiang, you truly cannot harm us. Our souls are bound within the ancient dragon sacred land. Should you take our lives, the sacred land will be immediately informed. They continued, if the sacred land discovers that you have slain us, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? With this revelation, Jiang Xiaobai finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Realizing why the two dared to threaten him so brazenly, Jiang Xiaobai pressed his hand against his temple, closed his eyes, and with a crooked smile remarked, isn't that even more exhilarating? Exhilarating? Li Ji and his companion stared at Jiang Xiaobai in bewilderment, and then, filled with terror, exclaimed, Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot kill us. Otherwise, both you and the entire Qingyun sect will face utter ruin. Indeed, young Saint Jiang, you must reconsider. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness jeopardize the fate of the entire Qingyun sect. Such fools, truly devoid of wisdom. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he quietly observed the two individuals for a moment. Suddenly, he unleashed the devouring divine technique. With a hum, two black vortices materialized in an instant, enveloping the pair. Ah, what is this? Jiang Xiaobai, release me at once. I was in the wrong. Jiang Xingzi, I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to join the Qingyun sect, to toil like a beast if necessary. I do not wish to perish. Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to the two individuals, instead fully engrossed in the operation of his devouring technique. Upon witnessing this scene, both Guoguo and Xiaoman were taken aback. Xiaoman, what is our junior brother doing? I have no idea. Just as the astonished gazes of the onlookers and Guoguo converged, another shocking spectacle unfolded before them. They beheld a transformation in Jiang Xiaobai's aura. The previously false spiritual root began to sprout as if coming to life, gradually expanding from nothingness. No, Jiang Xingzi. What are you attempting? I feel myself becoming sluggish. Jiang Xiaobai, you are actually devouring the saint's spiritual root, you fiend. Indeed, at that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was employing his devouring technique, incessantly consuming the spiritual roots of the two. Hearing this, Guoguo and Xiaoman widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding event. Their junior brother was actually devouring the spiritual roots of these two. No wonder the sect leader took him as a disciple. Xiaoman, our junior brother is. Silence. Guoguo's words were abruptly cut off by Xiaoman's reprimand. At her words, Guoguo shrank back, no longer daring to speak. Jiang Xiaobai continued to tirelessly consume the divine powers, his spiritual root gradually expanding, soon achieving the status of a low-grade spiritual root, now as substantial as a pair of chopsticks. At this moment, his aura had significantly strengthened. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Little Master Uncle, this is truly extraordinary. Just a short while ago, he had only broken through 2 minor levels, and now his strength seems to have increased tremendously. Truly, he is worthy of the title Little Master Uncle. His prowess is indeed formidable. When will I ever be able to break through like him at will? Do not indulge in such daydreams. How could you possibly compare to Little Master Uncle? The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Jiang Xiaobai remained wholly focused on devouring the spiritual roots of Li Zizhong and his companion. As their spiritual roots were consumed by Jiang Xiaobai, their cultivation began to regress, filling them with dread. No, please, don't. Jiang Xingzi, I realize my mistakes. I beg you spare me. Jiang Xiaobai, may you meet a wretched end for your malevolence. I curse you to an ill fate. Zhang Zikuan, unable to accept the loss of his spiritual root and the continuous decline of his cultivation, fell into a state of madness. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately accelerated the operation of his devouring divine ability. The powerful force of absorption caused his spiritual root to grow at an astonishing rate, expanding rapidly and nearing the status of a mid-grade spiritual root. Simultaneously, his aura continued to ascend. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly produced a token, laughing maniacally as he crushed it in his hand. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai, brace yourself for the relentless pursuit of the ancient dragon sacred land. None from the Qingyun sect shall escape, ha 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 ha. Jiang Xiaobai's madness escalated, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to hasten his cultivation. Before long, his spiritual root broke through to the mid-grade level. In that instant, Li Zizhong and his companion's spiritual roots withered completely, transforming into useless remnants. Concurrently, their cultivation was utterly obliterated, rendering them powerless. Ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. May you meet an untimely demise. I curse you to suffer eternally, and all of you from the Qingyun sect shall share the same fate. Jiang Xiaobai. Do not gloat too soon. It will not be long before the sacred land sends individuals to eradicate the entire Qingyun sect, including you, Jiang Xiaobai. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he quietly observed the two individuals for a moment before declaring, Fatty, my dear junior uncle. Proceed to the back mountain and dig a deep pit. Fill it with excrement and bind these two, allowing them to soak in the filth for 7 days and nights. The ancient sacred land of the central domain, with its mountains stretching endlessly and soaring into the clouds, is rich in spiritual energy, where powerful figures can be seen soaring through the sky. On one of the colossal peaks stands a grand palace known as the Hall of Heroes. At the vast entrance of this hall, an elderly man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, 2 distinct shattering sounds echoed from within the Hall of Heroes, prompting the elder to immediately open his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the shattered spirit tablets of Li Zizhong and Jiang Xiaobai appeared in his palm. Their tablets had indeed shattered, indicating they were confronted with an insurmountable life-or-death crisis, and it was they who had crushed them in desperation. After relaying this information, the elder swiftly formed a series of powerful seals before him. Moments later, he spoke again. To think they ventured into the southern domain, what could have drawn them there? The southern domain is quite distant from the central domain. The elder's gaze sharpened as he commanded, summon someone. In an instant, a formidable figure appeared before the elder. Respectfully bowing, Zhou Xiaodian pays his respects to the ancient elder. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Zhou Xiaodian, saying, It has been a century since we last met. Xiaodian, your cultivation has evidently reached the celestial realm. Well done. You have not squandered your time. Being within the sacred land, Xiaodian dared not exhibit any negligence. The elder, pleased by his response, nodded in approval. You must have only recently attained the celestial realm. Your aura still bears a hint of restlessness. The ancient elder's discerning eyes noted that Xiaodian had indeed just stabilized his foundation after a recent breakthrough. Your foundation appears solid. Thus, I entrust you with a journey to the southern domain to investigate the circumstances surrounding these two. The elder handed the shattered spirit tablets of Li Zizhong and Jiang Xiaobai to Zhou Xiaodian, continuing, They must have encountered a life-threatening crisis. If they are still alive, bring them back. If they have perished, ascertain the cause of their demise and report back to the sacred land. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaodian promptly replied, Yes, ancient elder. However, he added, But, ancient elder, that desolate land in the southern domain, these two possess considerable strength. How could they have faced such a life-or-death crisis? You shall find out upon your arrival, the elder instructed. Very well, I take my leave now. After bowing respectfully to the elder, Zhou Xiaodian swiftly took flight. Departing the area, the elder observed his receding figure and remarked softly, This young man possesses commendable character and notable talent. Within a millennium, the ancient dragon sacred land shall gain another emperor-level powerhouse. Upon finishing his words, the elder closed his eyes. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qingyun sect, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's utterance, Li Zizhong and another involuntarily shuddered. No, Jiang Xiaobai, you vile demon. Your methods are so despicably shameless. May you meet a most unfortunate end. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai, revel in your arrogance while you can. I have already shattered the token. It will not be long before the sacred land dispatches formidable warriors. When that time comes, you and all the members of Qingyun sect shall meet a most dreadful fate. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the two were on the verge of collapse, Jiang Xiaobai curved his lips into a smile and said, I don't mind at all. By the time it matters, you won't be able to see. He continued, Well, since you have gone to such lengths from the central domain to come here to kill me, I ought to present you with a token of my gratitude. The two, Li Zizhong and his companion, were momentarily taken aback, their eyes devoid of clarity as they gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. Just as their confusion mounted, Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly settled into a meditative posture. Witnessing this, the others from Qingyun sect exclaimed in astonishment, What is our young master uncle doing? Could it be that he is about to break through his cultivation once more? Surely not. He has already achieved 2 breakthroughs today. Is he truly attempting another? How can one endure such relentless progress? Is our young master uncle defying the heavens? Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to the astonishment of those around him. After settling into a meditative posture, he immediately addressed the system, saying, "System, utilize all available chi points to facilitate my breakthrough in cultivation." Ding. Understood, esteemed host. Buzz. The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaobai suddenly intensified, and as everyone witnessed him once again breaking through his cultivation, their expressions turned numb. Even Guoguo and Xiaoman were profoundly astonished, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Xiaoman pondered, why is our junior brother attempting yet another breakthrough? Is he not concerned about the stability of his foundation? Guoguo, absorbing Xiaoman's words, fixated intently on Jiang Xiaobai, growing increasingly alarmed. Heavens, how could this be possible? Could it be that our junior brother possesses a flawless physical form, thereby ensuring the stability of his foundation? I do not know, was the only response, as Guoguo and Xiaoman deliberated. Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation had successfully ascended to the 4th stage of the refining spirit realm. He showed no signs of halting, and his aura continued to surge rapidly. Impossible. This cannot be. How can anyone achieve 3 breakthroughs in a single day? I refuse to believe it, Jiang Xiaobai. Do not attempt to deceive me with such illusions. The two were clearly struggling to accept the notion that Jiang Xiaobai could consecutively break through 3 times in one day. However, before their words could fully settle, Jiang Xiaobai's aura reached a critical point. Soon after, his cultivation advanced once more, directly ascending from the 4th stage of the refining spirit realm to the 5th stage. I find myself at a loss for words to describe the prowess of Master Jiang. He cannot possibly be human. A prodigy, indeed, a true prodigy. At this rate, Master Jiang will undoubtedly become the most formidable figure in the heavenly profound realm. In that eventuality, will not our Qingyun sect become immensely powerful? Indeed, with Master Jiang present, can we not expect the Qingyun sect to thrive and grow stronger? The crowd buzzed with excitement as Jiang Xiaobai's spiritual consciousness suddenly emanated forth, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Indeed, his spiritual awareness has grown significantly. After firmly establishing his foundation, Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards Wang Dabin, asking, "Fatty, how fares the task I assigned to you?" "Reporting to you, Master Jiang, the excavation has already commenced," Wang Dabin replied. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he glanced at Li Zizhong and remarked, "Well, what do you think of the gift I bestowed upon you? Are you surprised? Is it unexpected?" "Humph, Jiang Xiaobai, no matter how extraordinary your talents may be, the ancient dragon's sacred land will not grant you the luxury of time to grow stronger. Prepare for your demise. Ha 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 ha. Soon enough, you and everyone from the Qingyun sect shall meet your end. Fatty, quickly take them to the cesspit. Their mouths are far too foul." Wang Dabin immediately responded, "Yes, Master Jiang. You too, accompany them with me." "No, Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot treat us this way. You simply cannot." Jiang Xiaobai watched as the two were taken away by Wang Dabin. His gaze sharpened as he murmured, "I was inherently kind, yet you compel me. Why must you force my hand?" Just as Jiang Xiaobai was lost in his thoughts, Guoguo and Xiaoman approached him with an air of seriousness and gravity, stating, "We have something of great importance to discuss with you." Noticing the solemn expressions on Guoguo and Xiaoman's faces, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he inquired, "What is this matter of significance? Please, follow us." Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but soon fell in step with Guoguo and Xiaoman. In a brief while, they arrived at a dilapidated dwelling. As Jiang Xiaobai stepped into the dilapidated abode, Xiaoman immediately inquired, "Jiang Xiaobai, is it true that you possess the ability to devour the spiritual roots of others to enhance your own?" Her expression was grave, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Indeed." "What is the issue?" Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. "The ramifications are far more severe than you comprehend, junior brother. You are unaware of the gravity of this matter." Guoguo exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by their concern. "What is so serious about it?" "It merely involves consuming the spiritual roots of others," he responded with an air of indifference. Jiang Xiaobai, there exists an ancient legend in the Tianxian realm, one you likely have not heard, Xiaoman continued. "A legend?" Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Is there a shortage of legends in the heavenly mystic realm?" Noticing that Jiang Xiaobai was still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Xiaoman insisted, "Please, allow me to explain. In the primordial days of the heavenly mystic realm, Chaos reigned with demons rampant, and humanity was on the brink of extinction. And then what? What significance does this hold? Silence. Allow me to finish. Xiaoman interjected. During that dire time, a remarkable individual emerged among humanity, a man who defied the heavens. He established numerous potent techniques and martial arts, which ultimately turned the tide for humanity, sparing them from annihilation. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Xiaobai retorted dismissively. Be quiet, and let me complete my tale. Xiaoman continued. This illustrious figure possessed the ability to absorb the spiritual roots of others, thereby enhancing his own. Ah, I see. History is indeed strikingly similar. Perhaps I too can ascend to greatness, Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. He met his demise. What? Surely not. How could such a remarkable individual perish? Jiang Xiaobai questioned in disbelief. In the past, the formidable beings of humanity conspired with the demon overlords to ensnare this great figure. Xiaoman revealed. What? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Indeed, it is said that he was betrayed and ultimately perished at the hands of other powerful humans. This treachery led humanity back into a state of vulnerability, undoing any progress they had made. Jiang Xiaobai, while there is nothing inherently wrong with absorbing others' spiritual roots, it is, however, a grave taboo across the entire heavenly mystic realm. If news of your ability to absorb others' roots were to leak, you would meet a most tragic fate. Yes, a truly dreadful fate awaits. After listening to Guoguo and Xiaoman's words, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Jiang Xiaobai, remember this. You must never let anyone else know that you possess the ability to devour the spiritual roots of others, for the consequences would be dire. Not even your senior sisters can be entrusted with this secret. Xiaoman's expression grew increasingly solemn as she spoke. If senior sisters were to find out, they would likely be the first to consume their junior brother. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Guoguo and Xiaoman, inquiring, why do you not choose to take my life? Killing you serves us no purpose. What benefit would it bring us? Indeed, Guoguo is merely fond of observing the undergarments of young ladies. Silence. If you do not amend this foul habit, I swear I shall stew you. Guoguo, startled by Xiaoman's words, immediately recoiled. Surely, the master sister and her companions have no need to eliminate me, do they? Jiang Xiaobai, we are not like the master sister and her group. Do you comprehend why that formidable individual met his demise? Because he was too powerful, instilling fear in others. You are quite astute. That is indeed one reason. But it is not the entirety of the truth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, are there other reasons? Indeed, there are. Those powerful beings believe that by slaying that formidable figure and seizing his spiritual root, they too could devour the spiritual roots of others to enhance their own. Guoguo's words startled Jiang Xiaobai. Are you suggesting that the senior sister and her companions might be inclined to do the same? Xiaoman and Guoguo nodded in affirmation. Leaving Jiang Xiaobai in contemplative silence, his mind racing with thoughts. It seems I have indeed been careless. What shall I do now? The entire Qing sect is now aware of my ability to absorb other spiritual roots to augment my own. System, is there a way to erase these individuals' memories? Ding. Host. Everyone in the Qingyun sect has inscribed their names on the Qingyun Codex and has also dripped their blood upon it. Any being that signs the Qingyun Codex shall never betray the host. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai relaxed his demeanor. Junior brother, I believe it is imperative that you eliminate all those 5,000 individuals. Otherwise, should they inadvertently divulge this matter, your fate will be sealed. After listening to Guoguo's words, Xiaoman nodded in agreement. However, a smirk crept onto Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he replied, there is no need for haste. I have a favor to ask of you both. Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged bewildered glances before inquiring, Junior brother, please feel free to share your request. Whatever Guoguo can assist with, I shall ensure it is accomplished. But Junior brother, could you consider accepting more female disciples in the future? Silence. Xiaoman immediately rebuked Guoguo upon hearing this. What is it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly produced 2 Qingyun illustrations and handed them to Guoguo and Xiaoman, elaborating whimsically, I wish for you both to join the Qingyun sect. I require your participation in a ceremonial manner. Inscribe your names upon it, and let a drop of your blood grace the parchment. With an expression of utmost sincerity, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Guoguo and Xiaoman. We are now members of the Qingyun sect. Why the need for such a gesture? Xiaoman inquired, fixating her gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. Ah, you are unaware of the wonders of the Qingyun Codex. A mere signature and a drop of blood upon it can instantly manifest one's desires. Fool. Xiaoman regarded Jiang Xiaobai as if he were a simpleton. Guoguo, if you merely sign and bleed upon the Qingyun Codex, I promise you, the next time I take in disciples, they shall all be female. As soon as this was uttered, Guoguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly so, senior brother? Of course. All right, I shall sign right away. Guoguo promptly snatched the Qingyun Codex from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and swiftly inscribed her name, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Buzz. In an instant, an enigmatic force enveloped Guoguo entirely. This is the power of the loss, Guoguo exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She felt as though she were on the brink of a breakthrough, her excitement causing her to dance with glee. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman gasped in surprise. The power of the laws. Guoguo, are you not deceiving me? Why would I deceive you, Xiaoman? The Qingyun Codex indeed possesses the power of the laws. Guoguo cradled the Qingyun Codex as if it were a treasured relic. Observing this, Xiaoman immediately seized the Qingyun Codex from Jiang Xiaobai's grasp. Hey, did you not say you were unwilling to sign? Silence. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he thought to himself, mission accomplished, just as he reveled in his secret delight. The rotund figure of Wang Dayton burst through the door, exclaiming, Master Uncle, something terrible has happened. Seeing Wang Dayton rush in with a look of panic, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, as the elder brother of this generation of Qingyun sect, how can you set a proper example while behaving so frantically? Wang Dayton, still catching his breath, was immediately chastised by Jiang Xiaobai upon entering, leading him to roll his eyes in response. Master Uncle, it's not that I wish to be flustered. It's that a grave incident has occurred. Noticing Wang Dayton's explanation, Jiang Xiaobai promptly inquired, what calamity has befallen us? Master Uncle, you must hurry to the mountain gate. A multitude of people has surrounded our sect's entrance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he pondered for a moment before inquiring once more, what exactly is going on? I too am at a loss regarding the matter. Let us go and take a look together. In no time, Jiang Xiaobai, along with Guoguo and Xiaoman, hastened towards the mountain gate. Moments later, upon witnessing the throngs of people before the gate, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his confusion. What are all these individuals doing here? Reporting to you, Master Jiang. They all wish to join our Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this from a disciple, Jiang Xiaobai's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Is this not a fortuitous occurrence? There must be at least tens of thousands of them here. With a gleam in his eyes and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, everyone from the Qingyun sect, prepare yourselves. Today, we shall officially recruit disciples. At the sound of his voice, the throng before the mountain gate fell silent. Each individual fixated on Jiang Xiaobai with expressions ranging from curiosity to skepticism. After a brief moment of quietude, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Is this Jiang Xiaobai? He appears so youthful. Indeed, he was merely 18 years of age, precisely the age at which many sought to join him. What does Sui Hua intend to do? Someone mused. What else could she want? She finds herself in a predicament and requires Jiang Xiaobai's assistance, specifically, the weapon between his legs. Enough, Sui Hua. Have you even considered your own appearance? Do you truly believe Jiang Xiaobai would look your way? Be gone. Mind your own affairs, another retorted. Amidst the chatter, Jiang Xiaobai contemplated aloud. So many wish to join the Qingyun sect? Surely, there must be tens of thousands here. How will I sustain such a multitude? I currently possess only 500,000 top-tier spirit stones. Resolute, he decided, as long as they meet the criteria, I shall accept them all. The matter of spirit stones and resources can be addressed later. With determination set in his heart, he tilted his head and bellowed to the crowd. Silence, everyone. Today, the Qingyun sect resumes its recruitment. Those desiring to join us, please form an orderly line over here. The Qingyun sect guarantees that every individual who joins will receive 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. However, the recently inducted disciples of the Qingyun sect turned pale at the news. Noticing their distress, Wang Dabin cautioned, everyone, mind your words. You know Jiang Shishu's methods. Those two in the back are still soaking in the cesspool. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, apprehensive of the implications. Just then, an enchanting 18-year-old maiden approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, may I ask what the requirements are to join the Qingyun sect? At this question, all eyes turned to Jiang Xiaobai. He smiled and replied, the criteria are quite simple. I will assess your suitability, and if you meet the standards, you may naturally join the Qingyun sect. The maiden promptly declared, I wish to join the Qingyun sect. Is that so? What motivates your desire to join? Jiang Xiaobai queried. For the 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, she responded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, pondering whether this woman was truly so pragmatic. Did she possess no other aspirations? For instance, to become a supreme powerhouse? No, she replied, my only affection lies with exquisite spirit stones. A sudden headache overcame Jiang Xiaobai as he pondered whether this woman would cause a commotion if she were to join the Qingyun sect without receiving the promised 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. System, please retrieve the information on the woman before me. Ding. Host, the information on this woman has been successfully retrieved. Name, Fong, age, 18, strength, 9th stage of spirit refinement route, superior spiritual root, personality, solitary, competitive, and stubborn background, daughter of the city lord's mansion in Qingyun City. Fong family weakness, fearful and impatient for success, objective for joining the Qingyun sect, to investigate the specific circumstances of the Qingyun sect, seek out its treasures, and assist the city lord's mansion in extinguishing the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Fong's profile, momentarily frozen in place. Fong, is it? Are you certain you wish to join our Qingyun sect? Is it truly possible to receive 100,000 exquisite spirit stones upon joining? Of course, I, Jiang Xiaobai. Never deceive. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's earnest demeanor, Fong fell into silence for a moment before responding, then I choose to join the Qingyun sect. In that case, please step aside for now. Next, the individual who approached was a young man, who, upon meeting Jiang Xiaobai's gaze, inquired, is the Qingyun sect truly as dilapidated as it seems? Is it genuinely powerful? Indeed, it is quite formidable. What is your name? Li Fu. And what compels you to join the Qingyun sect? Is it also for the 100,000 exquisite spirit stones? No, I have come for you. Jiang Xiaobai was once again taken aback, his expression one of utter bewilderment. For me? Precisely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately inquired of the system. Please retrieve this person's information. Ding. Host, the information on this individual has been located. Character, Li Fu, age, 19, strength, 8th stage of the spirit refinement realm, spiritual root, superior quality, personality, prone to emotional extremes, often succumbing to fits of rage. Ruthless and merciless background, young master of the Li family from Qingyun City, weaknesses, licentiousness and avarice. Driven by greed, objective in joining the Qingyun sect, to investigate the sect's treasures and seek an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing this revelation, Jiang Xiaobai's expression instantly stiffened. After a moment of silence, he instructed the system to examine the profiles of others once more. The result startled him profoundly. What was happening? These individuals were all spies from various factions within a radius of several thousand miles. These characters were all drawn to the Qingyun sect in pursuit of its treasures. The more Jiang Xiaobai contemplated, the more intrigued he became. Jiang Xiaobai, can you truly afford to support so many disciples? Inquired Xiaoman, who had approached him unbeknownst to him. Of course I can, he replied. Resources can be managed with frugality. After all, the wool lies upon the sheep. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman wore an expression of disbelief. She had indeed witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's audacity firsthand. So many spies, how amusing. Since you all enjoy this game so much, I shall indulge you. With that, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze to the crowd and declared loudly, silence, everyone. Those who wish to join the Qingyun sect, form a line immediately, one by one. All aspiring members of the Qingyun sect were required to sign the Qingyun Codex and shed a drop of blood upon it. When Jiang Xiaobai revealed a substantial collection of Qingyun codices, everyone was taken aback. What exactly is this Qingyun Codex? The Qingyun Codex is a contract. Signing it with your blood signifies your voluntary commitment to join our Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai explained with a smile. What if one chooses not to sign? A voice queried. Then you may leave. Refusal to sign is not an option. I will sign. Unexpectedly, Fong stepped forward first, directly dripping her blood to sign the Qingyun Codex. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai grinned, decisive. You shall surely achieve great things. Our Qingyun sect needs individuals of such resolve. Who else wishes to join us? Step forward and sign. Jiang Xiaobai once again indulged in grandiose visions, prompting others to eagerly inscribe their blood signatures on the Qingyun Codex. Observing the increasing number of individuals joining the Qingyun sect, a faint smile of excitement graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he exclaimed, 10,000, 10,000, and yet another 10,000. Each person contributing 10,000 points of vital energy. This one has 30,000, that one 40,000. Junior uncle, what do you mean by 10,000, 10,000, and yet another 10,000? Wang Dabin, who had been standing beside Jiang Xiaobai, immediately inquired with a look of confusion upon hearing his words. Jiang Xiaobai replied, "My dear friend, just imagine if our Qingyun sect had 1,000,000 members. What a scene that would be." "What kind of scene?" "They'd all starve to death." Wang Dabin retorted with an eye roll. "What? Starve to death? Surely it can't be that dire," Jiang Xiaobai protested. "Junior uncle, you must not have considered the calculations. You might not grasp the concept of 1,000,000 people. From my understanding, since joining the Qingyun sect, our sect possesses no resources and has no income streams whatsoever. Not to mention cultivators, even ordinary citizens require resources to sustain their livelihoods. The daily practice of cultivators consumes vast amounts of resources. Are you suggesting they wouldn't perish?" With Wang Dabin's words, Jiang Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. I was solely focused on recruiting disciples to accumulate vital energy points, neglecting these critical details. It appears that nurturing a sect is indeed no easy feat, Fatty. Do you have any good ideas? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. Upon being asked, Wang Dabin immediately entered a state of contemplation, and after a brief moment, he replied, "Resources. If we possess a substantial amount of them, then all these issues would cease to be problems. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? I seek to understand how we might acquire a considerable wealth of resources. By seizing, stealing, or earning them. Take from the enemy's resources, pilfer from adversaries, or devise methods to accumulate resources," Wang Dabin suggested. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up at Wang Dabin's proposal, and he nodded thoughtfully. "A splendid idea. Junior uncle, I was merely jesting. Do not take me too seriously," Wang Dabin cautioned. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from elaborating further, directing his gaze towards the assembly, contemplating. Among these individuals are numerous spies dispatched by various formidable factions within a radius of several thousand miles, all harboring the intent to seize the treasures of my Qingyun sect. Furthermore, many not only covet the so-called treasures of Qingyun sect, but also aspire to annihilate it. Given their intentions, I shall not hold back. System: if an enemy were to sign with their blood on the Qingyun Codex, would they betray me? Ding. Host: any sentient being that signs in blood on the Qingyun Codex shall never betray the host. After hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smile once more. How absurd. I am undeniably a benevolent person, yet I am made to appear as a villain. Master Jiang, all eligible individuals have already signed with their blood on the Qingyun Codex, totaling 8,699. A disciple approached Jiang Xiaobai with deep respect and announced, upon which Jiang Xiaobai immediately responded with excitement. Excellent. Inform everyone that we shall return to the sect. Yes, Junior Master. Sometime later. On the original square of the Qingyun sect, over 10,000 newly inducted disciples stood before Jiang Xiaobai. He addressed them, stating, "Welcome to our grand family of the Qingyun sect, and congratulations on becoming disciples of Qingyun sect. You have chosen a path illuminated by promise, and the future is bright. You are the Qingyun sect in life, and will remain as spirits of the Qingyun sect in death, forever bound to loyalty." At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly burst into laughter. "Now, when I call your name, please step forward. Fang Fang, Wang Zizai, Jiang Shaoan." Jiang Xiaobai gradually recited over 100 names, leaving the crowd perplexed and utterly bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. What is Master Jiang up to? Is he distributing 100,000 premium spirit stones? What are you thinking? Did Master Jiang not mention that those 100,000 premium spirit stones would only be distributed over a century? What? A century? Damn, I've been duped. Indeed. Why would it take 100 years to distribute those spirit stones? Is this a trap to lure me into the Qingyun sect? Damn it. This Qingyun sect is so dilapidated. It turns out they genuinely lack such an abundance of premium spirit stones. Without a doubt, since joining the Qingyun sect, I have been meticulously observing it, and it can only be described as utterly run down. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, and Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, commanding silence. Do you have something to express? Speak freely. I shall accommodate your concerns. Jiang Xiaobai, you deceiver. Using the allure of 100,000 premium spirit stones to ensnare us into joining the Qingyun sect. What are your true intentions? Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai. What is your objective? To so blatantly deceive us? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this matter shall remain unresolved today. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai offered no explanation, for it was all within his expectations. Have you finished speaking? I had mentioned a reward of 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. But did I ever specify that it must be given today? I think not. Therefore, how could I possibly be deceiving you? Jiang Xiaobai, I refuse to accept this. I wish to withdraw from the Qingyun sect. I too am dissatisfied. What merit is there in remaining in such a dilapidated sect? Just as these individuals declared their intentions to leave the Qingyun sect, a multitude of thunderous tribulations suddenly descended from the heavens, striking them directly. The scene instantly fell into silence. He. Once you join the sect, there is no turning back. Anyone who becomes a member of the Qingyun sect is eternally bound to it and shall never betray it. Otherwise, they shall face dire consequences. Hiss. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively gasped, their expressions filled with terror. Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw from the Qingyun sect? I pride myself on being reasonable. I truly can grant your wishes. Yet, no one dared to speak. They all bowed their heads in silence. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai spoke again. All those whose names I just read, step forward immediately or bear the consequences of your inaction. Soon after, over 100 individuals stood up. And as they did, all were left pondering Jiang Xiaobai's true intentions. However, the words that followed from Jiang Xiaobai astonished them. Speak up. Which factions have sent you? And what are your motives for joining my Qingyun sect? The words of Jiang Xiaobai astonished the crowd of over 10,000, drawing their attention to the more than 100 individuals. We are at a loss regarding your intentions. We joined the Qingyun sect. Firstly, for the promise of 100,000 exquisite spirit stones, and secondly, under the impression that Qingyun sect was a prestigious sect. Yet, to our dismay, it turns out that this Qingyun sect is nothing but a shambles. Jiang Xiaobai, even if you seek to defame us, you ought to present some evidence, do you not? Not only have you failed to provide us with the 100,000 exquisite spirit stones, but now you stand here slandering us. What exactly do you mean by this? Do you think of us as mere jesters? The group of over 100 began to voice their accusations, hurling insults at Jiang Xiaobai, who remained composed. Gazing at them with an air of tranquility, Jiang Xiaobai, why do you not speak? Are you perhaps feeling guilty and left without words? You must provide us with a clear explanation today, or we shall not let this matter rest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai grinned crookedly and said, Do you wish for an explanation? Very well, today I shall provide you with a most reasonable account. Suddenly, over 100 bolts of lightning materialized out of thin air, striking directly at the multitude, leaving them in a state of utter chaos. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt their throats constrict in terror, completely aghast. Do you still require an explanation? Do you think I, Jiang Xiaobai, am a fool? Are you truly unaware that I know your secrets? He continued, I now offer you an opportunity to confess everything voluntarily. Otherwise, should I take action again, it will not merely be a matter of lightning. With that, Jiang Xiaobai immediately turned to Guoguo, signaling it to unleash its formidable aura. Understanding the cue, Guoguo nodded and promptly released a terrifying phantom that enveloped everyone present. The overwhelming pressure from the peak of the Emperor realm left all in attendance gasping for breath, with the newly initiated disciples of the Qingyun sect trembling uncontrollably. What is this? How terrifying. Such power. The Qingyun sect is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Jiang Xiaobai dares to establish his own sect and recruit disciples. His background is genuinely formidable. Jiang Xiaobai gazed silently at the assembly and reiterated, I shall grant you one final opportunity to disclose everything. Otherwise, you shall become the feast for this divine beast today. Tomorrow, I shall arrive to obliterate all your sects. Upon the utterance of these words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their faces etched with fear as they regarded him with trepidation. At that moment, one individual, unable to withstand the pressure, stepped forward and proclaimed, I shall speak. I am an elder from the Qinglong gang, located 300 miles away. My intention in joining the Qingyun sect was solely to investigate its treasures. Another voice chimed in, Please, spare my life. I am an elder from the Hatchet gang, 500 miles distant, and my purpose in infiltrating the Qingyun sect was to uncover its hidden riches. Yet another pleaded, Do not take my life. I confess, I am an inner disciple of the Luotian sect, situated 800 miles away. I joined the Qingyun sect both to seek its treasures and to annihilate it. One after another, individuals emerged to reveal their secrets, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment, their respect for Jiang Xiaobai growing threefold. As he listened, Jiang Xiaobai's countenance grew increasingly frigid, his murderous intent surging. After more than half an hour, over 100 individuals had confessed their truths. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at them once more and inquired, Disclose all the intricacies of your organization. I can offer you a chance to abandon the shadows for the light. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor was exceedingly frigid. He had merely intended to take disciples. Yet he had inadvertently attracted a multitude of forces seeking his demise. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the assembly of over 100 individuals fell into a profound silence. They had already surmised Jiang Xiaobai's intent to unveil the secrets of their sections. If they were to disclose the intricacies of their clans, it was evident that Jiang Xiaobai would undoubtedly seek retribution. Conversely, should they remain reticent, it seemed likely that they would all meet their end at Qingyun sect that very day. The assembly found themselves ensnared in a quandary, none willing to voice their thoughts. Even if you choose silence, rest assured, I possess means to uncover the truth. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there are over 100 factions that yearn for my blood and wish to obliterate Qingyun sect. Should I refrain from taking action against you? I fear even the elderly would scold me for my inaction. Therefore, I extend to you one final opportunity. If you do not speak within a quarter of an hour, you may prepare for your demise. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's proclamation, the assembly hesitated, with some beginning to succumb to fear. Jiang Xiaobai, how can we trust that you are not deceiving us once more? What if we divulge the secrets of our respective forces, only for you to proceed with our execution regardless? They implored. Jiang Xiaobai, do you dare to swear an oath to heaven? If you renege on your promise and slay us, may you meet a dire fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. The Tao of Heaven? What on earth is that? What exactly is the Tao of Heaven? Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, the entire assembly was rendered motionless, their gazes fixed upon him with incredulity. Junior Master Wang Dabin cautioned, the heavenly path is an exalted and supreme entity. We must never speak of it lightly, nor dare to make a vile oath against it. System, what exactly is the heavenly path? Beep. Host, the heavenly path embodies the rules of a realm. It can also be regarded as the sovereign of that realm, wielding the power of its laws and effectively standing as the most formidable entity within that domain. Ah, I see. Jiang Xiaobai mused, turning to Wang Dabin with curiosity. What would happen if I were to make a vile oath against the heavenly path and then retract it? Instantly, Wang Dabin's demeanor stiffened. Junior Master Jiang, you would likely meet a most dreadful fate. Jiang Xiaobai gazed upwards at the vast sky, his expression one of indifference towards the concept of divine justice. I swear, he declared, if I were to personally take action against you after you reveal the intricacies of your power, may I meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's solemn vow directed at the heavens, the crowd of over 100 individuals finally exhaled in relief. In that moment, they began to divulge the secrets of their respective factions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, saying, those who understand the times are indeed wise. However, if you can betray your own sect today, you will undoubtedly betray the Qingyun sect in the future. After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Guoguo and continued, Guoguo, why do I get the impression that you harbor a strong disdain for these individuals? Do you believe such people deserve to possess any cultivation? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's 2 consecutive inquiries, Guoguo immediately grasped the situation. Little junior brother, I shall swiftly incapacitate them. With a resounding hum, Guoguo unleashed a terrifying display of power, subduing the entire group of over 100 individuals. No, Jiang Xiaobai, swear to the heavens that you will not take our lives. They pleaded. You cannot harm us, or else your demise will be most tragic indeed. Jiang Xiaobai, you scoundrel, may you suffer a most grievous fate. Jiang Xiaobai, feeling somewhat exasperated, addressed Guoguo, saying, Guoguo, they are truly bothersome. All right, little junior brother. In an instant, with a series of resounding thuds, over 100 individuals found their cultivation abilities obliterated by Guoguo, creating a scene of utter astonishment. Jiang Xiaobai, you who lack integrity, may you meet a wretched demise. The heavenly path shall not spare you. Ha. Jiang Xiaobai, revel in your arrogance, for the heavenly decree is poised to eradicate you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smiled wryly, stating, it is impossible. The will of heaven shall not strike me down, for I have not personally taken action against you. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the 100 or so individuals present froze in place. At that moment, Wang Dabin suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai and said, Little Master Uncle, I have an excellent idea. Speak, replied Jiang Xiaobai. We can use them to threaten their factions, compelling them to exchange resources or spirit stones for their lives. Upon hearing Wang Dabin's proposal, Jiang Xiaobai's expression brightened immediately, and he nodded in satisfaction, saying, good thinking, my plump friend. However, these individuals have had their cultivation rendered useless. They must hold little value now. Hee, little Master Uncle. Those factions are still unaware that their powers have been stripped away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai curled his lips and remarked, Fatty, I truly misjudged you. I never anticipated your cunning nature. Wang Dabin, upon hearing these words, was instantly petrified in place. No, my little Master Uncle. I am doing this for you and for the entire Qingshan sect. Otherwise, we might very well starve. Jiang Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the assembly of over 100 individuals. He inquired once more, what is their worth in spirit stones? Master Uncle, he continued, to cultivate an individual to the 9th tier of the spirit refinement realm, one would require at least 50 million low-grade spirit stones. For this 9th tier of the spirit refinement realm, we could demand 5 million low-grade spirit stones in exchange. Nearly 5 million? Jiang Xiaobai mused. Did you not say he is valued at 50 million low-grade spirit stones? It seems exceedingly insufficient to request only 500 low-grade spirit stones. Master Uncle, we are asking for far too much. What if they refuse to comply? Moreover, I am also apprehensive that they might act out of desperation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai nodded once more. Fatty, this crucial task is entrusted to you. It may be arduous, but you must deliver letters to each of their sects, requesting that each faction provide 5 million low-grade spirit stones in exchange for their people. Warn them that time is of the essence. Should they fail to present the spirit stones when the time comes, we shall rescind our offer. The thought of running errands was met with reluctance by Wang Dedan, who promptly interjected, Uncle Sure, there's no need to personally deliver letters to each sect. We can simply post a few notices in Qingyun City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Fatty, your consideration is commendable. I entrust this significant task to you. Both I and the entire Qingyun sect have faith in your abilities. Best of luck. With that, Jiang Xiaobai turned and walked towards the others, leaving Wang Dabin bewildered and rooted in place. Wait, Junior Uncle, why are you being so unreasonable? Let me handle it. Seeing that Jiang Xiaobai was no longer engaging with him, Wang Dabin reluctantly prepared to head to Qingyun City to post notices. However, just as he was about to depart from Qingyun sect, Xiaoman immediately stopped him, saying, if you go like this, you may never return. Wang Dabin was taken aback and promptly inquired, Senior Xiaoman, what should I do then? Simply write over 100 identical letters and spin some spirit stones at the mountain gate to find someone to deliver them to these factions, she replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin was filled with excitement, exclaiming, thank you, Senior Xiaoman. He swiftly departed from the spot, and as she watched him leave, Xiaoman muttered to herself, this guy has only known Jiang Xiaobai for a short time, yet he has become just as shameless. With that, Xiaoman turned her gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, eyes closed in meditation. I truly cannot comprehend this fellow. What is his background? Did the sect master accept him solely because of his talent? When will the sect master return? Just as she pondered this, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged, causing even the usually composed Xiaoman to exclaim, what is happening? Is Jiang Xiaobai about to break through again? This guy must be a monster. As Xiaoman gasped in astonishment, the attention of everyone present shifted toward Jiang Xiaobai. Their expressions varied. No way, Junior Uncle Jiang, this is simply beyond reason. How can he be breaking through again? Heavens, what kind of monster is our junior uncle? He breaks through at the drop of a hat. This is terrifying. His talent is truly astounding. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai's aura quickly escalated to a critical point. In a short time, his cultivation level surged from the 5th stage of the spirit refinement realm to the 6th stage. Yet it didn't stop there. His aura continued to rise rapidly. Those who had witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's recent breakthroughs were now utterly numb, and words could scarcely describe their astonishment. Jiang Xiaobai, I truly wish to know where your limits lie. The sect master must have had significant reasons for accepting you as a disciple. Xiaoman mused as she observed Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation leap to the 6th stage of the spirit refinement realm. At that moment, Guoguo approached Xiaoman and remarked, Xiaoman, our junior brother's origins are quite extraordinary. In less than 2 days, he has already broken through 4 times. Guoguo's gaze narrowed slightly as he fixed his eyes upon Jiang Xiaobai, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoman could not help but nod in agreement, expressing, we shall likely have to wait for the sect leader's return to uncover Jiang Xiaobai's true identity. Even if we were to inquire directly, given his temperament, he would probably withhold the information from us. Furthermore, considering Jiang Xiaobai's disposition, it is only a matter of time before he incurs the wrath of more formidable adversaries, such as the ancient dragon sacred land. If they were to dispatch their strongest individual, I fear that you and I would be unable to withstand the confrontation. Xiaoman's concerns were palpable, and upon hearing them, Guoguo's expression turned grave. Perhaps we should advise our junior brother to maintain a lower profile during this period, he suggested. Xiaoman shook her head, responding, do you truly believe that, given Jiang Xiaobai's nature, he is capable of remaining inconspicuous? Guoguo blinked several times, contemplating. That seems improbable. What then shall we do? We can only take it one step at a time. After all, we cannot leave Qingyun's sect. Just as Xiaoman uttered these words, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged dramatically once more. In a mere moment, his cultivation level escalated from the 6th to the 7th stage of the spirit refinement realm. This astonishing development left the onlookers in utter shock. Even Guoguo and Xiaoman exclaimed in disbelief, "He is no ordinary person. Our junior brother is undoubtedly extraordinary. He is a veritable prodigy. Every disciple taken in by the sect leader is indeed more remarkable than the last. It is no wonder the sect leader chose not to accept me as a disciple. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's exceptional talent has significantly diminished my prior aspirations." As she spoke, a hint of despondency flickered across Xiaoman's face. "Xiaoman, when the sect leader returns, I shall join you in beseeching him to take you as a disciple." "No need for that." Just as Xiaoman and Guoguo engaged in their light-hearted conversation, Jiang Xiaobai concluded his cultivation. At that moment, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of the spirit refinement realm. Sensing the substantial enhancement in his power, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his satisfaction. "My strength has indeed increased significantly, and my spirit and awareness have also grown considerably. Alas, I am but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 8th stage of the spirit refinement realm." After carefully assessing his current level of cultivation, Jiang Xiaobai rose and addressed everyone. "The tasks we previously arranged must be executed promptly. Let us strive to establish our Qingyun sect. When your respective masters return, I wish to astonish them." "Yes, junior uncle." Upon concluding his remarks, the crowd sprang into action. Observing their commitment, Jiang Xiaobai made his way towards Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan, realizing it was time to fulfill the system's side quest. In the back mountains of Qingyun's sect, Jiang Xiaobai stood before Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan, holding his nose in distaste. He silently watched the two men, lost in a foolish grin, and shook his head, saying, "Those who take lives are destined to be hunted themselves. In your next life, should you encounter me, Jiang Xiaobai, remember to keep your distance." Jiang Xiaobai drew forth a long sword, swiftly sending the two individuals to the underworld. "You lot, dispose of these bodies," he commanded. "Yes, young master." After the remains of Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan were dealt with, the anticipated notification sounded once more. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. The level of completion is deemed perfect." "Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 million true energy points, as well as the divine martial arts technique. The World God Fist. The World God Fist has been allocated to the system space and is available for the host to claim at their discretion." Jiang Xiaobai's expression brightened, and his heart surged with excitement. Divine-level martial skills. This is truly divine-level martial skills. At long last, I possess a martial technique, and it is a divine one. System. I wish to claim the divine-level martial skill, the Realm God Fist. Jiang Xiaobai could hardly contain his eagerness. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had acquired a martial technique. "Ding. Acknowledged, host." Instantly, a formidable power enveloped Jiang Xiaobai, and an influx of information regarding the Realm God Fist flooded his mind. Divine-level martial skill, Realm God Fist, consisting of 3 forms: shatter the earth, shatter the heavens, and annihilate the world. Shatter the earth enables a single punch to shatter mountains and rivers. Shatter the heavens allows a single punch to fracture the very fabric of the universe. Annihilate the world grants the ability to obliterate an entire realm with one strike. Upon witnessing the immense power of the Realm God Fist, Jiang Xiaobai found his breath quickening. The might of this martial skill is astonishing, especially the 3rd form. Annihilate the world. The ability to shatter an entire realm with a single punch is nothing short of terrifying. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke with fervor, he quickly settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in the cultivation of the divine martial art, the world-defying fist. A formidable figure abruptly materialized within Jiang Xiaobai's mind, and vivid scenes unfolded before his eyes. He beheld the supreme powerhouse relentlessly unleashing a series of powerful punches, each strike capable of shattering mountains towering thousands of meters high. The earth trembled violently as Jiang Xiaobai intently observed every subtle movement of the mighty figure, fearing he might miss any crucial detail. Such strength was unparalleled, truly. It was worthy of the title of divine martial art. As Jiang Xiaobai diligently practiced the Realm Divine Fist, he continually expressed his astonishment. Thus, he immersed himself in the cultivation of the Realm Divine Fist for over half a month. After this dedicated period, I have finally mastered the first stance of the Realm Divine Fist, the ground-shattering strike. Today, let me witness the true power of this formidable technique. Jiang Xiaobai immediately rose to his feet and unleashed a devastating punch known as the Earth Shatter. Earth Shatter, a terrifying shadow of his fist, several meters in size, erupted from Jiang Xiaobai's right hand and raced towards the towering mountain ahead. Boom! The Earth Shatter struck the colossal mountain with tremendous force, reducing it to mere fragments in an instant. The very ground of the Qingyan sect shook violently, startling all its members. What has transpired? Why has the earth suddenly begun to tremble so violently? It appears that the resounding blast originated from the back mountain. Silence. That is merely our junior brother practicing his martial techniques. Let us return to our tasks and hasten the construction of the Qingyan sect, Xiaoman remarked, observing the nascent form of the sect. Indeed, senior sister Xiaoman Jiang Xiaobai was unaware that his martial technique had caused such a monumental upheaval. Gazing at the shattered mountain before him, he was equally astonished. How formidable! I am only at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the refinement realm. If I were to reach the peak of the Emperor realm like others, how powerful would this punch become? And what are the other two techniques of the Divine Fist? They must be even more formidable. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his excitement was palpable, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. How peculiar! Why am I unable to master the second form of the Realm God Fist, the Breaking Heaven style? A response chimed in. Host. The second form of the Realm God Fist possesses immense power, which your current physique cannot withstand. Only when your cultivation reaches a certain level will you be able to practice the Breaking Heaven style. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately comprehended the situation and remarked, the first stance of the Boundary God Fist, the earth-shattering form, has been sufficient for my use for quite some time. As Jiang Xiaobai had just finished speaking, the plump figure of Wang Dayden came rushing towards him. Observing Wang Dayden's labored breathing, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, why are you in such a hurry? My chubby friend? You seem to need a moment to catch your breath. After a prolonged struggle for air, Wang Dayden finally lifted his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai and said, Little Master Uncle, there is grave news. What calamity has befallen us that warrants such urgency? Jiang Xiaobai asked, concerned. Wang Dayden steadied his breath, fixing his gaze on Jiang Xiaobai once more, and replied, Little Master Uncle, over 100 factions have dispatched individuals to our sect's mountain gate, surrounding it entirely. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback and inquired, have they arrived so swiftly? The junior master replied, you have been cultivating for over half a month. How can that be considered fast? Have they brought spirit stones to redeem their people? Upon hearing this, Wang Dayden immediately fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he finally said, Junior Master, it would be best for you to see for yourself. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence, he swiftly turned around and made his way towards the gates of Qingyan sect. Upon witnessing this, Wang Dayden immediately followed suit with great enthusiasm. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Qingyan sect, where all the members had gathered. As Jiang Xiaobai appeared, the crowd looked invigorated and greeted him, saying, We pay our respects to our esteemed junior uncle. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly and then directed his gaze towards the mountain gate. Within a radius of several thousand miles, over 100 factions had gathered, numbering more than 10,000 individuals, fully encircling the entire entrance of Qingyan sect. As Jiang Xiaobai appeared, their eyes all fixed upon him with fierce intensity. In response, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and said, I warmly welcome all esteemed friends for your arduous journey. Let all members of Qingyan sect applaud and greet our guests. Upon the conclusion of Jiang Xiaobai's remarks, a fervent round of applause erupted. The countenance of over 100 representatives from various factions darkened as they fixed their gazes intently upon him. Once the applause subsided, an individual stepped forward to confront Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring, You are Jiang Xiaobai, are you not? Your Qingyan sect has inexplicably kidnapped individuals from our numerous factions. We demand an explanation. An explanation? Jiang Xiaobai retorted with a sardonic smile. What manner of explanation do you seek? I must apologize, for I am not one who is accustomed to providing explanations. Jiang Xiaobai, you have transgressed all moral bounds by abducting over 100 of our people to coerce us into paying a ransom of spirit stones. How does this differ from the actions of the demonic clans? In response, Jiang Xiaobai did not exhibit anger. Instead, he chuckled and declared, Indeed, I am threatening you. Either you pay the ransom, or I shall execute my threat. Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated with an air of authority, invigorating the disciples of Qingyan sect upon hearing his proclamation. One disciple, emboldened by the moment, cried out, You over 100 factions, dispatching spies to infiltrate our Qingyan sect. How dare you stand here and speak so brazenly? Our junior master has shown remarkable mercy by allowing you to exchange some spirit stones for your people. The moment his words left his lips, They incited a fervent backlash from the other disciples of Qingyun's sect, who vehemently condemned those factions. Indeed, a bunch of shameless scoundrels. How can they possess such audacity to utter such words? Bring forth spirit stones for an exchange, or we shall tear up the deal. The disciples' declarations rendered the representatives of those factions pale with rage, their murderous intent palpable. Jiang Xiaobai, we have no desire to engage in prolonged conflict with you. Here lies an opportunity. Release our people at once, or we shall raise the entirety of Qingyun's sect to the ground. With this ultimatum, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Yet Jiang Xiaobai remained silent. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. The system has detected that over 100 enemy factions intend to eliminate the host and annihilate Qingyun's sect. While the host may endure, the system cannot. The host is urged to withstand the impending assault from the 100 factions and devise all manner of retaliation. Successful completion of this side quest will yield substantial rewards. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly and remarked, the most exquisite form of retaliation is to eliminate them entirely. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at those factions and inquired, are you truly unwilling to exchange your people for spirit stones? After Jiang Xiaobai's words, the multitude of over 100 factions fell into silence. Realizing they could not intimidate him, one individual stepped forward and questioned, Jiang Xiaobai, are you truly unafraid of death? Are you not concerned that we might unite to annihilate your Qingyun sect? Jiang Xiaobai retorted, am I to believe that your fear of killing me is genuine? Do you truly think you would spare my Qingyun sect? His response left the speaker at a loss for words. At that moment, another person emerged and proclaimed, Jiang Xiaobai, if you release our people and compensate each faction with 1 million top-tier spirit stones, we shall allow you and the Qingyun sect to go unharmed. Otherwise, do you genuinely believe that you and your sect can withstand our onslaught? Clearly, Jiang Xiaobai had exhausted his patience. He gazed at the representatives of various factions and declared, I have no desire to engage in pointless banter with you. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either present me with spirit stones in exchange for their release, or I will eliminate them and subsequently eradicate your factions, obtaining your spirit stones regardless. His proclamation ignited an uproar among those present, who vehemently denounced Jiang Xiaobai. How audacious! Jiang Xiaobai shows utter disdain for our numerous factions. They exclaimed. Indeed, it was alarming that someone so young and brimming with confidence dared to disregard them. If he were to cultivate further, he might indeed pose a genuine threat to their existence. What shall we do if negotiations fail? Are we truly to allow Jiang Xiaobai to slaughter our people? An elder interjected, I have a strategy, though I am curious to hear your thoughts. Li Shen, squinting at the assembly, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaobai and proposed softly, we could initially provide him with the spirit stones, rescue our comrades, and then collectively strike against Jiang Xiaobai, annihilating him and completely dismantling the Qingyun sect, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, affirming, Li Shen's plan is brilliant. Let us proceed accordingly. I concur, but should we not first report this to our superiors? One queried. There is no need for that. Once we have destroyed the Qingyun sect and slain Jiang Xiaobai, we can then inform our sect without delay, another replied. Indeed, the sect will undoubtedly reward us for our efforts. After extensive deliberation among the more than 100 factions, a unanimous decision was reached to exchange spirit stones for their people. At that moment, Li Shen stepped forward and addressed Jiang Xiaobai, saying, Jiang Xiaobai, we agree to offer spirit stones in exchange for our comrades, but you must first release them. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze turned icy as he glared at Li Shen and scolded. Fool, if you lack intelligence, do not waste my time with your senseless chatter. Li Shen, infuriated yet restrained, replied, Jiang Xiaobai, how can you assure us that after we provide you with the spirit stones, you will not go back on your word? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and proclaimed, I can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Should I take your spirit stones and refuse to release you, may I meet an untimely end. His words prompted the representatives of over 100 factions to exchange glances, taken aback by his bold declaration. Very well, Jiang Xiaobai, we respect your fortitude. Within this, you will find 1 billion inferior spirit stones gathered by our coalition of over 100 factions, intended to secure the release of our captured brethren. Please, take a look. Li Shen tossed a spatial ring into Jiang Xiaobai's hands. Upon examining the contents of the ring, Jiang Xiaobai's spirits soared. By the heavens, over 100 factions, each contributing 5 million inferior spirit stones. This amounts to nearly 1 billion. Now if, at this point, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze shifted sharply towards the faction representatives, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The spirit stones have been delivered to you, Jiang Xiaobai. Now, where are our people? Quickly, hand over our comrades. Jiang Xiaobai did not immediately respond to Li Shen's words. Instead, he turned to Wang Dayton and said, "Fatty, from this day forth, you shall be responsible for overseeing the finances of our Qingyan sect. Select 100 disciples to accompany you, and you shall henceforth be the elder in charge of our sect's resources. Find a suitable location within the sect to construct a treasure pavilion, dedicated to housing the valuables of our Qingyan sect. From now on, you will manage the income and expenditure of the sect." Wang Dayton was taken aback, struggling to grasp Jiang Xiaobai's words for a moment. "What are you still dawdling for? Do you not wish to take on this task?" Upon regaining his composure, Wang Dayton nodded vigorously before shaking his head. "Elder Jiang, I assure you, I will accomplish this mission." "Very well," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "From this moment on, everyone shall receive 100 low-grade spirit stones each month for their cultivation." "Yes, Elder Jiang," Wang Dayton exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After accepting the spatial ring from Jiang Xiaobai, he hurried off towards the disciples of the Qingyan sect. Jiang Xiaobai, however, paid no further attention to Wang Dayton and shifted his gaze towards the individuals from the other factions. At that moment, those individuals were glaring at Jiang Xiaobai with grim expressions. "Jiang Xiaobai, you must release our people at once." Observing Li Shen's furious demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and replied, "Why the haste? Are you in a rush to reincarnate? Jiang Xiaobai, you had better not go back on your word, or you shall meet a most dreadful end." Jiang Xiaobai gazed silently at Li Shen for a moment before directing his attention towards the disciples of Qingyun's sect, stating, "Bring forth those more than 100 individuals. We must not treat them with any semblance of disrespect." "Yes, junior uncle," came the reply. Moments later, over 100 individuals from various factions were presented before Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing that their comrades had been stripped of their cultivation, fury ignited within them. "Jiang Xiaobai, you promised us that you would not harm our people. How could you be so treacherous and violate the sacred oath of heaven? You deserve to die." "When did I ever breach the sacred oath?" Jiang Xiaobai retorted. "Before the vow was uttered, I had already rendered them powerless." He then inquired, "What do you think, esteemed guests? Are you surprised? Is this unexpected?" Indeed, it was a shocking and unforeseen revelation. The representatives of over 100 factions observed their comrades, now rendered useless by Jiang Xiaobai, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped them, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Jiang Xiaobai, cautious yet analytical, assessed, among these individuals, the most formidable possesses merely the 6th stage of the sovereign realm. I wonder if I can contend with him. These factions will likely not spare Qingyan's sect. In that case, there is no necessity for mercy towards these individuals either. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the over 100 individuals slowly advancing towards their faction, his eyes turning icy, fully prepared to take action at any moment. However, just as he was poised to strike, those factions unexpectedly initiated the assault, mercilessly slaughtering all of the 100-plus individuals. My goodness! They even killed their own people, such a display of inhumanity. Not only was Jiang Xiaobai taken aback, but the other disciples of Qingyun's sect were equally astonished. These factions are truly nefarious. If they can betray their own, what atrocities might they not commit? Indeed, it is fortunate that I did not align myself with their ranks. Otherwise, I would be oblivious to the manner of my demise. Terrifying, simply terrifying. You cannot fathom the true nature of these factions. Take the Qilong gang, for instance, notorious for their arson, murder, and pillaging, as well as the trafficking of women. Can such a faction possess any humanity? And then there is the Luotian sect, which outwardly presents itself as a righteous force, yet in reality, it is nothing but a malevolent cult that slaughters without remorse. As Jiang Xiaobai listened to the words of those disciples, his gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness of these factions. It seemed he had underestimated the cruelty of the cultivation world, where lacking strength rendered one's very existence a sin. "Jiang Xiaobai, you and everyone from the Qingyun sect shall perish today." Li Shen stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. In response, Jiang Xiaobai addressed all the members of the Qingyun sect. "Prepare yourselves. Once I have vanquished them, you may proceed to collect their remains." The disciples of Qingyun sect were momentarily taken aback, curious as to what he meant by collecting remains. "Fool, the master uncle means to scour their resources." One of them clarified. Oh. Master uncle is formidable." The disciples of Qingyun sect, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed with fervor. Witnessing this, the members of the opposing factions darkened in countenance. "Jiang Xiaobai, if that is the case, you all shall meet your end. Everyone, attack together. Today, we shall raise the entire Qingyun sect and divide its treasures among ourselves." Li Shen's proclamation ignited a greedy glint in the eyes of over 100 members of various factions, all of whom charged towards the Qingyun sect. Just as they were about to invade, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "Stop! I have something of utmost importance to convey." Upon hearing his command, everyone halted. Bewildered and fixated on Jiang Xiaobai, uncertain of what he would say. "You need not waste words. Whatever you have to say, save it for the underworld," Li Shen retorted. "Wait. There is no need to be in such a rush to kill me. I must apologize, but I can hardly contain myself. Please allow me to break through my cultivation first." Stunned, the crowd stood in disbelief, all gazing blankly at Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai had already seated himself cross-legged on the ground, commencing his cultivation. System, utilize all remaining vital energy to enhance my strength. Understood, host. Before the astonished eyes of everyone present, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged. The members of the Qingyun sect, witnessing this, could only shake their heads in numb disbelief. What is the limit of Master Uncle's talent? One wondered. Could it be that Master Uncle possesses no limits at all? How monstrous. If only I had a fraction of his talent. Not only were the other disciples left in shock, but even Guoguo and Xiaoman looked at Jiang Xiaobai with incredulity. "Xiaoman, do you think our junior brother truly has no limits?" Xiaoman nodded, responding, "You should be aware of the terror of that legendary powerhouse. Jiang Xiaobai is of the same ilk." With that, Guoguo chose not to say anything further. Outside the gates of the Qingyun sect, the members of the opposing factions, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough, stood frozen in place. Damn it! How arrogant can Jiang Xiaobai be? He breaks through and yet puts on such airs. We must not allow him to complete his breakthrough. Let us all attack together and annihilate the Qingyun sect today. Over 100 factions, comprising more than 10,000 individuals, surged rapidly toward the Qingyun sect. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai successfully ascended to the 8th stage of the refinement realm, his power continuing to surge without pause. The members of the Qingyun sect, witnessing this, were not surprised. They merely observed Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough in silence. Conversely, the onlookers from various factions regarded the Qingyun sect with disdain, and one exclaimed, "What is happening? Why are the Qingyun sect members so composed? Could it be a ruse?" Upon hearing this, all those poised to enter the Qingyun sect halted cautiously. To err on the side of caution, they proposed that each faction send 2 first-stage sovereign realm experts into the Qingyun sect to investigate. "A splendid idea, I agree," an elder concurred. "Indeed, we must exercise caution. Jiang Xiaobai is exceedingly cunning and shameless." Consequently, over 100 factions dispatched approximately 300 first-stage sovereign realm experts into the Qingyun sect. They proceeded with vigilance, scanning their surroundings for potential traps. Soon, they found themselves not far from Jiang Xiaobai. "This Qingyun sect is so dilapidated. We have not detected any perilous traps. Perhaps we are being overly suspicious? There may not be any formidable experts here. We should still exercise caution." With weapons drawn, the hundreds of individuals cautiously advanced toward Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged once more, propelling his cultivation from the 8th stage of the refinement realm to the 9th stage, swiftly reaching the peak of the refinement realm. On the verge of breaking into the sovereign realm, this Jiang Xiaobai is too monstrous. He must not be allowed to live, or we will inevitably face annihilation in the future. Indeed, let us take advantage of his unstable foundation and strike together to eliminate him. Kill. Leave no one from the Qingyun sect alive. With their treasures, we shall claim everything for ourselves. The throng of hundreds charged towards Jiang Xiaobai, while all members of the Qingyun sect quietly observed, as if watching a performance, leaving the assailants utterly bewildered. In that instant, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly rose and addressed Guoguo. "Guoguo, spare their lives, but render them powerless." "Understood, junior brother." In that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Guoguo. The hundreds of individuals were instantly petrified in place, and as realization dawned, someone screamed, "Run!" The Qingyun sect harbors great terror. The overwhelming aura from the peak of the Emperor realm enveloped the hundreds of individuals. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was too late to flee. "Please, spare me. I understand my mistake. I shall never again harbor ill intentions towards the Qingyun sect. I beg you, let me go. I have elderly to care for and young ones to support. Help. Please don't kill me. I am not ready to die." The desperate pleas fell on deaf ears as Guoguo unceremoniously stripped them of their cultivation. This chilling scene sent a wave of terror through those who had yet to enter the Qingyun sect, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Some felt their throats constrict, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Quickly apprehend these few hundred individuals. They still hold value. The voice of Jiang Xiaobai instantly shattered the silence of the battlefield. "Yes, junior master," he said, a crooked smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the hundreds of individuals being escorted. So how do you all feel? Surprised? Astonished? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai appeared to those factions as a veritable demon. Their gazes, once filled with disdain, had transformed into sheer terror. The Qingyun sect indeed harbored a formidable horror, and we had underestimated it gravely. Why are we still dawdling? Let us flee at once. As the crowd regained their senses, they turned in a panic to escape. However, Jiang Xiaobai's figure had inexplicably materialized in their path of retreat. Flee? You have only just arrived. How could I possibly allow you to depart? The first stance of the Realm God Fist, the earth-shattering strike. Unleash. Boom. A terrifyingly powerful fist erupted from Jiang Xiaobai's right hand, hurtling at breakneck speed towards those factions. The menacing aura of the Realm God Fist instilled immediate dread, compelling the factions to fortify their defenses. Quick, defend yourselves. Jiang Xiaobai's strength is formidable. We must protect ourselves. As they spoke, Jiang Xiaobai's fist had already reached their midst. Bang! In an instant, the earth trembled violently as the horrifying fist struck, claiming the lives of hundreds in a heartbeat. Chaos ensued, and all members of the faction scattered in a frenzy. Run! Jiang Xiaobai is nothing short of a devil. Upon witnessing their frantic escape, Jiang Xiaobai immediately employed spatial traversal, relentlessly slaying those of weaker prowess. Within a mere half-hour, over 10,000 individuals from more than 100 factions had suffered grievous losses at his hands. The battlefield transformed into a veritable river of blood, a scene of unbridled carnage. The surviving members of the various factions, gripped by terror, cried out in desperation, Jiang Xiaobai is a demon. He intends to leave no one alive today. Thus, they resolved that even in death, they would confront him fiercely. Indeed, all those who have attained the esteemed realm of respect, unite with me to challenge Jiang Xiaobai. Soon, hundreds of formidable warriors gathered, their gazes fixed intently upon Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai regarded them with disdain and proclaimed, I possess a celestial fist technique, and today, I shall bestow it upon you as a parting gift to the netherworld. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai summoned all his strength and leaped skyward with remarkable swiftness. In but an instant, he soared hundreds of meters above the ground, having attained the realm of divine refinement that permitted brief aerial jumps. The onlookers were initially taken aback by his sudden ascent, but soon reacted with urgent shouts, flee. Don't remain stationary, hurry. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than formidable fists materialized above them, crashing down with alarming speed. Those with greater prowess immediately fled with all their might. Boom. In an instant, a barrage of fearsome strikes enveloped the remaining foes from all directions. The battlefield was engulfed in a cloud of dust, and Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight. He was resolute in his intent to leave no enemy unscathed, determined to eradicate them entirely. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the once formidable enemy force of over 10,000 had dwindled to little more than 100. These survivors had all achieved a level of mastery above the esteemed rank, with the strongest among them reaching the 6th stage of this revered tier. Fear gripped their expressions as they frantically searched for the mysteriously vanished Jiang Xiaobai. Yet despite their desperate efforts, not a trace of his presence could be found. The members of the Qingyun sect stood transfixed, their gazes wide with astonishment. This was their first encounter witnessing Jiang Xiaobai in combat. Even Guoguo and Xiaoman were experiencing this for the first time. How powerful! The strength of our young master uncle is extraordinary, and his combat awareness is formidable, they marveled. What an impressive martial technique. Just watching it sends shivers down my spine. I wonder if our young master uncle could teach us this move. It's astonishing. Xiaoman, can you discern what martial skill our junior brother employed just now? Guoguo asked, eyes wide, fixated on the battlefield, yet even he could not locate Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaoman, equally engrossed in the scene, replied, I can't say for certain, but it was indeed powerful. I have never seen the sect leader or any of the senior brothers and sisters employ anything like it. Moreover, it seemed Jiang Xiaobai was utilizing some form of potent martial technique that allowed for brief spatial translocation. Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Guoguo's eyes widened even further. Our junior brother is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Even the sect leader has never showcased such a powerful martial skill. As the members of the Qingyun sect speculated on Jiang Xiaobai's might, the remaining enemies grew increasingly terrified. Jiang Xiaobai remained absent, and they had failed to locate him, which only intensified their trepidation and rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai was situated several miles away, intently observing his adversaries. He sat cross-legged, diligently seeking the devouring technique, continuously absorbing and refining exquisite spirit stones. While this martial skill and divine ability were undeniably formidable, they consumed an excessive amount of vital energy. I found that after just a few uses, I had completely depleted all the vital energy within my Dantian Sea. Jiang Xiaobai swiftly devoured and refined the exquisite spirit stones, transforming a multitude of these precious gems into a rich essence of true energy that surged into his Dantian Sea. Within merely a quarter of an hour, the once parched Dantian Sea was once again brimming with vitality. He sighed, realizing that he had been somewhat careless. If he were to engage in battle with an adversary possessing significantly greater strength, would he not find himself in peril today? As Jiang Xiaobai pondered, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. After a moment of contemplation, his figure vanished once more from the spot. When he reappeared, he was accompanied by a terrifying display of martial prowess, advancing directly towards the remaining foes. Quick, defend yourselves. That cunning Jiang Xiaobai is at it again. Boom. But was defensive any use? Jiang Xiaobai's fearsome fist struck mercilessly upon his adversaries. The onslaught of his formidable punches continued unabated, leaving them with no opportunity for retaliation. In the blink of an eye, the enemy force, once exceeding 10,000, had been reduced to near annihilation at his hands. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in desolation, drenched in blood, with the lifeless bodies of foes strewn across the ground. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze was firmly fixed on the three individuals before him, whose prowess had ascended to the 5th and 6th tiers of the sovereign realm. Indeed, the disparity in levels was substantial, making it evident that vanquishing them would not be a simple task. As Jiang Xiaobai concluded his words, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The aura of the three adversaries surged dramatically as they charged towards him with alarming speed. Jiang Xiaobai, even if we perish today, I shall drag you down with us. Upon witnessing this scene, Guoguo and Xiaoman's expressions transformed into one of sheer terror as they cried out, "Junior brother, flee at once. They intend to self-destruct." Guoguo's anxious voice caused Jiang Xiaobai to narrow his eyes. He turned his gaze towards the three foes rushing towards him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Self-detonation? In my decade of traversing the realm of cultivation, I have yet to witness a cultivator self-destruct. To witness such an event firsthand today is truly intriguing. As the three adversaries closed in on him, Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, still smiling. The members of Qingyun sect, witnessing this, became increasingly frantic, shouting, "Uncle Master, hurry. They are about to self-destruct." Panic ensued among the disciples of Qingyun sect. Is Uncle Master out of his mind? In such a perilous situation, he stands there foolishly grinning. "Uncle Master, flee, or it will be the end." They exchanged worried glances, desperate to awaken him from his stupor. What should we do? Who can rouse Uncle Master? If he does not escape soon, it will be too late. Guoguo and Xiaoman were equally distressed, unable to leave Qingyun sect to save their junior brother. What should we do, Xiaoman? We cannot abandon Qingyun sect. We cannot rescue junior brother. I don't know. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai stood his ground, smiling as he regarded the three foes rushing towards him. The three, noticing that Jiang Xiaobai seemed to disregard them entirely, became even more enraged as they prepared to self-destruct. Jiang Xiaobai, you have gone too far. Even if we must die today, we shall ensure you meet your end with us. Suddenly, they produced a pill and swallowed it, their auras surging once more. With the explosive spirit pill aiding our self-detonation, you must perish today. As the three adversaries reached Jiang Xiaobai, just as they were about to seize him, his figure abruptly vanished from sight amidst the anxious gazes of the crowd. When he reappeared, he stood at a distance from the trio, smiling as he addressed them. "Oh dear, what exactly is this explosive spirit pill? What purpose does it serve? And by the way, what does self-detonation entail?" Jiang Xiaobai, gazing at the three petrified individuals before him, could not help but feel a sense of amusement, which instantly shattered their resolve. Were they truly so reckless as to self-destruct? How could they forget that this fellow, Jiang Xiaobai, possessed the ability to teleport? Now, was it still possible to halt their self-detonation? Alas, it was too late. I have already ignited all the spiritual energy within my Dantian. My body has expanded to such an extent that cessation is no longer feasible. I am unwilling to accept this fate. Jiang Xiaobai, you wretched demon, may you suffer a most wretched demise. If I cannot vanquish Jiang Xiaobai, then I shall take down the entire Qingyun sect. With that declaration, the trio hastened towards the Qingyun sect, prompting a look of disdain from Jiang Xiaobai as he observed their reckless advance. To the Qingyun sect they go, where their demise shall be swifter still. Indeed, as panic enveloped all disciples of the Qingyun sect, the moment the three intruders crossed its threshold, they were promptly subdued and sealed by Guoguo. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over everyone in the Qingyun sect. Phew. That was terrifying. Thankfully, with the presence of Elder Guoguo and Elder Xiaoman, we were spared from certain doom. Indeed, what a narrow escape, just moments ago. Junior Uncle truly frightened me. How foolish of me to doubt Junior Uncle's prowess. How could anything possibly harm him? I once thought Junior Uncle had lost his senses. Exactly, I shared the same sentiment. How dare you insinuate that I am deranged? Jiang Xiaobai materialized behind the crowd without their notice, causing them to lower their heads in fear, too intimidated to meet his gaze. What are you still standing around for? Hurry and clean up the battlefield. Yes, Junior Uncle. Remember, not a single spirit stone shall be left behind. Do you understand? We understand, Junior Uncle. In a short span, over 10,000 individuals from the Qingyun sect swiftly set about the task of tidying the battlefield. Observing the blood-soaked ruins, Jiang Xiaobai could not help but lament. The realm of cultivation is indeed a brutal world of the survival of the fittest. Junior Uncle, how shall we deal with these several hundred individuals? The ones spared earlier were now presented once again before Jiang Xiaobai. Examining the feeble breaths of the hundreds before him, he immediately assessed their spiritual roots, only to feel disappointment wash over him. I had not anticipated that after the obliteration of their cultivation, their spiritual roots would wither as well. It seems that cultivation and spiritual roots are intrinsically linked. Jiang Xiaobai initially intended to devour the spiritual roots of these 300 individuals. Yet he was taken aback to discover that their spiritual roots withered as their cultivation was rendered void. Eliminate them all. They are nothing but an eyesore. Yes, Master Uncle. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's decree of execution, the 300 individuals immediately fell into a state of terror, fervently pleading for mercy. Jiang Xiaobai. No, Grandfather Jiang. I implore you to spare me. My cultivation has been obliterated. I pose no threat to you any longer. Jiang Xiaobai, please do not take my life. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I beseech you, do not kill me. I will do anything you desire. Jiang Xiaobai, no. You cannot slay me. I shall curse you. Should you take my life, you will be condemned to die by my curse. Jiang Xiaobai, with a demeanor marked by indifference, felt no compassion as he listened to the incessant pleas of those around him. If he were the one to have his cultivation stripped away today, they would undoubtedly devour him to the very bones. Their clamor was unbearable. He urged them to be more efficient. Yes, Junior Master Uncle. Soon, 300 individuals were escorted away, and shortly thereafter, a cacophony of anguished screams echoed through the air. Guoguo and Xiaoman approached Jiang Xiaobai, their expressions tinged with concern. Junior brother, the events of today are likely to spread across thousands of miles in no time. You must exercise greater caution. Jiang Xiaobai acknowledged the gravity of the situation. The ancient dragon's sacred land is no trivial matter. It harbors many formidable beings even more powerful than Guoguo and myself. I am uncertain of the animosity between you and the ancient dragon's sacred land, but should they dispatch their true elite, our entire Qingyun sect may face irreparable doom. Xiaoman spoke with a solemnity that compelled Jiang Xiaobai into deep contemplation. The ancient dragon's sacred land indeed posed a significant threat. One could only hope they remained unaware that Li Zizhong and Zhang Zikuan had fallen by his hand. At present, Jiang Xiaobai lacked the means to confront them. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. How I wish senior sister were here at Qingyun sect, he mused. She might fare better than you, however. Do not let word escape about your ability to devour other spiritual roots to augment your own. Xiaoman's countenance was fraught with worry, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to nod in acknowledgement. Just then, the disciples who had gone to cleanse the battlefield returned, each one brimming with excitement. Junior Master Uncle, the battlefield has been cleared. This time, we have reaped tremendous rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment. He immediately turned his gaze towards the crowd and remarked nonchalantly, "Look at your meager aspirations. How many spirit stones can you possibly possess?" Jiang Xiaobai observed the excitement radiating from the crowd and inquired, "Fatty, could you tally the gains from this endeavor?" "Certainly, Master," Wang Daiden replied enthusiastically, promptly instructing everyone to present their spoils. As they beheld the mountainous accumulation of various resources, not only the disciples of Qingyun sect, but even Jiang Xiaobai himself felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Goodness, such an abundance of resources. If we were to vanquish over 100 factions, wouldn't that be? At this juncture, a smile crept upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips, as he had already resolved within himself. However, he pondered whether these factions possessed the strength to harbor Saint Realm experts. Presently, my overall capability hovers around the 7th tier of the Venerable Realm. Should I encounter an opponent whose cultivation surpasses the 7th tier of the Venerable Realm, I would find myself in a precarious position. As Jiang Xiaobai stroked his chin, he fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, his gaze shifted towards Guoguo, and he remarked, if only Guoguo could leave Qingyun's sect. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaobai promptly inquired of the system, how can I break Guoguo's seal? Ding. Host, in order to break the seals on Guoguo and Xiaoman, you must master the power of the laws. The power of the laws. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Did he not possess the impervious body to all laws? System, do I not have the impervious body to all laws? Can I not break the seals on Guoguo and Xiaoman? Ding. Host, that is not the case. The impervious body merely grants immunity to the harm of any law's power. It does not enable you to break the seals of the laws. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of disappointment. The invulnerable law body seemed rather superfluous to him at this moment. As he pondered in silence, Wang Daiden exuberantly approached, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Little Master Uncle. Can you guess how much we have gathered this time? Observing Wang Daiden's animated demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai took a moment to reflect. Just as Wang Daiden anticipated a guess, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly declared, Speak. How dull. Wang Daiden, noticing Jiang Xiaobai's serious expression, reported, Little Master Uncle, we have amassed 68 billion low-grade spirit stones, over 5,000 varieties of spiritual herbs, 30,000 weapons of various kinds, and more than 20,000 resources of uncertain nature. Upon hearing Wang Daiden's report, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, So much? 68 billion top-grade spirit stones. Little Master Uncle, they are not top-grade spirit stones, but low-grade ones. Wang Daiden promptly corrected him. 68 billion top-grade spirit stones? Surely, that is a fanciful thought. Low-grade spirit stones? What a letdown. Just take them and ensure proper accounting. Furthermore, each member of the Qingyun sect will be able to receive 300 low-grade spirit stones monthly. What you choose to do with them is entirely up to you. As Jiang Xiaobai's words echoed through the venue, an immediate uproar erupted among all the disciples. 300 low-grade spirit stones. In times past, such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable to them. Our esteemed junior master is magnificent, truly remarkable. From this moment forth, I pledge my allegiance to you, willing to follow your every command. How astonishing it is, my esteemed uncle. 300 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, I could only manage 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones a month, which already felt quite extravagant. Yet now, the prospect of acquiring 300 stones in a single month is beyond my wildest dreams. Henceforth, our junior master shall be my true love. Dear master, I am 18 this year, with measurements of 88. My beauty is as radiant as a blossoming flower. Do you not see that I embody your preferred type? Tonight, I shall provide warmth to your bed. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's expression immediately darkened. I provide you with spirit stones, and yet you covet my body. Everyone listened. And he declared, from this moment forth, all disciples who join the Qingyun sect shall be relegated to the outer sect. As for the inner disciples and others, their status will depend on their performance and strength. Moreover, hasten the completion of the Qingyun sect. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback, responding, Yes, junior uncle. Just then, Guoguo and Xiaoman approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, Junior brother, what are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai curled his lips and declared, Of course, I shall seek vengeance. They have dared to bully us right at the doorstep of the Qingyun sect. It would be utterly unacceptable for me to not return the favor. As soon as these words escaped Jiang Xiaobai's lips, Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged glances filled with surprise. Junior brother, are you really going to avenge us? Certainly, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Guoguo, Xiaoman, I entrust the Qingyun sect to your care. Remember, do not let them escape from the sect. The outside world is fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Guoguo and Xiaoman pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Jiang Xiaobai, the cultivation world is treacherous, and demons roam freely. Within the confines of the Qingyun sect, due to the thin spiritual energy, there are no formidable demons or human cultivators. However, venturing beyond this radius of 10,000 miles, one encounters powerful demons and human practitioners at every turn. You lack experience and are relatively weak. You must exercise the utmost caution in your actions. Xiaoman's delicate face appeared icy, yet her concern for Jiang Xiaobai was evident. Junior brother, when you return, could you do me a small favor? Guoguo's eyes sparkled mischievously. And before Jiang Xiaobai could respond, Xiaoman immediately scolded Guoguo, saying, Guoguo, if you do not mend your lecherous ways, do you believe I will show you mercy? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai looked at Guoguo with a face full of sympathy and said with a smile, "Guoguo, what is it that you wish for my assistance with? Speak up and let me see if it is within my capability." In response, Guoguo shook his head vigorously. "No need. I suddenly feel as if there is nothing at all that requires attention. In that case, I shall take my leave," Jiang Xiaobai declared, and without delay, he employed his spatial traversing ability, swiftly making his way towards Qingyun City. At this moment, the events transpiring at Qingyun Sect had yet to reach Qingyun City, where the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling, teeming with people and merchants alike. In the lively marketplace, cultivators were a common sight. Come one, come all. Don't miss out as you pass by. Leather belts for sale at a bargain, crafted from the durable and exquisite skins of golden pythons and crocodiles. Wind spirit grass, a substance that can enhance one's spiritual root and is also useful in alchemy, is being offered at a mere 10 top-grade spirit stones. Oh dear sir. Drunken Breeze is having a month-end discount today. The young ladies are eager to impress for their performance. Come on, sir, hurry over. The young ladies can hardly wait. As Jiang Xiaobai entered Qingyun City, he strolled alone through the bustling marketplace, gazing at the opulence of the world around him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. Wherever there are people, there exists the commerce of flesh. I must find a suitable place to ascertain the precise locations of those factions, otherwise I shall wander aimlessly like a headless fly." Just as Jiang Xiaobai contemplated making his way to the Duobao Pavilion, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in revealing attire, suddenly obstructed his path. "Ah, young sir, please hold your step." Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by her words and immediately turned to the woman, inquiring, "Is there something amiss?" "Oh dear young master, I find myself in a predicament and require your assistance," the alluring woman replied, casting a seductive glance toward Jiang Xiaobai. She leaned closer, her body inching forward. "Please, I truly need your help. It is of utmost importance." A distinctive, enchanting fragrance wafted toward Jiang Xiaobai, captivating his senses. Noticing his momentary stupor, the woman sought to engage this vigorous young man further, leaning in with a teasing demeanor. "Young master, I am overwhelmed with loneliness, my heart heavy with longing. Might you consider stepping in to assist me? Today marks the end of the month, and I could offer you a generous discount," she added enticingly. Observing the flush that spread across Jiang Xiaobai's face, she intensified her allure, saying, "Come now, I have not entertained anyone this month. Tonight, I am entirely yours. You may indulge in whatever your heart desires." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's throat rolled incessantly. The woman believed that he was about to succumb to her allure, when suddenly he propelled her away with a forceful shove. Bang! Ouch! How cruel! If you do not desire me, why resort to violence? That truly hurts. The woman was sent flying several meters, landing directly in a heap of decaying vegetable leaves. "With such a lackluster appearance, you dare to ask for my money? Even a free offer would not entice me." Having uttered these words, Jiang Xiaobai strode towards the Duobao Pavilion, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. What a remarkable young man! He resisted such temptation. Surely, he has a bright future ahead. Indeed, we must be role models, if we wish to remain steadfast. We must learn to control our desires. Do you think this young man might falter? If he can withstand such temptations, surely he is capable. Look at his vitality. Observe his physique. How could he possibly fail? Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the murmurs of the onlookers surrounding him. As he departed, two figures materialized in his wake. "You must return immediately and inform the city lord," stating that Jiang Xiaobai, who has apprehended Commander Fong, has been sighted within Qingyun City. "Understood, Captain." After watching his subordinate leave, the captain promptly followed in Jiang Xiaobai's footsteps. A considerable time later, within the city lord's mansion, a soldier rushed into the residence of Lord Fong Tianji, urgently reporting, "My lord, Jiang Xiaobai, who has captured Commander Fong, has appeared. He is heading towards the Duobao Pavilion, and the captain is in pursuit." Crash! Fong Tianji, who had been leisurely sipping tea, immediately hurled his cup to the ground upon hearing the soldier's report. "What? Jiang Xiaobai has surfaced?" "Indeed, my lord. He should be within the Duobao Pavilion at this moment." Fong Tianji's eyes rapidly turned icy, radiating an aura of lethal intent, as he commanded everyone present, "Mobilize all the formidable individuals from the city lord's mansion. We must apprehend Jiang Xiaobai at the Duobao Pavilion." "Yes, city lord. Soon." Nearly 1,000 formidable warriors from the city lord's mansion gathered before its grand entrance, each possessing strength at least at the first tier of the sovereign realm. The strongest among them, Fong Tianji, boasted a cultivation level that had reached the 7th tier of the sovereign realm. The commotion at the city lord's mansion swiftly attracted the attention of those nearby. What is happening here? The city lord's forces are mobilizing en masse. Could this indicate a significant event? Surely, someone has offended the city lord's mansion. I recall a similar occurrence 30 years ago when they also acted in such a manner. Let us follow them. I am curious to uncover who has the audacity to provoke the entire city lord's mansion. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Fang Tianji, accompanied by all the warriors of the city lord's mansion, strode fiercely towards the Duobao pavilion. Jiang Xiaobai was unaware that all the formidable figures from the city lord's mansion were hastening towards him. At that moment, he stood before the opulent entrance of the Duobao pavilion, marveling at its bustling business. How many spirit stones must be amassed in a single day? Observing the throngs of patrons entering and exiting the pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of envy. If only this Duobao pavilion belonged to our Qingyun sect. It would provide a steady stream of income, allowing our sect to flourish sustainably. Once I have dealt with those over 100 factions, I shall seize control of the entire Qingyun city, and then a source of revenue shall be secured. Moreover, the city lord's mansion ought to undergo a change as well. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai stepped into the Duobao pavilion, and as soon as he entered, the voice of Yiling Long resonated. Ah, if it isn't our little brother Xiaobai. What brings our great fortune bringer to us today? In the midst of her words, Yiling Long's figure appeared beside Jiang Xiaobai, leaving him scarcely able to react. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. This woman's strength is formidable. I could not sense it before, but now that my own power has grown, I find that Yiling Long is truly an enigma of immense capabilities. Jiang Xiaobai continuously analyzed Yiling Long in his heart. Noticing her lack of response, Yiling Long spoke again. Little Bai, it has only been a few days since we last met. Have you forgotten your sister already? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai, a delightful fragrance enveloping him. Jiang Xiaobai immediately smiled and said, "Oh my, Sister Yi, it seems you have become even more beautiful in our brief separation. Could you share with your younger brother the secrets of your beauty? How is it that you grow more enchanting by the day?" "Haha, you little rascal. Your words are indeed sweet," she replied. "Now, tell me, what brings you to our Duobao pavilion today?" Seeing Yiling Long dive straight into the topic, Jiang Xiaobai no longer hesitated. He retrieved a list containing the names of over 100 factions and handed it to Yiling Long, saying, "It's nothing too significant. I merely wish to know the precise locations of these factions. Does Duobao Pavilion possess maps of these forces?" Upon hearing this, Yiling Long's lovely eyes narrowed as she took a glance at the list Jiang Xiaobai had presented. Her expression momentarily froze, and she inquired, "Little Bai, what are your intentions with this?" Jiang Xiaobai, with a playful twist of his lips, chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wish to pay a visit to them." Yiling Long, gazing thoughtfully at Jiang Xiaobai, after a moment's reflection, replied, "Dear brother Xiaobai, I indeed possess maps of these factions. I shall have someone provide them to you. In that case, I must first express my gratitude to you, dear sister," he said. "Oh, there's no need for such formality. All I ask is that you take good care of my business in the future." Shortly thereafter, Yiling Long summoned someone to deliver a map to Jiang Xiaobai, which clearly marked the precise locations of those factions. After examining the map, Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly and said, "Sister Yi, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you further. Farewell. Take care, and remember to visit your sister when you have the time." As Jiang Xiaobai departed from the Duobao pavilion, Yiling Long fell into a brief contemplation. Moments later, an elderly man appeared beside her and respectfully inquired, "Miss, why are we assisting this young man?" "To create an additional avenue," Yiling Long replied. The elder nodded in understanding and fell silent, but Yiling Long continued, "This young man possesses extraordinary talent, having elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the refining god realm in less than a month. His cultivation speed is astonishing and his foundation is remarkably solid." Upon hearing this, the elder immediately remarked, "Miss, do you intend to make use of him?" Yiling Long nodded affirmatively and added, "Perhaps this young man may surprise me. Issue an order. From now on, when he comes to trade, grant him a 20% discount. Additionally, send someone to monitor the movements of the Qingyun sect at all times." At the entrance of the Duobao pavilion, Fang Tianji was leading all the powerful figures from the city lord's mansion with great fervor. "Is Jiang Xiaobai still inside the Duobao pavilion?" he inquired. Reporting to the city lord, Jiang Xiaobai has just left the Duobao pavilion and is heading towards the outskirts of the city. Fang Tianji's expression turned icy upon hearing this, and he commanded, Let us hasten and catch up with Jiang Xiaobai. Yes, City Lord. The commotion caused by the City Lord's mansion was significant, and it wasn't long before the news spread throughout the entire Qingyan city. Just as they departed, Yiling Long and the elderly man appeared at the entrance of the Duobao pavilion. Miss, should I assist Jiang Xiaobai? With his peak cultivation at the refining god realm, he stands little chance of escaping the pursuit from the City Lord's mansion. Yiling Long's eyes sharpened at this suggestion as she replied, no need. I have been feeling rather restless lately. A stroll would do me good, and I can observe the situation. Understood, miss. Soon, Yiling Long's figure vanished from sight. 10 miles outside Qingyan City, after leaving the Duobao pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai made his way toward the city's outskirts. How amusing, he mused. I have yet to seek you out, yet you have delivered yourselves right to me. As Jiang Xiaobai exited the Duobao pavilion, he immediately sensed that he was being followed. Intentionally, he left traces for the City Lord's men to pursue him. He was curious to see just how capable a mere City Lord's office in Qingyan City could be. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai casually seated himself on the ground, kindled a fire, and began to roast meat. Indeed, it was a splendid day, one to savor the delights of barbecued fare. As Jiang Xiaobai hummed a tune while awaiting the arrival of the City Lord's men, he remained blissfully unaware that a figure had already come within a mile of his vicinity, concealing itself to observe him quietly. This person was none other than Yiling Long. This lad, even in the face of impending peril, still finds joy in roasting meat. How audacious, she mused. Just then, the men from the City Lord's manor located Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing 1,000 individuals suddenly materialize before him, Jiang Xiaobai appeared utterly unfazed, even exhibiting a sense of excitement. When Fang Tianji finally laid eyes on Jiang Xiaobai, his gaze turned icy as he demanded, You are Jiang Xiaobai? Indeed, I am the notorious Jiang Xiaobai, the bane of all who cross my path. Dear uncle, is there something troubling you that I might assist with? Jiang Xiaobai replied with an air of sincerity, yet Fang Tianji's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Where's my nephew? Uncle, who might your nephew be? Has he run away from home? Would you like me to help you find him? Jiang Xiaobai, you know precisely whom I refer to. Do not feign ignorance. Today, I, Fang Tianji, shall enact justice upon you. You incapacitate him. Yes, my lord. A formidable warrior, a third-tier expert of the respect realm, surged forward towards Jiang Xiaobai. Wait, Jiang Xiaobai. Do you have any final words? Final words? I have none. I am still young. How could I bear to die? Enough with the chatter, incapacitate him. And then we shall use him to threaten the Qingyan sect for their treasures. Buzz. Upon hearing Fang Tianji's command, the third-tier expert lunged at Jiang Xiaobai with remarkable speed. In response, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he rose calmly and regarded the assailant. The onlookers were taken aback by his apparent lack of defensive measures. Is Jiang Xiaobai truly so daft as to stand there? They wondered. Could it be a ruse? He hardly seems like an upstanding character. What ruse? His cultivation is merely at the peak of the refinement realm. Any conspiracies pale in comparison to overwhelming strength. Crash. Boom. Just as those words left the speaker's lips, a scene that left them speechless unfolded. Jiang Xiaobai, with a single punch, dispatched one of their third-tier experts. How is this possible? Did I just witness a third-tier expert fall to a single blow? Am I imagining things? Jiang Xiaobai was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he faced us with such composure. My lord, allow me to deal with Jiang Xiaobai. A burly, menacing middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing Fang Tianji. At that moment, Fang Tianji's murderous aura surged, and he nodded. Do not underestimate him. This lad possesses an unusual quality. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, my lord, my cultivation has not only reached the 5th tier of the sovereign realm, but my overall prowess is also sufficient to contend evenly with a 6th tier sovereign. This young man shall be no match for me. Observing the confidence radiating from that individual, Fang Tianji chose to remain silent. Jiang Xiaobai, prepare to receive a strike from your grandfather. Dominant blade, attack. With a resounding clash, a terrifying momentum erupted from the wielder's great blade, surging towards Jiang Xiaobai with lethal speed. Hidden nearby, Yiling Long was poised to intervene on Jiang Xiaobai's behalf. Yet she found herself frozen in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Jiang Xiaobai, wielding a sharp sword, suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind the assailant, delivering a swift, ruthless, and precise thrust to the area of the man's heart. With a piercing sound, the icy blade penetrated his heart, and an overwhelming wave of agony coursed through his entire being. You lack martial ethics. With that exclamation, the formidable warrior from the Lord's estate collapsed, lifeless. All within the city lord's manor, including Fang Tianji, stood paralyzed in shock at Jiang Xiaobai's display of power. What now? Are you astonished? Fang Tianji, allow me to inform you of a little detail. Your nephew met a similar fate, pierced through the heart by my sword. Fang Tianji, does this infuriate you? Jiang Xiaobai cast a mischievous glance at Fang Tianji, who now stood at the precipice of an explosive confrontation. Jiang Xiaobai, today, I shall have you torn to shreds. He bellowed. Everyone, attack together and be wary of any sneak assaults. Yes, my lord. In unison, 1,000 formidable warriors surged forth, weapons drawn, intent on overwhelming Jiang Xiaobai. Yet, upon witnessing this chaotic scene, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, his expression seemed infused with exhilaration. I wonder how plentiful the spoils are in the Lord's estate. Alas, I am inherently benevolent, yet you compel me to slay so many. This is your transgression. With a resonant hum, as soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight once more. When he reappeared, the air was filled with anguished cries. With each scream, a warrior from the Lord's estate succumbed, lifeless on the ground. In a mere quarter hour, the once mighty 1,000 had dwindled to just a handful. Fang Tianji, now ashen-faced, gazed in horror at the unfolding calamity. How is this possible? How could Jiang Xiaobai be so powerful? Isn't he merely at the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm? As he spoke, he realized that all his comrades had been annihilated, prompting him to retreat in terror. Well, Fang City Lord, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Jiang Xiaobai approached Fang Tianji with the ominous presence of a demon, inching closer with each deliberate step. Despite Fang Tianji's significantly superior cultivation, he found himself retreating in terror upon witnessing the sheer horror embodied by Jiang Xiaobai. You fiend. Your methods are ruthlessly vicious. You are undoubtedly a demon, a spy for the demonic clan. Fang Tianji exclaimed, desperation lacing his voice. Fool, you've uttered enough nonsense. You may as well perish. Just as Jiang Xiaobai prepared to strike down Fang Tianji, an unfamiliar voice echoed from a short distance away. Jiang Xiaobai, I never imagined you would be so fortunate to still be alive. The sudden call of his name momentarily halted Jiang Xiaobai, but only for an instant. Resolute, he resumed his assault on Fang Tianji, thinking that regardless of the identity of the newcomer, he must first eliminate Fang Tianji to avert future complications. In the midst of Fang Tianji's terror, Jiang Xiaobai vanished from sight once more. When he reappeared, he brandished a long sword, materializing behind Fang Tianji. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced Fang Tianji's heart, an icy pain radiating throughout his body. No! Fang Tianji cried out in despair as he collapsed, succumbing to death. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodian appeared before Jiang Xiaobai. Who are you? How do you know my name? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, confusion evident in his tone. However, Zhou Xiaodian remained silent, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai with keen interest. This only heightened Jiang Xiaobai's caution, as he mused to himself. This individual possesses the cultivation of the celestial realm, while I stand at the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. Beyond this lies the 9th stage of the sovereign realm, followed by the 9th stage of the sacred realm, eventually reaching the celestial realm. The celestial realm is regarded as the watershed of the entire cultivation world. It is said that beneath the celestial realm, all are but ants. The disparity in strength between myself and this individual is insurmountable. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely lead to my swift demise. Jiang Xiaobai meticulously assessed the situation before him, and with a sudden glimmer in his eyes, he smiled and inquired, What shall I call you, my esteemed brother? I am pleasantly surprised to find that you are familiar with me. It is indeed a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his gaze remained cautiously fixed on Zhou Xiaodian, while his body instinctively retreated. Those who have attained the celestial realm possess a profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. This depth of insight renders individuals at the celestial realm even more formidable, endowing them with a heightened comprehension of martial arts and techniques. Jiang Xiaobai once again pondered. Noticing Zhou Xiaodian still gazing intently at him, Jiang Xiaobai devised a clever plan and remarked, I say, dear brother, you wouldn't happen to be from the ancient dragon's sacred land, would you? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mention the ancient dragon's sacred land, Zhou Xiaodian's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, Jiang Xiaobai, so you truly did not perish. What does this mean? Are you indeed a member of the ancient dragon's sacred land? With a chuckle, he continued, Jiang Xiaobai, it has been a decade since we last met, and you have somehow forgotten about me, Zhou Xiaodian. Although you were merely 8 years old back then, you surely cannot have erased me from your memory. After all, I frequently pinned you down and playfully spanked you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's mouth tightened, clearly aware that Zhou Xiaotian was mocking him. However, before Jiang Xiaobai could respond, Zhou Xiaotian suddenly formed hand seals, conjuring various mystical symbols before him. This left Jiang Xiaobai utterly perplexed, unsure of Zhou Xiaotian's intentions. Consequently, Zhou Xiaotian's next actions provoked Jiang Xiaobai's ire. Holy Lord, the son of the ancient dragon sacred land. Jiang Xiaobai is not dead. He is right here in Xiaotian's grasp. As soon as Zhou Xiaotian finished speaking, the mystical symbols before him shot upwards at an astonishing speed, vanishing from Jiang Xiaobai's sight before he could react. Damn it! This wretch will not rest my fury until he is slain. How dare he reveal my circumstances to the ancient dragon sacred land? Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes turning icy as he fixed his stare on Zhou Xiaotian, silently resolving, I must lure him to Qingyun's sect. Otherwise, I cannot bring him to his end. Jiang Xiaobai, why do you still live? Did Li Zizhong and Zhang Zikuan release you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and replied, take a guess. In response, Zhou Xiaotian's expression turned icy as he threatened. Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for your futile scheming. Your cleverness is utterly useless in the face of absolute power. Reveal the truth to me. Why do you still draw breath? What is the current state of Li Zizhong and Zhang Zikuan? Where are they? I've already given you the chance to guess. What more is there to prattle on about? Buzz. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words fell, Zhou Xiaotian immediately unleashed the terrifying might of his celestial realm, an overwhelming aura that rendered Jiang Xiaobai pale and gasping for breath. Damn, this fellow's power is truly formidable. Jiang Xiaobai, I present you with two choices. First, you can forfeit your cultivation, or second, I shall personally render you powerless. Choose wisely. Fool. It seems you have forgotten the horrors of the sacred land after a decade of absence. In light of this, I shall now incapacitate you and bring you back to the sacred land for further handling. With that, Zhou Xiaotian swiftly surged toward Jiang Xiaobai, who, in response, utilized his spatial traversing technique, vanishing from sight. This left Zhou Xiaotian astounded, exclaiming, this child is indeed extraordinary. What martial skill did he just employ to achieve such fleeting spatial movement? As he pondered, a flicker of greed and fervor ignited in Zhou Xiaotian's eyes. If I could acquire the martial skills of Jiang Xiaobai, my own power would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Humph. The sacred land did not err in its judgment. Jiang Xiaobai harbors many secrets. Do you believe you can escape from my grasp, Zhou Xiaotian? Once I obtain your martial skills, I shall end your life and return with your corpse to the sacred land. Thus, no one will ever learn of the techniques I have taken from you. Zhou Xiaotian's figure suddenly soared, racing toward the direction Jiang Xiaobai had traversed. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Xiaobai's form reappeared within Zhou Xiaotian's sight. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaotian closing in, Jiang Xiaobai was alarmed. Damn, how is this guy so fast? After reaching the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, each utilization of my spatial traversing technique allows me to move 10 miles. Yet this fellow has caught up to me at such a rapid pace. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, we are only 250 miles away from Qingyun's sect. Zhou Xiaotian, I will make you regret ever coming to this world. With that, Jiang Xiaobai once again traversed toward Qingyun's sect. However, he had underestimated Zhou Xiaotian's prowess. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xiaotian's figure suddenly obstructed his path. Hee, Jiang Xiaobai, your martial skills are indeed formidable. Yet, in the face of absolute power, they are rendered meaningless. Surrender your techniques, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, should I resort to soul-searching, you may find existence worse than death. Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. He had heard of soul search, a method employed by the powerful to extract memories from the weak, but it was exceedingly cruel. Once an individual fell victim to this technique, their soul would suffer irreparable damage, rendering them incapable of further cultivation. Zhou Xiaotian was indeed malevolent. Zhou Xiaotian, I have a question that has long perplexed me. If you can answer it, I shall share my martial arts secrets with you. Zhou Xiaotian, momentarily stunned, inquired. What is your question? Jiang Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings for a moment before inquiring, why does the ancient dragon sacred land insist on taking my life? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he replied with a smirk, I find this question unworthy of my response. The decisions of the sacred land are eternally infallible. At these words, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes turned frigid, his expression suffused with a murderous intent. To be pursued relentlessly by a sacred land without cause, Do they consider me merely an insect to be toyed with at their whim? Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. Are you not indeed a mere insect? Surrender your martial techniques, or you shall meet a most gruesome fate. Desire my martial skills? First, let me hear you call me Grandfather Jiang. He retorted defiantly. Humph. Refusing a toast only to receive a punishment. Jiang Xiaobai, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what follows. With that, a terrifying aura emanated from Zhou Xiaotian as his right hand shot forth with alarming speed toward Jiang Xiaobai's head. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly employed his spatial teleportation ability once more to escape his current location. However, each time he utilized this skill, Zhou Xiaotian's figure would manifest before him, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to curse vehemently. Damn it, don't give me the chance, or I shall obliterate you. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless game of cat and mouse. After a considerable duration, Jiang Xiaobai finally returned to a location merely a few miles from Qingyun sect. Yet, at this moment, his entire reservoir of true energy within the Dantian had been completely depleted. This is dire. There is no true energy left in my Dantian. Zhou Xiaotian, reveling in the situation, mocked. Ha ha ha. Keep running, Jiang Xiaobai. Your face is ashen. Has your true energy been exhausted? Observing that Jiang Xiaobai was indeed drained of his energy, Zhou Xiaotian abandoned his urgency to kill him, instead tauntingly saying, Jiang Xiaobai, weren't you quite capable? Why have you ceased your flight? Surrender your martial techniques to me, and I promise to grant you a swift end. Jiang Xiaobai gazed anxiously as Zhou Xiaotian approached him step by step, his heart filled with unease. He cast a glance towards the direction of Qingyun sect, shaking his head in resignation with a bitter smile. Could it be that he was destined to falter here? How careless of him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly addressed the approaching Zhou Xiaotian, saying, I can offer you my martial skills, but would you first escort me back to my sect? Zhou Xiaotian paused, taken aback by the mention of a sect. You still have a sect? Indeed. It's the Qingyun sect, just a few miles ahead, a rather humble establishment. Qingyun sect? Yes. Within its confines reside my esteemed master and my beloved brothers and sisters. If you can grant me the chance to behold them once more before my demise, I shall relinquish my martial skills as a farewell. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's earnest expression, Zhou Xiaotian's gaze sharpened as he fell into deep thought. Look, isn't that Zhou Xiaotian? A voice chimed, echoing with amusement. After a decade apart, Zhou Xiaotian, you have undergone quite a transformation, reaching the first tier of the celestial realm. The figure of Yi Linglong had appeared unexpectedly not far from Jiang Xiaobai, causing a flicker of excitement in his demeanor and a slight smile to grace his lips. However, upon laying eyes on Yi Linglong, Zhou Xiaotian's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted, You witch, this concerns our ancient dragon's sacred land. I implore you not to interfere. Zhou Xiaotian, how unkind. It has been 10 years since we last met, and you still treat me with such coldness. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai discreetly retrieved several exquisite spirit stones, cautiously channeling his devouring divine ability to begin the process of consuming and refining the precious stones. Yi Linglong, let us maintain our own boundaries. Kindly step aside, exclaimed Zhou Xiaotian. Oh dear, Zhou Xiaotian, why such coldness? It has been a decade since we last met, and I find myself not only yearning with anticipation, but also eager to engage. Since fate has brought us together once more today, why not indulge in a friendly spar? Buzz. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yi Linglong emanated a formidable black aura, swiftly charging towards Zhou Xiaotian. Yi Linglong, how dare you interfere in matters concerning our ancient dragon's sacred land? Step back. In an instant, the two were embroiled in a fierce battle, causing the very earth to tremble and mountains to sway. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai had regained some of his true energy. After observing the fierce battle between the two, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted at Zhou Xiaotian. Zhou Xiaotian, I must inform my master that you have bullied me. Just wait. I will return to summon my master to deal with you. With that, Jiang Xiaobai immediately utilized his spatial teleportation ability and swiftly headed towards the Qingyun sect. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai fleeing in the direction of the Qingyun sect, Zhou Xiaotian gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at Yi Linglong as he angrily exclaimed, Yi Linglong, are you truly intent on opposing me today? Oh, Zhou Xiaotian, don't say it like that. It has merely been 10 years since we last met, and I am simply eager to spar with you, Yi Linglong replied playfully. Humph, Yi Linglong, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to assist that brat Jiang Xiaobai in his escape. But have you considered that even if you manage to stop me for a moment, can you impede the entire ancient dragon sacred land? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoyan's words, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes sharpened, plunging her into contemplation. The ancient dragon sacred land was indeed one of the most formidable forces in the entire Tianxin realm, and she was reluctant to irreparably sever ties with them. Ah, who is Jiang Xiaobai? Zhou Xiaoyan. Is he perhaps your old acquaintance? I sense a hint of jealousy. Zhou Xiaoyan's face darkened ominously. Incomprehensible. Yi Linglong. Do not hinder me further. Otherwise, I shall report this matter to the sacred land. Consider your position wisely. With that, Zhou Xiaoyan immediately pursued the direction in which Jiang Xiaobai had fled. Watching Zhou Xiaoyan vanish from sight, Yi Linglong could only shake her head in resignation and murmur, Jiang Xiaobai, I can assist you no further. Take care of yourself. I truly cannot contend with the ancient dragon sacred land. After speaking, Yi Linglong swiftly made her way towards the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Qingyun sect through spatial teleportation, Jiang Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the construction of the Qingyun sect, he promptly shouted, Guoguo, Xiaoman, quickly conceal your strength. Guoguo and Xiaoman, who had been lounging in a shaded area, paused in surprise, immediately realizing that Jiang Xiaobai was up to something again. They swiftly masked their auras. Little junior brother, are you planning to trick someone again? Guoguo's mischievous eyes sparkled with curiosity. Guoguo, someone is pursuing me. It's a member of the ancient dragon sacred land, and his cultivation has reached the first stage of the celestial realm. Once I lure him into the Qingyun sect, you must capture him immediately and seize the token he uses to relay information to the ancient dragon sacred land, as well as that spiritual talisman. Oh, and Xiaoman, you will pretend to be my master, concealing your strength at the peak of the sacred realm. Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged glances, understanding Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, and nodded in agreement. Little junior brother, rest assured, as soon as he dares to step into the Qingyun sect, Guoguo will apprehend him without hesitation. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, then turned to everyone and shouted, Everyone, cease your tasks immediately and gather at the mountain gate. Let us unite to confront our adversaries. The moment Jiang Xiaobai's words were uttered, they immediately stirred a commotion within the entire Qingyun sect. However, rather than exhibiting any signs of panic, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Oh wow, yet another benevolent benefactor has bestowed cultivation resources upon our Qingyun sect. They exclaimed, Hee, I shall once again witness my esteemed junior uncle displaying his prowess. This time, I must diligently note down his exquisite techniques. Let us hurry to the mountain gate and gather. I wish to secure the best vantage point. Upon hearing the discussions among the disciples of the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai wore an expression of utter disbelief. Was he truly someone who relished in pretense? Before long, over 10,000 members of the Qingyun sect gathered at the sect's gates, patiently awaiting the arrival of Zhou Xiaoyan. Master Uncle, which benevolent individual is bestowing resources upon our Qingyun sect this time? We have yet to tally the resources from the last allocation, remarked Wang Dabin, who had appeared at Jiang Xiaobai's side unbeknownst to him. In response, Jiang Xiaobai gazed into the distance and chuckled, a rather powerful fool, exceedingly full of himself. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, two formidable figures soared towards the Qingyun sect at an astonishing speed, one in front of the other. Jiang Xiaobai, do you believe that returning to your sect will allow you to evade my pursuit? The silhouettes of Zhou Xiaoyan and Yi Linglong loomed high in the sky, scrutinizing the entire Qingyun sect. After assessing the situation, Zhou Xiaoyan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, is this the so-called Qingyun sect? Such a feeble and dilapidated little sect. And you dare to boast? Jiang Xiaobai, you may have met your demise, but you wish to drag your sect down with you. How malicious of you. His words resonated throughout the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong, standing not far from him, shook her head with a wry smile after carefully observing the sect. Jiang Xiaobai, I had thought Qingyun sect harbored powers surpassing the heavenly realm, but it appears to be so weak and worn. I can no longer assist you. With that, Yi Linglong moved several hundred meters away from the sect's entrance, watching quietly. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai feigned panic and, filled with fury, addressed Xiaoman, Master. It is this scoundrel who bullied me before and threatened to annihilate our Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's lips twitched as she thought to herself how remarkably adept Jiang Xiaobai was at feigning distress. Rest assured, my disciple, today I shall take charge. Xiaoman exuded the peak strength of the holy realm, brandishing a sharp sword and pointing it at Zhou Xiaoyan. You rogue, Dare to bully my disciple? Come down and let me cripple you. Zhou Xiaotian, observing Xiaoman and assessing her strength, quickly realized she was merely at the peak of the holy realm. He burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai, do you intend to make me die of laughter? The peak of the holy realm? Ha ha, do you not know that my strength has already reached the first stage of the heavenly realm? And what of the first stage of the heavenly realm? As long as our Qingyan sect stands united, we can still bring you down. Zhou Xiaotian, you fool, if you have the courage, then leave. And do not let me see you again." Leave? Zhou Xiaotian's expression turned icy at Jiang Xiaobai's words, filled with murderous intent. You need not utter such foolishness. Today, be it you or your entire Qingyan sect, you shall perish. Ha ha ha, Zhou Xiaotian, anyone can boast. While your cultivation has reached the first stage of the heavenly realm, my master is at the peak of the holy realm, just a hair's breadth away. I do not believe you can defeat my master. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering confidence, Zhou Xiaotian's demeanor shifted to caution as he once again scrutinized the entire Qingyan sect. Yet, despite his thorough examination, he could not discern any flaws within the sect. Could it be that I am being overly cautious? The strongest within this entire Qingyan sect appears to be at the peak of the holy realm. So why does Jiang Xiaobai exude such confidence? He dared not be careless and immediately unleashed a powerful martial technique towards the Qingyan sect. The air trembled. Upon witnessing this, all members of the Qingyan sect were engulfed in terror, their expressions unmistakably genuine. A thunderous roar erupted. Splatter. Xiaoman intercepted Zhou Xiaotian's attack, feigning the expulsion of blood, appearing gravely injured. Master, are you all right? Jiang Xiaobai rushed to Xiaoman's side, his face a mask of concern, radiating urgency. Zhou Xiaotian, observing this, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai, you were merely trying to intimidate me, hoping to scare me away. But tell me, how could you possibly comprehend the might of the ancient dragon's sacred land? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fixed a piercing, icy gaze upon Zhou Xiaotian. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotian suddenly turned to Yi Linglong, declaring, Yi Linglong, should you meddle further in the affairs of our ancient dragon's sacred land, you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Yi Linglong cast a glance at Jiang Xiaobai, shaking her head in resignation with a bitter smile. Just then, Zhou Xiaotian charged towards Jiang Xiaobai with alarming speed. Jiang Xiaobai, today, no one shall prevent your demise. As Zhou Xiaotian raced towards Jiang Xiaobai, the entire Qingyun sect was gripped by panic, with disciples shouting, Little uncle, run. We will hold this scoundrel at bay. Little uncle, hurry. You must avenge us in the future. You wretched fiend. If you wish to slay my little uncle, you shall first have to tread over my corpse. I vow to seek vengeance upon you in 18 years. As Jiang Xiaobai observed Zhou Xiaotian rapidly advancing towards him, a wave of panic washed over him, compelling him to retreat incessantly. Outside the gates of the Qingyun sect, Yi Linglong could only shake her head in resignation, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Jiang Xiaobai, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that I am utterly powerless. At that moment, amidst the collective trepidation of the Qingyun sect, Zhou Xiaotian scoffed derisively. Ha! A swarm of ants daring to challenge me. The instant Zhou Xiaotian set foot within the Qingyun sect, the demeanor of everyone present underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer did they exhibit fear or panic. Instead, they regarded Zhou Xiaotian with the detached curiosity of spectators at a play. This unexpected turn of events left not only Zhou Xiaotian momentarily stunned, but also Yi Linglong perplexed. Jiang Xiaobai, even when death is at your doorstep, you continue to feign bravado. Very well, then, your entire Qingyun sect shall meet its demise. With that, Zhou Xiaotian unleashed a terrifying surge of power, enveloping the entire Qingyun sect in a dark cloud of menace. Typically, the formidable strength of a first-tier celestial realm expert would instill fear in the hearts of most. However, the members of the Qingyun sect exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, fixating on Zhou Xiaotian with a glint in their eyes reminiscent of hunters stalking their prey, wary of letting it escape. I detest the look in your eyes. Perish. A fearsome martial technique materialized as Zhou Xiaotian's skills transformed into a colossal, nine-headed lion, its gaping maw aimed menacingly at the entirety of the Qingyun sect. From a distance, Yi Linglong sighed in resignation. Alas, why provoke anyone at all? Yet you chose to challenge the ancient dragon holy land. Jiang Xiaobai, may your journey be smooth. Boom. As Yi Linglong spoke, the very ground beneath the Qingyun sect trembled violently, leading to an astonishing scene that left her in shock. Zhou Xiaotian had been forcefully brought to the ground, utterly disheveled, and was now being subdued under the foot of Guoguo. Guoguo, quickly seal him. Do not allow him to retaliate. Okay, little junior brother. Yi Linglong stood in bewilderment, utterly confounded by the sudden turn of events. How had Zhou Xiaotian been captured so unexpectedly? What on earth was happening? Just as she pondered these questions, Zhou Xiaotian's enraged voice echoed throughout the Qingyun sect. Ah? Jiang Xiaobai, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you betray me? You shall not die a peaceful death. Jiang Xiaobai, release me at once. If you do not, both you and the entire Qingyun sect shall meet a grave fate. Slap, slap, slap. Jiang Xiaobai directly berated Zhou Xiaotian with a few playful jests, exclaiming, "Fool! In such dire circumstances, you still dare to threaten me? Are the people from the ancient dragon's sacred land lacking in common sense? Jiang Xiaobai, release me." Release you? Do I appear to be a fool? Junior brother, this is his token, and here is a magical seal that can convey messages. Upon seeing the token and seal in Guoguo's hand, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Xiaoman and asked, "Xiaoman, are you able to utilize this magical seal?" Indeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai tilted his mouth and chuckled. Guoguo, first incapacitate his cultivation. All right, little junior brother. No, 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 no. Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot do this. You cannot treat me this way. Zhou Xiaotian finally revealed a look of fear. He was genuinely terrified. Guoguo, what are you hesitating for? Disable his cultivation. All right. Wait. Jiang Xiaobai seemed to have thought of something and immediately stopped Guoguo. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. Now you're frightened, aren't you? Hurry and let me go, or you will surely meet a most dreadful end. Fool. After Jiang Xiaobai furiously berated Zhou Xiaotian, he swiftly employed his space traversal abilities to arrive beside Yi Linglong. Still reeling from the sudden appearance of Jiang Xiaobai, Yi Linglong swallowed hard. Sister Yi, could you keep today's events a secret for me? Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he quietly regarded Yi Linglong. Once she regained her composure, Yi Linglong exclaimed, "Oh dear Xiaobai, where are we? The scenery is simply breathtaking. Sister Yi, you are truly perceptive. I have matters to attend to, so I shall visit the treasure pavilion to see you another day," Jiang Xiaobai replied before his figure vanished once more. After watching Jiang Xiaobai depart, Yi Linglong took a deep breath and murmured, "I was right to gamble on him. This Jiang Xiaobai is indeed extraordinary. I hope he can assist me in the future." With that, she too left the spot. Upon returning to Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai promptly approached Zhou Xiaotian and asked Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, if I use this magical seal, will they be aware it is you who is employing it?" "I do not know." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of relief and turned to Xiaoman, instructing her to employ the magical seal, declaring that he had been rescued by an unknown formidable entity and had fled to the western regions. He urged the Holy Master to dispatch a powerful warrior to pursue him and eliminate Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaoman, upon hearing this, could not help but twitch her lips in response, exclaiming, "You are truly sinister." In reaction to Jiang Xiaobai's words, Zhou Xiaotian immediately erupted with anger, cursing, "Jiang Xiaobai, you despicable rogue, resorting to such vile tactics." Just as Zhou Xiaotian finished speaking, his eyes widened in terror as he witnessed Jiang Xiaobai unleash his devouring divine ability, rapidly consuming his spiritual roots. In sheer horror, Zhou Xiaotian exclaimed, "No, no, no. Jiang Xiaobai, what are you doing? You are devouring my spiritual roots. Release me, you demon, you fiend." Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to Zhou Xiaotian's struggles. Instead, he remained wholly focused on devouring his spiritual root. In no time, Jiang Xiaobai's spiritual root ascended from a mid-grade to a superior grade. Upon the complete consumption of Zhou Xiaotian's spiritual root, his cultivation was simultaneously obliterated. Unable to accept the reality of his lost spiritual root and cultivation, he spiraled into madness, exclaiming, "Ha! Jiang Xiaobai, you fiend, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Heaven will surely not spare you, ha!" Observing Zhou Xiaotian's deranged demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned icy as he declared, "Listen closely, everyone. The fact that I have consumed another's spiritual root must remain unspoken. Otherwise, death shall be the consequence. Understood, Master Uncle." Jiang Xiaobai cast his gaze towards Xiaoman and Guoguo, saying, "I must temporarily depart from Qingyun sect to accompany Zhou Xiaotian to the western regions. Matters concerning Qingyun sect will be entrusted to your supervision and management for the time being." Upon hearing this, Guoguo and Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Upon seizing the token and the magical seal from the hands of Xiaoman, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly embarked on a rapid journey towards the western regions, accompanied by Zhou Xiaodian. In the city of Qingyun, within the Lord's mansion, after departing from the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai promptly arrived at the city Lord's mansion in Qingyun City. Having previously acquired several 100 million lower-grade spirit stones and various cultivation resources from the 1,000 individuals associated with the mansion, it is reasonable to assume that there are ample resources within the city Lord's estate. Jiang Xiaobai adheres to a ruthless policy towards his adversaries, ensuring their complete annihilation, plundering, and theft, leaving them with no opportunity to pose a lingering threat. After thoroughly ransacking the Lord's estate, he amassed several 100 million inferior spirit stones and various cultivation resources. However, this haul seemed rather meager, predominantly consisting of inferior spirit stones, which paled in comparison to even a fraction of what was contained in Zhou Xiaoyan's spatial ring. Following the incapacitation of Zhou Xiaoyan, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly seized his spatial ring, only to discover that it contained an astonishing 800,000 superior spirit stones along with a plethora of cultivation resources. It appears that those affiliated with powerful factions possess great wealth. If he were to eradicate the entirety of the ancient dragon Holy Land, the rewards would be immeasurable. As Jiang Xiaobai pondered, his excitement grew, yet extinguishing the Holy Land of Guoguo was no trivial endeavor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly made his way outside the city. Nearly half an hour had passed when he arrived at a cave located 100 miles from Qingyun City. "You shall meet a dire fate, Jiang Xiaobai. I implore you to release me at once. Otherwise, you shall deeply regret having come into this world," shouted Zhou Xiaodian, whose cultivation had been rendered null as soon as he laid eyes on Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, disinterested in further conversation, promptly silenced him and stowed him away in a large black bag. Zhou Xiaodian, cease your struggles. This black bag has been specifically procured for you, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the contents within. Thus, even should I encounter individuals from the ancient dragon sacred land, they would remain oblivious to your presence inside. Once I transport you to the western regions, I shall see you on your way. With that, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly shouldered the black bag and utilized his spatial traversal abilities to hasten northward. The western regions, much like the southern regions, are barren lands. However, the concentration of spiritual energy there is considerably superior to that of the south. The distance from Qingyun City in the southern region to the western regions spans a staggering 500,000 and 800 miles. Jiang Xiaobai traveled day and night, requiring at least half a month to reach his destination. Damn it! Half a month of ceaseless journeying has utterly exhausted me. I have no idea where I am. Have I arrived in the western regions? Gazing upon the boundless forest before him, Jiang Xiaobai could only pause momentarily to catch his breath. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm for some time now, it was indeed time for him to advance to the sovereign realm. The transition from the spirit refinement realm to the sovereign realm signifies not merely an enhancement of one's power, but also a crucial phase in the transformation of true energy into spiritual energy. Upon breaking through to the sovereign realm, the true energy within his dantian would convert into spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is a more refined and potent form of energy than true energy. This means that once I successfully transform all the true energy in my dantian into spiritual energy, I will seamlessly ascend to the first tier of the sovereign realm. Having spoken, Jiang Xiaobai carefully surveyed his surroundings to ensure there was no danger before promptly settling into a meditative position. He then produced a substantial quantity of premium spirit stones and began to operate his devouring technique, swiftly absorbing and refining the precious stones. A vast amount of premium spirit stones transformed into spiritual energy, entering Jiang Xiaobai's dantian. Meanwhile, the true energy within his dantian gradually began to transmute into spiritual energy. With this pace, in just 3 days, I will successfully break through to the first tier of the sovereign realm. At that point, my spatial traversal abilities will undoubtedly become more formidable. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly activated his devouring technique, consuming and refining a significant number of premium spirit stones. Time ticked by, and after refining a total of 300,000 premium spirit stones, all the true energy in his dantian was finally converted into spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from him began to rise rapidly. Before long, his cultivation successfully ascended to the first tier of the sovereign realm. How astonishing! I never anticipated that the complete transformation of true energy into spiritual energy would enhance my strength to such an extent. Moreover, with my cultivation now at the first tier of the sovereign realm, my overall power has increased by several dozen times. I believe my current strength can contend with a first-tier Saint Realm expert, and I could even risk my life to slay one in combat. Jiang Xiaobai, filled with fervent excitement, found himself captivated by the exhilarating rush brought on by his enhanced abilities. Once he resolves the matters concerning Zhou Xiaodian, he plans to return to the Qingyun sect and eradicate all those over 100 factions, thereby successfully completing the system's side quest. However, he pondered whether the rewards for the system's tasks would still be true energy by that time. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately shifted his gaze towards the large black bag containing Zhou Xiaodian. What could be the matter? Why was there no movement at all? Surely, he couldn't have passed away, could he? Jiang Xiaobai immediately began to scrutinize Zhou Xiaodian. If Zhou were to perish here, his meticulously crafted plan would inevitably unravel. Zhou Xiaodian must meet his demise within the territory of the western regions. Upon opening the black bag, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Xiaodian was on the verge of death, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, he had not succumbed yet. After only 3 days of cultivation. How could this man be so close to his end? With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly removed the cloth that was gagging Zhou Xiaodian and inquired, Zhou Xiaodian, how do you feel now? At that moment, Zhou Xiaodian's eyes were hollow, his face etched with despair. He managed to lift his eyelids to glance at Jiang Xiaobai before dismissing him entirely. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai proceeded to untie him and then kindled a fire to roast some meat. Zhou Xiaodian, we are not far from the western regions. I have prepared a farewell feast for you. Eat well and drink well, for I intend to send you on your way. At these words, Zhou Xiaodian's body involuntarily shuddered, yet he chose to remain silent. After a quarter of an hour, starved for more than half a month, Zhou Xiaodian's stomach betrayed him, rumbling at the scent of the roasted meat. Noticing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and said, do you wish to eat? I can offer you some, but only if you divulge why the ancient dragon's sacred land seeks my demise. Jiang Xiaobai, do not waste your efforts. You may kill or torture me as you please. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze intensified as he fixated on Zhou Xiaodian, enveloped in silence. He had not anticipated Zhou Xiaodian's obstinate demeanor. Even in the face of death, he clung resolutely to this secret. Zhou Xiaodian, why must you persist in this manner? Do you truly believe that by withholding the truth, I shall remain ignorant forever? It is merely a matter of time. Jiang Xiaobai, you need not inquire further, for I shall never divulge it. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, and an aura of menace immediately enveloped him. Very well, I commend you for your fortitude. Indulge yourself. Jiang Xiaobai presented a substantial piece of meat and a jug of water to Zhou Xiaodian, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Is this truly for me? Without indulging in unnecessary conversation, Jiang urged him to eat swiftly and prepare for their journey ahead. Zhou Xiaodian swallowed hard, then proceeded to devour the food voraciously, tears streaming down his face as he ate. To his astonishment, after 100 years devoid of such earthly delights, he found the taste utterly exquisite. Once a cultivator reaches the esteemed realm, they often engage in intermittent fasting. The greater their power, the less they require sustenance from the mundane. Jiang Xiaobai quietly observed as Xiang Tian fell into a moment of silence, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. What, pray tell, is the true nature of this sacred land of Guoguo? Humph. You shall all await your reckoning. Regardless of your justifications for seeking my demise, prepare to face my judgment. In the western regions, Dragon City lies at the confluence of the southern and western domains, a place teeming with a motley assembly of beings, humans, demons, and monsters, coexisting in an area devoid of governance. At this moment, Dragon City exuded an air of foreboding, the bustling streets filled with formidable figures from the human, demon, and monster races, all seemingly in search of something elusive. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, clad in a black robe and donning a mask, traversed the thoroughfare. There was an unsettling aura permeating Dragon City. Whether human, demon, or monster, all bore stern visages, as if anticipating an impending calamity. Jiang Xiaobai meticulously surveyed his surroundings while cautiously remaining alert to the lurking demons. Long City lay within a lawless territory, where a moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Curse it, these demons possess formidable strength. I must swiftly deal with Zhou Xiaodian and then retreat to the southern domain for a while. This Long City draws the attention of the ancient dragon sacred land. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai promptly sought refuge in a human inn, resolved to act under the cover of night. Innkeeper, bring me a fine fruit brew and several of your establishment's signature dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, please have a seat over here. Jiang Xiaobai sat at a somewhat secluded table, quietly observing the ebb and flow of people around him. A quarter of an hour passed when the waiter approached him, bearing a selection of dishes, and said, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy. These are our restaurant's signature dishes." Jiang Xiaobai, in a gesture of generosity, presented the waiter with 100 low-grade spirit stones. This left the waiter utterly exhilarated. For 100 low-grade spirit stones represented his entire annual wage. With a clever mind, the waiter graciously accepted Jiang Xiaobai's offering and immediately replied, "Thank you for your generosity. Esteemed guest, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command." Jiang Xiaobai regarded the innkeeper with a bemused expression and remarked, "Pray tell, my good fellow, as I embark on my inaugural visit to Long City, why does this place exude an aura of solemnity? Is there some significant event looming on the horizon?" Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted momentarily, his gaze darting around the surroundings before he leaned in closer to Jiang Xiaobai and whispered, "Sir, indeed. A momentous occurrence has transpired in Long City. You must exercise caution." "What event could it possibly be?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired with keen curiosity. "Sir, have you ever heard of the alchemist god of our Tianxian realm?" "The alchemist god?" Jiang Xiaobai responded instantly, shaking his head. "Anyone bold enough to self-designate as a deity must possess formidable strength, particularly in the realm of alchemy. Do enlighten me." "Very well, sir." The tale unfolds as follows. Some time ago, the alchemist god of the Tianxian realm sought to achieve a breakthrough in his path to enlightenment, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances that led to a catastrophic failure. This debacle not only left the alchemist god grievously injured, but also resulted in a significant decline in his cultivation. Following this failure, he became the target of relentless pursuit by powerful beings from the human, demon, and monster races. It is rumored that the alchemist god has fled to the vicinity of our Long City, which explains the scene you have just witnessed. Upon hearing the words of the innkeeper, Jiang Xiaobai immediately fell into deep contemplation. The Dan god. Wasn't that a being of the human race? Why then were members of the human race pursuing the Dan god? Jiang Xiaobai voiced his inner doubts, to which the shopkeeper responded, "Sir, you are unaware of the significance of the title Danshin. The Danshin is arguably among the most formidable beings in the entire Tianxian realm. Not only is his strength unparalleled, but the depth of his alchemical knowledge is beyond measure. Thus, the three races of humans, demons, and monsters have united in their efforts to locate the Danshin, subsequently resorting to murder and silencing to seize his legacy and treasures." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he replied. The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, nodded vigorously and said, "Sir, this is a truth known to all. Alas, the Danshin. It is said that not only does he possess extraordinary strength, but his innate talent in alchemy is terrifyingly potent. Therefore, anyone who acquires the Danshin's legacy is destined to soar to unimaginable heights." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into a sudden silence, and the innkeeper dared not disturb him. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Xiaobai turned to the innkeeper and said, "Young man, I have a task for you. Should you accomplish it well, I shall reward you with 100 inferior spirit stones." At these words, the innkeeper trembled with excitement and replied, "Sir, you need not worry. If it is within my means, I shall brave any danger to fulfill your request." Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then leaned in to whisper softly in the ear of the innkeeper. The innkeeper nodded vigorously while listening, and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, this matter is quite simple. Leave it to me." "Very well, ensure the task is accomplished, and I shall reward you with 100 low-grade spirit stones." "Thank you, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." As he watched the innkeeper depart, a smirk played on Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he mused, "Ancient dragon sacred land. We welcome you to Dragon City." With that, he consumed a modest meal before retiring to rest. When night fell, he swiftly left the inn, heading towards the outskirts of the city. In Dragon City, the night was ablaze with lights, as numerous formidable beings scoured for the alchemist god. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had already arrived at a secluded forest outside the city, where he reappeared within a concealed cave. "Zhou Xiaoyan, do you have any final words?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at Zhou Xiaoyan, who was slumped on the ground. The moment Zhou Xiaoyan laid eyes on Jiang Xiaobai, he sensed that his time had come. A faint, forced smile appeared on his pale face as he spoke. "Heh, Jiang Xiaobai, whether you choose to kill or torture me is entirely up to you. There is no need for your pity. I await you on the road to the netherworld." Jiang Xiaobai gazed silently at Zhou Xiaoyan for a prolonged moment. At last, he inquired once more, "Zhou Xiaoyan, If you merely divulge the reason why the ancient dragon's sacred land seeks to take my life, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Zhou Xiaotian immediately replied, "Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for further discourse. To merely exist in this world is less desirable than to embrace a swift demise. Very well. I, Jiang Xiaobai, admire your fortitude. I shall grant you a swift end." With that, a decisive strike was delivered. As Jiang Xiaobai's words fell, he swiftly plunged a sharp sword through Zhou Xiaotian's heart. Before long, Zhou Xiaotian's life was irrevocably extinguished. Gazing upon the gradually cooling corpse of Zhou Xiaotian, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, "Before long, the entirety of the ancient dragon's sacred land shall descend to accompany you." With that, he unceremoniously stuffed Zhou Xiaotian into a large black bag and hastened towards Dragon City. At that moment, at the grand entrance of the Hall of Heroes within the ancient dragon's sacred land, the elder abruptly opened his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, a beam of light shot forth from the Hall of Heroes and swiftly landed in his palm. Upon witnessing this light, the elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "What? Zhou Xiaotian is dead, and in the western region no less." Confounded by the unforeseen demise of the usually prudent Zhou Xiaotian, the elder pondered deeply for a moment before his figure vanished in the direction of a certain part of the ancient dragon's sacred land. Departing in a fit of anger, he declared, "I shall uncover who possesses such audacity to slay the pride of my ancient dragon's sacred land." In the sacred lord's hall of the ancient dragon's sacred land, the chamber was already filled with formidable figures, the weakest among them having attained the first level of the emperor realm, while dozens possessed unfathomable strength. Seated upon the sacred lord's throne was a robust middle-aged man, his demeanor imposing yet calm, silently surveying the assembly of powerhouses, inducing a palpable sense of pressure. He was none other than the sacred lord of the ancient dragon's sacred land, Fang Zhintian. "Your Excellency, we have detected traces of the alchemy god at the junction of the western and southern regions," reported a peak emperor realm expert, bowing respectfully to Fang Zhintian. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Zhintian did not immediately respond to the expert, instead rhythmically drumming his fingers on the armrest of his chair. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall, as no one dared to utter a sound. At that moment, the elder from the Hall of Heroes materialized within the grand hall. The crowd quickly bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the ancient elder." "Rise," commanded the ancient elder. "Yes, ancient elder." Upon the elder's arrival, Fang Zhintian finally spoke. "What brings the ancient elder here with such urgency?" "Zhou Xiaotian is dead, murdered." The ancient elder's words sent a shockwave through the assembly. The very notion that someone dared to brazenly assassinate a member of the ancient dragon's sacred land was utterly audacious. "Ancient elder, do you know who was responsible for Xiaotian's demise?" Fang Zhintian inquired. The ancient elder merely shook his head, responding, "I do not know. All I can ascertain is that Xiaotian perished in the western region, likely near the junction of the southern and western regions, close to Dragon City." Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback, prompting the ancient elder to question, "Why are you all so astonished?" "Esteemed ancient elder, the alchemist has appeared near the Dragon City of the western regions." Upon hearing this, the ancient elder was momentarily taken aback, then promptly stated, "The sanctity of our ancient dragon holy land is inviolable. Dispatch formidable warriors immediately to the western region's Dragon City to ascertain the cause of Xiaotian's demise. Once the perpetrator is identified, regardless of who they are, we shall annihilate their entire lineage." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhintian fixed his gaze upon the assembly and spoke with a calm demeanor. Over half a month ago, Xiaotian relayed a message, stating that the former holy son Jiang Xiaobai had been rescued by a mysterious powerhouse and fled to the western regions. It stands to reason that the murderer of Xiaotian is likely this enigmatic figure who rescued Jiang Xiaobai. You 5. Set forth with 100,000 disciples of the Holy Land to the western region's Dragon City at once. First, investigate the assailant responsible for Xiaotian's death and the one who rescued Jiang Xiaobai. Second, locate the alchemist. Upon finding her, present 2 options. Either she joins our ancient dragon Holy Land and serves us for life, or we eliminate her and seize her legacy to bring back to the Holy Land. The 5 formidable beings, each at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, immediately responded with utmost respect. "Yes, Holy Master." "Now, proceed without delay," Fang Zhintian commanded. "Understood, Holy Master." As the 5 powerful figures departed from the Holy Master's Grand Hall, Fang Zhintian turned to the ancient elder and inquired, "Ancient elder, do you have any further additions?" After a prolonged silence, the ancient elder shook his head and replied, "Nothing more. Find Jiang Xiaobai and bring him back incapacitated for me." With that, the ancient elder's figure vanished in an instant. Observing the elder's departure, Fang Zhentian's gaze sharpened, and his lips twitched slightly as he addressed everyone. "You may all leave." "Yes, Holy Master." In the deep of night within the western regions, Dragon City lay shrouded in darkness. Aside from the occasional flight of a few beings from the demon, monster, and spirit tribes overhead, the city was devoid of life. At that moment, a shadow clad in a black robe and mask, carrying a large dark sack, emerged. It was Jiang Xiaobai. "I must devise a scheme to frame the demon and monster tribes. I cannot allow the ancient dragon Holy Land to gain the upper hand." With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai stealthily made his way toward the domain of the demon tribe. Moments later, he arrived before an opulent building and pondered. "If I were to discard Zhou Xiaoyan's body here, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions of an obvious frame against the demon tribe. What should I do?" As Jiang Xiaobai contemplated, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was nearby, he resolved to discard some of Zhou Xiaoyan's belongings, including a token, in a conspicuous location within the demonic territory. After executing this plan, he swiftly transported Zhou Xiaoyan's lifeless body to the realm of it, ensuring that no beast detected his presence. He then unceremoniously discarded the corpse at the entrance of this domain. Having accomplished these tasks, Jiang Xiaobai promptly employed his spatial traversal abilities to swiftly depart from the scene. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to a concealed spot near the entrance of this territory, awaiting the dawn. Once the first light broke, the spectacle would commence. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Jiang Xiaobai quietly concealed himself in place. Soon, several hours passed. The sun rose, warmly embracing the earth, and scattered figures began to emerge on the streets. Before long, the entire Long City buzzed with life once more. Although an air of tension still lingered, the citizens of Long City continued their daily lives. Just then, amidst the once bustling marketplace, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. "Ah, someone's dead. There's a corpse here." As the cry echoed, a throng quickly gathered at the entrance of the demon tribe territory, encompassing beings from the demon, monster, and human clans. "Who could this be? It appears to be one of our own." The victim, so young, raised questions about the identity of the assailant. "He must have perished last night. His vitality has yet to fully fade. My heavens, is that not Zhou Xiaoyan from the ancient dragon sacred land? I saw him just yesterday in the central domain. And now he lies dead here." Suddenly, the figure of Jiang Xiaobai emerged amidst the crowd, his voice rising in an unexpected exclamation, instantly capturing the attention of those around him, both humans and demons alike. "Human lad, are you certain that this individual hails from the sacred land of the ancient dragons?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded affirmatively and declared, "I am certain I have encountered him before." At his unwavering tone, all present turned their gazes towards the prostrate Zhou Xiaoyan, a sense of foreboding permeating the atmosphere. The ancient dragon sacred ground is not to be trifled with, and Zhou Xiaoyan belongs to that esteemed lineage. His demise at the threshold of the demon clan's territory today raises grave implications. Do not speak nonsense. Zhou Xiaoyan's death has nothing to do with our demon clan. This is clearly a case of framing and deceit. "That is debatable," came the retort. "It is quite possible that your demon clan eliminated Zhou Xiaoyan and positioned him before your own gates to mislead others." The scene erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, within the realm of the demon clan, a demon leader stumbled upon Zhou Xiaoyan's belongings. As confusion washed over its face, a powerful voice suddenly boomed. "Hasten to the outskirts of the city. A strong demon clan warrior has uncovered the whereabouts of the alchemist god." Upon hearing this command, the demon leader swiftly tucked Zhou Xiaoyan's possessions into its embrace and darted rapidly towards the city's exterior. Jiang Xiaobai's scheme to frame and entrap the two clans of demons and monsters had reached its culmination. Just as he contemplated turning away to return to the southern domain, a powerful voice abruptly resonated. "Quickly, all demon clan warriors, immediately proceed to the outskirts, 100 miles east. A demon has discovered the whereabouts of the elixir god." Upon utterance of these words, the entire assembly, both demons and monsters, erupted in fervor. The trace of the elixir god had been uncovered. Ha ha ha. She shall not escape this time. Indeed, it is said that the elixir god possesses an extraordinarily gifted talent for alchemy, crafting pills of unparalleled perfection. I have heard tales of a human who once obtained a pill from her, and upon consumption, he immediately ascended through several minor realms. The moment these words were spoken, astonishment swept through the crowd. leaving even Jiang Xiaobai taken aback. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and pursue the elixir god. Perhaps we might gain some advantage. Indeed. Let us hasten, even if merely to witness the spectacle. A multitude of warriors from the human, demon, and monster clans surged forth towards the city outskirts with remarkable speed. Jiang Xiaobai stood quietly for a moment, lost in thought, before making his way towards the outskirts of the city, over 100 miles east of Long City. A young woman clad in simple garments was desperately fleeing. Her complexion was ashen, her body marred with wounds, and blood stained the majority of her attire. Close behind her, a multitude of formidable beings from the three races of humans, demons, and monsters relentlessly pursued her. Hurry, the Dan god is just ahead. We cannot allow her to escape. Laughter erupted. Indeed, whoever captures the Dan god first will claim her everything. A scoff followed. We shall see if my fists agree. In an instant, a throng of powerful beings surged forward in pursuit of the Dan god, while Jiang Xiaobai trailed leisurely behind, eager to witness the so-called Dan god with his own eyes. Should an opportunity arise, he intended to seize the Dan god's spatial ring and depart. After his cultivation had ascended to the first level of the sovereign realm, his spatial traversing ability allowed him to cover dozens of miles with each leap. Among the formidable beings pursuing her, the strongest had already reached the first level of the Emperor realm. For the sake of caution, he resolved to remain vigilant. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more. A quarter of an hour later, the Dan god found herself cornered by the assembly of powerful beings. In the dense canopy of the forest, thousands of strong individuals from the three races encircled her completely. Ha ha ha, Dan god, it seems you have no escape this time. Surrender all your resources at once. The Dan god was singular, and so too were her resources and legacy. How should they be divided? Upon hearing these words, all present were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixed upon the Dan god, each heart racing with the desire to claim her everything. At that moment, the Dan god's cold voice finally rang out. You rabble think you can obtain my legacy? Such delusions are laughable. As soon as she uttered these words, the Dan god swiftly drew a precious sword, pointing it at the assembly of strong beings, and declared, Today, I, Li Yingying, shall remember this. If I manage to survive, I will undoubtedly return to annihilate your clans, leaving not a single one alive. Upon hearing the words, the crowd was taken aback. But the one who was most astonished was Jiang Xiaobai. The moment he laid eyes on Li Yingying, his curiosity prompted him to have the system examine her profile. To his shock, he was left utterly astounded by what he discovered. Name: Li Yingying, the unparalleled alchemy god, second disciple of the Qingyun sect. Age: 5,888 years. Strength: severely injured with significant Dao wounds, her power suppressed at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, currently weakened to a level insufficient to match even the human realm. Personality: kind-hearted, genuine, utterly devoted to the study of alchemy. She detests any interruptions during her refining processes. Background: Alchemist Guild of the Qingyun sect. Weakness: obsessed with alchemy, unable to resist anything related to it. Goal: to break through the limits of alchemy and ascend. As Jiang Xiaobai perused the intricate details of Li Yingying's profile, he was left in a state of bewilderment, realizing that the alchemy god he had intended to rob was, in fact, a member of the Qingyun sect and his second disciple. This revelation compelled him to take action. Li Yingying, in her current state, was incapable of even contending with the first tier of the human realm, and the number of powerful figures from the three clans surrounding her was steadily increasing, escalating the severity of the situation. Just as Jiang Xiaobai fell into contemplation, a cacophony erupted once more. Look, those are the powerful beings from the ancient dragon sacred land. And there are so many. Goodness, there must be at least 100,000. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd, but none were more startled than Jiang Xiaobai. He had not anticipated that the people from the ancient dragon sacred land would arrive so swiftly. This is bad, they might recognize me. With that thought, he immediately donned his mask again and sought a concealed place to hide. Before long, the members of the ancient dragon sacred land encircled the entire area. The other powerful figures present grew grave and cautious, their gazes fixed intently on the newcomers. The alchemy god is a distinguished guest of our ancient dragon sacred land. You may all leave, a powerful figure from the ancient dragon sacred land declared imperiously. The other strong individuals exchanged glances filled with reluctance. Yet they dared not openly confront the ancient dragon sacred land. How infuriating. The ancient dragon sacred land is already overwhelmingly powerful. If they capture the alchemy god, they will only grow stronger. Should that occur, The ancient dragon sacred land may very well dominate the entire Tianxian realm. Dominate the Tianxian realm? That is impossible. Not even 10 ancient dragon sacred lands could achieve such a feat, observing that the other powerful figures showed no intent to depart. The envoy from the ancient dragon sacred land issued another warning. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Depart immediately or face death. A tremendous aura erupted from the ancient dragon sacred land's envoy, suppressing the other strong figures to the point where they struggled to breathe. Moments later, someone could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and shouted, Elder, please relent. I shall leave at once. I too shall depart. I beseech you to show mercy. Humph. I grant you 10 breaths time to vacate, or else face annihilation. In a swift motion, a multitude of formidable individuals vacated the area, retreating to a distance of several dozen miles to observe from afar. Once the others had departed, the representative of the ancient dragon sacred land turned to Li Yingying and stated, Miss Li, our lord of the ancient dragon sacred land sincerely invites you to join us. We kindly request that you accompany us back to the ancient dragon sacred land. Li Yingying's gaze sharpened, her demeanor icy as she fixed her stare upon the representative of the ancient dragon sacred land. After a moment of silence, she coldly replied, What if I refuse to go to the ancient dragon sacred land? What will you do then? The representative, remaining remarkably composed, met her gaze and threatened, Miss Li, our lord has instructed us upon our departure. We must either bring you back or take your legacy with us. The choice is yours. A threat. This was a blatant intimidation. Not only did the formidable alchemist Li Yingying sense the gravity of the situation, but even Jiang Xiaobai, concealed not far away, felt a surge of indignation. Faced with the overt menace from the ancient dragon sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai nearly yearned to confront them immediately. Yet, Li Yingying maintained her tranquility, casting a mere glance at the individuals from the ancient dragon sacred land before saying, Are you not concerned about the Alchemist Guild holding you accountable for your actions? Ha! Without you, the Alchemist, the Guild is merely a disorganized rabble. Does the ancient dragon sacred land fear that? They retorted, Li Yingying, even with you, we harbor no fear of the Alchemist Guild. Barely had those words left their lips when a resonant voice interjected, Heh. If the ancient dragon sacred land fears not the Alchemist Guild, then the heavenly demon sect shall not fear you. Why not relinquish the alchemist to us? In an instant, over 100,000 warriors clad in dark robes appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Their entrance astonished all nearby. The heavenly demon sect, this notorious faction, had arrived for the alchemist, who was one of the most formidable entities in the celestial Xian realm. Now that she was gravely injured, it was the perfect moment to strike. Indeed, I am certain that even more powerful factions will emerge, perhaps even the forces of the demon and monster clans. It is not just likely, the presence of all 5 sacred lands may also manifest today. What a spectacle! To witness such a scene is truly a stroke of fortune. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, their discourse was interrupted by the arrival of representatives from yet another powerful faction. With both the ancient dragon sacred land and the heavenly demon sect present, how could our heavenly pool sacred land be absent? The alchemist is acquainted with our lord. You may all leave now. The influx of formidable forces at the scene exceeded Jiang Xiaobai's expectations by far. Confronted with such a grave situation, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he meticulously surveyed the entirety of the surroundings. This course of action is untenable. Even if I were to employ my spatial translocation abilities to rescue my second senior sister, I fear we would still be unable to evade their relentless pursuit. Yet, if I refrain from intervening, it is likely that my second senior sister will meet a dire fate today. Jiang Xiaobai gazed intently at the scene before him, immersed in contemplation as he sought an opportunity. At that moment, the formidable warriors from both the demon and monster clans arrived in droves. Witnessing this overwhelming presence, Jiang Xiaobai's heart grew increasingly heavy. Damn it! This group of rascals, just wait 3 years. Do they believe I will not eradicate all of you? Jiang Xiaobai's teeth ground in frustration, while Li Yingying maintained an unwavering calm. There can only be one alchemist. How shall we, with so many factions and formidable warriors, divide this? A malevolent figure from the demon clan suddenly smirked, drawing the intense gaze of all present. You need not look at me with such disdain, after all. I merely speak the truth. Why not publicly share the alchemist's legacy? This way, each faction can benefit from it without resorting to conflict. Wouldn't that be splendid? The words of this demon clan warrior instantly stirred a commotion among the gathered might, as many appeared to find merit in the suggestion. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai's expression grew increasingly frigid, radiating an aura of lethal intent. This wretched individual seeks to endanger my second senior sister. No. I must not allow their schemes to succeed. Jiang Xiaobai appeared to have conceived a clever strategy as he suddenly vanished from sight. Moments later, a voice resonated amidst the crowd. The methods employed by the demon and monster races are exceedingly cruel, their intentions malicious. Just recently, the corpse of a man from the ancient dragon Holy Land was discovered at the entrance of the monster clan as territory in Longqing. It seems his name was Zhou Xiaoyan. After Jiang Xiaobai uttered these words, he immediately employed his spatial teleportation technique to vacate the area. By the time all the formidable beings present regained their senses, he had already vanished from sight. His proclamation instigated a wave of astonishment among the assembled powerhouses, particularly those from the ancient dragon sacred land. Who was that? They clamored. Step forward. The crowd was immense, comprising over 1 million beings, humans, demons, and monsters, continuously swelling in number. This provided Jiang Xiaobai with the perfect opportunity to elude capture. After a prolonged silence with no one daring to emerge, the wrath of the ancient dragon's sacred lands members escalated. They had another objective for this journey: to locate the perpetrator responsible for Zhou Xiaoyan's demise, and to seize the alchemist, bringing him back while incapacitating Jiang Xiaobai. However, as the minutes dragged on without anyone stepping forward, the gaze of the ancient dragon's sacred land members fell upon those from Dragon City, demanding, "Is what that voice proclaimed true?" Faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from the ancient dragon sacred land, the Dragon City inhabitants could hardly withstand it. Yes, esteemed seniors, many of us witnessed it firsthand. Numerous voices chimed in agreement. The fury of the ancient dragon's sacred land's warriors intensified, their attention fixated on the demon clan, as they accused. "If you do not provide us with an explanation today, you shall not leave here alive." At this proclamation, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. And the demon warriors were not to be outdone. Our demon clan has always acted with integrity. Even if your people perish at our doorstep, what of it? Do you possess evidence proving that it was we who committed the act? Do not slander our kind. Do you truly believe we would fear a mere ancient dragon's sacred land? Ha ha ha. Let the brawl commence. I wish to witness the spectacle. Hurry and engage. A demon warrior suddenly incited, further thickening the oppressive ambience. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai had already used his spatial teleportation once more, stealthily approaching within close proximity of Li Yingying. As all the powerful beings were engrossed in the confrontation between the demon clan and the ancient dragon's sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai reappeared beside Li Yingying, whispering softly, "Senior sister, I have come to rescue you. Do not resist, take my hand." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai seized Li Yingying's hand, initiating his escape, which left Li Yingying momentarily stunned. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself being whisked away from the encirclement by Jiang Xiaobai. However, as soon as they vanished, the formidable figures at the scene quickly took notice. Damn it, Li Yingying has been rescued. Her aura is rapidly fleeing towards the east. Upon hearing this, all the powerful individuals present reacted promptly and began to hasten in pursuit of Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying's escape route. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Within just a quarter of an hour, a multitude of strong beings had closed in to within 10 miles of Jiang Xiaobai. Observing the unfolding scenario, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of urgency. If this continued, not only would he fail to rescue Li Yingying, but he might also endanger his own life. What to do? Their strength was too formidable. Even if he could traverse dozens of miles in a single bound, it wouldn't be long before they caught up. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" At that moment, Li Yingying still had the presence of mind to inquire about Jiang Xiaobai, which only added to his agitation. "Senior sister, I am your junior brother. Let us not dwell on that now. We must devise a plan to escape." "Junior brother? I have no recollection of you." Jiang Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words, persistently employing his spatial traversal technique to escape, each time reappearing dozens of miles away, which left Li Yingying even more astonished. She had not anticipated that the young man before her, despite his seemingly feeble cultivation, possessed such formidable martial skills. "We cannot escape," she urged. "You should flee on your own. Do not concern yourself with me." "How can that be?" he replied. "I cannot abandon you." Jiang Xiaobai's expression was resolute as he persistently employed his spatial traversal technique to escape with Li Yingying. However, after more than half an hour, the very concern that plagued Jiang Xiaobai ultimately came to fruition. The spiritual energy within his dantian had been depleted. Cursed fate, the spiritual energy has been exhausted. Jiang Xiaobai, in a state of utter urgency, had scarcely gathered his wits when formidable figures began to encircle him. Who are you to dare obstruct us? They demanded. Clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, Jiang Xiaobai's visage remained concealed from all present. My identity is of no concern to you. I suggest you depart swiftly. Otherwise, when my master arrives, none of you shall escape this day. Jiang Xiaobai could only intimidate them for the time being. Although uncertain of its efficacy, he had to make the attempt. The formidable presence before him appeared to be merely at the first level of the respect realm. Yet he dared to speak such audacious words, displaying remarkable audacity. As more powerful beings surrounded them, Jiang Xiaobai's expression grew increasingly grave. Could it be that he would meet his demise here today? Just as the multitude of powerful beings was poised to strike against Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying, a terrifying sword aura suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the sky from a height of 10,000 meters. A sword aura, extending a full 10,000 meters, manifested, accompanied by an imperious voice. Is it so? A first-level respect realm is weak. Then am I weak? In an instant, a formidable sword aura swept through the area, sending over 1,000,000 strong beings reeling back thousands of meters. Following this, a young man clad in white, wielding a willow branch, appeared, descending from the skies with each step guided by a sword. The young man possessed an ethereal appearance, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. His entire being resonating with sword energy, causing the heavens and earth to dim in his presence. All present were awestruck by his overwhelming aura, including beings from the human, demon, and monster tribes. Upon beholding his figure, they trembled in fear. At that moment, a demon tribe warrior exclaimed in terror, He is the sword immortal Li Chugang. Boom. This revelation resonated like thunder in the minds of all the powerful beings present, causing their throats to tighten and their expressions to flicker with trepidation, leaving them speechless. Li Chugang approached Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying with a smile, paying no heed to the assembled strong beings. Second junior sister, it has been many years. How have you fared? Humph. Are you blind? Can't you see I've been bullied? Li Yingying haughtily raised her chin, akin to a sister expressing her grievances to her brother after enduring hardship. Li Chugang, unfazed, chuckled. Rest assured, second junior sister, none of them will escape today. Humph. That's more like it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai quickly regained his composure, swallowing hard as he sensed Li Chugang's formidable strength. He promptly addressed the system. Quickly, check Li Chugang's information. Ding. Li Chugang's data has been retrieved. The host may view it at will. Character, Li Chugang, sword immortal reincarnate age, 6,888 years strength, pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm personality, gentle, deeply caring towards his disciples, possessing an inherently kind nature. Background, change in sect weakness. He has no weaknesses, being unfathomably strong. Objective, to defeat the heavenly Tao of the Tianxian realm and then mock the Tao with a grand jest. Upon perusing the information regarding Li Chang'an, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched uncontrollably. Goodness, just how formidable is this individual? System, what realm does the pinnacle of the pseudo-sacred realm represent? Ding. Host. The pinnacle of the pseudo-sacred realm is a level that transcends the emperor realm, and the pseudo-sacred realm is further divided into 9 minor tiers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He immediately broke into a cold sweat and remarked, I previously believed that reaching the pinnacle of the emperor realm constituted the utmost strength within the heavenly mystic realm. Yet I never anticipated the existence of a pseudo-immortal realm above it. Fortunately, I did not provoke any powerful beings from the pseudo-immortal realm. Otherwise, dying 100 times would not suffice. As Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself, Li Chang'an abruptly turned to face all the formidable individuals present. This action caused the over 1,000,000 strong warriors in attendance to instinctively retreat by 100 meters in sheer terror. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai's understanding of Li Chang'an's might deepened considerably. How formidable! Merely a single glance was sufficient to intimidate more than 1,000,000 warriors. System, when shall I attain such strength? Ding. Host, the journey is long and arduous. Please strive diligently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched incessantly. At that moment, Li Chugang suddenly spoke. You have forced my second junior sister, resulting in her current injuries. What do you propose we do about it? As these words echoed in the air, all the powerful figures present recoiled in fear, retreating 100 meters. They were genuinely terrified of Li Chugang. Yet they dared not flee, for escape was simply not an option. What? Have you all fallen silent, or gone deaf? Or do you hold my words in such disregard? And no, Li Jianxian, you have misunderstood. It was merely your overwhelming presence that left us in awe, they stammered. Indeed, we harbor no disrespect towards you whatsoever. Li Chugang regarded them silently for a moment before chuckling softly. I, Li Chugang, have an innate aversion to those who are duplicitous. You all embody such traits. And no, Li Jianxian, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We would never dare to deceive you. They exclaimed. Yes, Li Jianxian, today we were merely jesting with the Danshan, harboring no ill will whatsoever. Jiang Xiaobai stood beside Li Yingying, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Truly remarkable, Master Brother is incredibly formidable. The mention of Master Brother immediately captured Li Chugang's attention, who then turned his gaze towards Li Yingying. However, Li Yingying simply shrugged, shaking her head to indicate her ignorance of the situation. Li Jianxian, we assure you, it was unintentional. We did not inflict harm upon the Dan god. This matter is evident to the sun and moon. Indeed, Li Jianxian, should we lie, we would meet a most unfortunate end. Li Jianxian, we can swear to the heavens that we did not cause harm to the Dan god. Li Chugang, captivated by the powerful figures present, momentarily set Jiang Xiaobai aside and directed his attention to all the formidable individuals around him, his eyes suddenly turning cold, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Witnessing this, all the powerful beings instinctively recoiled in fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even if you have not physically harmed my second junior sister today, your intent to endanger her life and seize her legacy is undeniable. Upon uttering this, Li Chugang abruptly halted, intensifying the trepidation among the gathered strong. After a prolonged silence, he resumed, today, I, Li Chugang, shall render your cultivation powerless as a warning to the world. Anyone who dares to covet my junior sister as well-being shall face dire consequences. With a soft wave of his right hand, the air within 100 miles transformed into over 1,000,000 formidable strands of sword energy, swiftly targeting the dantian of the more than 1,000,000 strong individuals present. The speed of Li Chugang's sword energy was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it incapacitated the cultivation of all over 1,000,000 strong beings in attendance. A profound silence enveloped the scene, with no one daring to utter a word. After witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai was left astonished. Li Chugang was indeed formidable. Is there anyone among you who dares to contest this? The atmosphere remained profoundly silent, with no one daring to utter a word. Every powerful figure had been rendered utterly powerless, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Observing this, Li Chugang spoke once more. Go back and inform your respective factions that, due to my good mood today, I shall refrain from visiting them. However, should I discover any further attempts to harm my junior sister, do not blame me, Li Chugang, for unleashing a torrent of 1,000,000 sword energies upon you. Begone. Gratitude filled the air for the mercy shown by the sword immortal, Li Chugang. Following this, over 1,000,000 powerful individuals, supporting one another, departed the scene. As Jiang Xiaobai watched the exodus of these formidable beings, he found himself utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the immense strength of Li Chugang. Young man, would you prefer to remove your mask yourself, or shall I assist you? Li Chugang suddenly appeared beside Jiang Xiaobai, startling him into turning his gaze towards Li Chugang. How could he, Jiang Xiaobai, let such an impressive senior brother slip away? What use was modesty at this moment? In a surge of excitement, Jiang Xiaobai hastily removed his mask and exclaimed joyfully to Li Chugang, Senior brother, I am your little junior disciple. Both Li Chugang and Li Yingying were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's face, with Li Chugang remarking nonchalantly, So this is what you look like. Not bad, though you fall slightly short of my own handsomeness. Senior brother, when did this old man take on a new disciple? Li Yingying queried. How would I know? That old fellow has not been seen for over a millennium, Li Chugang replied. But I must say, this young man does bear a resemblance to that old coot. Senior brother, could it be that he is the old man's illegitimate son? Li Yingying said, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed intently at Jiang Xiaobai. Impossible. That old rascal could never have offspring. We are all aware of his background. If he had any descendants, it would indeed be a scandal. But how does Jiang Xiaobai share some resemblance with that old fellow? As she spoke, Li Yingying scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai closely. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a stiffness at the corners of his mouth, utterly rendered speechless. The two were engrossed in their banter, completely disregarding him. By the way, junior sister, who is responsible for your injuries? Regardless of who it may be, I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. How dare they harm my beloved junior sister? Li Chen just continued speaking while picking his nose, completely devoid of the demeanor befitting a sword immortal. Eldest brother, I wish to avenge this grievance myself. Li Yingying resolutely declined to disclose the matter. Very well, junior sister, the eldest brother trusts your judgment. Hey, Can you both spare me a glance? I am truly your little junior brother. Indeed, what is your name? Do you believe that the second senior sister would spank you? Jiang Xiaobai, with a perplexed expression, immediately grew serious and unexpectedly uttered words that left Li Yingying and Li Chugang in shock. Second senior sister. You are on the brink of death. It would be wise not to feign strength any longer. Silence enveloped the scene instantly. As Li Chugang fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Why do you claim that junior sister is nearing death, if you cannot provide an explanation? Then today I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of that old man." Jiang Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders and said, "Elder sister has sustained such severe injuries, she cannot survive for long. Can't you see that, senior brother?" As soon as Jiang Xiaobai spoke, not only was Li Chungan taken aback, but even Li Yingying felt an immense shock. "How do you know of my injuries?" Even the eldest senior brother could not perceive them. "Junior sister, have you truly suffered such injuries?" Li Chungan's expression shifted to one of deep concern. Li Yingying reluctantly nodded and replied, "Eldest brother, I have indeed sustained severe injuries, struck by the thunder tribulation. 3 months ago, I intended to pursue the path of alchemy to break free from my constraints and ascend from the heavenly mysterious realm. Yet, I did not anticipate that this thunder tribulation would be so formidable. Not only was I grievously wounded, but I nearly lost my life on the spot. Had I not been thoroughly prepared, I fear I would never have seen you again." Upon hearing this, even Li Chungan was profoundly astonished. The injuries inflicted by the thunder tribulation were notoriously insurmountable. Just as Jiang Xiaobai had stated, Li Yingying was perilously close to death. Li Chungan's face was etched with worry as he pondered deeply. Observing this, Li Yingying comforted him, "Eldest brother, you need not fret over me. I am already content to have seen you once more before my demise." "Nonsense. Eldest brother will surely heal your injuries. There is no need for you to expend your energy on my behalf. Injuries of this nature have historically remained unhealed." Upon hearing these words, Li Chungan fell silent, fully aware that such injuries, caused by the thunder tribulation, had never been remedied. There is hope. It is merely an injury. There is no need for such alarm. The words of Jiang Xiaobai suddenly interrupted the two, as Li Chungan and Li Yingying immediately fixated their gaze upon him. "Are you speaking the truth?" Their eyes brimmed with fervor and anticipation. Observing their reactions, Jiang Xiaobai reaffirmed, "Of course, why would I deceive you? What benefit would I gain? How can that injury be treated?" Li Chungan, more anxious than Li Yingying, found himself at a loss regarding the injury. Yet Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering confidence stirred a sense of excitement within him. Jiang Xiaobai had just inquired of the system, and indeed, the Dao injury could be healed. Moreover, it was quite a simple matter for him. However, he spoke with a grave expression. "The Dao injury is treatable, but it is somewhat troublesome." He continued, "What method do you have?" "I am determined to heal my junior sister's Dao injury. It is quite simple. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and can wield the power of the laws, the Dao injury can be cured." Thus, the words of Jiang Xiaobai resounded like thunder, exploding in the minds of Li Chugang and Li Yingying. "Young man, do you truly comprehend the essence of the power of laws? How dare you speak so boldly? The power of laws, is it truly so formidable? You are indeed blissfully ignorant. Do you not realize that even I have merely grazed the threshold of such laws? You aspire to master the power of laws. Why not reach for the heavens instead? Senior brother, let it go. After all, he is still young and lacks understanding. We should not hold it against him." Sigh, "Very well. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. By the way, are you returning to the sect? If not, I shall take my leave now." The sect? Upon hearing this, the two recalled the Qingyan sect. Exchanging glances before Li Yingying spoke, "Junior sister, you are gravely injured. You should return and recuperate for a while. Rest assured, senior brother, I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for you to worry about me." "How can that be? I must ensure your injuries are healed. By the way, where is that young man?" In a moment of inattention, Jiang Xiaobai had already utilized his spatial teleportation abilities to depart from their presence. His objective was none other than the over 1 million formidable individuals whose powers had been rendered obsolete, having had their abilities stripped away by Li Chungan. They were now merely a few miles distant. How infuriating. I never anticipated that Li Chungan was actually the senior disciple of that Dan god. This time, we have truly faltered. Alas, it seems our fate is sealed. With our powers extinguished, returning home equates to certain death. What shall we do? We boast over 1 million strong warriors here. Are we to return merely to meet our demise? Upon hearing this, the multitude of over 1 million powerful beings from various factions fell into a profound silence. It can be said that, In this ruthless realm of cultivation, having one's powers nullified is tantamount to a death sentence. Just then, a rather cheeky voice pierced through the air. This tree I have planted. This path I have forged. Will you choose to preserve your lives or your wealth? Draped in a black robe and masked, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly materialized before over 1,000,000 formidable warriors. This unexpected appearance sent a jolt of alarm through the ranks, manifesting their deepest fears. Esteemed friend, one of the ancient dragon sacred land's champions implored, we hail from the ancient dragon sacred land. Surely you would consider our standing. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of our entire sanctum? Just as the words left his lips, Jiang Xiaobai's figure abruptly shifted behind him, delivering a lethal thrust to his heart. Witnessing this scene, all present trembled involuntarily in dread. After seizing the spatial ring from the formidable adversary, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, I am not well acquainted with any of you, so I implore you not to engage me in reasoning nor to feign camaraderie, and certainly not to threaten me with your influence. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror his. He then inquired, what do you desire, your lives or your wealth? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, over 100,000 powerful individuals from various factions fell into a profound silence. They understood all too well that their prospects here today were grim. You seem to be a person of considerable stature, one of them ventured. We are willing to relinquish our spatial ring to you, but might I inquire if you would be so bold as to disclose your name, so that we may seek your guidance in the future? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. His gaze sharpened and his demeanor turned icy as he vanished without a trace. With a swift motion, he reappeared, his sword piercing through the heart of the formidable foe who had just spoken. I have already stated, do not attempt to reason with me, nor threaten me. Now, relinquish the spatial ring, or face death. Upon the utterance of these words by Jiang Xiaobai, all the formidable individuals present discerned that this fellow would undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing them. Esteemed one, the spatial ring shall be granted to you. But you must solemnly swear before the heavenly Tao that after taking possession of our spatial rings, you shall not inflict harm upon our lives. Jiang Xiaobai pierced the heart of yet another formidable opponent, causing all the powerful beings present to shudder in unison. You are quite loquacious, he remarked. I did not come here to engage in idle banter. You have 10 breaths. If you do not present your spatial rings, I shall take them myself. Over 1,000,000 powerful individuals, each possessing a spatial ring, imagine the vast wealth of cultivation resources contained within. Jiang Xiaobai felt an exhilarating rush at the thought that if he could seize the resources of over 1,000,000 formidable warriors, the cultivation resources of the Qingyun sect would be momentarily secured. 10 breaths had passed, yet no formidable warrior had produced their spatial ring. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned icy. You do not truly believe that I would fear the formidable forces behind you, do you? Indeed, those forces are powerful, yet I remain indifferent. Since you have chosen to disregard your own well-being, it is time for you to depart. Buzzing. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaobai vanished from his original position. In but a mere moment, the multitude of over 100,000 individuals at the ancient dragon sacred land erupted in agonizing cries. One after another, they fell victim to Jiang Xiaobai's swift strikes, their throats severed and hearts pierced. Within just a quarter of an hour, all 100,000 souls from the ancient dragon sacred land lay lifeless upon the ground. The remaining powerful beings present gasped in shock, their throats constricting in disbelief. As Jiang Xiaobai reappeared, he swiftly collected the spatial rings of all the fallen. Observing this scene, the other strong individuals involuntarily trembled. This man possesses an unyielding resolve. He dispatched over 100,000 lives without the slightest hesitation. No, I cannot accept death. I must survive, for therein lies hope. I too must endure, once dead. There is no return. Resources for cultivation may be lost, yet they can be reclaimed. However, the question lingers. If we surrender our spatial rings, will this man truly spare us? It remains uncertain. We can only gamble on his mercy. In just half a moment, many powerful beings hastily relinquished their spatial rings, creating a mountain of treasures. Upon harvesting the spatial rings of the crowd in the ancient dragon sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai immediately turned his gaze towards the other formidable beings, smilingly remarking, Indeed, this is how it should be. Wealth is but a transient possession. Why must you all cling to it so fervently? My dear friends, let us not become overly attached. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he strode towards the pile of spatial rings, his heart brimming with excitement. Goodness, so many spatial rings. Just imagine the wealth of cultivation resources contained within. This would certainly keep the chubby fellow quite occupied. In the midst of his musings, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly collected all the spatial rings into the system space. Esteemed friend, we have surrendered all the spatial rings. May we be allowed to depart now? Jiang Xiaobai did not respond to the individual but instead inquired of the system. System, is it possible to identify those who have yet to surrender their spatial rings? Ding. Host, certainly. The first 100 demons on the left have not surrendered their spatial rings. And the 880 demons on the right also have not surrendered their spatial rings. The system continued to enumerate, revealing that there were tens of thousands of powerful beings who had failed to hand over their spatial rings. This revelation caused Jiang Xiaobai's eyes to narrow, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. In an instant, his figure vanished once more, and soon thereafter, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed throughout the venue. A mere quarter of an hour later, over 10,000 formidable beings had met their demise at the hands of Jiang Xiaobai. The remaining strong individuals gasped in astonishment. This person's cultivation was so enigmatic. He seemed to possess the uncanny ability to discern who had not surrendered their spatial rings. It was evident that he was not an ordinary individual, capable of uncovering such information. What manner of being is this? How audacious to offend so many powerful factions simultaneously. We are among the most formidable forces in the celestial Xian realm. Who can say? Just look at the ancient dragon's sacred land. It is indeed a sacred ground. He kills with impunity. Even Li Chungan dares not challenge us. Yet this fellow indiscriminately slaughters so many. The actions of Jiang Xiaobai sparked intense speculation among the formidable individuals present, all pondering the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Moments later, Jiang Xiaobai returned before the assembly of powerful beings and declared, I shall spare your lives not out of fear of the forces behind you, but rather in pursuit of accumulating virtue for myself. Now, you must vociferously denounce your respective factions as trash, repeating this 10 times each, and I shall grant you clemency. Sir, are you being excessively unreasonable? Whether to kill or maim is entirely at your discretion. With that, a beast among them, having barely finished its words, was swiftly silenced by Jiang Xiaobai's blade, falling lifelessly to the ground. I am a man of my word. I do what I say. Will you curse your factions or not? Friend, in this world, we inevitably cross paths again. Why must you bring matters to such an irrevocable conclusion? With another swift motion, yet another powerful figure fell, and Jiang Xiaobai, no longer inclined to engage in further discourse, proclaimed, I offer you one last chance. Either denounce the forces behind you or face death. Silence enveloped the space as his words resonated, plunging the scene into an oppressive stillness. I shall not curse. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I too shall refrain from cursing. My cultivation has already been rendered null, and living on is but a futile existence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he coldly scoffed. Is there more? If you intend to kill, then do so. There is no need to toy with us any further. Indeed, once we perish, the sacred land will undoubtedly avenge us. Very well, if that is the case. I shall facilitate your wishes. With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure abruptly vanished, causing all the formidable beings present to tense with alarm. At that moment, from hundreds of meters above, an array of immensely powerful fist techniques surged forth, rapidly descending upon them. In the midst of their terrified gazes, the potent shadows of Jiang Xiaobai's fist struck among them. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air as numerous strong warriors fell to his might. Over 1 million formidable beings, their powers rendered null, were completely eradicated by Jiang Xiaobai in less than a quarter of an hour. You fools, did you truly believe I would spare you? He sneered. Anyone who seeks to harm our Qing sect, be they human, demon, or fiend, shall be met with my relentless wrath. Having uttered these words, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze skyward, addressing the concealed Li Chugang and Li Yingying, senior brother, second sister. Will you return to the sect or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the hidden Li Yingying and Li Chugang finally revealed themselves. When did that old fool take you as his disciple? Did he not declare over 1,000 years ago that he would cease to accept apprentices? How then did he take in someone as ruthless as you? Li Chugang scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai, voicing his inner doubts. In response, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, 10 years ago, my master encountered me, the destined child of unparalleled talent. Initially, I had no intention of acknowledging him, yet he insisted on kneeling and begging me to become his disciple. Alas, my talent proved too formidable to ignore. Hearing this, Li Chugang and Li Yingying could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Second sister, your lifespan is limited to 3 more years. Perhaps we should seek out master? He may be able to heal your Dao injuries, Jiang Xiaobai tentatively proposed. He was not a disciple of the Qing sect's master, and should this fact come to light, he might find himself in peril. Who could say how these so-called senior siblings would treat him? If their power was already so terrifying, then surely the master of Qingyun's sect must have reached the pinnacle of strength. Jiang Xiaobai finally realized the gravity of the situation. His heart could find no peace until this issue was resolved. It had been over 1,000 years since they last encountered that old man, and they had assumed he had departed from the celestial realm. To their astonishment, he re-emerged a decade ago to accept you as his disciple. Senior brother, even if we manage to locate him, it is doubtful that he can remedy my Dao injuries. Indeed, while the old man possesses formidable strength, it seems he is powerless against such afflictions. Furthermore, this elusive fellow is notoriously unpredictable. Where shall we search for him? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's expression shifted, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He silently thought to himself, thank goodness, it is fortunate that the leader of the Qingyun sect does not appear. Grant me 3 years, and by then, I shall be powerful enough to not fear him. However, the Qingyun sect currently possesses only 2 peak Empyrean realm cultivators, Guoguo and Xiaoman. Should a pseudo-immortal realm expert come after them, the sect may face dire consequences. If only Li Chugang and Li Yingying could remain at the Qingyun sect for an extended period, it would ensure stability. With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze turned towards Li Yingying and Li Chugang. Suddenly inspired, he smiled slightly and began to elaborate grandly. Senior brother, second sister, I can heal your Dao injuries. Just grant me 3 years. No, 2 years, and I shall restore second sister's Dao injuries. Li Chugang and the others were taken aback, their eyes locking onto Jiang Xiaobai as they inquired, Junior brother, can you truly heal Dao injuries? Their skepticism was palpable. If I say I can, then I can. Just give me the time. Once I have transformed the Qingyun sect into the mightiest sect, what difficulty shall a mere Dao injury pose? He continued, moreover, senior brother, second sister, do you currently possess any effective means to heal these injuries? At this, both fell into a profound silence. Jiang Xiaobai is indeed correct. They find themselves utterly powerless, for grasping the power of the laws is an exceedingly arduous task. Even someone as formidable as Li Chang'an has merely touched the faintest hint of his power. Junior sister, shall we return to Qingyun sect? It has been over a millennium since we last set foot there. Upon hearing this, Li Yingying fell into a moment of contemplation before nodding in agreement, saying, yes. Elder brother, let us return to Qingyun sect. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but smile faintly, though his heart surged with excitement. Senior brother, second senior sister, I know you still doubt my ability to heal the Dao injury. Once we return to the Qingyun sect, I shall prove it to you. I, Jiang Xiaobai, am destined to become the strongest in all eternity. A mere Dao injury is nothing of consequence. Jiang Xiaobai tilted his head back, exuding an air of confidence, while the corners of the mouths of the 2 individuals twitched uncontrollably upon hearing his words. Junior brother, do not attempt to deceive us, otherwise, I shall truly take action against you. No, we are all family here. How could one deceive their own kin? The senior brother and second sister continued their banter. I have been away from the Qingyun sect for nearly a month. Let us return swiftly, for I have pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Xiaobai had already delayed the system's side quest for almost a month. Only by continuously completing system tasks could he achieve a rapid enhancement of his abilities. It was inconceivable that he could cultivate without engaging in these tasks. Buzz. As Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Li Chang'an swiftly waved his hand, summoning a colossal sword. He grasped the hands of Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying, lifting them effortlessly as one would a pair of chicks. Rest assured, we shall return to the Qingyun sect in but a moment. Whoosh. Before Jiang Xiaobai could even comprehend the situation, Li Chugang swiftly took him and Li Yingying on a flying sword, racing at an astonishing speed towards the Qingyun sect. In a mere heartbeat, they traversed 1,000 miles. A testament to the formidable prowess of the sword immortal Li Chugang, leaving Jiang Xiaobai trembling with fear. He incessantly shouted towards Li Chugang, Master brother. It's not that pressing. We could take it a bit slower. However, he soon dismissed the thought, realizing that the matter concerning his junior disciple must indeed be of great significance, and thus could not afford any delay. Buzz. No sooner had he uttered these words than Li Chugang accelerated further, and in just a quarter of an hour, they arrived before the gates of the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly retched, and as he was in the throes of vomiting, Li Chun and Li Yingying exclaimed in astonishment, did that old man not proclaim that the Qingyun sect does not accept disciples? What on earth is happening? How could the Qingyun sect suddenly have over 10,000 disciples? Furthermore, is it not the case that the Qingyun sect has only just been established? It seems so new. As Jiang Xiaobai regained his composure, his gaze immediately shifted towards the Qingyun sect. At this moment, the Qingyun sect stood tall with its impressive edifices, and the main hall of the sect was particularly grand and magnificent. This truly resembled a sect. Once my strength increases, I shall embark on a transformation of the entire Qingyun sect. However, the current Qingyun sect, while indeed possessing a certain charm, suffers from a deficiency of spiritual energy. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the Qingyun sect before him, murmuring to himself, "Little junior brother, is the current Qingyun sect you're doing? Indeed. What do you think? Does it still catch your eye?" Little junior brother, was the establishment of the Qingyun sect and the recruitment of disciples the idea of that old fellow? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "No, it was my idea to establish a sect and recruit disciples. I aspire to create the most formidable sect, to dominate the heavenly profound realm, to traverse the cosmic rivers and stars, and to make the entire universe submit beneath the feet of our Qingyun sect." The mention of cosmic rivers and stars astonished Li Chungan and the others. They had never encountered such terminology before. After exchanging glances filled with curiosity, they turned their gaze back to Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Junior brother, what do you mean by cosmic rivers and stars?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he produced 2 celestial maps and remarked with a smile, "Ah, senior brother, second senior sister. Please inscribe your names upon these celestial maps and then let a single drop of your blood fall upon them. Once you have completed these steps, you shall come to understand the vastness of the cosmic rivers and stars, and you will have faith that I can indeed heal your injuries." With a face full of sincerity, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the two, yet his heart brimmed with a touch of nervousness, fervor, and anticipation. Li Chun and Li Yingying exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing slightly as they quietly scrutinized the Qingyun illustrated guide in Jiang Xiaobai's grasp. After a moment of careful examination, Li Yingying inquired, "Junior brother, what exactly is the Qingyun illustrated guide?" As Jiang Xiaobai's mind whirled, he suddenly recalled the words spoken by Guoguo after shedding blood on the Qingyun Codex. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he turned to his second senior sister and said, "This Qingyun Codex is indeed the key to healing your Dao injuries. Sign your name and let a drop of your essence blood fall upon it, and you shall witness its miraculous nature." Li Yingying's eyes still held a hint of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she took the Qingyun Codex from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and remarked, "I have little time left anyway. Since my junior brother is so confident in his ability to heal my Dao injuries, I shall give it a try." With that, she inscribed her name on the Qingyun Codex and allowed a drop of her essence blood to fall upon it. The moment the blood touched the codex, her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "What is this?" After infusing her essence blood into the Qingyun Codex, Li Yingying's demeanor transformed, her excitement palpable as her eyes gleamed. This was the power of laws. How could the Qingyun Codex contain such a profound essence of law? Overcome with joy, she began to dance in elation. Li Chugang, upon hearing Li Yingying's words, was equally astonished. He gazed at her in disbelief and queried, "Junior sister, are you saying that this Qingyun Codex harbors an abundance of law power?" Li Yingying nodded vigorously, her entire being radiating happiness, as if she had been reborn. "Brother, it is true. The Qingyun Codex indeed contains a rich essence of law. Moreover, this power is nurturing my Dao injuries." Observing Li Yingying's exuberance, Li Chugang turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Junior brother, what exactly is this Qingyun Codex? How can it possess such extraordinary qualities? Why is it imbued with such dense law power?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Chugang pressed for answers. However, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "Elder brother, you should quickly sign your name and shed blood upon the Qingyun Codex, then you will understand." Li Chugang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he wasted no time and proceeded to sign his name and drop his blood upon the codex. Buzz! A formidable surge of law power enveloped Li Chugang's entire being in an instant, igniting his excitement. This is real. The power of law. How terrifyingly potent it is to manifest in such a humble object. With such a rich essence of law, given enough time, I will surely break free from my confines. Li Chugang was profoundly astonished. It had been long since he had felt such exhilaration. Jiang Xiaobai stood to the side, observing the two individuals before him. Though his demeanor was remarkably calm, his heart was already filled with delight. I've succeeded. With these two securing their positions at Qingyun sect, what do I have to fear? It was regrettable that he had not managed to deceive senior sister Li Yuqi back then. If only he had persuaded her to sign and shed blood on the Qingyun Codex, it would have been perfect. The next time she returns, he must find a way to coax her into doing so, no matter what it takes. As Jiang Xiaobai engaged in this inner monologue, Li Yingying suddenly approached him and inquired softly, "Junior brother, how did you come by such a wondrous treasure? Did the old man bestow it upon you?" "Indeed, junior brother," she continued. "Previously, senior brother's attitude was somewhat off-putting, yet we did not anticipate that you would willingly offer us such a precious artifact." Li Chun gazed at the Qingyun Codex in his hands as if it were a cherished gem, unable to part with it. "What? You believe the Qingyun Codex to be a treasure?" "Absolutely, junior brother. The Codex harbors a profound essence of law, making it undoubtedly a treasure of immense rarity," she affirmed. "Junior brother, from where did you acquire such a precious artifact? Was it gifted to you by that old curmudgeon? He has always been biased and selfish." At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words. The Qingyun manual was as abundant as he desired, rendering its value rather trivial. Moreover, the Qingyun manual was intended for the purpose of accepting disciples, only beneficial to those who had signed in blood. How could you dare to proclaim this object as a treasure? I can acquire as many as I wish. With that, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly produced a large number of Qingyun manuals and placed them before the two individuals. Upon witnessing this, their expressions instantly froze in disbelief. Second senior sister. "Senior brother, what has happened to you? Are you feeling unwell? Come, let us return to the sect swiftly, so that our disciples can tend to your needs." Jiang Xiaobai turned and strode toward the Qingyun sect, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Amidst the bewildered expressions of Li Yingying and Li Chun, he suddenly called out to the Qingyun sect, "Everyone, come forth at once to welcome your second master uncle and third master uncle." The voice of Jiang Xiaobai resonated throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Originally supervising the disciples managing the sect, both Xiao Man and Guoguo trembled upon hearing his voice. Particularly Xiao Man, whose complexion darkened at Jiang Xiaobai's words, immediately fled. "Xiao Man, where are you going?" Guoguo asked. Curiosity etched upon his face as he watched her dart away. "Guoguo, hurry and run. That pervert has returned." Xiao Man's panicked voice had scarcely faded before her figure vanished from Guoguo's sight. "The eldest senior brother is back? Oh dear, I must hide." Guoguo, much like Xiao Man, swiftly disappeared from the scene. Meanwhile, other disciples of Qingyun sect, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, erupted with excitement, shouting, "Quick, everyone! Let us go to the sect's entrance to welcome our little master uncle back. It has been a month. Do you think our little master uncle might have achieved another breakthrough? That is quite possible. Our little master uncle is so formidable that breakthroughs must come easily to him." Over 10,000 disciples of Qingyun sect surged towards the mountain gate with fervor. Moments later, as Jiang Xiaobai approached the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, he was met by a throng of over 10,000 disciples rushing towards him. "We pay our respects to our little master uncle. No need for excessive formalities. Yes, little master uncle. Everyone, come forth and greet your second and third master uncles." Upon hearing this, all gazes turned to Li Yingying and Li Chugang, who stood behind Jiang Xiaobai as the crowd chorused, "Disciples pay their respects to the second and third master uncles." Li Chugang and Li Yingying were momentarily taken aback. It was their first experience being addressed in such a manner by so many. "Please, there is no need for formalities. Thank you, esteemed master uncles." Jiang Xiaobai regarded the assembly for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Fatty, come forth." "Hey, hey, hey, I'm here, junior uncle," Wang Dayden exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Each time Jiang Xiaobai summoned him, it invariably heralded significant events, often of a fortuitous nature. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai promptly cast down the more than 100 spatial rings, previously seized, in a heap upon the ground. The sight of the towering mountain of spatial rings left not only Wang Dayden in utter astonishment, but also rendered the other disciples of Qingyun sect equally awestruck. What an astounding number of spatial rings!" Wang Dayden exclaimed. "Fatty, gather a few disciples and meticulously categorize and tally the resources and spirit stones contained within these rings. Furthermore, once you have completed the inventory, ensure that all the premium spirit stones are delivered to me." Wang Dayden, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously and replied, "Rest assured, junior uncle, I shall attend to this immediately. You, and all of you, come along with me." With a grand procession of over 1,000 individuals, Wang Dayden commenced the organization of the resources housed within the spatial rings. "Eldest brother, second sister, where are you headed?" inquired the junior brother. "Little brother, Focus on your own tasks. Do not concern yourself with us. The figures of Li Yingying and Li Chang'an swiftly vanished from Jiang Xiaobai's sight. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. After surveying the entirety of Qingyun's sect, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "It is time to eliminate those nuisances." Over the course of 3 days, Wang Dayton, accompanied by over 1,000 individuals, meticulously catalogued more than 1 million spatial rings. Once the task was completed, Wang Dayton, brimming with excitement, rushed before Jiang Xiaobai, gesticulating animatedly as he exclaimed, "Little Master Uncle, we have struck gold. We are truly wealthy now." Wang Dayton was exceedingly thrilled, for he had never encountered such an abundance of cultivation resources. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Wang Dayton and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Look at your limited aspirations. We are destined for greatness. Can you not maintain your composure? In the future, we shall traverse the cosmos and become the most formidable sect in existence. There is no need for such constant alarm." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Wang Dayton immediately rolled his eyes at him, then exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Little Master Uncle, we have compiled the statistics for over 1 million spatial rings. The lower-grade spirit stones amount to a staggering 108,996,000,000. The mid-grade spirit stones total 35,645,000,000, and the upper-grade spirit stones reach 17,938,000,000. Furthermore, there are 99,700,000 of the finest spirit stones. We have also accounted for 1,900,000 spirit artifacts and 6,989,456 various weapons. Additionally, there are 9,800,000 different spirit herbs, along with a plethora of other treasures, all duly recorded. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen in place, unable to regain his composure. He was aware that there would be many, yet he had not anticipated such a multitude. "Little Martial Uncle, what is the matter with you?" Wang Dadong repeatedly waved his plump hands in front of Jiang Xiaobai. After a considerable time, Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, his eyes trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "My dear friend, you have worked diligently. Go and assign 3,000 people to the treasure pavilion from now on. They will heed your command, and you shall be an elder of the pavilion." Wang Dadong was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully responded, "Yes, little Martial Uncle. By the way, hand over all those exquisite spirit stones to me. The remainder should be stored in the pavilion. Issue a decree that every disciple of the Qingyun sect shall receive 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each month for their cultivation. Remember, do not skimp. All must be used for cultivation. If anyone is stingy, I shall confront them. Understood, little Martial Uncle." Wang Dadong immediately handed the space ring containing the exquisite spirit stones to Jiang Xiaobai before hastily departing. Watching Wang Dadong's retreating figure, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "Hee, once I complete the side quest, I shall be able to establish the sect and accept disciples. This time, I intend to recruit at least 100,000. With that thought, as Jiang Xiaobai turned to leave the Qingyun sect, he was suddenly confronted by Li Chugang and others who blocked his path. "Little Martial Brother, wait a moment. Is there something you need, Senior Brother?" "Little Martial Brother, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Li Chugang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and continued, "It is this. The Senior Brother and your second martial sister have decided to remain in the sect from now on and not venture out. Please have someone modify the bamboo grove in the back mountain. We shall reside there henceforth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately nodded and said, "Master Brother, second senior sister, you may instruct those disciples as you wish. I have matters to attend to." With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from the spot, leaving not even a trace of his presence. What could this lad be so hastily engaged in? With such feeble strength, does he not understand the importance of diligent cultivation? As soon as Li Chang'an uttered these words, the petite man and Guoguo, standing behind him, exchanged peculiar glances. "What are you two looking at me for?" Li Chang'an asked. The two shook their heads and replied, "Master Brother, you will understand in due time." Li Chang'an was taken aback and said, "Xiao Man, I am hungry. Quickly prepare something for me to eat. I want tea. Is your rear end itching, Master Brother? Shall I help you scratch it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Man trembled and instinctively covered her backside. "What do you wish to eat?" "Anything, as long as it is delicious and varied." Upon hearing this, Xiao Man's expression darkened. Were it not for her inability to overpower this man, she would have certainly pinned him to the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had already arrived 100 miles outside the Qingyun sect. He gazed at the map in his hand, deep in thought. Over 100 factions. And after 3 days of investigation, the most formidable was the leader of the Luotian sect, whose cultivation had reached the first stage of the Holy Realm. However, it matters not. I can still vanquish those of the first stage of the Holy Realm. I will start by clearing the nearby minor sections. With that, Jiang Xiaobai vanished once more, for his current strength allowed him to traverse dozens of miles with each use of his spatial teleportation ability. In mere seconds, he arrived at the Tianlong gang. Observing the mere 1,000 members of the gang, Jiang Xiaobai wasted no time and unleashed a powerful fist technique. Boom. In an instant, the entire Tianlong gang was reduced to ruins, with all its members perishing utterly. Humph. Why provoke anyone else when they chose to challenge me, Jiang Xiaobai? After surveying the battlefield, Jiang Xiaobai's figure disappeared yet again. Within just half a day, the factions harboring enmity towards the Qingyun sect within a radius of several thousand miles were nearly eradicated by Jiang Xiaobai. In a flash, the entire vicinity was abuzz with shock. What on earth has transpired? How could over 100 factions be obliterated in merely half a day? It is obvious. It must be the Qingyun sect's doing. Not long ago, these factions attempted to obliterate the Qingyun sect and seize its treasures, only to be ambushed and annihilated in return. Good heavens! Is the Qingyun sect truly that formidable? Indeed, the Qingyun sect is powerful. I wonder when they will begin accepting disciples. I would love to see if I could join Qingyun. Within a radius of several thousand miles, apart from the Luotian sect, all forces harboring enmity towards the Qingyun sect have been entirely eradicated by Jiang Xiaobai. Meanwhile, within the Luotian sect, a report is made to the sect leader, Master, within this vast expanse, only our Luotian sect remains. All other forces have been annihilated. Luo Yun, seated in the position of the sect leader, pressed his fingers against his temples, lost in silence. The other high-ranking members of the Luotian sect, witnessing this, urged anxiously, Master, we must report this news to the upper sect immediately. Otherwise, I fear our Luotian sect will meet the same fate. Indeed, Master, decisive action is imperative. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yun instructed, immediately relay this information to the Batian sect, stating that someone has dared to provoke their authority, attempting to unify the territory within several thousand miles. Furthermore, convey that only the Luotian sect is valiantly holding out in this region. We require the Batian sect to dispatch powerful reinforcements post-haste. Understood, Master. Shortly after the messenger departed, Jiang Xiaobai's figure suddenly appeared high above the Luotian sect. Luotian sect, prepare to perish. The air vibrated with energy as powerful strikes descended upon the sect, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Who dares to challenge the Luotian sect? Luo Yun, bloodied and pale, soared from the ruins. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, he seethed with rage, gritting his teeth. You wretched thief, your heart is as ruthless as they come. You slaughtered nearly 10,000 members of the Luotian sect without a hint of hesitation, you fiend. Fool. When your Luotian sect came to seize the treasures of our Qingyun sect, your fate was sealed. Die. The figure of Jiang Xiaobai abruptly vanished, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror in Luo Yun. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden chill gripped his heart. As he realized Jiang Xiaobai had stealthily appeared behind him, piercing his heart with a sharp blade. You. In his despair, Luo Yun succumbed to death, his body plummeting from the great height. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, Ding. Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the side quest. The announcement sparked an immediate excitement within Jiang Xiaobai. After nearly a month, he had finally accomplished the side quest. How delightful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the side quest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 million spirit points, along with the hidden divine ability and the god-level transformation array. As anticipated, once Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation reached the esteemed realm, the system ceased to reward him with true energy values, instead bestowing spirit points. System, why only 5 million spirit points? Ding. Host. The exchange rate for spirit points to true energy values is 1 to 10. 1 spirit point can be exchanged for 10 true energy points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly inquired, System, what are the concealment divine art and the transformation divine array? Ding. Host. The concealment divine art is a divine level skill that allows you to obscure your body, aura, and cultivation prowess. Under the influence of this skill, no one can detect your presence, aura, or true strength. Ding. The divine transformation array can convert any resource into the spiritual energy you desire, significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within a particular area. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was left utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Incredible. System. I will immediately learn to utilize the concealment divine art. Buzz. As Jiang Xiaobai concluded his words, a mysterious and formidable force enveloped him instantaneously. He promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in profound contemplation. After a considerable duration, he reopened his eyes, a sly smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Hee, with this elusive divine ability, my means of self-preservation have significantly increased, and my power has grown even stronger. I must return to the sect post-haste and experiment with this divine transformation array." The figure of Jiang Xiaobai swiftly vanished from the spot, and in merely a quarter of an hour, he returned to the Qingyun sect. "Pengzi, come out. Hurry up and emerge." The voice of Jiang Xiaobai resonated throughout the entire Qingyun sect, startling even Li Chang'an and his companions. Why must the junior disciple always be so easily startled? I must take it upon myself to guide him properly, teaching him to remain composed in the face of challenges. Li Chang'an and Li Yingying soon appeared by Jiang Xiaobai's side, remarking, "Junior disciple, you cannot continue to be so easily startled. How can you achieve greatness or aspire to become a formidable force in the world?" Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to Li Chang'an. He was enraptured in a state of intense excitement. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's expression, Guoguo and Xiao Man immediately sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. As anticipated, Wang Dayton soon approached Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring, "What commands do you have, junior uncle?" System, present the divine transformation array. Suddenly, a mysterious and immensely powerful formation materialized before the eyes of the onlookers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Chang'an, Li Yingying, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. What in the world is this formation? The aura it exudes is utterly terrifying. Jiang Xiaobai did not respond to Li Chang'an. Instead, he turned to Wang Dayton and said, "Hurry, fatty, bring forth all those useless resources and cast them into this formation at once." Jiang Xiaobai was overwhelmed with excitement. Even his breathing became rapid. Upon hearing this, Wang Dayton immediately produced a spatial ring. He then cast a multitude of chaotic and seemingly useless resources into the divine transformation array. With a hum, a moment later, a miraculous scene unfolded. The divine transformation array began to operate at an astonishing speed, and in an instant, those resources were transmuted into rich spiritual energy. Everyone present was left speechless, unable to believe the spectacle before their eyes. "Little junior brother, what kind of formation is this? How can it be so astonishing?" Li Chugang stood in a daze, shocked beyond comprehension. Even someone as formidable as he had never witnessed such a terrifyingly miraculous array. Not only him, but even Jiang Xiaobai himself felt an immense sense of awe. With such an extraordinary divine transformation array, Qingyun sect would undoubtedly become the most spiritually enriched place in the entire Tianxian realm. Even those sacred lands and powerful factions would likely be left in the dust. How incredible, little junior brother. I have never encountered such a fearsome array before. With this formation, the spiritual energy concentration in our Qingyun sect will surely rise rapidly. Little junior brother, you have yet to inform the senior brother about what this formation is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and said, "This is the transformation grand array, capable of converting any resource into spiritual energy. Moreover, the spiritual energy produced is exceptionally pure, devoid of any impurities." As soon as these words were uttered, the audience was once again astounded. Wang Dabin exclaimed, "Heavens, if this is truly the case, will our Qingyun sect not become the most spiritually enriched place in the entire Tianxian realm?" "Little junior brother, from where did you acquire such an extraordinary formation?" This question immediately drew the attention of everyone present, all eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. This. I found it by the roadside," he replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, clearly skeptical of Jiang Xiaobai's words. "System, can I envelop the entire Qingyun sect with the divine transformation grand array?" Ding. "Yes, host. The divine transformation grand array can be resized at will." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression became fervent once more as he commanded, "System, enlarge the divine transformation array to encompass the entirety of Qingyun sect and extend outward for 10 miles. "Ding. Understood, host," came the reply. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the divine transformation array rapidly expanded, swiftly enveloping the entire Qingyun sect and extending outward for 10 miles. The crowd was once again astonished, their gazes fixated on the magnificent array. Fatty, cast half of the low-grade spirit stones into the transformation array, he instructed. Yes, little master uncle. Before long, Wang Darren had cast half of the low-grade spirit stones into the divine transformation array. In an instant, a surge of rich spiritual energy manifested, swiftly enveloping the entire Qingyun sect. Remarkably, the concentration of spiritual energy within Qingyun sect had skyrocketed over tenfold. The inhabitants of Qingyun sect were instantly exhilarated. Their prior concerns about the spiritual energy being too sparse for cultivation had dissipated. Now, they no longer had to fret over this matter. Jiang Xiaobai observed the increasingly dense spiritual energy enveloping the entirety of the Qingyun sect and inquired once more of the system. Will the transformed spiritual energy leak out? Ding, it shall not, host. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's inner anxieties were entirely alleviated, while the others remained in shock. A smile once again graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he declared, System, immediately utilize 5 million spiritual energy points to enhance my cultivation. Ding, understood, host. Meanwhile, within the sacred hall of the ancient dragon Holy Land, the voice of the ancient elder resonated throughout the chamber. Jiang Xiaobai must perish. Within the sacred hall, the ancient elder faced off against Fang Jintian, the lord of the ancient dragon Holy Land, with a fierce glare. The hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence, as other powerful figures of the ancient dragon Holy Land stood quietly, not daring to utter a word. After a considerable pause, Fang Jintian shattered the stillness, stating, Ancient Elder. The matter concerning Jiang Xiaobai was a collective decision made by several ancient elders a decade ago. Now that the ancient dragon Holy Land is beset by numerous significant events, the issue of Jiang Xiaobai must be handled solely by the ancient elders. Fang Jintian's tone was resolute, revealing his unwillingness to further concern himself with Jiang Xiaobai's fate. Are you disregarding the words of us old-timers? The ancient elder retorted. Jiang Xiaobai must die. Otherwise, the entire ancient dragon Holy Land will inevitably face destruction. Upon hearing this, Fang Jintian and all present felt a tightening in their chests, falling into a heavy silence. Lord, please send someone to locate Jiang Xiaobai at once and swiftly incapacitate him. Otherwise, in a few years, you will surely regret this. The ancient elder insisted. If you were so determined to eliminate Jiang Xiaobai, why did you not act yourself back then? Why must you seek his death now? Fang Jintian voiced the collective confusion of those present, causing the ancient elder to fall silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive as they all gazed at the ancient elder for an extended period. A decade ago, when Jiang Xiaobai was merely 8 years old, several ancient elders of the ancient dragon Holy Land suddenly issued an order for Fang Jintian to execute Jiang Xiaobai without delay. The news left Fang Jintian and everyone within the ancient dragon Holy Land astounded. Some even stepped forward to question the rationale behind wanting Jiang Xiaobai dead. Those who dared to question were swiftly silenced by the ancient elders, their very souls obliterated. Thus, no one within the ancient dragon Holy Land dared inquire further about the necessity of Jiang Xiaobai's execution. It is worth noting that at that time, Jiang Xiaobai possessed an extraordinarily gifted talent, having reached the pinnacle of the tender age of 8, alongside a terrifying celestial-grade spiritual root. In the Tianxian realm, spiritual roots are categorized into various grades, including inferior, middle, superior, and supreme, along with many other formidable types. The celestial-grade spiritual root stands out as a paragon among these powerful varieties. The ancient elder, squinting through his drooping eyelids, regarded Fang Jintian with a measured gaze. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You need not concern yourselves with the reasons. Simply carry out the task. The specifics will reveal themselves to you in due time. With this dismissive remark, the ancient elder evaded further inquiry, leaving Fang Jintian dissatisfied yet powerless. Did you all hear that? Hasten to locate Jiang Xiaobai. Upon finding him, immediately incapacitate his cultivation and bring him back to the ancient elder. Yes, master. Furthermore, investigate the recent major incident in the western region's Dragon City. Ascertain who was responsible for the annihilation of over 1 million formidable individuals from various sections. Our ancient dragon sacred land has also suffered the loss of tens of thousands. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. Yes, master. Additionally, dispatch someone to inquire about the whereabouts of the alchemist Li Yingying. It is imperative to locate her and return her to the sacred land. Now, disperse. Yes, master. Wait. Just as the assembly was about to depart the grand hall, the ancient elders suddenly interjected, send several powerful individuals to the southern region to seek clues about Jiang Xiaobai, and remember to prioritize the Qingyun sect in the southern region. Understood, ancient elder. Soon, everyone in the hall began to exit, and the ancient elder cast a glance at Fang Zhentian before departing himself. Observing this, Fang Zhentian narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Humph. You old fools, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes." With that, Fang Zhentian also exited the Master's hall. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, the disciples, still reeling from the earlier shock, suddenly beheld Jiang Xiaobai seated in meditation. Except for Li Chang'an and Li Yingying, the expressions of the remaining disciples turned numb. "Little man, why do you all look so dazed?" Li Chang'an inquired curiously. "I don't know," Little man replied, maintaining her usual demeanor. "The senior brother will be very upset." "Humph." Little man turned her head away defiantly. "Senior brother, in time, you shall understand. Only through experience can one truly grasp the peculiarities of our junior brother." Upon hearing Guoguo's words, both Li Chang'an and Li Yingying turned their gazes toward Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged dramatically. Seeing this, some disciples could not help but exclaim, "Ah, our junior uncle has once again broken through. When will I be able to achieve the same as junior uncle? If I possessed even a tenth of his monstrous talent, I would wake up smiling in my sleep." Nyo, you ought to stop daydreaming, even in your wildest dreams. You could never envision yourself possessing junior uncle as prodigious talent. Amidst the astonished and numbed expressions of the Qingyun sect disciples, Jiang Xiaobai's aura had already ascended to the pinnacle of the first level of the sovereign realm, poised to break through to the second level at any moment. Our junior brother possesses merely a superior spiritual root. Although his physical form is flawless, it cannot be as extraordinary as they claim. Indeed, in the grand scheme of the Tianxian realm, our junior brother's talent is merely above average, hardly extraordinary. Why then did that old man take him as a disciple? Li Chang'an and Li Yingying regarded Jiang Xiaobai with a mixture of confusion, while Guoguo and Little Man exchanged glances laced with intrigue. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged, breaking through to the second tier of the esteemed realm. Yet, the ascent did not cease. His essence continued to elevate rapidly, propelling him toward a breakthrough into the third tier of the esteemed realm. Is this lad truly aiming for another breakthrough? Master, if our junior brother forces his way through like this, it may inflict irreversible damage on his foundation. Should we not intervene? No. Master, you mustn't do that. Otherwise, our junior brother will be exceedingly displeased. Guoguo promptly intervened to prevent Li Chang'an from interrupting Jiang Xiaobai. Taken aback by Guoguo's words, Li Chang'an turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaobai, who was still experiencing a swift elevation in his aura. Before long, he reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the esteemed realm. Incredible. Junior uncle, you are now my idol. He is about to reach the third tier of the esteemed realm. This is simply astonishing. What kind of prodigy is our junior uncle? It seems he encounters no bottlenecks in his breakthroughs. Alas, this is perhaps a case of how comparisons can lead to despair. Buzz. As the crowd conversed, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged from the pinnacle of the second tier directly into the third tier of the esteemed realm. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone could only shake their heads in disbelief. The consecutive breakthroughs over 2 minor levels indeed showcased the remarkable talent of our junior brother. Li Chang'an's remarks drew scorn from the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes. Jiang Xiaobai opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at the crowd. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Ah, I have only ascended 2 minor levels. How terribly slow." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai uttered those words, the mouths of everyone present began to twitch uncontrollably, their faces darkening as they turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Come back." Upon Jiang Xiaobai's sharp admonition, everyone finally turned to face him. Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at the crowd for a moment before speaking. "Fatty, cast all the inferior spirit stones into the transformation array, converting them into spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Wang Darren was momentarily taken aback and subsequently inquired, "Little Master Uncle, what shall we use to distribute to the disciples for their cultivation each month?" "Utilize the medium-grade spirit stones. The inferior spirit stones will no longer suffice for us." Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, the gathering of disciples erupted into a fervent clamor. "Oh my, little Shirshu, my affection for you is boundless, enduring until the seas run dry and the stones decay. Wow, little Shirshu, I yearn to bear your offspring. You are truly remarkable." Little Shirshu is magnificent. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him before me shall face my wrath. Li Chugang and Li Yingying exchanged glances, their lips twitching uncontrollably in response to the fervent declarations. Eldest senior brother, do you not sense that this group has been led astray by our junior brother? Li Chugang nodded in agreement, remarking, it is not merely a feeling, they have indeed strayed. Jiang Xiaobai regarded the gathering of individuals, and after a moment of silence, his gaze suddenly turned towards Li Yingying, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, my beautiful and kind second senior sister, how is your injury faring? Speak. Truly, you embody the essence of beauty and compassion, and you possess a remarkable understanding of your junior brother's heart. Will you speak or not? Hee, second senior sister. Our Qingyun sect is gradually taking shape. Which grand sect is without a decent alchemy pavilion? Ah, be gentle, second senior sister. Li Yingying's delicate hand pinched the flesh at Jiang Xiaobai's waist. Humph. Even in your current condition, you still wish to exploit me? No, second senior sister. To heal your Dao injuries, merely relying on the power of the laws contained within the Qingyun diagram is insufficient. You must engage in more physical activity. I refuse. Li Yingying retorted, turning on her heel to leave, and Jiang Xiaobai exhibited little reaction. Her rejection was anticipated. Jiang Xiaobai then shifted his attention to Li Chugang. Smiling as he said, Senior brother, our Qingyun sect requires a formidable sword. I have no time. I'm going fishing. Li Chugang replied curtly before departing, leaving Jiang Xiaobai in a state of bewilderment. Little uncle, the two senior uncles may have just returned, which is why they declined. Once they settle in, they will grow bored, and persuading them will become much easier, Wang Dadong suggested, standing beside Jiang Xiaobai with a strategic insight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Hee, I shall not let them escape unscathed. Fatty, prepare yourself. We shall venture to Qingyun City and recruit disciples once more. Yes. Junior Master. By the way, Junior Master, there is something I wish to ask of you. Wang Daden began to speak but quickly lowered his head, his expression revealing a hint of unease. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze intensified as he inquired, what is it? Speak. Upon hearing this, Wang Dadong immediately lifted his head to look at Jiang Xiaobai and promptly knelt down. Little Master Uncle, you must assist me. Fatty, what is the matter? Speak up. It is like this, Little Master Uncle, over these years. Jiang Xiaobai listened intently as Wang Daden recounted his story, growing increasingly astonished. No wonder the system described this rotund man as honest. It all made sense now. Fatty, this matter is straightforward. We shall simply admit them all into the Qingyun sect. Jiang proposed. Upon hearing this, Wang Daden's chubby face quivered with excitement as he exclaimed, Little Master Uncle, is that truly the case? He gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with a hint of disbelief. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, this matter is not difficult. However, Junior Master, many of them possess only inferior spiritual roots. At this point, Wang Daren's expression became somewhat troubled. No worries. What does it matter if they have inferior spiritual roots? As long as they join the Qingyun sect, even inferior spiritual roots can transform into a phoenix. That's wonderful. I shall express my gratitude to you, Junior Master. All right. Follow me. We shall head to Qingyun City to recruit disciples. Certainly, Junior Master. The two swiftly departed from the Qingyun sect and made their way towards Qingyun City. In the wake of the recent destruction of the city lord's mansion by Jiang Xiaobai, Qingyun City surprisingly welcomed a new city lord. The city remained bustling with activity. The lively marketplace was filled with people, merchants, and cultivators. Sir, please don't leave. Trust me, if you spare me just a moment, you will reap tremendous rewards. Hey, don't walk away. Linglong Divine Pill. Just 100 inferior spiritual stones. Consume it, and it will transform a mortal into a cultivator. Don't miss out, everyone. Would any of you gentlemen care for a Linglong Pill? Hey, don't go. The price is negotiable. Sir, please. It has been far too long since I have seen you grace our esteemed establishment. Today is the start of the month, and the ladies are in high spirits, offering great bargains. Hey, young sir, don't hurry off. You're only 18, right? Care to experience the delights offered by our ladies? Amidst the vibrant marketplace, a remarkably handsome and powerful young man strolled leisurely down the street, accompanied by a formidable elder whose cold gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Old Zhong. There is no need to be so tense. In such a barren place, who could possibly harm me? Young master, the human heart is inscrutable, and danger lurks everywhere. It is wise for us to proceed with caution. You are overly cautious, the young man remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he took in the bustling scene around him. Old Zhong, let us immerse ourselves in the mundane joys of the mortal world. Old Zhong paused, taken aback by the fervor in the young man's gaze. Unable to resist, he nodded and replied, Young master, once we have accomplished our task, we can explore other places. After all, it is rare for you to leave the ancient dragon-sacred land. Upon hearing this, the young man fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Old Zhong, do you think Jiang Xiaobai is living quite freely now? Young master, I cannot speculate on that. The ancient elders have decreed that Jiang Xiaobai must perish, and thus he must meet his end. The young man chuckled softly. Is that so? Let us proceed. We shall stay here for the night and investigate Qingyun sect thoroughly tomorrow. Understood, young master. They swiftly departed the location. However, not long after their departure, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Daren's figures also appeared in the same spot. Fatty, where are those children you mentioned? In the bustling streets of Qingyun City. Amidst the throngs of people, a faint voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Please help me, kind sirs. My mother is gravely ill and desperately needs treatment. I am willing to toil endlessly, to be a servant in any capacity, if only someone can cure her affliction. I implore you, noble gentlemen. A young girl, nearly 14 years of age, knelt repeatedly before passers-by, her pale visage glistening with sweat as she wiped her forehead with the tattered sleeve of her garment. Beside her lay a worn straw mat, covering a frail, elderly woman on the brink of death. Upon hearing the girl's plea, a multitude of onlookers quickly gathered. Oh, this poor girl. If only I possessed the skills to heal her mother's malady, I would surely take her home as my bride. Oh, it seems you are merely enamored with the girl's beauty. You, who indulge in vice and folly, do you truly possess such compassion? Indeed. Who does not know of your notorious character, Zhang San? I fear that as soon as she agrees to accompany you, you would sell her for coin to fund your vices. Zhang San, chastised by the crowd, could do nothing but lower his head in embarrassment. At that moment, the holy son of the ancient dragon-sacred land happened to pass by. Old Zhong, I did not realize that mortals could endure such dire circumstances. I had always believed that common folk led lives of happiness and prosperity. Old Zhong, unsure of how to respond, merely nodded and remarked, Young master, where there are people, there is human suffering. This is true for both mortals and our cultivation community alike. You speak wisely, Old Zhong. Come, let us assist this young girl's mother. With that, the young man swiftly approached the girl. Allow me to examine your mother's condition. At his words, all eyes turned to the youth, curious as to how he would heal the ailing woman. The girl, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with excitement, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. I, Xiaoyu, will be your servant from this day forth, and I will obey your every wish. There is no need for such formalities, nor for you to become my servant. Helping your mother is but a trifling effort for me. His words elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What a good man. I never expected to encounter such kindness today. No wonder I heard the magpies singing in my backyard this morning. Indeed, it has been long since I have come across someone so benevolent. This young master is truly righteous and remarkably handsome. Look, he is beginning to act. The young man swiftly began to administer aid to the elderly woman. In mere moments, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Mother, how wonderful. You have finally awakened. The young girl threw herself into the arms of the elderly woman, sobbing uncontrollably. The old woman, still in a daze, soon regained her composure and gently pushed the girl aside. She trembled as she stood up, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to the young man before her. Thank you, noble sir, for your timely intervention. Should you require anything from me or my young daughter, please do not hesitate to command us. There is no need for such formalities. The young man replied, My assistance was but a trifling matter. Upon hearing his words, the elderly woman's emotions surged, and she inquired, May I ask, what is your esteemed name? I am Luya, he replied. You may address me simply as Luya. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately took the young girl's hand and bowed deeply, saying, Both my daughter, Xiaoyu, and I express our profound gratitude to you, Luya, for your life-saving grace, which we shall never forget. If you would not mind, please accept my daughter, Xiaoyu. She is at your service, whatever you may require. The two continued to bow in thanks, and Luya, witnessing their fervor, stepped forward to assist them. There is truly no need for such gestures, he said. It was my responsibility to help. I believe everyone present would have done the same if they were able. His words elicited a chorus of agreement from the onlookers. Indeed, Luya speaks the truth. Alas, I find myself powerless, or I would have rushed to assist as well. Yes, the noble Luya embodies righteousness. His sentiments echo our own, though we lack his strength. As the chatter continued, Luya smiled and interjected, "Let us not disturb the elderly lady further. She has just recovered and needs rest." Then, turning to the young girl, he added, "Here, take this, 100 low-grade spirit stones. It will ensure your comfort for the rest of your lives." He produced a pouch and placed it gently into Xiaoyu's arms. The elderly woman and Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, noble Luya. We shall surely honor you with a memorial tablet and offer our respect perpetually." "There is truly no need for such grand gestures," Luya replied. "You should focus on your recuperation. If fate allows, we shall meet again." "Yes, yes. Thank you, Luya." "Xiaoyu, let us bow 3 more times to express our gratitude before following his wise counsel and returning to rest." With that, the old woman and Xiaoyu bowed once more before departing, the young girl supporting the elderly woman as they left the scene. As they walked away, someone remarked, "Luya is indeed a paragon of virtue, not only saving them but also gifting them spirit stones to ensure their well-being. Truly, he is like a living bodhisattva." "Luya, I too seek assistance. At 58, I have yet to find a wife. Could you possibly introduce me to a suitable lady?" "Li Si, do not annoy Luya with your foolishness." Luya stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the departing figures of the old woman and the young girl. Lost in contemplation, the others present, sensing his disinterest, gradually dispersed. After a considerable time, Luya suddenly addressed the ever-present Elder Zhong behind him, saying, "Elder Zhong, so this is the sensation of being a good person. My heart feels an immense satisfaction. May I ask why?" Elder Zhong was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Saint, it seems this may be the influence of vanity." "Vanity?" Luya echoed. "Indeed, to gain the praise of others through acts of salvation, thus fulfilling one's own heart." Upon hearing this, Luya's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly lifted his gaze to the luminous moon above, remarking, "You seem to be right. I did feel quite satisfied just now. However, I must confess that this sensation has suddenly become quite distasteful." At this juncture, a sly smile crept upon Luya's lips, and he said, "Elder Zhong, the existence of that old woman and the young girl is but a torment. Perhaps it would be best to hasten their reincarnation, so they might be born into better circumstances in their next lives." "Indeed, Saint," Elder Zhong replied with a serene demeanor, as if he had anticipated Luya's response. His figure quickly vanished from sight, and in merely a quarter of an hour, he returned to Luya's side, stating, "Saint, the heads of the old woman and the young girl are here." Elder Zhong presented the 2 severed heads to Luya, who merely glanced at them and replied, "Toss them to the dogs. Let us hasten to Qingyun Sect to investigate the whereabouts of Jiang Xiaobai." Jiang Xiaobai was unaware that the son of the ancient dragon's sacred land, Luya, was already en route to the Qingyun Sect. At that moment, he and Wang Daden arrived before the gate of a dilapidated courtyard on the western edge of Qingyun City. "Is this the place, Fatty?" Yes, indeed." "Please wait a moment, my little martial uncle." Wang Daden hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, his excitement palpable as he called out, "Yo, Lin, area. I have returned." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened slightly before he proceeded towards the courtyard. Upon entering, he was met with a sight that left him utterly astounded. "Brother Wang, you must avenge Xiaoyu and her mother. Xiaoyu met a most tragic end," cried one of the girls. "Indeed, Brother Wang, both Xiaoyu and her mother perished. Their bodies so horrifically disfigured. It is truly dreadful." More than 100 young girls, clad in tattered garments, knelt before the 2 headless corpses, their expressions filled with sorrow and indignation. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, utterly astonished. Who could be so callous as to inflict such cruelty upon 2 defenseless individuals? Not even mere mortals were spared. This person was truly ruthless and exceedingly malevolent. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes glimmered with a frosty intensity, an unintentional aura of menace emanating from him. "Little master uncle, you must take a stand for Xiaoyu and her mother." Wang Daben suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai, kneeling before him, his corpulent frame trembling incessantly. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his demeanor turning icy as he inquired, "Do you know who delivered the fatal blow?" Upon hearing his words, over 100 young women present turned their attention to Wang Daden, seemingly seeking his approval. "Rest assured, this is my esteemed junior uncle," Wang Daden declared. "His strength is formidable, and he will undoubtedly avenge Xiaoyu and her mother." His words alleviated the girl's apprehension towards Jiang Xiaobai. Then, a girl around 18 years of age rose respectfully and addressed Jiang Xiaobai, Greetings, esteemed junior uncle. Everyone, please rise and greet our junior uncle. Her words prompted all the girls present to stand and bow in unison. Greetings, esteemed junior uncle. Enough with the formalities. Please tell me what transpired, Jiang Xiaobai urged. According to our understanding, the situation unfolded as follows. The 18-year-old girl swiftly recounted everything she knew to Jiang Xiaobai. As she narrated, not only did Jiang Xiaobai feel a surge of anger, but Wang Dayton's corpulent face trembled with rage, turning crimson. Scoundrel! How can such vile individuals exist in this world? Luya, I shall ensure you are torn to pieces in retribution for Xiaoyu and her mother. Wang Dayton seethed. His teeth clenched in fury. Upon digesting the girl's account, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he began to contemplate, based on her revelations. It appears this Luya is directly targeting me. The ancient dragon sacred land truly intends to leave no stone unturned in their pursuit of me. To be precise, they have no intention of sparing my previous incarnation. What could be the reason behind the ancient dragon sacred land's relentless desire to eliminate my former self? Jiang Xiaobai stood to the side, lost in thought for quite some time. At that moment, Wang Dadong suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai and cautiously inquired, "Little master uncle, regarding the matter I asked you about earlier." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting towards the gathering of over 100 girls. After a moment of contemplation, he produced more than 100 Qingyun pictorials and handed them to Wang Dayton, saying, "Fatty, inquire whether they are willing to join the Qingyun sect. If they consent, they should sign with their blood on the pictorials." Wang Dayton, filled with excitement, swiftly accepted the Qingyun pictorials from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and exclaimed, "They are willing. All of them are willing. Do you wish to join the Qingyun sect?" Join the Qingyun sect? The girls exchanged incredulous glances, their clear eyes darting between Wang Dayton and Jiang Xiaobai, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. Finally, one brave girl mustered the courage to ask timidly, "Little master uncle, can we truly join the Qingyun sect?" Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at the girl, nodded, and said, "Of course, those who wish to join the Qingyun sect must sign their names and shed blood on the Qingyun Codex." Upon receiving Jiang Xiaobai's affirmation once more, everyone's spirits soared, and excitement radiated among them. One by one, they approached to sign the Qingyun Codex, eager to join the sect. With a shared determination to avenge Xiaoyu and her mother against the one named Luyu. Soon, the crowd gathered to inscribe their names and offer their blood upon the codex, each individual brimming with enthusiasm. How wonderful! From now on, I too shall be a member of a grand sect, no longer subject to the whims of the wind and rain. Indeed, we shall cultivate and grow stronger, ensuring that no one dares to oppress us. As long as I can have enough to eat every day, that would suffice. If I could also cultivate, it would be the best of all. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the girl before him, whose youth was reminiscent of blooming flowers. Upon noticing the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens and remarked, "This is the realm of cultivation, utterly ruthless. Without formidable strength and a powerful background, one is as insignificant as an ant, merely a plaything for the mighty." The thought of Xiaoyu and her mother being toyed with and ultimately slain by Luyu filled Jiang Xiaobai with an unquenchable fury. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more. Ding! The system has detected a formidable adversary approaching from millions of miles away, intent on annihilating the host. Driven by exceedingly malicious intent, the enemies dare to bully the host. The system cannot remain passive. Ding! The system issues a new time-limited side quest. The host is to employ every conceivable means within 1 month to retaliate against the incoming foe. The adversaries arriving are profoundly twisted, cruel, and malevolent. The system recommends that the host employ unconventional methods. Ding! The system will bestow corresponding rewards based on the level of the tasks completed by the host. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai fell into a profound silence. This could very well be the most perverse, cruel, and malevolent adversary he had encountered since his transmigration. Fatty, please assist them. Once you have laid Xiaoyu and her mother to rest, escort them back to Qingyun sect. Furthermore, there may be imminent threats to Qingyun sect. Do not enter through the main gate, but rather take the detour via the smaller path to reach the sect. Understood, young master. Jiang Xiaobai cast a brief glance at everyone, nodded, and then his figure inexplicably vanished without leaving a trace. As Jiang Xiaobai suddenly disappeared, the onlookers, aside from Wang Dad, were left in a state of shock, with one exclaiming, "Brother Wang, is this little master uncle truly that formidable?" He vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Indeed, if the little master uncle is not strong, who is? Quickly, Ensure that Xiao Yu and her mother are laid to rest. Then gather your belongings and return to the sect with me. Yes, Brother Wang. From now on, it shall be Brother Wang or Senior Brother. Understood, Senior Brother. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters outside the gates of Qingyun's sect, two figures stood high in the air, surveying the entirety of Qingyun's sect. Old Zhong, is this Qingyun's sect? Reporting to the Holy Sun, according to the markings on the map, this is indeed Qingyun's sect. Lu Ya's gaze sharpened as he silently observed Qingyun's sect for a prolonged moment. Then, a slight smile graced his lips as he declared, I am Lu Ya, here to pay a visit. Might I inquire if Jiang Xiaobai, esteemed Taoist, is present at Qingyun's sect? Lu Ya's voice swiftly resonated throughout Qingyun's sect, causing the disciples, who had been occupied with their tasks, to momentarily pause. Lu Ya? Who is this person? I'm not sure. But it seems he is here seeking the little master uncle. However, neither the little master uncle nor Senior Brother Wang is in the sect. Regardless, the little master uncle has stated that no one may enter Qingyun's sect without his consent. Exactly. Let us return to our duties. Whether he is Lu Ya or someone else is inconsequential. The crowd resumed their activities, entirely disregarding Lu Ya, which caused the two figures standing high above to furrow their brows. Old Zhong, why do the people of Qingyun's sect appear to be ignoring us? Reporting to the Holy Sun, it is likely that they are unaware of your esteemed identity, which emboldens them to act with such indifference. Upon hearing this, Li nodded in agreement, then scrutinized Qingyun's sect once more before exclaiming, Old Zhong, have you noticed that there seems to be a mysterious formation within Qingyun's sect? Old Zhong, upon hearing this, began to observe closely and soon exclaimed, Heavens! Holy Sun, there exists a mysterious and powerful formation in Qingyun's sect. It appears to be gathering spiritual energy. What? Gathering spiritual energy? Indeed. Holy Sun, you should be aware that I usually practice formation techniques. I had been careless and did not observe closely before. Only now, upon further inspection, have I realized that a terrifying gathering formation is concealed here. A gathering formation? Lu Ya once again cast his gaze over Qingyun's sect, observing intently for a while before inquiring, Old Zhong, is it difficult to set up a gathering formation? Reporting to the Holy Sun, establishing a gathering formation is not particularly challenging. However, arranging such a mysterious and powerful gathering formation is likely quite complex. Then, Old Zhong, are you capable of setting up the gathering formation of Qingyun's sect? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang was momentarily taken aback and once again scrutinized the grand formation of the Qingyun sect. After a brief silence, he spoke again, Holy Sun. If I were to lead all the formation masters of the ancient dragon sacred land, we might barely manage to set up a spirit-gathering formation of this caliber. Lu Ya's eyes turned cold upon hearing this, filled with jealousy. Humph. A mere small sect can actually establish such an extraordinary spirit-gathering formation. What does that leave for the dignity of our ancient dragon sacred land? Elder Zhong was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Lu Ya shouted towards the Qingyun sect, I am Lu Ya, the holy son of the ancient dragon sacred land, here to pay a visit to my friend, Jiang Xiaobai. Is Jiang Xiaobai present within the Qingyun sect? Lu Ya's voice reverberated throughout the Qingyun sect, causing all disciples to cease their activities, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Isn't that the holy son of the ancient dragon sacred land? He must be here to harm our little master uncle. What should we do? Our little master uncle is not in the sect right now. Should we go out to confront him? Fear not. Although our little master uncle is not here, we still have two esteemed uncles, as well as Guoguo and Xiaoman. What is there to be afraid of? Let us carry on with our tasks. Upon hearing this, the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were unaware of Li Chang'an and Li Yingying's true strength, being the senior brothers and sisters of Jiang Xiaobai, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Thus, the disciples of the Qingyun sect once again left Lu Ya and his companion waiting at the mountain gate. At this moment, Lu Ya's demeanor had shifted from his earlier nonchalance to one of deep gloom, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Holy Sun, should we not just storm into the Qingyun sect? It is but a trivial sect, daring to disregard us in such a manner. They are simply unaware of their own insignificance. Do you truly believe that a small sect capable of erecting such a formidable spirit-gathering formation is insignificant? Lu Ya's abrupt questioning caused Elder Zhong to tremble, quickly responding with utmost respect. I recognize my error. It was indeed my rashness. Disregarding Elder Zhong, Lu Ya resumed his meticulous observation of the Qingyun sect. The more he examined, the more alarmed he became. It seemed there were several elusive presences emanating from the bamboo forest on the sect's rear mountain. Elder Zhong, have you noticed? There are some peculiar auras within the bamboo grove on the back mountain of the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong immediately extended his consciousness to envelop the bamboo grove. This is bad, holy son, we must flee quickly. Since we have arrived, there is no need to rush away. Just as Lu Ye and his companion began to react and attempt to escape, a terrifying force enveloped them, pinning them in place with overwhelming strength. Senior, I assure you, I have only come to seek my friend Jiang Xiaobai regarding a minor matter, and harbor no ill intentions. Indeed, esteemed senior, please show mercy and do not hold it against me. Buzz. Bang. As soon as Lu Ye finished speaking, he was immediately struck to the ground by a formidable force. In that fleeting moment, the figures of Li Chugang and Li Yingying suddenly appeared before Lu Ye and his companion. Please spare us, esteemed seniors. We truly mean no harm, pleaded Lu Ye. Indeed, esteemed seniors, I was blind and inadvertently disturbed your peace. I beg you not to hold it against us. The two quickly scrambled to their feet and prostrated themselves before Li Chugang and Li Yingying. Reveal your true intentions or face death. Upon hearing this, Lu Ye's body trembled, and he rose to face Li Chugang and Li Yingying. However, upon seeing Li Chugang, they immediately collapsed back to the ground. Li Chugang, the sword immortal Li Chugang. Lu Ye remained somewhat composed, though astonished, unlike Elder Zhong, who was gripped by sheer terror. The moment he laid eyes on Li Chugang, Elder Zhong's face turned ashen, his throat constricting as he trembled backward. What? Do I look that fearsome? And no. Sword immortal, your demeanor is extraordinary. This junior merely shows respect. I will ask you once again, what brings you here? After being questioned by Li Chugang regarding their purpose at Qingyun sect, Lu Ye's mind raced, and he replied, Esteemed sword immortal, I am Lu Ye, the holy son of the ancient dragon sacred land. I have been a lifelong friend of Jiang Xiaobai, and 10 years ago, he was wronged by treacherous individuals within the sacred land. This led to him wandering outside for a decade. Recently, the sacred land has finally cleared his name regarding the injustices he suffered. I have come to bring him back to the sacred land to rectify the wrongs done to him over the years. Lu Ye spoke earnestly, his expression filled with emotion, even earning Elder Zhong's admiration for his cleverness. Just as they believed they had successfully deceived Li Chugang and Li Yingying, Jiang Xiaobai's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. So that is the case. I always knew that the sacred land, where I grew up, must have had some misunderstandings regarding past events. The figure of Jiang Xiaobai suddenly emerged, standing beside Li Chang'an and the others. A crooked smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I presume this must be my dear brother Lu Ye? The sudden appearance of Jiang Xiaobai drew the immediate attention of both Lu Ye and Elder Zhong. What? You no longer recognize me? Did you not claim that I was your childhood brother? Ah, ha, Xiaobai. I have searched for you with great difficulty. You cannot fathom the struggles I have endured over the years. How difficult? Jiang Xiaobai inquired abruptly, causing Lu Ye's lips to twitch before he swiftly shifted the topic, saying, Brother Xiaobai, I had no idea that Senior Li Jianshan was actually your fellow disciple. I shall surely bask in the glory of your connections from now on. Lu Ye's eyes sparkled with fervor and anticipation, to which Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile. You refer to my senior brother. I have only just met him. By the way, this is my second senior sister, the unparalleled alchemist. Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of Lu Ye and his companion. Both stared at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief, and after exchanging an excited glance, they exclaimed, the unparalleled Dan God. My heavens! I, Lu Ye, am truly fortunate beyond measure. Not only have I found my long-lost brother, but I have also made the acquaintance of the illustrious Li Jianshan and the Dan God. What a remarkable stroke of fate. Old Zhong. We must swiftly return to the ancient dragon sacred land and convey this astonishing news. Inform them that my brother Xiaobai has been found. And moreover, Lu Ye's gaze shifted back to Jiang Xiaobai as he continued. Xiaobai has regained his cultivation. Though he is only at the 3rd level of the respect realm, he can begin his training anew. This is a momentous occasion for my brother and a tremendous blessing for the ancient dragon sacred land. Oh, and we must certainly inform them that Xiaobai, Li Jianshan, and the Dan God are sworn brothers. Lu Ye appeared exceedingly animated. After listening to his words, Old Zhong cast a profound glance at Lu Ye before responding, Indeed, holy son, Li Jianshan, the Dan God, and Xiaobai, I shall take my leave now. Such significant news must be relayed to the sacred land without delay. With that, Old Zhong immediately bowed to Li Chang'an and Li Yingying, then turned to take flight. Wait. Just as old Zhong was about to depart, Jiang Xiaobai's voice suddenly rang out. Both old Zhong and Luya tensed at his words. They then turned to Jiang Xiaobai with smiles, asking, "Brother Xiaobai, do you have any messages you wish for old Zhong to convey to the sacred land?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Luya's countenance without immediately responding. Instead, he suddenly remarked, "Previously, in Xingyan City, there was an individual named Luya who selflessly rescued a mother and her daughter." Upon hearing this, both Luya and Elder Zhang's expressions subtly stiffened. "Ah, that mother and daughter, indeed they were pitiable. I believe the little girl was called Xiaoyu, wasn't she? I found her mother to be in such dire straits, suffering from a grave illness, which compelled me to extend my aid." With a sigh, he added, "Ah, Brother Xiaobai, such deeds are merely a trifle, hardly worthy of mention." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was filled with disdainful laughter. "Is that so? Then can you enlighten me as to why you subsequently sought to eliminate her and her child?" Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, transforming into a frigid glare brimming with menace. Upon hearing his words, Luya and his companion involuntarily shuddered, swiftly adopting a facade of astonishment as they exclaimed, "What? The mother and daughter, Xiaoyu, and her child, have perished? Who could have committed such a heinous act? It is utterly despicable. Do not let me discover the culprit or else." "Silence!" Jiang Xiaobai interjected abruptly, his demeanor now chillingly austere. "Speak. Has the ancient dragon sacred land dispatched you to eliminate me?" "Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable." Luya vehemently denied without a moment's hesitation. "Xiaobai, we concede that certain individuals from the sacred land were indeed at fault previously. They misunderstood you, subjecting you to a decade of suffering and injustice. However, those who defamed you have been dealt with by the Holy Master, and such occurrences shall never transpire again." At this juncture, Luya's expression turned earnest as he continued. "Brother Xiaobai, the Holy Master is eagerly anticipating your return to the sacred land. I often observe him murmuring your name in private. You two fools. Do you presume that I, Jiang Xiaobai, am so naive and easily deceived?" The words of Jiang Xiaobai rendered Luya and his companions' expressions immediately rigid. Had it not been for Li Chang'an and Li Yingying's presence, they would have already taken Jiang Xiaobai's life. What is this? No longer pretending? Go on, continue the charade. The atmosphere in the room abruptly descended into a brief silence, and Luya's demeanor gradually grew colder. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Jiang Xiaobai. Your survival a decade ago was indeed not mere luck. You ought to have met your demise here today. Alas, fortune still favors you in ways beyond imagination. However, fret not, for even if you miraculously evade disaster today, your days are numbered. Do not presume that having Li Chang'an and Li Yingying as your support will grant you a life free of worry." Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at Luya, perplexed by his unwavering confidence despite the dire circumstances. "Luya, do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you today?" He scoffed. "Ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. You remain a frog at the bottom of a well, your view of the world confined to mere inches. When the time comes for your demise, you shall realize just how short-sighted you currently are." Despite the gravity of the situation, Luya maintained his defiance, mocking Jiang Xiaobai, while he himself exhibited no fear. The elder Zhong behind him trembled with trepidation. "Saint, perhaps you should temper your words. Li Jianxian and Dan Shun, Luya has seldom ventured beyond the Holy Land. And given his youth, I implore you to be understanding." Elder Zhong, confronted by Luya's sudden accusation, wore an expression of despair. "Saint, I may not fear for myself, but I do fear for my life," he lamented. "A coward, do you truly believe we can return alive today?" At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, "Luya, I find it curious that as the son of the ancient dragon Holy Land, your cultivation level is merely at the third stage of the Holy Realm. What accounts for this?" As Jiang Xiaobai voiced his inner doubts, he realized from the moment he laid eyes on Luya that the latter possessed only the strength of a third-tier sage. Logically, this should not have been the case. Yet when he sought to examine Luya's profile within the system, he was met with a cascade of question marks. "Jiang Xiaobai, do you wish to know?" "Of course." "Very well, kneel and call me Grandfather Lu, and I shall reluctantly share the truth with you." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes turning icy with a palpable aura of menace. "Do you truly believe I am so easily swayed? Senior brother, incapacitate this old man." At Jiang Xiaobai's command, Elder Zhong's expression immediately shifted to one of sheer terror. "No." With a swift motion, a terrifying sword, Qi, severed Elder Zhong's cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he was rendered a powerless wretch, his face ashen. "No, Jiang Xiaobai, you are ruthless." "Ruthless? You bestowed hope upon the mother and daughter, only to extinguish their lives with your own hands. Are you not the ruthless ones? And you, Luya, do you think I fear the ancient dragon's sacred land? Senior brother, strip Li of his powers. As Jiang Xiaobai's words faded, a scene of terror suddenly unfolded. Be careful, junior brother. Li Yingying's voice rang out. Luya exhibited no fear towards Li Chugang and Li Yingying, charging directly at Jiang Xiaobai with full force. Witnessing this, Li Chugang unleashed a terrifying sword aura, ready to strike at Luya, but Jiang Xiaobai abruptly intervened, saying, Senior brother, allow me to handle this myself. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes icy cold. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Li Chugang merely nodded, retracting the formidable sword aura. Jiang Xiaobai, I never imagined you to be so arrogant. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise. A powerful aura erupted from Luya, who possessed the peak strength of the third tier of the Saint Realm, as he charged at Jiang Xiaobai, wielding a spiritual weapon. The peak of the third tier of the Saint Realm is just what I need for practice. Earth-shattering punch of the Divine Fist. A fearsome energy surged forth, and powerful strikes emanated from Jiang Xiaobai's right fist. Junior brother's martial arts are indeed terrifying. What level of martial skill does senior brother possess? Junior sister, I am uncertain. In this world, martial skills are classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest. Each major grade is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional tiers. However, junior brother's martial skills do not fall within this classification. Then, senior brother, could it be that junior brother is utilizing the legendary celestial grade martial skills? Li Chugang did not immediately respond to Li Yingying's inquiry, but instead focused intently on Jiang Xiaobai. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again, celestial grade martial skills. Perhaps that could be the case. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Jiang Xiaobai and Luya are embroiled in a fierce battle, causing the gates of the Qingyun sect to tremble violently. The disciples of the sect rush to the entrance, and upon witnessing the clash in the sky, they exclaim in awe, Incredible! Truly deserving of our little master uncle. That person must be Luya, the holy son of the ancient dragon Holy Land. But his strength seems rather unimpressive. Strange, don't you find it peculiar? A slender monkey interjects. Look, as the holy son of the ancient dragon Holy Land. How can his power only be at the peak of the 3rd level of the Saint Realm? This is the ancient dragon Holy Land we are speaking of. A holy ground. The slender monkey voices his doubts, and the crowd begins to ponder. Indeed, how could the holy son of a holy land possess only such limited strength? Could it be that this fellow is an impostor? Surely not. Who would dare impersonate a holy son? Are they not afraid for their lives? There must be something amiss here. As the discussions swirl among the crowd, even Li Chungan and Li Yingying are not exempt from their confusion. Senior brother, could it be that Luya is truly a counterfeit? As the holy son of the ancient dragon Holy Land, shouldn't he at least possess the strength of an emperor? He is merely at the peak of the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Li Chungan squints at Luya, who is battling Jiang Xiaobai in the sky, and after a long contemplation, he responds, Junior sister, have you heard of a peculiar demonic technique in this world that can sever the soul and refine avatars? What? Senior brother, isn't that merely a legend? Li Chungan nods. Legends, who can say? After all, they are just tales. Truth or fiction is uncertain. Are you suggesting that Luya, the holy son of the ancient dragon Holy Land, might be practicing this fabled demonic technique, and the Luya before us is merely an avatar? Precisely. This demonic technique is known as the Rift Demon Path, extraordinarily bizarre and immensely powerful. The most terrifying aspect is that each avatar can cultivate independently and possesses self-awareness. Furthermore, these avatars will never betray their original. Even Li Yingying, known for her extensive knowledge, gasps in astonishment upon hearing Li Chungan's words. Senior brother, if that is the case, our junior brother's adversary is likely quite formidable. Indeed, the ancient dragon Holy Land is inherently powerful. Even I dare not offend it lightly. Look at our junior brother. He seems utterly fearless. Senior brother, is the ancient dragon Holy Land truly that formidable? Li Chungan nods again, affirming, yes, extraordinarily formidable. If my intuition serves me correctly, it is not only the ancient dragon Holy Land, but also the other 4 great holy lands that harbor hidden masters, their strengths rivaling my own. There is even a possibility that those ancient beings do not belong to this realm. Upon hearing these words, Li Yingying fell into silence, fully aware of the legends. Thus, Master brother, This must be the reason you refrained from eliminating those formidable powers before. Li Chugang nodded affirmatively and remarked, indeed. Being excessively ruthless may lead to repercussions upon oneself. Therefore, I merely incapacitated their abilities. It is not that I fear those great powers, rather, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. He chuckled, however. I never anticipated that our little junior disciple would be so audacious as to annihilate over 1,000,000 strong adversaries. Master brother, if this is the case, our junior disciple may be in peril, relying solely on you and me. It is currently quite challenging to ensure the safety of our junior disciple and the Qingyun sect. At these words, Li Chugang fell silent once more, lifting his gaze to the two figures engaged in an intense battle high above. Alas, I wonder when that old fellow from our Qingyun sect will return. As long as he is present, it matters not if the entire ancient dragon's sacred land emerges in full force. Do not even mention that old man. Not only is he absent, but neither the senior sister nor the second senior brother has returned, nor have we received any news. Were it not for our knowledge of their terrifying prowess, I might have assumed they had perished long ago. Perished? Huh. It is likely that even if we were to undergo reincarnation 1,000 times, those few would not meet their end even once, Li Chugang said with self-deprecating humor. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Just as Li Chugang and Li Yingying engaged in idle chatter, Li Yu was unexpectedly sent flying several miles away by a single punch from Jiang Xiaobai, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. How formidable, Master Brother. When you were at the pinnacle of the third stage in the respect realm, were you ever this powerful? Upon hearing this, Li Chugang's lips twitched as he shot Li Yingying an exasperated glance. Our junior disciple is a freak. Do not associate me with him. Oh dear, Master Brother. Is this a subtle acknowledgement that our junior disciple surpasses you? Li Chugang's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore Li Yingying. At that moment, Lu Yu rose once again, soaring into the sky to lock eyes with Jiang Xiaobai. His face was ashen, clearly bearing significant injuries. Jiang Xiaobai, you truly astonish me. Your cultivation is merely at the pinnacle of the third stage in the respect realm, yet you have managed to defeat me, who stands at the pinnacle of the third stage in the sacred realm. Ha! Very well, indeed. As Jiang Xiaobai heard this, his gaze turned icy, fixating intently on Lu Yu. Do you have any final words? Speak now. Regardless, I shall not grant you your wish. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's lips twitched into a smile as he replied, Ha ha ha, how amusing. Jiang Xiaobai, I must admit, I am beginning to take quite a liking to you. Buzz. As he spoke, Lu Yu's aura suddenly surged. Junior brother, run. He intends to self-destruct. Li Yingying shouted urgently, yet Jiang Xiaobai showed no inclination to flee. He simply observed Lu Yu with unwavering composure. Jiang Xiaobai, this is merely the beginning. Lu Yu's words had scarcely left his lips when his aura peaked dramatically, and an ear-splitting explosion ensued, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. The devastation rippled across the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Li Chugang appeared before the gates of Qingyun sect, intercepting the onslaught of energy. After a considerable time, as the energy dissipated, all disciples of Qingyun sect lay prostrate on the ground. Goodness, that was terrifying. I thought we were doomed. One exclaimed. Indeed, it was truly frightening. Thank heavens for our second master uncle. Otherwise, we would have been utterly finished. Right? Second master uncle is incredible. Seems even more formidable than our junior master uncle. A puzzled voice chimed in. But where is junior master uncle? He couldn't have perished in that explosion, could he? Smack. Ouch. Who hit me? Hitting you is too lenient. How dare you suggest that I am dead? Everyone rose upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, standing respectfully as they greeted, Greetings, junior master uncle, second master uncle, third master uncle. Enough. Hurry back to your tasks, Jiang Xiaobai commanded. Yes, junior master uncle. As the disciples of Qingyun sect departed, Jiang Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. Just then, Li Chugang and Li Yingying approached him, saying, Junior brother, Lu Yu is likely not an ordinary foe. If my guess is correct, that recent explosion was merely a manifestation of Lu Yu's avatar. Li Chugang's expression grew solemn as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he nodded in agreement. Eldest brother, I share your belief. You knew? Just a guess. Li Chugang's lips twitched, and he inquired further, Junior brother, what are your plans moving forward? Li Chugang and the others fixed their gazes upon Jiang Xiaobai, who replied with a grin, I shall establish a sect and recruit disciples, taking in as many as possible. The group was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, Li Yingying suggested, Junior brother, Perhaps you should consider hiding for a while? Hiding? Why should I hide? It's merely an ancient dragon sanctum. It has yet to reach the point of instilling fear in me. With that, Jiang Xiaobai dismissed Li Chu Gang and the others, calling out to the disciples of Qingyun sect, "Thin monkey, come here." Soon, the slender monkey dashed to Jiang Xiaobai's side and respectfully saluted, inquiring, "What instructions do you have, esteemed junior uncle?" Jiang Xiaobai replied, "Slender monkey, you are to lead several hundred disciples to the Qingyun city's Duobao Pavilion, seek out Yi Ling Long, and procure a substantial quantity of beast skins. Following that, you shall proceed to all the inns in Qingyun city." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the slender monkey was initially taken aback. But then his excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Yes, esteemed junior uncle, we shall undoubtedly fulfill this task with excellence." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the slender monkey and stated, "Remember, you have only 7 days. Regardless of how much you manage to collect, return to the sect immediately after 7 days. Go." "Yes, junior uncle." Watching the retreating figure of the slender monkey, Jiang Xiaobai contemplated for a moment before calling out once more, "Ma Ryu. Junior uncle, I am here." Hearing Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly call her name, Ma Ryu's expression filled with excitement as she approached his side, gazing at him with affection. "Ma Ryu, take 100 disciples to Qingyun City to spread the news, announcing that the Qingyun sect is once again accepting apprentices, with no limit on the number of recruits. Furthermore, each individual who successfully joins the Qingyun sect will immediately receive 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Go." "Understood, junior uncle." As Ma Ryu departed, Jiang Xiaobai turned his attention to Guoguo and Xiaoman, saying, "Guoguo, Xiaoman, here are 100,000 Qingyun illustrations. As long as their spiritual roots reach the medium grade, have them all sign and drop a drop of blood on the illustrations." Upon hearing this, Guoguo immediately took Jiang Xiaobai's spatial ring, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Junior brother, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Colorful tortoise, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions." Suddenly, Xiaoman snatched the spatial ring from Guoguo's hands, leaving Guoguo seething in silence. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head at Guoguo and departed from the spot. "Master brother, why does this junior disciple wish to accept so many disciples? I am uncertain. He shall do as he pleases. In any case, when that old fellow returns to inquire, we shall place the blame squarely on the junior disciple." Upon hearing Li Chugang's words, Li Yingying, Xiaoman, and Guoguo all nodded instinctively. Wouldn't it be splendid if the new recruits were all female disciples? Bang! Boom! No sooner had Guoguo uttered those words than Xiaoman sent him flying. Witnessing this, Li Chugang and the others could hardly be bothered to say more and simply departed the scene. Before long, merely half a day had passed, and the entire Qingyun city was in a frenzy. Have you heard? The Qingyun sect is once again recruiting disciples. Indeed, I have heard that this time there seems to be no limit on numbers. Anyone meeting the criteria can join. Moreover, I have also heard that any disciple who successfully joins the Qingyun sect will immediately receive 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Can you imagine? 1,000. Let us hurry back and inform our children they must try their luck at the Qingyun sect. Who knows, we might become members of the Qingyun sect ourselves. The news of the Qingyun sect's renewed recruitment soon spread throughout Qingyun city and beyond, reaching thousands of miles. In an instant, everyone of suitable age and spiritual root began flocking towards the sect. Within just a day, the entrance to the Qingyun sect was already teeming with individuals from various locales. Heavens! I thought the Qingyun sect was dilapidated and weak. This is nothing short of a grand sect. Indeed, the current Qingyun sect resembles those major sects in every way. Just look at those towering edifices and those magnificent peaks. And have you noticed? The concentration of spiritual energy here is markedly richer than in other places. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astonished, their gazes towards the Qingyun sect filled with fervor and anticipation. Alas, I am already over 30. Otherwise, I would surely join the Qingyun sect. So am I. I can only rely on my child now. Though she is merely 10, she possesses a medium-grade spiritual root, and a rather rare fire attribute at that. The scene at the entrance of the Qingyun sect was bustling with life. A sea of humanity eagerly awaiting the commencement of recruitment. Amidst the expectant gazes, Guoguo and Xiaoman arrived at the mountain gate, accompanied by over 10,000 disciples. Look, the people of the Qingyun sect are emerging. Goodness, that is a terrifyingly powerful figure at the peak of the Emperor realm. Upon uttering these words, astonishment washed over the crowd, their gazes immediately fixating on Guoguo and Xiaoman. According to Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, He demanded that at the moment of Qingyun sect's recruitment of disciples, Xiaoman and Guoguo should unleash their entire aura. The purpose was to instill fear in those attending the recruitment conference. Little did they expect that the Qingyun sect harbored two formidable peak Emperor realm powerhouses. This news must reach the sect master. A figure, concealed within the throng, swiftly departed from the scene. At that moment, Guoguo's voice resonated. Females may remain. All males must leave. To the east, a vast and majestic sect stood, known as the Batian sect. Batian sect reigned supreme over a radius of tens of thousands of miles, boasting nearly 1 million disciples and an abundance of formidable warriors, thus establishing itself as one of the preeminent forces in the southern region. All factions and minor sects within the vicinity were compelled to heed the authority of Batian sect. Moreover, within the jurisdiction of Batian sect, every faction was mandated to submit 30% of their 3-year harvest to the sect, demonstrating their overwhelming dominance. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached the gates of Batian sect. Elder Lu, what brings such urgency? An elderly man had just exited the sect's gates when he encountered the hastily returning Elder Lu. Elder Huang, I have crucial matters to report to the sect master. Upon hearing this, Elder Huang's expression sharpened, his gaze fixed on Elder Lu for a moment before inquiring, what is it? Elder Huang, it is as follows. Some days ago, Elder Lu recounted every detail he had witnessed at Qingyun sect. After listening to Elder Lu's account, Elder Huang was taken aback, exclaiming, a mere sect possesses 2 peak Emperor realm powerhouses? Yet, even if they do, our Batian sect boasts 10 peak Emperor realm experts and nearly 100 Emperor realm warriors. Elder Lu, come, I shall take you to meet the sect master. Yes, Elder Huang. Soon, the two soared towards the grand hall of the Batian sect master. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the master's hall. Halt! No one may approach the sect master's hall without cause. 2 powerful guards abruptly blocked their path. Observing this, Elder Lu anxiously said, I bear urgent news for the sect master. I implore you to relay my message. Wait. After a guard departed momentarily, a resounding voice emanated from within the hall. You may all enter. Yes, sect master. Within the magnificent hall, an incredibly powerful figure reclined languidly on a soft seat, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful young women who were feeding him spirit fruits. Come, sect master, have another bite. No more. You may leave now. As you wish, sect master. After the 2 women departed, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards Steward Lu and Elder Huang, inquiring, what has caused such alarm? Reporting to the sect leader, our investigation into the Qingyun sect has been completed. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes narrowed, his demeanor turning frigid as he pressed further. What are the specifics of the Qingyun sect? Reporting to the sect leader, the Qingyun sect boasts 2 peak Emperor realm experts, while the rest are merely newly recruited disciples. Furthermore, the entire Qingyun sect is encircled by a spirit-gathering array, and they are currently in the process of recruiting disciples. Is there anything else? Reporting to the sect leader, that is all for the time being. With this, the middle-aged man fell into deep contemplation, while Steward Lu and Elder Huang lowered their heads, patiently awaiting further instructions. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man spoke again. It has been quite some time since I have observed any forces within the jurisdiction of the Batian sect that possess peak Emperor realm experts. Moreover, this faction has even established a spirit-gathering array, indicating their considerable ambition. As he said this, he turned his gaze to Steward Lu and Elder Huang, stating, if we allow such a force time to develop, it will not be long before they pose a threat to our Batian sect. This potential danger cannot be overlooked. Elder Huang, I am at your service. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man continued, Elder Huang, take my sect leader token and summon the 4 supreme elders. Together with them, lead 100,000 disciples to the Qingyun sect. I intend to eradicate the Qingyun sect as a warning to all other factions. Should anyone dare to defy our Batian sect, the fate of the Qingyun sect will be their own. Understood, sect leader. I shall attend to it immediately. Before long, Elder Huang and Steward Lu departed from the main hall, and as they left, the middle-aged man chuckled. They are gone. Let the 2 young beauties enter. The 2 young women who had just exited, upon hearing his words, immediately approached him, playfully saying, sect leader, we want to. Indeed, sect leader. You have not indulged us in quite some time. The 2 young women, while being playful, leaned closer to the middle-aged man. Ha ha ha, that is precisely my intention. Oh, sect leader, you are too much, be gentler. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai remained unaware that the Batian sect had dispatched a multitude of powerful individuals to annihilate the Qingyun sect. He was immersed in his excitement, thinking, good heavens, it has only been a few days, and I have already accepted so many disciples. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at his substantial spiritual energy, his spirits lifted. Over 80 million points of spiritual energy. It had been quite some time since he experienced such affluence. In merely 7 days, Qingyun's sect had welcomed an astonishing 88,000 new disciples, which instantly enlivened the sect. Junior brother, the senior brother is looking for you. Guoguo's voice echoed from outside Jiang Xiaobai's store, momentarily startling him. The senior brother is looking for me? What could he possibly want? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai promptly stood up and made his way towards the bamboo grove on the back mountain of Qingyun's sect. Before long, he arrived at a bamboo cottage where Li Chang'an and Li Yingying were engaged in tea-tasting and philosophical discussions. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai enter, they immediately set aside their teacups and remarked, Junior brother, with Qingyun's sect having attained a certain scale, it is imperative for you to contemplate how to manage them effectively. Indeed, Junior brother, Li Chang'an continued, every formidable power possesses a comprehensive management system. For Qingyun's sect to expand and strengthen, it not only requires a wealth of cultivation resources but also an efficient administrative approach, along with an abundance of talented individuals and formidable practitioners. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately fell into silence. He had pondered these questions long before, yet to him, they posed no significant challenge. Heh, master brother, second senior sister. You both possess the experience and capability to handle these matters, so I shall entrust them to you. With that, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly employed his spatial traversal technique and vanished from the spot, leaving behind the bewildered expressions of Li Chugang and his companion. Li Chugang's lips twitched incessantly, his face dark with frustration. Second junior sister, let us go. This rascal has the audacity to treat us as laborers. With that, Li Chugang and Li Yingying took flight, pursuing Jiang Xiaobai. However, upon arriving at the Qingyun sect's plaza, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. Heavens! The junior uncle is about to break through his cultivation once again, exclaimed Li Chugang. Goodness gracious, even if our junior uncle is a prodigy. This level of brilliance is beyond reason. As they reached the Qingyun sect plaza, they witnessed Jiang Xiaobai seated in meditation, seemingly engrossed in his training. Master brother. Could it be that junior brother is on the verge of another breakthrough? There's no need for speculation. He is indeed breaking through. What a freak. Guoguo and Xiaoman, having long grown accustomed to Jiang Xiaobai's exceptional talent, sat nearby with their chins resting on their hands, quietly observing him. Xiaoman, how many levels do you think junior brother will ascend this time? 3. 3 is quite a lot, isn't it? I wager junior brother will break through 4 levels. As soon as Guoguo's words left her lips, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged dramatically, in the astonished gaze of the onlookers. His cultivation level swiftly advanced from the peak of the 3rd stage of the sovereign realm to the 4th stage. Moreover, his aura continued to escalate rapidly. The newly joined disciples of the Qingyun sect, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's public breakthrough for the first time, were transfixed. Is this truly our junior uncle? He is so handsome. Just my type. Goodness. Is junior uncle aiming to break through to the 5th stage of the sovereign realm? His rate of improvement is astounding. Isn't he concerned about his foundation being unstable with such a method of advancement? As the crowd murmured, Jiang Xiaobai's aura reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage of the sovereign realm. Before long, his cultivation surged to the 5th stage, and this was merely the beginning. With over 80 million spiritual energy points, he had only utilized 20 million. This time, let me break through to the Saint Realm all at once. With a sharp focus in his eyes, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged once more, radiating brilliance. Li Chugang and Li Yingying, who had been observing him intently, exchanged bewildered glances. Master brother, how many levels does junior brother intend to ascend? His pace of cultivation is exceedingly rapid, Li Yingying remarked. Li Chugang remained silent for a moment, fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. Before speaking, how is it that this lad's foundation remains so remarkably solid? This is peculiar. Typically, such swift advancements in cultivation would lead to some instability. Yet, he exhibits none of these signs. Could it be that the old fellow bestowed some treasure upon junior brother, enabling him to enhance his strength while maintaining a stable foundation? Li Chugang shook his head, replying, it's uncertain. That old chap is full of surprises. Suddenly, while the two conversed, Jiang Xiaobai's aura broke through once again. Indeed, he had ascended directly to the 6th tier of the sovereign realm, and his energy continued to rise rapidly. Not only were Li Chugang and his companions astonished, but even the newly initiated disciples of the Qingyun sect were left in awe, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai with wide eyes. Look, junior brother is definitely going to break through 4 levels this time. exclaimed Xiaoman, her small face brimming with confidence. Is junior brother even human? Guoguo blinked in disbelief. How many times has he broken through in the past 2 months? As Guoguo watched in astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation surged once more, directly reaching the 7th tier of the sovereign realm. See, Guoguo? Junior brother has now broken through 4 minor levels consecutively. Xiaoman continued. At this rate, it won't be long before his cultivation surpasses ours. Surely it won't be that fast, after all. The later stages of cultivation become increasingly difficult to break through. Yet Xiaoman countered. Have you forgotten what kind of person junior brother is? What sort of person? Li Chugang and Li Yingying had leaned in closer to Guoguo's ear. Oh, look. Junior brother's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the sovereign realm. Is he about to break through to the 8th tier? Guoguo, attempting to divert the conversation, exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation ascended again, reaching the 8th tier of the sovereign realm. At that moment, the rate of his auras increased noticeably diminished. Yet it still left everyone present in a state of shock. This is the first time I've witnessed someone break through 5 minor levels consecutively. What kind of monster is this junior uncle? A wave of envy, jealousy, and admiration washed over the onlookers. If only I had half of junior brother's talent, I would be utterly blissful. As the crowd marveled in disbelief, Jiang Xiaobai's aura finally stabilized. His cultivation momentarily fixed at the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the sovereign realm. After firmly establishing his foundation and adapting to the new realm of cultivation, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes. Upon perceiving the multitude of onlookers gazing at him as if he were a creature of the extraordinary, he grimaced and lamented, "How vexing. My cultivation has only advanced by 5 minor levels. Is that not rather sluggish? Alas, my overall strength has barely increased by 30 to 40 times, which is hardly commendable." At this remark, everyone present, including Li Chugang and Li Yingying, felt their mouths twitch uncontrollably before promptly turning to depart. Wait. Are you all departing because you deem me too feeble for only achieving 5 minor levels? I understand now. I shall strive harder next time, aiming to elevate by 5 major levels in one go. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai uttered those words, the crowd, which had just turned to leave, stumbled and fell to the ground in disarray. Dear junior uncle, could you not act so inhumanely? Such behavior will surely leave you friendless. Jiang Xiaobai nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and addressed the lean monkey. Lean monkey, how goes the task I entrusted to you? Reporting to you, my esteemed junior master. I have completed the task. It is all contained within this, the lean monkey replied, presenting a spatial ring to Jiang Xiaobai. There are a total of 180,000 beast bags, all filled to the brim with vomit-inducing power. Upon receiving the ring, the lean monkey inquired once more. May I ask, what purpose do these items serve? Bang. Quickly return to your training. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Jiang Xiaobai directly gave the skinny monkey a great jest. Indeed, young master. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the departing slender monkey, then immediately turned his attention to Wang Dayton, saying, Fatty, cast all the medium-grade spirit stones into the transformation array. Wang Dayton, taken aback, asked, Little Master Uncle, if we do that, what will the disciples use for cultivation? Naturally, they will utilize the high-grade spirit stones. The medium-grade stones no longer suffice for us. But, Little Master Uncle, if we proceed in this manner, it won't be long before our high-grade spirit stones are depleted as well, Wang Dayton replied, his face filled with concern. Jiang Xiaobai reassured him, that shall not happen. The enemy's spirit stones are ours. Their resources are our resources. We cannot harbor enmity for too long. We shall exact our revenge as much as we can. What are you lingering for? Hurry and cast all the medium-grade spirit stones into the transformation array. From now on, everyone shall cultivate using high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, each person shall receive 100 high-grade spirit stones each month. Remember to utilize them fully. Should I discover anyone hoarding, I shall not be merciful. As Jiang Xiaobai uttered those words, all the disciples present erupted in excitement, their gazes toward him now infused with a newfound respect. Moments later, Wang Dadong cast all the mid-grade spirit stones into the divine transformation array. In merely 15 minutes, the concentration of spiritual energy within Qingyun's sect surged once more, doubling in intensity. The spectacle left everyone in a state of astonishment, including Li Chungan and Li Yingying, who were no exceptions. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze suddenly turned toward Li Chungan, and with a smile, he proclaimed, Elder brother, with my formidable strength, striking handsomeness, and kind heart, I am truly the epitome of excellence. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, Li Chungan's lips twitched, and he instinctively took several steps back, retorting, "Speak your mind." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Chang'an with a smile and remarked, My esteemed senior brother truly understands me. He knows I am in need of your assistance. I genuinely hold you in such high regard. Speak." Li Chang'an replied, his expression shadowed with annoyance as he shot Jiang Xiaobai a pointed glance. "Hiki, senior brother, could you kindly escort me to the vicinity of the Gulong sacred land?" Jiang Xiaobai's words startled Li Chang'an and the others, who gazed at him in confusion. "Junior brother, what are you attempting to do? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Li Yingying inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his expression turning icy as he declared, "I am not jesting. I seek vengeance. The ancient dragon sacred land continuously sends individuals to assassinate me. If I endure this any longer, I fear I may succumb to illness from the pent-up anger. Junior brother, could you not endure a little longer?" Li Yingying implored Jiang Xiaobai. "It is not just you. Even our senior brother would not necessarily return safely from the ancient dragon sacred land." After a moment of contemplative silence, Li Chang'an spoke. "The ancient dragon sacred land is far more complex than it appears. Many ancient entities conceal themselves within its depths, their power rivaling my own. Are you certain you wish to venture there now?" Li Chang'an asked, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nodded resolutely, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. "I shall go now. I will take as much vengeance as I can. I am not one to tolerate being bullied." Upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Xiaobai to be so decisive. "Little junior brother Guoguo supports you. Go and defeat them," Guoguo exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly, his large eyes brimming with enthusiasm. "But I fear you may not vanquish them before they vanquish you," Xiao Man interjected suddenly, causing Jiang Xiaobai's lips to twitch involuntarily. "You must consider this carefully. I can send you there in a mere quarter of an hour. However, should you be captured by the ancient dragon sacred land, I will be unable to rescue you. After all, there are many old monsters within, their powers rivaling my own." Li Chang'an stated with utmost seriousness, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Senior brother, I never undertake ventures without assurance. Just take me to a place near the ancient dragon sacred land. I will handle the rest myself." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an regarded Jiang Xiaobai silently for a moment before waving his right hand, summoning a colossal sword that appeared high in the sky. "Since you are so resolute, then ascend." With that, Li Chang'an effortlessly appeared atop the giant sword, resembling an otherworldly celestial being. After casting a glance at Li Chang'an, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards everyone and declared, "I shall be away for a month. During this time, none of you are to slack off. I expect you to diligently cultivate your skills. Furthermore, should anyone come seeking trouble, pay them no mind. Leave them waiting outside the sect until my return, when I shall address the matter." Fatty. With a swift motion, Wang Darren approached Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring, "What instructions do you have for me, esteemed junior uncle?" Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Wang Darren and promptly presented him with 100,000 copies of the Qingyun Codex, stating, "Here are 100,000 copies of the Qingyun Codex. Continue to recruit disciples. As long as they meet the appropriate criteria such as age and spiritual roots, they may join the Qingyun sect. Remember, anyone who joins the Qingyun sect must sign the Codex and offer a drop of blood." Upon receiving the spatial ring from Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Darren was momentarily taken aback, then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Little master uncle, are we still recruiting disciples? How shall we manage them? Furthermore, how do we sustain such a multitude?" "Do not concern yourself with that for now. Focus on fulfilling your tasks," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "Understood, little master uncle." After casting a glance at the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly leaped onto the colossal sword of Li Chang'an, exclaiming, "Elder brother, it is ready." Whoosh. As Jiang Xiaobai concluded his words, he and Li Chuang directly vanished from the spot. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Just how formidable is this second master? They disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's no surprise if the junior master is so impressive. The second master must be equally remarkable. Enough chatter, everyone line up. I have an announcement to make. Yes, third master. Nearly 100,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect lined up in formation. Gazing at this vast assembly, Li Yingying felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. After a prolonged silence, she addressed the crowd. "From this moment until 6 months hence, our Qingyun sect will hold its inaugural outer sect competition. The sole purposes of this competition are to select the outer sect stewards and elders. The top 1,000 disciples in this competition will become the first batch of inner sect disciples. Currently, Each outer sect disciple receives a monthly allocation of 100 high-grade spirit stones and 100 essence-gathering pills. Upon becoming inner sect disciples, their monthly resources will increase tenfold. Buzz. As the Ying-Ying's proclamation resonated, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Every disciple wore an expression of exhilaration. My heavens! This is simply extraordinary. Tenfold increase means each person could receive 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and 1,000 essence-gathering pills monthly. I must devote myself to training. I absolutely must become an inner sect disciple. Ha ha ha, indeed. Once I become an inner sect disciple, my strength will soar rapidly. I can hardly wait. But with nearly 100,000 contenders, only 1,000 can ascend to the inner sect. The competition will be fierce. Silence. Li Yingying's voice cut through the commotion, and the crowd instantly quieted, their eyes fixed on her. The responsibility for hosting this outer sect competition will fall to Xiaoman. It is imperative that you all train diligently and earn your place among the inner sect disciples through your genuine abilities. Should Xiaoman catch anyone indulging in forbidden substances, the consequences will be yours to bear. Do you understand? Yes, third master. Well then, off you go. We take our leave. Watching the departing disciples, Li Yingying felt a wave of frustration. That rascal junior brother only knows how to recruit disciples without a care in the world. Xiaoman, the ensuing matters are in your hands. After Li Yingying finished speaking, she promptly left the scene, leaving behind a fuming Xiaoman, whose glare could pierce through steel. Xiaoman, don't worry. You still have Guoguo by your side. Get lost. Oh, well then, Guoguo will go discuss matters with those female disciples. Bang. Boom. Just as Guoguo began to speak, Xiaoman sent him flying with a single slap. The disciples witnessing this scene widened their eyes in shock. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get back to training. Yes, Junior Master Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had arrived with Li Chuangang at the magnificent city of Ancient Dragon, the largest metropolis under the jurisdiction of the Ancient Dragon Sacred Land. Boasting a population in the billions, the entirety of Ancient Dragon City lies beneath the Sacred Land, its scale immensely grand, surpassing that of Qingyan City by at least 100-fold. After escorting Jiang Xiaobai to Ancient Dragon City, Li Chuangang departed alone from the vast city. Jiang Xiaobai strolled alone through the bustling marketplace, captivated by the throngs of people surrounding him, and instinctively swallowed. This ancient city of Gulong seemed exceedingly vast. Just then, a flirtatious voice rang out not far from him. Oh dear sir, come here. Such a delightful scene. Would you be so kind as to take me in? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Xiaobai's lips immediately stiffened. Indeed, where there are people, desires run rampant. Regrettably, my ambitions do not lie in such pursuits. Otherwise, I would relish the experience of being embraced by beautiful companions. Having concluded this thought, Jiang Xiaobai prepared to leave, only to find his hand unexpectedly seized, and an unusual sensation coursed through his body. A woman's fragrance enveloped him, warm, soft, smooth, and intoxicating, causing his gaze to sharpen. Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Gulong Holy City? You strike me as a man of passion. Would you care to accompany me to the Dieshang Tower? Bang! A thunderous crash. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiaobai struck her with a swift motion, sending her crashing onto a nearby cart filled with refuse. A foul stench immediately permeated the air, and the woman, enraged, shouted, You wretched man! If you don't fancy me, simply say so. But to treat me thus, call for help. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes chilling as he pondered for a moment, before his figure vanished from the spot. Humph! I cannot be bothered to argue with you. How dare you attempt to take advantage of me? After leaving behind a statement that astounded the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai immediately departed from the scene. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Who is this remarkable young man, so formidable that he doesn't even glance at such temptations? It is evident that he hails from a powerful lineage. How could someone of his stature be ensnared by carnal desires? Indeed, individuals from such esteemed backgrounds are distinct. Unlike myself, had I been in his place, I would have succumbed long ago. After departing, Jiang Xiaobai promptly arrived at the Duobao Pavilion in the holy city of Gulong. Gazing at the grand edifice before him, he was inwardly astonished. Goodness, this Duobao Pavilion is indeed remarkable. It far surpasses the scale of the one in Qingyan City. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai stepped into the pavilion, only to be greeted by a familiar voice resonating nearby. Oh, isn't this little brother Xiaobai? What a delightful coincidence! Knight Linglong swayed her waist and approached him slowly. The moment he laid eyes on her, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened and his lips twitched. Why is it her? Little brother Xiaobai, why do you seem so displeased to encounter your elder sister? Night Linglong stood before him, her delicate hand tracing circles on his chest, then poking at the center of the circles she had drawn. An enchanting fragrance wafted towards Jiang Xiaobai, overwhelming his senses. Damn it, not again. His expression turned icy as he swiftly pushed Night Linglong away, forcing a smile. What a coincidence, Sister Yi. Oh dear, little brother Xiaobai. How long has it been since we last met? Why are you so cold towards your sister? It truly saddens me. You are not wounded in spirit, but rather in solitude, are you? Little brother Xiaobai, you are so annoying, always speaking the unvarnished truth, yet your sister finds it delightful. Night Linglong attempted to lean closer to him, but Jiang Xiaobai deftly evaded her retreat. Sister Yi, I fortuitously encountered you. I have a matter that requires your assistance. Upon hearing this, Night Linglong immediately extended her hand towards him and declared, all right, but it will cost you 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching and his eyes icy. He promptly produced 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones and tossed them to Yi Linglong. Such decisiveness? Yi Linglong gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in astonishment, not anticipating his swiftness in this matter, given the substantial sum involved. Sister Yi, I require detailed information regarding the ancient dragon's sacred land, as comprehensive as possible. At his words, Yi Linglong's eyes widened in realization, instantly grasping Jiang Xiaobai's intent. And she swiftly ushered him into her room. What are you planning? Yi Linglong fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, what can I do? My cultivation level is merely at the peak of the 8th tier of the respect realm. How can someone so feeble make any impact on the ancient dragon sacred land? Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong finally registered the gravity of his words. She was utterly astonished to realize Jiang Xiaobai's current cultivation prowess. The peak of the 8th tier of the respect realm. Goodness! Jiang Xiaobai, how on earth have you advanced so rapidly? Yi Linglong exclaimed, gazing at him as though he were a creature of legend. Rapid? I feel it has been rather slow. I wish I were already at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, she added, rolling her eyes at him. What do you need the detailed information on the ancient dragon sacred land for? Dear sister, you should know that some questions are better left unasked, Jiang Xiaobai replied, declining to divulge further. Yi Linglong paused momentarily, then chuckled. What is it that you desire? I require all the information on the ancient dragon sacred land, the more detailed, the better. Ideally, a comprehensive map of the entire area. The ancient dragon sacred land was vast, spanning thousands of miles, which made Jiang Xiaobai exceedingly cautious. How did you know I had information about the ancient dragon sacred land? She inquired. I don't know. I was just taking a chance, he answered. Yi Linglong rolled her eyes once more and, after a brief moment, said with a hint of exasperation, here you go. Just don't perish within the ancient dragon sacred land. Otherwise, I would be quite heartbroken. After Jiang Xiaobai took the map from Yi Linglong's hands, a smirk crept across his lips as he remarked, I knew you possessed extraordinary powers, Sister Yi. With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight, leaving Yi Linglong both infuriated and astonished. This little rascal, she thought, one day, I shall have you beneath my pomegranate skirt. Yet, this fellow continued to grow increasingly enigmatic, disappearing before my very eyes without a trace. Furthermore, he harbors a vendetta against the ancient dragon sacred land. What could he possibly be planning? As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Linglong instinctively covered her face in shock. Meanwhile, after departing from the treasure pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai immediately activated his spatial traversal ability, heading towards the ancient dragon sacred land. In merely a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the sacred land, concealing himself. Observing the formidable being soaring high in the sky, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he remarked, indeed, the ancient dragon sacred land is as powerful as my senior brother described. It is fortunate that I did not recklessly enter. Otherwise, it would have been perilous. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he employed a technique of concealment, rendering both his body and aura entirely undetectable. He then produced the map bestowed upon him by Yi Linglong and scrutinized it meticulously. Here lay the inner gate of the ancient dragon sanctuary, here the outer gate, and here the area designated for core disciples. Thus, this must be the very heart of the ancient dragon sanctuary. According to the words of his senior brother, it was likely that those ancient beings of the sanctuary were sequestered within this core region, engaged in their arcane practices. After much contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly devised a plan. Let us begin with the inner gate. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately employed his spatial traversal abilities. cautiously making his way towards the inner gate of the ancient dragon sacred land. Within the sacred hall of the sacred master, numerous formidable figures stood in neat rows. While the sacred master, Fang Zhentian, sat in his throne, eyes closed in meditation. The atmosphere in the hall was profoundly silent, with no one daring to utter a word. After a considerable time, the figure of the ancient elder abruptly materialized in the hall. We pay our respects to the ancient elder. Rise. Yes, ancient elder. The ancient elder's countenance was grim, his demeanor icy and suffused with murderous intent. Is there any news regarding Luya and Zhongyu, who went to investigate the southern region's Qingyun sect? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, none daring to respond. Zhongyu is dead. A core elder at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm has met an untimely demise. Even Luya's soul token has shown signs of fracture. At this proclamation, all present were rendered speechless, their shock palpable. Even Fang Zhentian opened his eyes, his expression frigid. Ancient elder, do you know the cause of Zhongyu's death? If I knew, would I waste my time here with you? The crowd fell into silence, unsure of how to reply, standing still in trepidation. Is there any news on Luya? Fang Zhentian inquired, casting a glance at the assembly, yet no one stepped forward to reply. A bunch of useless fools. Why don't you dispatch powerful individuals to the southern region for a thorough investigation? Hearing this, all eyes turned towards Fang Zhentian, awaiting his commands. Observing their demeanor, Fang Zhentian declared, Zhang Zifen, step forward. Disciple Zhang Zifen at your service. Zhang Zifen, you are steady and have attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. You are to immediately head to the southern region's Qingyun sect to conduct a thorough investigation. Remember, it is an inquiry, not a death wish. Prioritize your own safety. Yes, Sacred Master, I shall depart at once. With that, Zhang Zifen turned to leave the hall, but the ancient elder suddenly called out, Zifen, wait. What is your command? Ancient elder? Zhang Zifen replied respectfully. Take this top-tier pseudo-immortal artifact. It can withstand 10 full force attacks from a peak pseudo-immortal, said the ancient elder, presenting a formidable artifact to Zhang Zifen. This revelation astonished everyone present, including Zhang Zifen himself. I am deeply grateful for the ancient elder's generosity. I assure you, I will not disappoint and will ascertain the situation. Very well, you may go. Remember to conceal your identity. Do not reveal who you are. Understood. I take my leave. Zhang Zifen soared from the spot. As Zhang Zifen departed, the ancient elder turned to the others and commanded, quickly send someone to search for Lu Ya's whereabouts. Do you wish to lose another holy son? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhentian turned to the assembly of formidable figures and commanded, dispatch someone to locate Luya and ensure his safe return. Yes, Holy Master. With that he added, if there are no further matters, you may all take your leave. As you wish, Holy Master, they replied, bowing in respect. Once everyone had departed, Fang Zhentian's gaze fell upon the ancient elder. Ancient elder, he began, the cycle of 1,000 years has come to its fruition. It is time for you to prepare, lest the fiend emerges and brings you untold troubles. The ancient elder paused, momentarily taken aback by the gravity of Fang Zhentian's words, before scoffing and departing with a dismissive wave of his hand. As he watched the ancient elder leave in such a manner, Fang Zhentian's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he too exited the Holy Master's hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai followed the markings on the map, arriving at the entrance of the ancient dragon sacred land. Standing before the towering, meticulously arranged edifices, he could not help but exclaim, so this is the sacred land. The Qingyun sect cannot possibly compare. Even this inner sanctum of the ancient dragon sacred land dwarfs the entirety of the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing as he spoke once more. The outer gate of the ancient dragon sacred land lies 100 miles from the inner gate. After elevating my cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the sovereign realm, I can traverse 100 miles with each use of spatial shifting. Thus, I can effortlessly attend to matters within the inner gate and immediately teleport to the treasure vault of the outer gate. After a moment of introspection, Jiang Xiaobai formulated a plan, and his figure immediately vanished from sight, thus employing the twin divine abilities of spatial traversal and concealment. He incessantly navigated through the ancient dragon sacred land, familiarizing himself with its entirety to prepare for any eventuality. Here lies the outer treasure vault of the dragon sacred land. Astonishingly, even this outer vault is guarded by several peak emperors. One can only imagine the heightened defenses surrounding the inner disciples' vault and that of the core disciples. After meticulously observing the surroundings of the outer vault, Jiang Xiaobai's presence once again faded from view. After a considerable time, he reappeared in the inner disciples area. As night deepened, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor grew increasingly composed. More and more disciples returned to their respective residences, while other disciples and elders gradually made their way back to their courtyards. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the dwindling number of individuals traversing the ancient dragon's sacred land, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. He remarked, "The entire dragon's sacred land is fortified by a formidable defensive formation that can be activated at any moment. After I conclude my affairs, I shall have but a mere quarter of an hour to escape this sacred ground. Should I surpass this threshold, the inhabitants of the dragon's sacred land will undoubtedly respond, triggering the defensive array, which would place me in imminent peril." Having uttered these words, Jiang Xiaobai remained stationary for an additional 3 hours. The night had deepened, and throughout the expanse of the dragon's sacred land, apart from the patrolling guards, most others had either succumbed to slumber or had entered a meditative state. As Jiang Xiaobai discerned that the moment was ripe, he promptly produced a spatial traversing artifact. With a sly grin, he instantly ascended to an altitude of 100 meters. Gazing upon the orderly rows of edifices, his eyes narrowed in determination as he proclaimed, "Today marks my inaugural act of retribution. Esteemed gentlemen, I beseech your indulgence." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaobai unleashed the entirety of 18,000 beast bags filled with excrement from his spatial ring, casting them towards the inner sanctum of the ancient dragon's sacred land. In an instant, a foul stench enveloped the entire domain. Yet, before the inhabitants of the ancient dragon's sacred land could react, Jiang Xiaobai had already employed his spatial traversing technique to flee the inner sanctum. In mere moments, he found himself at the outer gates treasury of the ancient dragon's sacred land, observing several peak emperor-level guardians. He smirked and directly utilized his spatial traversing ability to enter the treasury. Astonishingly, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly flabbergasted. Goodness gracious, this is simply overwhelming. The treasury, sprawling over thousands of square meters, was brimming with boxes filled with spatial rings. Instinctively, Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Heavens! These boxes are all filled with spatial rings. What an immense wealth this must represent. If the outer treasury holds such bountiful resources, what treasures lie within the inner treasury and those of the core disciples?" Jiang Xiaobai, overwhelmed by astonishment, took a deep breath and, with a swift motion of his hand, summoned all the boxes into the confines of his system space. A sudden sense of urgency to depart from the ancient dragon's sacred land dissipated within him. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Within the disciples' quarters of the ancient dragon's sacred land, several inner disciples, who had fallen into slumber, were abruptly roused from their sleep. "You fat pig, did you just let one rip? The stench is unbearable," exclaimed one. "Indeed, you glutton, can't you amend this foul habit? At the very least, step outside to do it. Are you oblivious to our presence here?" Another chimed in. "Damn it, is he doing this on purpose? We ought to teach him a lesson to prevent future occurrences." "Agreed, let us take action." A plump disciple, still lost in his dreams, suddenly found himself besieged by several others, leading to a chorus of pained cries. "Ah, what is wrong with you all? Why are you hitting me?" "Because we're targeting you." "Who told you to release such toxins in the dead of night?" came the retort. "Exactly, punish him, or he'll never learn." "Stop. You can't just accuse me without evidence. What proof do you have?" The overweight disciple protested defiantly. Upon hearing this, a group retorted, "What more evidence do you require? Can't you smell your own stench? Why bother with such details? Just beat him. Cease. The foul odor is coming from outside." The plump disciple's words drew their attention outward. Indeed, the source of the noxious smell was from beyond the doors. Who on earth would be so vile as to relieve themselves right outside our door? We must investigate immediately and catch this scoundrel. It seems we have offended no one recently, so why this retribution? One among them lit a lamp and opened the door, only to be met with a wave of rancid odor. All covered their mouths and noses as they approached the threshold, only to be met with a shocking sight. The area within their line of sight was sullied by excrement. A wave of nausea swept over them, prompting them to hastily shut the door. At that moment, a booming voice echoed throughout the inner sanctum of the ancient dragon's sacred land. "All inner disciples, come out at once." A mere 15 minutes later, the entire inner sanctum was illuminated, with over 1 million inner disciples standing, mouths and noses covered, suspended in the air, gazing upon the filthy scene that enveloped them. All were left speechless, their faces contorted in disbelief. My heavens, what has transpired? Why is everything covered in filth? Could this be an elaborate prank? But who possesses such audacity? Goodness, it reeks. Who would stoop so low? Silence fell over the crowd as they promptly set about fetching water to cleanse the inner sanctum. A voice from one of the elders broke the quiet, prompting a unified response from the inner disciples. Yes, elder. Hundreds of inner elders stood suspended in the high air, their expressions chillingly cold. The occurrence was far too abrupt, leaving them hesitant to report to the higher echelons of the sacred land. Eldest brother, this situation has arisen so unexpectedly, and it is already deep into the night. Should we not inform the higher authorities of the sacred land? Indeed, eldest brother. It is evident that someone is attempting to undermine our ancient dragon sacred land. If we fail to report this, could we not face repercussions? An elder at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm narrowed his gaze, directing his attention towards the depths of the ancient dragon's sacred land. This matter must be reported to the higher authorities of the sacred land. Allow me to convey the message. You all should immediately search for the intruders. Yes, eldest brother. The crowd dispersed, soaring into the air as they relentlessly scoured the periphery of the ancient dragon sacred land. Within the ancient dragon sacred land, a place imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, Jiang Xiaobai had followed the map to this location, gazing at the towering peak, saturated with ethereal essence. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered with excitement as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Good heavens! This must be the very place where the ancient dragon's sacred land nurtures its spiritual herbs and medicines. Such a significant location is surely guarded by formidable beings. I must tread carefully. Jiang Xiaobai employed a concealing technique to shroud his body in all traces of his presence, continuously traversing through the entire Spirit Herb Peak via spatial shifting. Remarkably, the periphery of Spirit Herb Peak was guarded by dozens of Peak Emperor Realm experts, alongside several formidable individuals whose strength was akin to that of his senior brother, likely verging on the realm of pseudo-immortals. Jiang Xiaobai's breath quickened as he stood amidst the precious spiritual herbs and medicinal plants that adorned the peak of the sacred land of Guoguo. The area was also dotted with trees bearing an abundance of spiritual fruits. It was indeed a challenging predicament. Powerful figures patrolled the vicinity, and the sheer wealth of spiritual medicine, herbs, and fruits was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to relinquish his desire. Furthermore, should he miss this opportunity, it was likely that the entire sacred land of Guoguo would be placed under strict vigilance, rendering it exceedingly difficult to encounter such a fortuitous occasion again. Jiang Xiaobai's breath quickened. His desire to uproot the entire Spirit Herb Peak was palpable. No, he must take the plunge. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight, skillfully navigating through the entirety of Spirit Herb Peak. With each passage, he transported a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits along with the soil into the confines of his system space. His demeanor remained tense, his gaze constantly fixated on the formidable beings around him. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai's figure incessantly flitted about within Spirit Herb Peak. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the inner sanctum of the ancient dragon sacred land. The air was thick with the foul stench of excrement as disciples of the inner sect covered their noses and mouths while frantically cleaning the premises, all the while cursing vehemently. News of the incident spread swiftly throughout the ancient dragon sacred land, leaving everyone astonished, pondering who could possess such audacity to commit such an act. Upon learning of the matter, the higher-ups of the ancient dragon sacred land were infuriated, and the entire area was placed under martial law. The periphery of the sacred land was sealed off, ensuring that not even a single fly could escape. Yes, Sacred Lord. A multitude of powerful beings from the ancient dragon sacred land swiftly took flight towards the outer edges. At this moment, Fang Zhentian wore a grim expression, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Who could it be? How dare they insult the ancient dragon sacred land in such a way? Should I catch you? I shall ensure your demise is prolonged and torturous. Just then, a resounding voice echoed throughout the ancient dragon sacred land. This is bad. The outer sect's treasure vault has been completely looted by thieves. Quickly, report this matter to the higher-ups and seal off the entire outer sect immediately. Fang Zhentian, already seething with rage, soared towards the outer sect upon hearing this alarming news. Moments later, Fang Zhentian and the high-ranking officials of the ancient dragon sacred land arrived at the treasure vault of the outer sect. Upon witnessing the emptiness of the vault, their faces flushed with fury, their bodies trembling with indignation. How audacious these thieves are to show such blatant disrespect for our sacred land. Sacred Lord. This thief's audacity likely extends beyond merely our outer sect's treasure vault. What do you mean? Sacred Lord, we must urgently dispatch individuals to inspect the inner sect's treasure vault and the core disciples' vault. Those are far more crucial. Startled by the suggestion, Fang Jintian immediately commanded, quickly, proceed to check the inner sects and core disciples' treasure vaults. Upon hearing Fang Jintian's orders, the group hastened towards the inner and core areas. In just a brief moment, they arrived at the inner sect's treasure vault, and upon seeing it intact, Fang Jintian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, the inner sect's treasure vault remains untouched. Let us leave a few individuals to monitor it closely while the rest proceed to investigate the core disciples' vault. Understood, Sacred Lord. Before long, Fang Jintian, accompanied by others, arrived at the treasury of core disciples to inspect it. Upon discovering that the treasury remained intact, he exhaled with relief. Fortunately, the treasures of both the inner and core disciples had not been pilfered by thieves. Dispatch my orders. From this moment forth, the treasury shall be under heightened guard. No one is permitted to approach. Yes, my lord. Moreover, seal off the entire ancient dragon sacred land and launch a full-scale manhunt for the thief. Should he be captured, bring him before me. I shall not rest until my wrath is sated with his torment. Yes, my lord. The ancient dragon's sacred land swiftly fell under martial law, with layers of security enforced. At that moment, a peak emperor-level expert approached Fang Jintian respectfully and inquired, My lord, shall we activate the defensive array? Hearing this, Fang Jintian's gaze sharpened. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Initiating the defensive array requires considerable resources, some of which may not yield worthwhile returns. Furthermore, the thief might anticipate such a measure. Thus, we shall refrain from activating the defensive array for now. Understood, my lord. The entire ancient dragon sacred land was in pursuit of Jiang Xiaobai, who, at that moment, was reveling in delight. He had already extracted the majority of the spiritual herbs from the spirit herb peak, leaving only a handful of spiritual medicines, herbs, and fruits. This peak was imbued with an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy. Surely, it harbored some extraordinary treasures? Jiang Xiaobai was concealed within a dense thicket, quietly surveying the entirety of Lingao Peak. At this moment, he remained unaware that the entire ancient dragon sacred land had been placed under strict martial law, and he could be trapped within its confines at any moment. After scrutinizing the peak for a while and finding no anomalies, he reluctantly activated his spatial traversal technique to depart from Lingao Peak. Shortly after his departure, the sun had just begun to rise, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the entire ancient dragon sacred land. At this point, Jiang Xiaobai had already utilized the spatial traversal and concealment techniques to stealthily arrive at the mountain gate of the ancient dragon sacred land. How fortunate I was to escape swiftly, otherwise I would have found myself in peril. Gazing at the heavily fortified ancient dragon sacred land, a sense of trepidation gripped Jiang Xiaobai. I must leave at once. Any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai directly employed the spatial shuttling divine ability to depart from the ancient dragon sacred land. Shortly after his departure, a resounding voice echoed throughout the entirety of the ancient dragon sacred land. Quickly activate the defensive array at once. We cannot allow that scoundrel to escape. The spiritual herb peak has been completely looted. This proclamation thundered through the minds of all present in the ancient dragon's sacred land, plunging the realm into profound silence. Moments later, Fang Jintian's voice resonated across the sacred land. Initiate the defensive array immediately, sealing off the entire ancient dragon sacred land. Not even a fly shall be permitted to leave this hallowed ground. Boom. Barely had Fang Jintian's words concluded when the entire ancient dragon sacred land trembled violently. Subsequently, a formidable energy barrier enveloped the entirety of the sacred land. Jiang Xiaobai, who had already distanced himself 100 miles from the ancient dragon sacred land, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. Goodness, is this the defensive array of the ancient dragon sacred land? How formidable it is. This defensive array would likely pose a significant challenge even for the eldest senior brother. The might of the ancient dragon sacred land's defensive array left Jiang Xiaobai utterly astounded. Ancient dragon sacred land. This is merely the beginning. Let us wait and see. After Jiang Xiaobai spoke these words, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind not even a trace of his presence. The theft of the outer sect's treasury was but a mere flesh wound to the entire ancient dragon sacred land. However, the near-total depletion of the spirit herb peak was a grievous blow, as the multitude of precious spiritual herbs, plants, and fruits held immense significance for the entire ancient dragon sacred land. After searching for most of the day and scouring the entirety of the ancient dragon sacred land dozens of times, no trace of the thief was found. Meanwhile, The grand hall of the Holy Master was filled with formidable figures, all wearing somber expressions. Fang Jintian and several ancient elders stood before the assembly, their faces dark and exuding a palpable aura of menace. The grand hall was engulfed in an oppressive silence, creating a stifling atmosphere. A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even locate a single thief. Have you all trained your skills into oblivion? Fang Jintian suddenly bellowed, causing everyone to lower their heads in fear. Too intimidated to speak. Speak up. Fang Jintian's frustration grew as he observed the silence of the crowd. Yet, facing such a cunning thief, they felt utterly helpless. Everyone, listen closely. Relay the order immediately to seal off all information. Not a single word regarding today's events is to be leaked. Those who defy this command will face severe consequences, an ancient elder proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the assembly responded in unison, yes, ancient elder. Soon after, several powerful figures departed. And another ancient elder spoke, send someone to seek assistance from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to investigate the information about this thief. At this pronouncement, the entire assembly was taken aback, their gazes swiftly turning toward the ancient elder. Fang Jintian, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and fell into contemplation. What? Did you not hear my words clearly? Seeing the continued silence, the ancient elder's tone turned frigid, reporting to the ancient elder. Will seeking help from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion not expose us to their greed? Humph. While the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is indeed insatiably greedy, what is this mere resource compared to the majesty of our ancient dragon-sacred land? The Heavenly Machine Pavilion possesses the ability to calculate the affairs of the world. Should they desire to track someone down, no one can escape. Moreover, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is shrouded in mystery. Though few in number, each member is an unparalleled powerhouse. Everyone understood the considerable cost of enlisting the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's aid. After a prolonged silence, Fang Jintian finally spoke. Let us proceed as the ancient elder suggests. Seek assistance from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Long Guangxiang, you shall make the journey. A pseudo-immortal realm powerhouse, startled by the directive, promptly stepped forward to bow and respond, yes. Holy Master. As Long Guangxiang soared away from the Grand Hall, Fang Jintian added, effective immediately, the entire ancient dragon sacred land is under lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or exit until that thief is apprehended. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential. Those who violate this order shall be executed. You may all disperse. Understood, Holy Master. Fang Jintian remained oblivious to the fact that after departing from the ancient dragon sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai did not hastily return to the southern region. Instead, he busied himself disseminating news. Brother, have you heard? Last night, the ancient dragon sacred land was completely looted of its outer sect treasury, and the entire spiritual herb peak has been stripped bare as well. What? Are you courting death? How dare you utter such words? What is there to fear in speaking the truth? This incident has already spread throughout the entire ancient dragon sacred city, and it will soon echo across the central region, perhaps even reaching the farthest corners of the celestial mysterious realm. Is it possible that someone could be so audacious as to steal from the ancient dragon sacred land? Brother, there's an even more outrageous development. The entirety of the inner sect has been defiled, with excrement strewn everywhere, emitting a truly foul stench. Jiang Xiaobai disseminated news regarding the theft at the ancient dragon sacred land, causing a wave of shock to ripple through the entire dragon sacred city. Initially, many were skeptical. However, it soon became evident when the entire sacred land activated its defensive array in a state of alert, confirming the theft to all. Within the treasure pavilion, Yiling stood in stunned silence, gazing at the elder before her, unable to comprehend the situation. Miss, the elder began. The events at the ancient dragon sacred land have been substantiated. Moreover, they have dispatched individuals to the celestial mechanism pavilion to seek assistance in locating the culprit. What? Yiling gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. This is dreadful. I fear I may be implicated by that rascal. Her words left the powerful figure before her momentarily bewildered, prompting him to inquire, Miss, what do you mean by that? After a brief silence, Yiling finally responded, Elder Jiang, please retrieve the celestial concealment herbs from headquarters for me. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang paused, instantly comprehending the situation. Yes, my lady. This old servant shall return in half a day. Elder Jiang swiftly departed from the scene. Observing his retreat, Yiling began to grind her teeth, infuriated. You scoundrel. Jiang Xiaobai, do not drag me into your self-destructive antics. How detestable. The next time we cross paths, I shall show you the consequences. Jiang Xiaobai was unaware that the ancient dragon Holy Land had sought the assistance of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in their quest to locate him. The news of the theft at the ancient dragon Holy Land swiftly spread throughout the central domain, and the scandal of the defilement of the Holy Land left both the formidable factions and the common folk utterly astounded. Who could possess such audacity? Not only had they plundered the spiritual medicine peak and the treasure vault of the ancient dragon Holy Land, but they had also desecrated the inner sanctum with filth. Such prodigies emerge in every era, yet a being of such ruthless caliber is seldom seen in a millennium. Were I fortunate enough to encounter this audacious individual, I would certainly invite them to partake in spirit wine. Ha ha ha, the ancient dragon Holy Land is bound to become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire celestial mystic realm. Such a significant disgrace will likely echo across the realm in no time. I eagerly anticipate discovering the identity of the audacious soul who dared to strike against the ancient dragon Holy Land. While the entire central domain buzzed with discussions about this scandal, Jiang Xiaobai remained in the ancient dragon Holy City, patiently awaiting the arrival of Li Chang'an. What could be taking Master Brother so long? It has already been a day, and he has yet to come and escort me back. The journey from the central domain to the southern domain, utilizing my spatial translocation abilities, would require at least 2 months' time. Jiang Xiaobai sat alone beneath a tea pavilion, sipping his tea and engaging in a monologue. At that moment, a few cultivators at the adjacent table suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness! The ancient dragon sacred land is truly enraged this time. They've even summoned individuals from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to hunt down that scoundrel." What? The Heavenly Machine Pavilion? The one renowned for its ability to calculate the fates of the world? Indeed, that very same Heavenly Machine Pavilion. It seems that the friend who pilfered the spiritual herbs from the ancient dragon sacred land is in grave peril. What do you mean by that? Jiang Xiaobai, intrigued by their conversation, couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing his question, the group replied, "Young brother, judging by your age, you must be no older than 18. You likely haven't heard of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, have you?" "I have not. Would you be so kind as to elaborate?" The Heavenly Machine Pavilion is arguably the most enigmatic and immensely powerful force in the entire celestial Xian realm. They possess the uncanny ability to predict all occurrences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Is that truly possible? Can the Heavenly Machine Pavilion really be that formidable?" Indeed, it is true. Though few in number, the members of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion are extraordinarily exceptional, with even the weakest among them having reached the threshold of pseudo-immortal realm. Remarkable. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately inhaled sharply, for it was the first time he had encountered such a formidable force. "You claim that the Tianji Pavilion can discern the secrets of the world, even identifying the individual who plundered the ancient dragon sacred land? Surely, this cannot be mere boastfulness." "Dear brother, this is indeed the truth. The Tianji Pavilion possesses such capabilities, albeit at a considerable cost to the ancient dragon sacred land." "How is that so?" "The Tianji Pavilion, whenever it intervenes, is guaranteed success, and the fees it demands are exorbitantly high." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell silent, a wave of unease swelling from the depths of his heart. This was troublesome. Why had the eldest senior brother not yet arrived? As Jiang Xiaobai concluded his words, the figure of Li Chang'an suddenly materialized behind him. At that moment, Li Chang'an donned a black robe and a mask. "Junior brother, do not speak. Follow me," he commanded. With a swift motion, Li Chang'an grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand and soared into the air on his sword, departing at an astonishing speed. The onlookers, astonished by the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of the duo, were left in utter shock. Goodness, it seems that the young brother possesses remarkable strength. Within the sacred hall of the ancient dragon Holy Land, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. All stood with somber expressions. Fang Jintian's face was flushed with anger, clearly incensed. "Who is responsible for leaking this information? I demand an answer. Have you all become deaf or mute?" The crowd exchanged glances, and one person finally spoke up. "Reporting to the sovereign, there is another possibility." "What possibility?" Fang Jintian inquired sharply. "Sovereign, could it be that the one who leaked the information is that thief?" The moment those words were uttered, every gaze in the room turned toward the speaker. "Sovereign, in the past few days, aside from a few who left to carry out tasks, no one has departed the Holy Land. Moreover, those tasked with missions could not possibly divulge such information. Thus, it is highly likely that it was that thief who leaked the details." As silence fell upon the assembly, the likelihood of this possibility loomed large. But it was now too late. "Do you have any means to mitigate the adverse effects upon the Holy Land?" Upon hearing this, The room fell silent once more. The task was daunting. The damage had already been done, and how could one silence the voices of the world? Reporting to the sovereign, the event has transpired, and remedying it is futile. What do you mean by that? Shall we allow the world to mock our ancient dragon Holy Land? I would not dare. I merely believe that the urgent matter at hand is to capture that thief. Only then can we begin to reverse our misfortunes. Hearing this, Fang Jintian immediately turned to the others and asked, "What has the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion responded?" Reporting to the sect master, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is willing to intervene. But the price is exorbitant. What is their demand? Reporting to the sect master, they require 1 trillion top-tier spirit stones. The words struck like thunder, reverberating through the minds of all present. Fang Jintian's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. 1 trillion top-tier spirit stones could indeed be procured by the ancient dragon Holy Land. Yet how many such sums did they possess? Is there no room for negotiation? Reporting to the sovereign, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion has stated that negotiation is not an option. Agree to their terms. We must capture that thief at all costs. Understood, sovereign. You may all withdraw now. We take our leave. As he observed the crowd disperse, Fang Jintian immediately pressed his hand against his temple. There is no escape for you. How dare you lay a hand upon my sacred ground? Not even 10 lives would suffice for my vengeance. Fang Jintian's malevolence surged, his countenance darkened. And after uttering these words, he departed from the scene. Meanwhile, upon being brought back to the Qingyun sect by Li Chenggang, Jiang Xiaobai was promptly interrogated by Li Chenggang. Junior brother, was it you who orchestrated the events at the ancient dragon sacred ground? Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chenggang had just returned to Qingyun sect when Li Yingying and others immediately approached them. How wonderful! Junior brother Guoguo. We thought you might not come back. Li Yingying looked at Jiang Xiaobai with a puzzled expression. Junior brother, you've returned so swiftly? Jiang Xiaobai boldly proclaimed that he was venturing to seek vengeance at the sacred land of Gulong. How could he return so swiftly? All eyes turned to Jiang Xiaobai, eagerly anticipating his response. At that moment, Li Chenggang inquired once more, Junior brother, were you involved in the affairs of the sacred land of Gulong? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and shouted, Fatty, come here. Whoosh. Wang Dayton swiftly appeared before Jiang Xiaobai, followed closely by a throng of disciples. Little Shirshu, I'm here, Wang Dayton exclaimed, brimming with excitement, for every time Jiang Xiaobai called upon him, something fortuitous ensued. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, with a smirk, promptly unveiled an array of boxes he had retrieved from the outer treasure vault of the ancient dragon's sacred land. Fatty, you are to lead several thousand disciples to meticulously catalog all the spatial rings contained within these boxes. Oh, and as for the spirit stones, aside from the top-grade and high-grade ones, dispose of all the others into the transformation grand array. The scene fell into a profound silence, with everyone staring in astonishment at the mountainous heap of boxes before them, each brimming with spatial rings. Even Li Chenggang and Li Yingying, upon witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but swallow hard. Recent events at the ancient dragon sacred land, indeed, were orchestrated by this rascal. Li Chenggang, utterly bewildered, was astonished despite having suspected Jiang Xiaobai's involvement. Big brother, what has our junior brother done? Upon hearing this, Li Chenggang glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, then shook his head with a wry smile, stating, this fellow has completely looted the outer treasure vault of the ancient dragon sacred land and has drenched the entire inner sect with copious amounts of excrement. Furthermore, he has entirely emptied the colossal spirit herb peak. Hiss. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. Junior brother, how did you manage to accomplish this? Li Yingying asked, her expression one of shock. Huh? It was just like this and that, and then it was done. Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Li Yingying shot him an exasperated glare and inquired again. What about those spirit herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit fruits? Jiang Xiaobai curled his lips and gazed at the crowd, proclaiming, you all must retreat at once. Upon hearing his command, the crowd swiftly withdrew 100 meters. Retreat further, he urged, prompting them to withdraw another 1,000 meters. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, and an abundance of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits were all brought forth in a single sweep. In an instant, a rich aura of spiritual energy permeated the air, filling the surroundings with the enchanting fragrances of these precious resources. Even Li Yingying, the revered alchemy goddess, was taken aback by the sheer volume of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits laid before them. The crowd stood in silent awe, their breaths quickening, as they had never encountered such a wealth of resources before. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and said, "Second senior sister, these trinkets are for you. It would be splendid if you could nurture them all to life. If that proves unfeasible, feel free to use them for alchemy. If all else fails, simply cast them into the transformation array." Li Yingying, upon hearing his words, was filled with exasperation. Her gaze sharp enough to pierce Jiang Xiaobai, as he had once again relegated her to the status of a laborer. "Please repeat that," she demanded. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha ha, my beautiful and kind second senior sister, I bestow all of this upon you. You may dispose of it as you wish." Li Yingying shot him a scornful glance, took a deep breath, and stated, "From among these disciples, select 5,000 individuals, preferably those with talent and interest in alchemy. Henceforth, the alchemy pavilion of Qingyun sect shall be established. Furthermore, that towering mountain of 1,000 meters behind the Qingyun sect will be designated for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. No one shall tread upon the spiritual herb peak without prior consent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression became animated as he exclaimed, "Did you all hear that? Those wishing to practice alchemy should seek out the second senior sister." "Indeed, junior uncle," came the response. At that moment, Li Chugang suddenly interjected, "Junior brother, are you aware that you are currently in grave danger? The entire Qingyun sect is engulfed in a crisis." Li Chugang's demeanor was exceptionally grave, a sight that left everyone astonished, as they had never witnessed him so serious before. "Elder brother, what is going on?" Li Yingying inquired, noticing Li Chugang's somber demeanor. "The ancient dragon sacred land has enlisted the assistance of the Tianji Pavilion to identify the thieves who have stolen their spiritual herbs from the ancient dragon sacred land's peak." As Li Chugang's words resonated, Li Yingying and Guoguo widened their eyes, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. "The Tianji Pavilion, the one reputed for its omniscience?" "Indeed, it is that very Tianji Pavilion. Junior brother, you are in peril this time." Jiang Xiaobai quietly observed the crowd, having previously heard of the Tianji Pavilion. Yet he never anticipated that even Li Chungang and others would be so astounded by its existence. "Is the Tianji Pavilion truly that formidable?" Jiang Xiaobai pondered. Li Chungang and the others nodded and remarked, "Although the number of individuals within the Tianji Pavilion is not large, each member possesses formidable strength. Even the weakest among them has reached the realm of pseudo-immortals. Moreover, there are numerous peak pseudo-immortal experts who stand at the pinnacle of this world. Each of these peak pseudo-immortal warriors could contend with me on equal footing." Gasped. The moment these words were uttered, everyone present inhaled sharply, and even Jiang Xiaobai fell into a contemplative silence. "The Tianji Pavilion is unexpectedly powerful. I have underestimated it. It seems that the heavenly Xian realm harbors such a formidable force as the Tianji Pavilion. The ancient dragon sacred land is indeed not as simple as it appears." Jiang Xiaobai was lost in deep contemplation, and the atmosphere around him fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Li Yingying finally broke the stillness, inquiring, "Senior brother, is there any method to shield against the calculations of the Tianji Pavilion?" Upon hearing her question, Li Chugang remained silent for a moment before responding, "Indeed, there exists a solution. The Baobao Pavilion possesses a rare herb known as the heavenly concealment spirit grass. Consuming it will effectively obstruct the computations of the Tianji Pavilion. Even if the entire Tianji Pavilion were to join forces, they would be unable to decipher anything." Upon hearing this, the gaze of the group turned towards Jiang Xiaobai. However, they soon noticed that his expression was one of embarrassment, as he nervously scratched his head. "Junior brother, what seems to be troubling you?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaobai spoke. "In fact, during this operation against the ancient dragon sacred land, Yi Linglong from the Treasure Pavilion also took action. The detailed map of the ancient dragon sacred land was obtained from her." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words emerged, the corners of Li Chuangang and the others' mouths began to twitch uncontrollably. "It was over, young junior brother. You truly have misfortune on your side for that night. Linglong must have consumed the Tianyin spirit herb herself," Guoguo remarked, smacking his lips. "Senior brother, is there no other solution?" Li Yingying asked, her face etched with concern. Li Chuangang shook his head in resignation and replied, "There is none. For now, we can only pray that the Tianji Pavilion does not calculate the outcome too swiftly. Young junior brother, you should prioritize your escape. Here at Qingyun sect, with both me and your senior brother present, other factions dare not act recklessly. However, if you remain in Qingyun sect, the situation would be entirely different." Li Yingying gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, her expression filled with apprehension. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged contemplation, he turned his gaze towards the crowd and said, "Fatty, come here." "What is your command, Master Uncle?" "Fatty, here lies 1,000,000 copies of the Qingyan pictorial. Do you comprehend my intent?" At these words, not only Wang Darren but everyone present was astonished. Jiang Xiaobai intended to continue accepting disciples. "Master Junior, is Qingyan sect still recruiting disciples?" Li Yingying gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. "Indeed, and the more, the merrier. What purpose do you have in recruiting so many disciples? Where will you find the resources to nurture them? Do you truly believe that the resources you have seized will suffice to train such a multitude? Second sister, just trust me and proceed." Upon hearing this, Li Yingying and the others fell into silence. Just then, the lean monkey rushed back, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, grave news. Our Qingyan sect is surrounded." The lean monkey's words caused Jiang Xiaobai's expression to sharpen, and he swiftly grasped the situation, inquiring, "The people from the ancient dragon sacred land have discovered me so soon?" "No, Master Uncle, they are not from the ancient dragon sacred land. They seem to be called the Batian sect. The overlords within a radius of tens of thousands of miles." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Li Chuanggong remarked, "I have heard of the Batian sect. They are notoriously tyrannical and merciless. Within the jurisdiction of the Batian sect, other factions are compelled to remit 30% of their earnings every 3 years. Should they fail to comply, the Batian sect ensures they do not see the dawn. It stands to reason that your annihilation of the surrounding factions within thousands of miles has stirred the Batian sect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened and turned icy as he inquired of the thin monkey, "How many have they brought? Are there any formidable warriors among them?" "Reporting to you, esteemed junior uncle, the Batian sect has dispatched a contingent of 100,000, including 4 elders whose auras are akin to those of Elder Guoguo and Elder Xiaoman. For peak emperors?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "It appears that the Batian sect intends to annihilate our Qingyan sect. They must have previously learned of our possession of 2 peak emperor-level warriors, Xiaoman and Guoguo, which is why they have sent 4 peak emperor-level fighters to confront us." After Jiang Xiaobai concluded his words, his gaze turned towards Li Chungang, who, upon realizing this, wore a face marked with dismay. "It seems I have become your little minion," Li Chungang lamented. "Well, Master Brother, the capable must shoulder more responsibilities. You should deliver a strike to them all at once, so they cease to trouble us incessantly." Li Chungang was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion and fell into silence. After a brief pause, he addressed Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Junior brother, you must understand that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Moreover, the Batian sect is notorious for its heinous deeds, mercilessly taking lives. I advise you to eradicate the Batian sect entirely." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Li Chungang truly lived up to the reputation of a sword immortal, exhibiting decisive prowess in battle. "Let us first pay them a visit." Jiang Xiaobai swiftly led the crowd to the entrance of Qingyan sect, gazing upon the throngs of over 100,000 people before him. His eyes darkened with coldness as he remarked, "These individuals truly do not regard us with any measure of respect. Junior brother, what course of action shall we take next?" Guoguo inquired, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. With a sly smile, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the members of the Batian sect and remarked, "Let us first observe their antics." At that moment, an elder, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, stepped forward and addressed the Qingyan sect, asking, "Who is the leader of the Qingyan sect?" His words fell into a profound silence, with none daring to respond. This prompted the elder's expression to darken as he reiterated his inquiry, "Which one of you is the leader of the Qingyan sect? Step forward and offer your apologies. Today, my Batian sect may consider sparing the others of your sect." The members of the Qingyan sect regarded the elder as if he were a fool. And seeing that no one from Qingyun made an effort to emerge, the elder's fury escalated as he threatened, "If the leader of the Qingyun sect does not come forth, we shall annihilate the entire sect today." "Fool." The voice of Jiang Xiaobai suddenly resonated, and the utterance of fool left all members of the Batian sect utterly astounded. It was their first encounter with someone bold enough to insult them in front of such a multitude. Who is this audacious youth, daring to call us fools? He must be out of his mind, else how could he display such insolence? Damn it, my blade has long been thirsty for blood. Soon enough, I shall dismember that brat into pieces. All members of the Batian sect glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaobai, yet he remained utterly indifferent. "Youngster, you are a naive calf unafraid of the tiger. I do not hold it against you. If you can identify the leader of your Qingyan sect, I may consider allowing you to join our Batian sect." "Fool, do you seek death, you insolent wretch?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "If you merely swear by the heavenly principles that you will allow me to join the Batian sect and will not inflict even the slightest harm upon me, I shall reveal to you what you seek." The words of Jiang Xiaobai momentarily stunned the peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm, who soon burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, very well. I, Bahu, vow to the heavens that I shall ensure your induction into the Batian sect, and I shall not harm a single hair on your head. Young man, is my sincerity not evident enough?" Fool. Silence enveloped the scene, as all members of the Batian sect gazed incredulously at Jiang Xiaobai. "Young man, are you seeking death?" The peak powerhouse of the Batian sect was now consumed by fury, his murderous intent surging. "Bahu, why waste words on a mere boy? Let us strike as one, annihilating every member of the Qingyun sect, thereby eliminating their sect leader along with them. Indeed, let us act swiftly. I yearn to return to my cultivation." At this, Bahu's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the members of the Qingyun sect. With a swift motion of his right hand, he commanded, "Kill. Exterminate every last one of the Qingyun sect, leaving not a single soul behind. Kill. Kill." In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous cries of battle as over 100,000 members of the Batian sect surged towards the Qingyun sect, their momentum overwhelming. Yet the members of the Qingyun sect stood before this impending doom, displaying neither panic nor fear. They observed the oncoming horde as if it were mere entertainment. Strange, why are the people of the Qingyun sect so unperturbed? Could there be a hidden scheme at play? What deception could a tiny sect possibly wield? Let us converge and obliterate the Qingyun sect. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Batian sect arrived at the gates of the Qingyun sect. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "Stop! I have something of great importance to convey." Jiang Xiaobai's words left the members of the Batian sect momentarily stunned, each halting in their tracks, their gazes fixed intently upon him. "Humph! Boy, are you frightened now?" "It's too late." "Frightened? I am not afraid. I genuinely have something of utmost importance to convey to all of you. Young man, after we eliminate the remaining members of the Qingyun sect, we will allow you to speak." "Wait, this matter is truly significant." The several peak Empyrean-level experts from the Batian sect, growing increasingly impatient, fixed their eyes on Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "You have 10 breaths of time. Speak swiftly, for once the time elapses, you shall all meet your demise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and said, "My dear friends, what manner of death do you wish for today?" A profound silence enveloped the scene, as every member of the Batian sect twitched at the corners of their mouths. "Kill them, especially that brat. First, incapacitate him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." The members of Batian sect surged towards Qingyun sect, and just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Li Chang'an, who understood the unspoken command. An immense and terrifying sword aura materialized. The 4 peak emperor-level cultivators of Batian sect, upon sensing this overwhelming sword energy, instinctively froze in place, trembling in fear. "Sword immortal Li Chang'an." The emperor-level experts from Batian sect halted, trembling uncontrollably, and stammered, Li Chang'an. How could sword immortal Li Chang'an be here?" Some members of Batian sect, unable to believe their own eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, muttering, "Am I mistaken? How could sword immortal Li Chang'an possibly be here? This is truly Li Chang'an." In an instant, all members of Batian sect, from the lowest disciples to the peak emperor-level experts, stood frozen in shock. A wave of fear washed over them, and some began to retreat in panic. As they regained their composure, the peak emperor-level cultivators immediately bowed respectfully toward Li Chang'an, apologizing. "We, the juniors, pay our respects to seniorly. Today, we did not intend to offend. We humbly request your forgiveness for our inadvertent actions." Li Chang'an regarded all the members of Batian sect with a calm demeanor, ignoring the peak emperor-level cultivators. Witnessing this, the latter broke into a cold sweat, their throats dry. After a moment, with no response from Li Chang'an, they summoned their courage to speak again. "Seniorly, today it was our fault. Please instruct us on how we may make amends, and we shall comply with anything within our power." "Indeed, seniorly, there must be a misunderstanding between us. Now that it is resolved, we are willing to pay any price. Seniorly, please show mercy and do not hold our youthful folly against us." The palpable fear of Li Chang'an among the peak emperor-level experts instilled terror in the rest of the Batian sect members. One disciple trembled, exclaiming, "It's over, it's over. We've hit a brick wall. Who would have thought sword immortal Li Chang'an would be here in Qingyun sect? Oh heavens, someone save us. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. What should we do? Should we flee? Perhaps Li Chang'an won't bother with us insignificant beings. However, before the words could settle, Li Chang'an's voice resounded. I possess a sword that can sweep through the ages. As long as you can survive beneath this sword, I may spare your lives. As soon as Li Chang'an's words echoed through the air, the members of the Batian sect were gripped by an overwhelming terror. No, 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 Senior Li. We acknowledge our mistakes and implore your forgiveness, they pleaded. Indeed, Senior Li, a magnanimous person should not hold grudges against the petty. We beseech you to spare us. Treat us merely as an insignificant nuisance. This matter is not ours to bear. We were merely acting under the orders of the Batian sect's leader to eliminate the Qingyun sect. They insisted. Yes, yes. It was solely the idea of the Batian sect's leader. We were merely executing orders, not truly wishing to annihilate the Qingyun sect. The members of the Batian sect were now so frightened that their words became incoherent. At that moment, a terrifying sword aura erupted from Li Chang'an, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of formidable blades. Witnessing this spectacle, every member of the Batian sect was struck with dread. Some even collapsed in place. Others, regaining their composure, immediately attempted to flee. However, Li Chang'an would not allow them to escape beneath his sword. Countless fearsome blades surged forth, targeting all members of the Batian sect with lethal speed. In mere moments, every individual present from the Batian sect, whether they were disciples or powerful emperors, found their hearts pierced by Li Chang'an's sword. Their hearts shattered into a mist of blood, a scene of sheer horror. In an instant, over 100,000 members of the Batian sect met their demise under Li Chang'an's blade. One strike, and 100,000 souls were reaped. A profound silence enveloped the area. All members of the Qingyun sect, including Jiang Xiaobai, stood frozen in astonishment at the unfolding scene. After a long while, Jiang Xiaobai finally regained his senses, exclaiming in awe, "This is the sword immortal Li Chang'an. My senior brother is indeed unfathomably powerful. How fortunate we are to have such an immense pillar of strength." As Jiang Xiaobai's words echoed through the air, all members of the Qingyun sect erupted in astonished exclamations, the atmosphere thick with excitement. "Oh my, Master Uncle is truly formidable. How astonishing it is. He has slain over 100,000 with but a single sword strike." They marveled. Good heavens, if only I possessed even a tenth of Master Uncle's strength, I would awaken from dreams laughing. The awe was palpable, as they deemed Master Uncle's might almost beyond comprehension. "Master Uncle, do you accept disciples? I yearn to cultivate the sword as well." Another called out, filled with eagerness. Li Chang'an merely cast a glance at the current disciples of the Qingyun sect, uttering a single remark before retreating into the sect. "Junior brother, hasten to clear the battlefield. Devise a plan, and prepare to eradicate the Batian sect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. His gaze turned icy as he spoke. "To annihilate the Batian sect?" Jiang Xiaobai smirked, a smile gracing his lips. After a moment, he spoke. "Maruyu, gather the disciples of our sect to cleanse the battlefield. Remember, not a single low-grade spirit stone should be overlooked." "Yes, Junior Uncle." The disciples of Qingyun sect promptly set about their task. Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze toward Li Chang'an, a grin playing on his lips as he said, "Elder brother, shall we seize the opportunity and eradicate the Batian sect now?" At this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Junior brother, is it not too hasty to annihilate the Batian sect at this moment? Should we not prepare ourselves and investigate their background first?" Guoguo inquired, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai. "Strike while the iron is hot, we." As Jiang Xiaobai was speaking, Wang Dayton's voice suddenly erupted with excitement. "Shi Xiang, all the spatial rings have been accounted for." Wang Dayton hurriedly rushed to Jiang Xiaobai's side, his expression filled with fervor. Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "What is the total amount of resources?" Wang Dayton swallowed hard, his gaze drifting towards the outside of Qingyun sect, where countless corpses littered the ground, blood staining the yellow sands, leaving him utterly astonished. "Fatty, I'm asking you a question." Jiang Xiaobai pressed. Shi Xiang, the consolidated data has been released. There are 998,900 million low-grade spirit stones, 646 billion middle-grade spirit stones, 11,885 million high-grade spirit stones, and 900 billion supreme spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief, utterly shocked. However, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his dissatisfaction. "Damn it. There are only 900 billion supreme spirit stones. If I had known, I would have raided their core disciples' treasury." The others immediately twitched at his words. "Shitty. How on earth did you manage that?" Li Yingying asked, her face brimming with curiosity, while even Li Chang'an turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "That's just how it is." As Jiang Xiaobai's words faded, his figure immediately vanished from the spot, leaving not a trace of his presence. All those present were left in a state of astonishment. Even Li Chungan and Li Yingying were unable to perceive Jiang Xiaobai's essence. Li Chungan, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm, one of the most formidable beings in the entire Tianxin realm, was utterly flabbergasted that he could not detect Jiang Xiaobai's presence. He had disappeared, completely vanished. Where was his junior apprentice? Where had he gone? What remarkable martial technique was this? How could it be so extraordinary as to render both body and aura imperceptible? Truly, my junior apprentice is astonishingly powerful. Anyone who offends him is destined for misfortune. Junior apprentice, where are you? Come out quickly, Guoguo exclaimed, calling out as he scanned the surroundings. Moments later, Jiang Xiaobai's figure reappeared, precisely at the same location as before. Junior apprentice, what kind of martial technique is this? How did you manage to conceal both your body and aura? Li Yingying inquired, voicing the curiosity that lingered within her, while the crowd's gazes turned toward Jiang Xiaobai. Awaiting his response, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and replied, "That is a secret. As long as I remain concealed, no one in this realm will ever be able to find me." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Junior brother, are you truly employing such extraordinary martial techniques to pilfer treasures from the ancient dragon's sacred grounds? Li Chugang inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, once the ancient dragon's sacred grounds lowers their guard in due time, I shall seize all their treasure vaults, he declared. The crowd gasped collectively. If that were to happen, would not the Qing sect ascend to unimaginable heights? Jiang Xiaobai, unaware of the thoughts of those around him, turned his gaze towards Wang Dadong and instructed, "Fatty, cast aside all the inferior and medium-grade spirit stones, along with any resources of little value, into the transformation grand array." Upon hearing this, Wang Dadong hesitated and inquired once more, "Little master uncle, do we truly need to discard all these resources into the transformation grand array? That seems rather wasteful. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up," Jiang Xiaobai urged. "Yes, little master uncle," Wang Dadong replied. Without delay, he tossed the space rings filled with inferior spirit stones into the transformation grand array. Buzz! In an instant, the divine transformation array activated, enveloping the entire Qing sect in a dense aura of spiritual energy. The visible spirit energy began to thicken rapidly. After a quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy within the entire Qing sect had increased more than tenfold. All present were invigorated by this sight, including Li Chugang and Li Yingying, who were no exception. Goodness, little junior brother, this transformation grand array is astonishing. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Qing sect is now comparable to that of the major powers. Soon, it may even rival that of the sacred lands. Indeed, little junior brother, can this transformation grand array continue indefinitely? Li Chugang voiced his inner doubts, to which Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile, "To tell you the truth, this is a divine transformation array. It can perpetually transform." Buzz! Jiang Xiaobai's words resounded like thunder, exploding in the minds of everyone present. A divine-level transformation array? Junior brother, what exactly is that level of divinity? Guoguo voiced the collective perplexity of the group. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile. Divine level. It simply denotes a remarkably elevated tier, which everyone will come to understand in due time. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's spirited demeanor, Wang Dadong suddenly interjected, "Little uncle, we are doomed. I inadvertently tossed the spatial ring containing the exquisite spirit stones into the transformation array." As soon as those words escaped his lips, Jiang Xiaobai's smile instantly stiffened, followed by an uncontrollable twitching of his lips. Just as it seemed Jiang Xiaobai was on the verge of fury, Guoguo approached him and comforted, "Do not be upset, junior brother. Becoming enraged will not serve us well. The exquisite spirit stones can always be retrieved from those sacred sites." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's temper eased somewhat. At this moment, Wang Dadong lowered his head, not daring to meet Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. "Well, it is merely 900 billion top-tier spirit stones. After all, I still possess several hundred billion here. You didn't happen to throw the superior spirit stones into the divine-level transformation array, did you?" No, Wang Dadong promptly replied. Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the entirety of Qing sect and inquired of the system, "Extend the divine transformation array outward by 100 miles. "Understood, host," came the prompt response. With a resonant hum, in an instant, the divine transformation array of Qing sect expanded dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the territory of Qingyun's sect multiplied several times, bringing it perilously close to Qingyun City. The onlookers were visibly astounded. "Junior brother, this divine transformation array can indeed be enlarged?" Li Yingying exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the divine transformation array can be expanded to any magnitude. However, the spiritual energy within Qingyun's sect has now become considerably more diluted. Jiang Chuanggong reflected after digesting Jiang Xiaobai's words. Suddenly, he produced a spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Junior brother, I shall reside within the sect from now on, until I can ascend. This contains the precious spirit stones I have accumulated over the years, which hold little value to me now. You may dispose of them within the divine transformation array." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately seized the spatial ring from Li Chuanggan's hand, his eyes ablaze with excitement. "Master brother, how many exquisite spirit stones are contained within?" Li Chuanggan, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and imitated Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Oh, it's really not much, merely 20 trillion exquisite spirit stones." Buzz. As Li Chuanggan's words echoed, the entire scene, including Jiang Xiaobai, stood in astonishment. "How much? 20 trillion exquisite spirit stones?" Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, swallowing hard. "Indeed, a mere 20 trillion exquisite spirit stones. Hardly worth mentioning." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the spatial ring in his hand, his body trembling slightly. He then turned his attention to the divine transformation array, took a deep breath, and cast the spatial ring into the array without hesitation. With a resonating hum, in the blink of an eye, 20 trillion top-tier spirit stones were completely refined by the divine transformation array. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy within the array began to soar rapidly. Within just a quarter of an hour, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Qingyun sect had increased 100-fold. The visible mist of spiritual energy left everyone in a state of astonishment, including Li Chugang and his companions. "Heavens! Junior brother, this divine transformation array is truly terrifying. If this continues, could the Qingyun sect become a paradise on earth?" Li Yingying exclaimed repeatedly. At that moment, the disciples of the Qingyun sect erupted in a chorus of astonished cries. "Ah, I am about to break through. Me too, this is it. I too am on the verge of a breakthrough. I have been stuck at this realm for 2 long years, and now I can finally advance." Observing the disciples eager to break through, Li Chugang suddenly suggested, "Junior brother, why don't we seize all the resources from the various factions?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Chuanggan in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from the lips of his elder brother. "Elder brother, what did you just say?" Li Yingying exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Li Chuanggan reiterated, "This divine transformation array is astonishingly formidable. If sufficient resources are available, could it not transmute the legendary celestial energy?" As he spoke, his body trembled with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. Upon hearing Li Chuanggan's declaration, Li Yingying, along with Xiaoman and Guoguo, swiftly reacted. Their gazes ignited with fervent anticipation, all directed towards Jiang Xiaobai. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of confusion in his mind and inquired of the system, "What exactly is celestial energy?" "Ding," replied the system, "Host, celestial energy is a superior form of energy gas, transcending spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and inquired once more, "Can the divine transformation array truly convert resources into celestial energy?" "Ding. As long as the host possesses sufficient resources, the divine transformation array can indeed transmute celestial energy." Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd whose eyes were filled with fervent enthusiasm, and said, "It's merely celestial energy, nothing of great consequence." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words fell, Li Chugang and his companions were utterly stunned, their breaths growing noticeably rapid. "Junior brother, can the divine transformation array truly convert into celestial energy?" Li Chugang inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Xiaobai. "With sufficient resources, celestial energy can indeed be transformed," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed. Upon receiving this confirmation, an involuntary tremor coursed through Li Chuang's body, and his hands clenched tightly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed in confusion as he inquired, "Elder brother, why are you so agitated? Is it merely the aura of the immortals?" Li Chuanggan refrained from responding to Jiang Xiaobai, instead gazing upwards into the vast sky, enveloped in silence. Observing Li Chuanggan's current demeanor, Li Yingying shook her head in resignation and remarked, "Elder brother has endured too much." Li Chuanggan's suffering? Jiang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. "I report to you, esteemed junior uncle, that the battlefield has been thoroughly cleared, and these are all the spatial rings obtained from the cleanup. At that moment, Ma Ryu suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai, interrupting his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly addressed Ma Ryu. Cast them into the divine transformation array. Yes, young master uncle, she replied. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he cast a deep glance at Li Chungan. Noticing Li Chungan's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further and turned his attention to Wang Dabin, stating, Fatty, the Qingyun sect continues to recruit disciples. Spread the word. Have there been any newcomers wishing to join us in recent days? Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, esteemed junior uncle. Within a radius of several thousand miles, all those suitable for joining our Qingyun sect have already done so. Consequently, there have been no new applicants in these past few days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. It appears that in order to recruit more individuals, the name of the Qingyun sect must first be propagated. As for the Badian sect, it seems that our only course of action is to eliminate them first. With that said, Jiang Xiaobai immediately turned his gaze towards the still silently Chugang and inquired, Elder brother, shall we embark on the mission to annihilate the Batian sect in a few days? The words of Jiang Xiaobai momentarily startled Li Chungan, who was enveloped in silence. His gaze sharpened, and he nodded in agreement. Senior brother, in 7 days, we shall annihilate the Batian sect. Fatty, select 5,000 of the most astute disciples. In 7 days, we will eradicate the Batian sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Daden's plump face twitched, and he promptly replied, Yes. Junior uncle. All right, everyone disperse. Focus on your cultivation. Yes, junior uncle. Soon, all the disciples departed, and at that moment, Jiang Xiaobai approached Guoguo and said, Guoguo, come with me, I have some inquiries. Guoguo, who had been fixated on a female disciple, blinked at Jiang Xiaobai's words and nodded. Sure, junior brother. Before long, Guoguo followed Jiang Xiaobai into his chamber. What matters do you have, junior brother? Guoguo leaned in close, eagerly listening while grinning mischievously. Rest assured, junior brother. Leave this matter to Guoguo. Watching Guoguo's departing figure, Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment and murmured to himself, in a few days, the system's side quest will be completed. I feel a tinge of anticipation. For the next few days, I shall focus on my cultivation to solidify my state of mind. With that, Jiang Xiaobai promptly sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. In the meantime, high above Qingyun City, a young figure suddenly appeared, standing resolutely in the sky. His gaze icy as he surveyed the entire city below. In such a desolate and impoverished place, what formidable warriors could possibly reside here? The saint and the ancient elders are truly misallocating their resources. Luya's negligence has caused me, Zhang Zifen, to waste time traveling such a distance. Nevertheless, to be cautious, I shall conceal my identity and conduct a thorough investigation first. Buzz. With that, Zhang Zifen's figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing in the bustling streets of Qingyun City. This handsome young man. What a fortuitous encounter. On such a splendid day, I wish to. Scram. Why such fury, young sir? Would you care to accompany me to the most delightful establishment to temper that anger? Do you seek death? Zhang Zifen's eyes turned icy, his murderous intent surging, causing the charming woman before him to turn as pale as death. My apologies, young sir. I was presumptuous. Please forgive me. The woman bowed deeply, lowering her head, not daring to utter another word. Zhang Zifen regarded her quietly for a moment before inquiring, Do you know where Qingyun sect is located? Qingyun sect? The woman was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, I report to you, young sir, that I am aware. The entire populace of Qingyun City knows of Qingyun sect. Zhang Zifen's gaze intensified as he fixed his stare upon her, commanding, Relay to me everything you know about Qingyun sect in detail. Indeed, my lord. The Qingyun sect stands as the most formidable power within a radius of thousands of miles. Just a few days prior, the Qingyun sect annihilated over 100,000 members of the Batian sect. The woman from the mortal realm recounted everything she knew to Zhang Zifen in meticulous detail. As he listened, his gaze grew colder, and he was increasingly astonished. A mere sect possessed such immense capability? Allow me to inform you, my lord. The Qingyun sect is no trivial sect. They boast peak emperor-level experts, and it is rumored that even more powerful beings than those exist among them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifen's eyes flickered with trepidation as he inquired, Are you certain? Absolutely, it is highly likely. For among the over 100,000 members of the Batian sect who were eradicated, there were 4 peak emperor-level experts. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened, his breath quickening. And he silently mused, "Fortunately, I remain composed. Otherwise, my fate would likely mirror that of Luya. However, it would be prudent to withhold information regarding the Qingyun sect strength from the sacred land for the time being." A slight smile crept across Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he fixed his gaze, tossing a high-grade spirit stone to the woman from the mortal realm before swiftly soaring towards the Qingyun sect's direction. Concurrently, Jiang Xiaobai, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming with excitement, "The system's side quest has finally been completed." Not far from the Qingyun sect's entrance, Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself in a shadowy corner. Having observed the entire sect for an extended period, the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. The Qingyun sect emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy and appeared akin to a grand sect. Is this truly the Qingyun sect? The density of spiritual energy rivals that of the sacred land. No wonder Luya faltered here. This is not good. There may be hidden formidable experts within the Qingyun sect. I must proceed with utmost caution. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. Just then, a few disciples of the Qingyun sect happened to pass by, and their conversation reached Jiang Xiaobai's ears. "Haha. Our little master uncle from the Qingyun sect is truly impressive. Look, the spiritual energy density of our sect has increased by over 100-fold, and it continues to rise. Indeed, we owe it all to our little master uncle. I recall when I first joined the Qingyun sect, it was still a rather weak sect. Now look at it. It has transformed into a grand sect." Precisely. In recent days, everyone's strength has seen a significant improvement, all thanks to our little master uncle. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us hurry to Qingyun City to announce that our Qingyun sect will continue to recruit disciples. As Jiang Xiaobai observed them depart, he stepped forward and murmured to himself, "Little master uncle? This individual must be the concealed formidable expert of the Qingyun sect." Indeed, the Qingyun sect is far from simple as I had imagined. Thankfully, I am astute. Since the Qingyun sect is currently recruiting disciples, I can disguise my identity, infiltrate their ranks, and ascertain the sect's secrets before proceeding with my plans. After finishing his words, Jiang Xiaobai produced a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, his aura plummeted from the peak of the Emperor realm to the 8th stage of the Sovereign realm. The concealing spirit pill truly lives up to its reputation as a treasured elixir, capable of shrouding my cultivation prowess. However, the effects of this pill last only 6 months, and I must thoroughly investigate the secrets of the Qingyun sect within this time frame. Jiang Xiaobai cast his gaze over the entire Qingyun sect, and after a moment of silence, he proceeded directly toward the mountain gate of the sect. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the location where the Qingyun sect accepted disciples. Observing a sparse line of individuals queuing to enroll, Jiang Xiaobai joined them. After a quarter of an hour, a disciple of the Qingyun sect approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Please fill out your detailed information and then wait over there." "Thank you, senior brother," Jiang Xiaobai replied. After completing his registration, he moved to another area designated for testing his cultivation and spiritual roots. "Top-tier spiritual root, peak of the 8th stage of the Sovereign realm," exclaimed a disciple of the Qingyun sect after assessing Jiang Xiaobai's capabilities. "What? A top-tier spiritual root? This is a genius," another remarked. "Goodness. My spiritual root is merely of the mid-tier variety, and it pales in comparison." However, there was something amiss. This young man appeared to possess strength only at the peak of the 8th stage of the Sovereign realm. He must be at least 18 years old, after all. Upon hearing these comments, Jiang Xiaobai broke into a cold sweat. He had been careless. Just as he pondered how to deflect their scrutiny, a disciple of the Qingyun sect suddenly interjected, "This is quite normal. Even with extraordinary talent, without resources or a solid background, how can one's cultivation progress swiftly?" This statement immediately dispelled any doubts among the crowd, and Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Excuse me, senior brothers. May I join the Qingyun sect now?" "Not yet." Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the disciple in confusion. "Why is that, senior brother?" "To officially become a disciple of the Qingyun sect, you must inscribe your name on this Qingyun register." Jiang Xiaobai paused, then quickly understood. "Ah, I see. That is indeed reasonable." With that, he promptly signed his name on the Qingyun register. "Senior brother, is this sufficient now?" "Still not enough, handsome. Why the rush?" the disciple said, handing Jiang Xiaobai a sharp little knife. "Senior brother, what is this for?" "Hey, handsome, just drop a drop of your blood onto this Qingyun register." Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he silently scrutinized the Qingyun register, attempting to discern any underlying issues. Yet, after a prolonged examination, he could detect nothing unusual. Handsome, what are you hesitating for? The disciple stared at Jiang Xiaobai for a considerable time before asking, Senior brother, why is it necessary to drop blood on this Qingyun register to join the Qingyun sect? It is a simple matter. This is a sacred ritual. Do you understand the significance of rituals? Jiang Xiaobai, cautious in demeanor, inquired, Senior brother, I have come to the Qingyun sect to cultivate, with the sole intention of gaining strength. While achieving my goals, I also wish to serve the Qingyun sect. Is it necessary to partake in this ritual? Then you may leave, handsome. Our Qingyun sect is a great sect that places immense importance on the sense of ritual. It is truly magnificent. Do you comprehend? Importance of ritual? Magnificent? Jiang Xiaobai's mouth twitched incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, in pursuit of uncovering the true nature of the Qingyun sect, he promptly dripped a drop of blood onto the Qingyun tome. Buzz. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable aura enveloped his body. What is this power? It is so profound. All right, handsome, from now on we shall be brothers. I am called Lan Mingxi, and you may refer to me as such. Lan Mingxi? Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched once more as he stared at Lan Mingxi with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. What's wrong, handsome? Could it be that you were smitten with me upon our first meeting? That would be unacceptable, for my little master uncle forbids such affections. Observing Lan Mingxi's self-satisfied demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai felt an urge to strike him, wishing to silence him with a single blow. Control yourself, control yourself. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaobai addressed Lan Mingxi. Senior brother, I shall take my leave to return to the sect. With that, Jiang Xiaobai turned and stepped into the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai was engulfed in excitement as the system's voice finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the side quest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30 million spiritual energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the Qingyun tome. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Divine Transformation Array has been upgraded to the Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array. Upon hearing the system's announcements, Jiang Xiaobai was astounded and immediately inquired, System, what new functions does the Qingyun tome possess after its upgrade? Furthermore, what extraordinary capabilities does the Heavenly Mechanism Array entail? Ding. After the upgrade, the Qingyun tome has merely acquired an additional function. Any disciple of the Qingyun sect who signs on the Qingyun tome and drips a drop of their blood may, upon their demise, be resurrected through certain resources. Moreover, the resurrected disciples will retain their cultivation talents, albeit they must recommence their training. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai was immediately taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang Xiaobai was astounded. The ability to resurrect even after death was simply extraordinary. Contemplating this revelation, he promptly produced a celestial cloud compendium. With swift precision, he inscribed his illustrious name upon it and quickly let his blood fall. He chuckled to himself, thinking with this, who shall I fear? If anyone dares to defy me, I shall confront them. If they irritate me, I shall berate them, and those who wish me harm, I shall eliminate without mercy. Jiang Xiaobai was filled with excitement. However, at that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Host. The Qingyun Illustrated Guide is only beneficial to other members of the Qingyun sect and is ineffective for the host. Stunned, Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen in place, his lips twitching uncontrollably. System, explain to me clearly why I, the esteemed host, am deemed inferior to a mere group of disciples. Jiang Xiaobai was enraged. The system seemed to target him. Ding. Host, the Qingyun Codex is reliant upon you. Since you are their host, should you perish, they will face complete annihilation. Thus, you cannot enjoy the same privileges they do. It is merely a matter of perspective. They too cannot partake in the rights and benefits that you possess. This is the rule. Rule? Jiang Xiaobai fell silent. Indeed, host, the rules are as such. The system merely acts in accordance with them. After hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly lifted his gaze to the heavens, lost in contemplation. The powerful establish the rules yet assert that there is no right or wrong in them. To hell with it. One day, I shall shatter this sky. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he immediately inquired of the system. System, what exactly is the Divine Level Celestial Mechanism Formation? Ding. Host, the Divine Level Celestial Mechanism Formation is an enhancement of the original Divine Level Transformation Formation, incorporating defensive capabilities. A Divine Level Defensive Formation, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed. He understood the significance of a divine-level defensive formation. It was divine, indeed. This must be the most formidable formation of all. Jiang Xiaobai's breath came in quick bursts as today's surprise was overwhelming. Does this mean that within the divine-level heavenly mechanism array, I shall be invincible? Ding. Host, the system advises against recklessness, for should you perish, everything related to the Qingyun sect will vanish. Moreover, the true terror may not be able to breach the divine-level heavenly mechanism array, yet they can seal it entirely. At that time, both you and the entire Qingyun sect will find no solace, neither in heaven nor on earth. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai finally regained his composure. Just then, Wang Daidan's excited voice suddenly echoed from outside. Little Master Uncle, we are fully prepared and can depart at any moment to annihilate the Batian sect. At this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of silence, he proceeded towards the Qingyun sect square. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the square, observing the crowd standing in perfect order. He declared, "Please wait a moment. I shall first upgrade this formation." As Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated through the air, the entire assembly was left in a state of astonishment. Their gazes fixated upon him. What? An upgrade to the formation? Wasn't this formation already formidable enough? How could it possibly be enhanced further? The expressions of Li Chungan and his companions shifted to one of fervent excitement, their breaths quickening in anticipation. Little junior brother, are you suggesting that this divine-level transformation formation can indeed be upgraded? Li Chungan inquired, his disbelief palpable. Jiang Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Of course. The upgraded divine transformation array will be even more formidable. System, elevate the divine transformation array to the divine heavenly mechanism array. Ding. Host. The divine transformation array has been upgraded to the divine heavenly mechanism array. Buzz. A mysterious and immensely powerful force emerged, instantly enveloping the entire Qingyun sect. The whole sect radiated an aura of profound mystery and overwhelming strength, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Zhang Zifan, who had just joined the Qingyun sect, found his breath quickening upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's display. What kind of formation is this? The aura is terrifying. Something is amiss, far too amiss. And that person must be Jiang Xiaobai. I never expected him to be the little uncle of this Qingyun sect. Furthermore, those individuals must be sword immortal Li Chugang and the unparalleled pill god Li Yingying. How remarkable! I cannot believe that the individuals sought by the Holy Land are all within this Qingyun sect. Zhang Zifan's gaze sharpened as he struggled to contain himself. I bear no enmity towards Jiang Xiaobai, nor do I hold any grievances against this Qingyun sect. Rather, my true enemies, those who bear a grudge against my clan, reside within the ancient Dragon Holy Land. With this thought, Zhang Zifan gritted his teeth, a surge of murderous intent manifesting around him. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that all his actions were under the watchful eyes of Li Chugang. Allow me to inform everyone that the upgraded array is called the Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array. The Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Little uncle, is this Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array truly that impressive? Indeed, little uncle. The Divine Transformation Array was already remarkable. Does that mean the Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array is even more extraordinary? Of course. The more formidable, the better. Jiang Xiaobai observed the excited expressions of the crowd and remarked, the divine-level heavenly mechanism array has significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities, building upon the foundation of the original divine-level transformation array. This divine-level heavenly mechanism array may also be referred to as the divine-level heavenly mechanism defensive array. Senior brother, why not test the array with your full strength and see if you can leave a mark upon it? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eager gazes towards Li Chugang, who, upon processing Jiang Xiaobai's words, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, this lad seems to underestimate me. Junior brother, do you really want senior brother to unleash his full power against the divine-level heavenly mechanism array? Won't that risk damaging the formation? Li Yingying expressed her concerns, reluctant to see such a formidable array harmed by Li Chugang's might. Hearing her words, Li Chugang puffed out his chest with pride and replied, Junior brother, you know that I am a sword immortal, incredibly powerful. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Li Chugang sought to provide an avenue of retreat for both Jiang Xiaobai and himself. However, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly laughed and said, Fear not, senior brother. Feel free to attack with all your might. I estimate that you won't even be able to harm a single hair of the divine-level heavenly mechanism array. Jiang Xiaobai's words once again astonished the crowd, while Li Chugang, his face darkened with embarrassment, felt utterly awkward. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Li Chugang, causing everyone to retreat several thousand meters in haste. Is this the true strength of the sword immortal Li Chugang? Truly formidable. No wonder he is known as the sword immortal. Zhang Zifen, standing at a distance, couldn't help but extol. The disciples of Qingyun's sect, witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from Li Chugang, were deeply shocked. When will I ever possess such extraordinary power as that of my second master uncle? It would be a dream come true. I cannot even dare to imagine it. If I could attain even a tenth of my second master uncle's prowess in this lifetime, I would be overjoyed. You all should stop daydreaming. It's not even worth considering. Look, the second master uncle is about to make his move. A terrifying sword energy materialized, swiftly coalescing into a colossal sword spanning thousands of meters. Upon witnessing this fearsome giant sword, everyone gasped in disbelief. Even Jiang Xiaobai was no exception. The strength of this senior brother has likely reached the pinnacle of this world. He is evidently much stronger than when I first encountered him. Could it be due to the Qingyun illustrated handbook? Jiang Xiaobai pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Little junior brother, hurry and urge senior brother to cease. If he damages the divine-grade heavenly mechanism array, it would be a significant loss. Guoguo expressed her concerns with a worried face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai merely shook his head and said, "It matters not. Even if the senior brother were 100,000 times more powerful, he could not inflict the slightest harm upon the divine-grade heavenly mechanism array." Divine grade. Do you comprehend what divine grade means? Deep within, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of delight. He had intentionally provoked Li Chungan to showcase his prowess, allowing others to recognize his extraordinary capabilities. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, rolling their eyes at Jiang Xiaobai. Look, the second master is about to make his move. With a resonant hum, the colossal sword struck the divine-grade heavenly mechanism array. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated outward, causing everyone to stagger backward in shock. The crowd, both astonished and apprehensive, could hardly contain their anxiety. However, their concerns proved unfounded, for shortly thereafter, Li Chuanggan's massive sword vanished, while the divine-grade heavenly mechanism array remained utterly unscathed. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Heavens! This divine-grade heavenly mechanism array is indeed remarkable. Even the full-force assault of the second master could not harm it in the slightest. How terrifying! How extraordinary! Junior uncle truly is impressive. The array he set up is so wondrous and formidable. Everyone's gaze turned toward Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Li Chungan stepped before him, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he inquired, "Junior brother, what level of formation is this divine-grade heavenly mechanism array?" Li Chungan's question echoed the curiosity of the crowd. All eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and replied, "Oh, it's merely a little divine-grade formation. There's no need for such astonishment. Let us not act as if you've never encountered anything like this before." The expressions of the onlookers darkened. They could hardly suppress their desire to push Jiang Xiaobai to the ground in frustration. "What level is divine grade, junior brother?" Guoguo suddenly asked. "What is the highest level of formations you are familiar with?" Jiang Xiaobai's words left Li Chugang and the others momentarily stunned. Soon after, Li Chugang spoke, "In this realm, the highest level of formations is the pseudo-immortal grade. But what lies beyond the pseudo-immortal grade?" Jiang Xiaobai smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he regarded Li Chugang. This revelation astonished Li Chugang and the others. "Little junior brother, are you implying that the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation is the legendary immortal grade formation?" Li Yingying exclaimed, staring at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone's breaths quickened, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, chuckling. "No. How could the trash grade of immortal formations even compare to the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation? They are not even worthy to carry its shoes. Let me clarify without further concealment. The divine-level heavenly mechanism formation is indeed a divine-grade formation, and the divine grade stands as the pinnacle, far surpassing the immortal grade." Buzz. Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present, leaving even figures like Li Chungan utterly astounded. "The most powerful formation, the highest level," Li Chungan exclaimed, his throat constricting, his face a portrait of disbelief. "Indeed. Remember, within the confines of the Qingyun sect, you are assured of safety. Aside from myself, no one can breach the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation. I mean no one." The gravity of Jiang Xiaobai's declaration left everyone in attendance in utter shock. One individual, rendered numb by the astonishment, was Zhang Zifen, grappling with the surreal events of the day that surpassed his wildest imagination. Who exactly is Jiang Xiaobai? Is he still the fallen saint of the Holy Land? Zhang Zifen muttered to himself cautiously. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's voice rang out once more. Everyone, please be silent. I once vowed to transform the Qingyun sect into the mightiest sect. This supremacy is not merely the strongest in the Tianshan realm, but the most formidable across all realms. I now pose a question to you. Are you willing to join me in treading upon the stars, conquering the vast seas of stars and the universe itself? Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai were profoundly shocking, akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in the minds of all present. Once they regained their composure, the crowd, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed in unison, "We are willing! We are willing!" The roar echoed, and Jiang Xiaobai, observing the excited expressions of everyone, nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Hey, handsome little master, what do you mean by the sea of stars, and what is the universe?" The unexpected remark from Lan Mingxi instantly silenced the crowd. All eyes turned back to Jiang Xiaobai. Upon hearing the question, he paused, then lifted his gaze to the heavens, falling into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The sea of stars is composed of countless celestial realms, while the universe is formed by innumerable seas of stars. As soon as these words left his lips, the venue was engulfed in silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar. What? Does that mean the celestial realms are akin to mere specks of dust? Oh heavens! So I am so insignificant after all. Even Li Chugang and others looked at Jiang Xiaobai in sheer astonishment. Little junior brother, are you speaking seriously? Li Chugang gulped, unable to suppress his anxiousness. His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. I am not jesting. Now you understand your own insignificance, don't you? A heavy silence ensued. Both Li Chugang and the others were rendered speechless. Their worldviews had been irrevocably shattered by Jiang Xiaobai that day. Then, what about the legendary ascension to the higher realms? The higher realms? They are merely slightly larger worlds than the celestial realms. Li Chugang and the others stood there, numbed, utterly bewildered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly declared, "All right, I understand that this is a tremendous shock for you all, but you will gradually adapt. Now, the most pressing matter at hand is to annihilate the Batian sect. Senior brother, let us proceed. We must march towards the Batian sect and eradicate them." In the grand hall of the Batian sect, all the high-ranking officials were gathered, their expressions markedly somber. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Master, the lives of Elder Baihu and our 100,000 disciples cannot be lost in vain. We must obliterate the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, the resentment in my heart shall never dissipate. Furthermore, if the Qingyun sect remains, how can the Batian sect establish its footing? How can those factions under our jurisdiction ever submit to us? One of the esteemed elders of the Batian sect exclaimed in anger. His words resonated with the others, who fervently echoed, "Indeed, Master, the Qingyun sect has gone too far, slaughtering over 100,000 of our kin as if we were nothing. If this grudge remains unavenged, I shall withdraw from the Batian sect and seek retribution myself. Master, please give the command. We vow to defend the honor of the Batian sect with our lives." Have you finished speaking? The sect leader suddenly interjected, plunging the room into silence. How I wish to eradicate the Qingyun sect immediately. However, we have lost 4 peak Emperor Realm Elders and 100,000 elite disciples. The losses are staggering. Moreover, we currently know nothing of the Qingyun sect's true strength. If we act recklessly, we may find ourselves heading into our own demise before we can even vanquish them. The words of the sect leader stirred the crowd into unrest. Master, are we to let this great enmity go unpunished? Another voice rose. Yes, Master. We cannot leave this grudge unresolved. I believe the Master is correct. The Qingyun sect must possess formidable strength. The slaughter of over 100,000 elite disciples and the deaths of 4 peak Emperor Realm Elders indicate that there are likely beings within the Qingyun sect who have reached the realm of pseudo-immortals. As these words were spoken, silence once more enveloped the room, with everyone exchanging anxious glances. I have already dispatched individuals to infiltrate the Qingyun sect. Once we ascertain their true capabilities, we shall act accordingly. Additionally, send someone to the Longhu sect and the Xiaoyao sect, inviting their leaders to convene with me, as I have significant matters to discuss with them. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly brightened in spirit. Yes, Master. However, before the messenger could depart, a figure rushed in. Breathless, reporting urgently, report. I must inform the master that a grave situation has arisen. Our Batian sect is surrounded by 5,000 members of the Qingyun sect. Moreover, their leader has proclaimed that you must come forth so he can slay you. A wave of shock swept through the assembly. What audacity! The Qingyun sect has gone too far. We have yet to seek vengeance upon them, and now they have audaciously come to us, seeking their demise. Sect leader, allow me to lead our forces to annihilate them. Otherwise, they will truly believe that our Batian sect fears them. Silence. Everyone, follow me as we confront the enemy. Yes. Sect leader. The crowd departed from the main hall of the sect leader in a grand procession, swiftly filling the gates of the Batian sect. A glance revealed a dense throng of figures, the majority belonging to Batian sect, whose numbers neared 1 million. Opposite them stood Jiang Xiaobai and lecherous, leading 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect. Senior brother, there are so many from Batian sect. How wonderful it would be if they were all our Qingyun sect members. Jiang Xiaobai lamented, his eyes filled with regret. 1 million disciples would mean an immense reward of spiritual energy. With such a bounty, his cultivation would surely ascend rapidly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could I have forgotten? I have yet to enhance my own cultivation. With that, Jiang Xiaobai promptly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The Qingyun sect disciples were momentarily stunned, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Wait, is our young master about to break through again? Exclaimed one. Damn, he is truly extraordinary. Lecherous shook his head in resignation. This lad is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Buzz. Just as Lecherous spoke, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged dramatically. Before long, he broke through from the peak of the 8th stage of the venerable realm to the 9th stage. His aura continued to rise swiftly, soon reaching the peak of the 9th stage. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough, the Qingyun sect members were rendered numb. While the Batian sect members were in awe, this was their first encounter with Jiang Xiaobai's ascension, leaving them utterly shocked. What is happening? That young man from Qingyun sect is breaking through right before us. Is he disregarding us? One exclaimed. Damn. I swear I won't touch a woman until the Qingyun sect is eradicated. Seriously, brother? That's a bit extreme. You can give up women? Humph. For the sake of destroying Qingyun sect, I am willing. As the Batian sect members engaged in fervent discussions, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged once more, swiftly breaking through to the first stage of the Saint Realm. At last, I have elevated my cultivation to the Saint Realm. Alas, it has been too slow. Far too slow. The crowd was left with expressions of disbelief, wishing they could smack Jiang Xiaobai for his audacity. After Jiang Xiaobai acclimated to his new realm of cultivation, he rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon all the members of the Batian sect. With a crooked smile, he proclaimed, Esteemed friends of the Batian sect, I, a junior elder of the Qingyun sect, have come to extend warmth to you all. Extend warmth? Upon hearing this, the members of the Batian sect erupted in outrage, cursing, Is this fool truly an idiot? How dare he utter such nonsense, thinking we are fools? Damn it! Who's willing to step up and eliminate this brat? I find him exceedingly displeasing. I share your sentiments, yet alas, my cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the respect realm. Otherwise, I would have surely dealt with him today. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resonated once more. Esteemed friends of the Batian sect, would you be willing to join our Qingyun sect? Aside from the higher-ups of the Batian sect, we at the Qingyun sect wholeheartedly welcome your participation. Furthermore, every individual who joins the Qingyun sect will receive 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words were uttered, the members of the Batian sect erupted into chaos. Good heavens! 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. I have never laid eyes on such a vast amount in my lifetime. Is this boy speaking the truth? I find myself quite tempted. Indeed, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Observing the eager demeanor of his sect members, the sect leader of Batian wore a grim expression, stepping forth to quell the enthusiasm of a few disciples, declaring, You may join the Qingyun sect. In any case, I shall obliterate them. Everyone, charge forth and eliminate these individuals. With the sect leader's command, all the high-ranking members of Batian sect swiftly advanced toward the Qingyun sect. However, many of Batian's disciples remained motionless, showing no intention of engaging in battle. This left the sect leader momentarily stunned, before he erupted in fury. Are you truly contemplating betrayal against Batian sect? Sect leader. We bear no significant grudge against Qingyun sect. It is your high-ranking members who, in pursuit of personal desires, have provoked them. An affair that does not concern us disciples. Indeed, Sect leader, we did not initiate any conflict with Qingyun's sect. Sect leader, perhaps we could. Buzz. Bang bang bang. Before the disciple could finish, the sect leader of Batian unleashed the peak aura of an emperor realm, reducing hundreds of disciples to mere blood mist. This not only instilled terror in all the disciples of Batian, but even Jiang Xiaobai, who stood at a distance, was left in shock. As he noticed the high-ranking members of Batian rushing toward him, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he addressed Li Chugang. Senior brother, leave none of them alive. Upon hearing this, Li Chugang nodded and directed his gaze toward the high-ranking members of Batian. Humph. A mere handful at the peak emperor realm dares to annihilate my Qingyun sect. You shall all perish. Clang. With a casual wave of his hand, a torrent of fearsome sword energy erupted from his being. Witnessing this scene, every member of Batian immediately halted, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Li Chugang. This is bad. The sword immortal Li Chugang, how could he possibly be here? I have no idea. He was not visible just moments ago. What should we do now? How could we possibly stand against the sword immortal Li Chugang? This is disastrous. We have truly stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle. Perhaps we should plead for mercy. Who knows, Li Chugang might allow us to join Qingyun's sect. The high-ranking members of Batian exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying their fear as they looked at Li Chugang. Meanwhile, within the gates of Batian's sect, the sect leader also recognized Li Chugang's presence, yet he displayed no signs of fear. No, this cannot be. How could the sword immortal Li Chugang be here? He cannot possibly belong to Qingyun's sect. No, this is impossible. Damn it. Could it be that the plans of our sect are destined to fail? As the words of the leader of the Batian sect lingered in the air, a torrent of terrifying sword energy surged from Li Chugang, hurtling towards the high-ranking members of the Batian sect. The startled leaders of the Batian sect immediately sprang into action to defend themselves. Quick, activate your defenses, or we are doomed. What good will that do? Our strongest cultivation level barely reaches the peak of the Emperor realm, while Li Chugang has already attained the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm. Enough with the chatter. Even if our defenses are futile, we must try, or we will truly meet our end. Hurry. In haste, the members formed a defensive array, enveloping the high-ranking officials of the Batian sect within a small formation. However, they had grossly underestimated Li Chuang's prowess. With a mere flick of a sword, the defensive array, forged with the utmost effort by all the Batian sect leaders, was effortlessly shattered by Li Chuang. No, I do not wish to die. They cried out. Leader, save us. Please, help us. I cannot accept this. After 500 years of arduous cultivation to reach the peak of the Emperor realm, I refuse to perish here. As desperation filled their voices, a deluge of terrifying sword energy pierced through their hearts, instantly transforming them into a mist of crimson. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining members of the Batian sect trembled in fear, their faces pale with terror. It's over. This time, we are truly finished. This man's power is unfathomable. Leader, perhaps we should surrender? Surrender might grant us a sliver of hope. Yes, leader. Let us capitulate. We implore you to plead with Li Chuang to spare our lives. As long as we live, there is still hope. I am merely 28. I do not wish to die. Hearing the pleas of his disciples, who were contemplating betrayal, the expression of the leader of the Batian sect darkened ominously. He understood all too well that the Qingyun sect would not let him go. In that moment, the leader ceased to feel fear. Instead, his demeanor shifted to one of sinister determination. With a malevolent grin, he declared, "Ah, so you all wish to join the Qingyun sect." The disciples, taken aback by their leader's sudden wicked smile, exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, faced with the specter of death, they nodded in reluctant agreement. Yes, leader, living is certainly better than dying. Indeed, leader, as long as we are alive, there is still a glimmer of hope. If we perish, everything is lost. Leader, why not plead with the sword immortal? Perhaps the Qingyun sect would truly consider our joining. At this, the leader of the Batian sect erupted into a loud, hollow laugh, echoing with desolation. Ha ha ha, what a wretched bunch of ingrates. Do you truly believe the Qingyun sect would accept you? Have you forgotten the heinous acts you've committed? Have you all forgotten that our Batian sect previously dispatched over 100,000 warriors to annihilate the Qingyun sect? As these words echoed, every disciple of the Batian sect stood frozen in place, and an overwhelming silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Xiaobai stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene before him. A smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "This person is somewhat discerning, unlike that group of fools." However, Today, the demise of the Ba Tian sect is an unavoidable truth. After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai was about to instruct Li Chugang to eliminate the sect leader of Ba Tian. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Cackling, a group of ungrateful wretches emerged. Since you are so ignorant of your own interests, you are of no use to me. Suddenly, the sect leader of Ba Tian unleashed a bizarre aura, causing his body to swell rapidly. Everyone present, including Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chugang, was taken aback. Since you have chosen to betray the Ba Tian sect, you shall meet your doom alongside all members of the Qingyun sect. With a rumble, the leader's body erupted, not as a self-detonation. Although his form exploded, his voice resonated, cackling, "Today, all of you shall become my blood offerings." Blood demon devouring technique. In an instant, a surge of crimson-black blood materialized in the sky above Ba Tian, expanding at an alarming rate. Within moments, this mass of blood grew 100,000 times larger, enveloping all disciples of the Ba Tian sect. The unforeseen calamity astonished all present, particularly the disciples of Ba Tian, numbering in the millions. As the sect leader transformed into a sea of blood, he consumed them all in one fell swoop. The agonized cries of the million disciples echoed through the air, leaving the Qingyun sect disciples pallid and gulping in horror. Even Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chugang had never witnessed such a terrifying and surreal spectacle. "Senior brother, what is happening? What will become of the Ba Tian sect's leader now that he has turned into a sea of blood and devoured a million disciples?" Jiang Xiaobai's gaze was solemn. It was his first encounter with such a bizarre occurrence. "Junior disciple, if my conjecture is correct, this is a technique of the demonic clan. It is not only extraordinarily strange and bloodthirsty, but also remarkably powerful. You must swiftly lead the disciples of Qingyun sect away from Ba Tian sect." Li Chugang's eyes narrowed slightly. His attention fixed intently on the vast sea of blood. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "Elder brother, please take care of yourself." As Jiang Xiaobai was halfway through his speech, a strange voice suddenly echoed from the sea of blood. "Want to leave? He, have you inquired about my demon music?" Buzz. A figure, entirely cloaked in crimson, materialized from the depths of the blood sea. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chugang exchanged a grave glance. "Senior brother, do you believe you can contend with this creature?" Li Chugang pondered. "I cannot ascertain his true strength at this moment. His cultivation is escalating rapidly." No sooner had Li Chugang spoken than the aura of Mo Lu surged dramatically, as the entire sea of blood swiftly converged into his being. In an instant, his cultivation advanced from the pinnacle of the Emperor realm to the first tier of the pseudo-immortal realm, and it continued to rise at an astonishing pace. "Junior brother, you must depart swiftly. I shall remain to cover your retreat. Senior brother, exercise caution. If the situation becomes dire, return to Qingyun sect. It is the safest haven." Li Chugang was momentarily taken aback by these words, then nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect and urged, "Everyone, hasten towards the direction of the sect, swiftly." "Yes, esteemed junior master." As Jiang Xiaobai watched the multitude flee in haste, his gaze fell upon Mo Lu. After a brief moment of contemplation, he too swiftly departed from the scene. However, just as he began to make his escape, a terrifying crimson tentacle suddenly manifested before him, blocking his path. In an instant, 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect were pierced through the chest by numerous red tentacles, unable to react in time. They were consumed utterly in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned to one of alarm upon witnessing this sight. "Junior brother, be cautious." Boom. With a thunderous crash, Li Chugang appeared right before Jiang Xiaobai, shielding him from the menacing crimson appendage. The flavor of the Qingyun sect disciples is truly delectable." Mo Lu licked his blood-blackened lips, his gaze fixated with a sinister allure on Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chugang. "Sword immortal Li Chugang, I wonder if I can surpass the limits of this realm after devouring you." "Humph, can you truly swallow me? Do you possess such prowess?" "Whether I have the capability, you shall see for yourself." Buzz. An abundance of red tentacles surged forth, launching themselves toward Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chugang. 10,000 swords like a rainbow. Li Chugang's aura erupted, the spiritual energy in the air instantaneously morphing into myriad terrifying swords, enveloping Jiang Xiaobai in protection, while the remaining blades swiftly assailed Mo Lu. Having consumed the 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect, Mo Li's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm, nearly matching Li Chugang's power. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed fiercely, their cataclysmic battle rendering heaven and earth dim. Jiang Xiaobai stood silently in place, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures engaged in combat high above. "Mole, You have slain 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect. Humph. If you do not perish today, I shall not be called Jiang Xiaobai. With that proclamation, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight. Ha ha ha, Li Chugang. Is this the extent of your power? How disappointing, the adversary mocked. Enough with the idle chatter, prepare to die. In an instant, the two clashed violently, their battle shattering the landscape for hundreds of miles, extinguishing countless lives in the process. They fought for an entire half-day, neither gaining the upper hand. Thus, their struggle continued for 2 more days and nights, both sides beginning to show signs of fatigue. Yet, the malevolent figure grinned wickedly. Li Chugang, you truly excite me. It has been years since I have fought so liberally. Mole, you have concealed your identity. Was it all for this moment? Li Chugang inquired, voicing his inner doubts. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from his foe, who matched him blow for blow. Heh. I initially intended to devour all the souls of the southern domain to perfect my divine craft. Yet, your interference has thwarted my plans. If I do not eliminate you today, my rage shall remain unquenched. Now I understand. It is no wonder the methods of the entire Badian sect are so cruel. Li Chugang thought. Today, I shall allow you to be consumed, which will somewhat compensate for the loss you have cost me. At these words, Li Chugang's eyes narrowed, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. Humph. Who shall meet their end remains to be seen. Ultimate 10,000 sword technique. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles trembled. Rather than panic, Mole became even more exhilarated upon witnessing this spectacle. Ha ha ha. Is this the true strength of the sword immortal Li Chugang? Truly formidable, but I relish it. Today, I shall show you what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. Manifest, myriad forms demon god. Buzz. Boom. Waves of terrifying, colossal demon manifestations surged forth, racing toward Li Chugang. In response, he summoned a multitude of fearsome greatswords to counter the oncoming demon apparitions. Thus, the two engaged in battle for 3 more days and nights. An eerie phenomenon occurred. After days of exertion, Li Chugang's strength visibly waned, his complexion turning pallid. In stark contrast, Mole's vigor surged, showing no signs of decline. Observing this unsettling scene, Li Chugang's expression turned grave. What on earth is happening? Why does this fiend grow more exhilarated? Could it be? Hehehe, Li Chugang, have you finally realized? My demonic prowess thrives in battle. Unless my essence is attacked, no one can inflict harm upon me. Furthermore, I do not expend any energy during our conflict. What do you think, Li Chugang? Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Upon hearing these words, Li Chugang's body stiffened, and his expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed imperative that I devise a means to escape this place. Otherwise, I would find myself ensnared in a perilous predicament. After their exchange, the two locked gazes for an extended duration. Li Chugang, you may now embrace death. As Mo Li's words echoed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A terrifying shadow of a fist struck his corporeal form without forewarning. Bang! The earth trembled. Mo Li's body was propelled several dozen miles away. I'll teach you a lesson for your arrogance. Damn it. Mo Li's essence was suddenly assailed by numerous formidable strikes, sending his form hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, yet miraculously sustained no harm. Instead, he rose with a sinister grin, cackling, how intriguing, Jiang Xiaobai. What martial technique did you just employ? How is it that even I could not sense your presence? Jiang Xiaobai stood resolutely not far from Li Chugang, quietly observing Mo Li. He had no intention of responding to Mo Li's provocations. Instead, he addressed Li Chugang, saying, Senior brother, let us unite our efforts and vanquish him. After a moment of silence, Li Chugang immediately grasped Jiang Xiaobai's intent and nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai, Li Chugang, what can you achieve together? Do you truly believe you can inflict harm upon me? Mo Li's taunts echoed through the air. However, as soon as his words fell, Jiang Xiaobai's figure inexplicably vanished once more, leaving no trace of his presence. This sudden disappearance rendered Mo Li cautious, his gaze heavy with concern. Damn it. How can this brat possess such enigmatic power? Even I, formidable as I am, cannot detect his whereabouts. As Mo Li sought to ascertain Jiang Xiaobai's location, he remained vigilant against Li Chugang's impending assault. Even if Jiang Xiaobai were to launch a surprise attack 1,000 times, the vast disparity in their strengths would render him incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm. However, the situation with Li Chugang is entirely different. His prowess is equally formidable. Should Li Chugang's true form land a full-force strike, it would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Contemplating this, Mo Li's expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Li Chugang was already poised to strike at Mo Li's true form, compelling Mo Lu to exercise even greater caution. That detestable rascal, Jiang Xiaobai, is utterly infuriating. His martial skills are simply inescapable. Jiang Xiaobai wields a divine martial art, and even though his strength pales in comparison to Mo Li's, the enhancement provided by such a technique renders it utterly effortless for him to send Mo Lu flying. Mo Lu, wary of the situation, understands that although Jiang Xiaobai may be incapable of inflicting harm upon him, any disruption caused by Jiang Xiaobai could provide Li Chugang the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack, placing him in genuine peril. Jiang Xiaobai, he declares, even if you were to ambush me 1,000 times, you would not manage to inflict even the slightest injury upon me. Why then do you squander your time and energy in such a futile endeavor? Instead, why not step forward and engage in a candid discussion? There is always room for negotiation in any matter, is there not? Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of revealing himself. He was diligently preparing to launch a surprise attack on Mo Lu. Suddenly, the figure of Li Chungan moved, and a terrifying sword aura emanated from him once more. Upon witnessing this, Mo Li's expression grew grave, and he swiftly assumed a defensive stance. Damn Jiang Xiaobai. After today, I shall devour every member of the Qingyun sect. Ha ha ha, the flavor of Qingyun sect's people must be exquisite. A multitude of crimson tendrils surged forth, poised to strike at Li Chungan. Buzz. Bang. Boom. In an instant, a formidable fist technique manifested 2 meters behind him. Before Mo Lu could react, his corporeal form was sent flying once more. Ah, damn Jiang Xiaobai. Come out and face me in a true battle. Buzzing filled the air as Li Chungan's colossal sword loomed before him, prompting Mo Lu to hastily defend himself. Yet, it was too late. Li Chungan's sword struck him directly. Boom. Ah, Jiang Xiaobai, Li Chungan, you are utterly shameless. Buzz. Boom. After being hit by Li Chungan's assault, Mo Lu sustained significant injuries. Realizing the peril he faced, he unleashed all his power, summoning numerous formidable demon avatars for protection. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai. Let us see how you will breach my defenses. After leaving several demon avatars to guard his true form, the rest surged toward Li Chungan with lethal intent. Li Chungan, I challenge you to reach my true self. Kill. A vast array of powerful demon avatars charged towards Li Chungan, who grew increasingly apprehensive. Mo Lu was exceedingly cunning. How could his junior brother manage to ambush him? Just as Li Chungan believed Jiang Xiaobai could no longer surprise Mo Lu, several powerful fist techniques materialized above Mo Li's head. In an instant, before he had the time to react, Mo Lu was struck by Jiang Xiaobai's formidable blows, crashing to the ground. Moreover, the demon avatars vanished after Mo Lu was attacked. Witnessing this, Li Chungan unleashed his full strength, once more targeting Mo Li's true form. Boom. Ah, no. The terrifying onslaught from Li Chungan struck Mo Li's body again, causing the very heavens and earth to shatter. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more. He dared not underestimate this unpredictable foe. Moments later, as the dust settled, a massive crater emerged, revealing Mo Li's true form lying within. Convulsing and gravely wounded, his breath faint. How can you be so shameless, Jiang Xiaobai? Mo Lu lamented, tears streaming from his eyes. Li Chungan's lips twitched at the sight. Humph. A formidable being from the demon clan shedding tears here? Meet your demise. Ultimate sword technique. Clang. A terrifying colossal sword materialized above the head of Mo Lu, instantly dimming the heavens and the earth, with a dreadful aura enveloping the surrounding 100 miles. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself nearby, his face a portrait of astonishment as he beheld the scene. Goodness. It appears that after this fierce battle, the prowess of the elder disciple has seemingly grown even stronger. As Jiang Xiaobai's words faded, the anguished cries of Mo Lu pierced the air. No, I do not wish to perish. My grand scheme remains unrealized. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded as Li Chun's terrifying colossal sword struck Mo Li's corporeal form. In an instant, the earth within 100 miles was utterly shattered. Thus, Mo Lu met his complete annihilation. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, what lay before Jiang Xiaobai was a desolate expanse, devoid of life. How formidable! My elder brother's prowess is truly remarkable. In 3 years, I shall surpass him. Jiang Xiaobai appeared beside Li Chungan and spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Chungan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Junior disciple, the Batian sect has already been annihilated. Are we returning to the sect now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Casting his gaze towards the Batian sect, he spoke, Elder brother, I shall tend to the battlefield. You may return to our sect first. Li Chungan, upon hearing these words, nodded in agreement, for he was acutely aware of Jiang Xiaobai's formidable prowess. He realized that if Jiang Xiaobai were to exert his full strength, even he would be unable to inflict harm upon him. With this thought in mind, he turned and departed from the spot, heading towards the direction of the Qingyan sect. As Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the departing figure of Li Chang'an, he pondered for a moment before he intended to enter the Ba Tian sect. Just then, the voice of the system suddenly echoed, "Ding." The system has detected a strong desire for improvement within the host. Out of humanitarian consideration, the system is now issuing a new side mission. The sound startled Jiang Xiaobai, who had been eager to set forth towards the Ba Tian sect, but soon filled him with excitement. "Ding. Host, the system has released a new side mission. Ding. Please complete the task of recruiting 1 million disciples within the next 6 months. Ding. The system will reward the host based on the level of completion of the task." A task of recruiting 1 million disciples? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "System, does this task of recruiting 1 million disciples include the number of disciples I have already gathered?" Ding. Host, it does not include them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. Gathering 1 million disciples was no trivial matter. I must devise a plan, for recruiting such a vast number of disciples is no easy feat. After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze toward the now desolate Ba Tian sect, smiling as he remarked, "Let us set aside the matter of recruiting disciples for now. There must be abundant resources within the Ba Tian sect." Jiang Xiaobai, filled with excitement, swiftly entered the Ba Tian sect, initially entering with a heart brimming with anticipation. He unexpectedly emerged in dismay. Could it be? In such a vast Ba Tian sect, there were not a single cultivation resource to be found. Jiang Xiaobai wore a bewildered expression, his mood rather displeased. He scoured the entirety of the Ba Tian sect, yet found nothing, no abundant resources, not even a single low-grade spirit stone. This left Jiang Xiaobai feeling exceedingly discontented. How could such a vast sect be devoid of even a single low-grade spirit stone? Jiang Xiaobai, undeterred by superstition, meticulously searched every corner of the Ba Tian sect once more. However, after half an hour, he had scoured the entire sect again. Yet he still found no trace of any resources. Puzzled, Jiang Xiaobai thought to himself, "This cannot be right. How could such a vast sect lack any cultivation resources? Could it be that Mo Le had taken everything with him? Yet, that seemed implausible, for even if he had carried them away, it was inconceivable that not a single low-grade spirit stone remained within the Ba Tian sect." Jiang Xiaobai felt increasingly uneasy, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Could it be that someone had infiltrated the Ba Tian sect before him, seizing all the resources? That hardly seemed plausible. They had only just vanquished Mo Le. Who could possibly scour the entirety of the Ba Tian sect in such a brief span of time? Just as Jiang Xiaobai contemplated abandoning his search, a glimmer of golden hair caught his eye. He noticed a 10-centimeter strand of golden hair beneath his foot. What on earth is this? Gold? Jiang Xiaobai picked up the golden hair from the ground and examined it closely. However, no matter how he scrutinized it, he could not discern which mystical beast it belonged to. What kind of beast could this hair be from? After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Jiang Xiaobai decided to inquire with the system. "System, whose hair is this?" Ding. Host, the information regarding this hair has been retrieved. You may review it at your leisure. A piece of information materialized before him. Golden Devourer, a celestial beast born alongside the heavens, immortal and indestructible. Cultivation level, none abilities, gold-seeking technique. Capable of locating treasures within a radius of 10,000 miles. Traversing technique, earth escape technique. Personality, simple-minded and fond of all things that glitter, including spirit stones, gold, elixirs, and various spiritual items. Weakness, greed, it cherishes wealth above all else. Upon perusing the information regarding the devouring gold beast, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his entire being instantly stiffening in place. No wonder the Ba Tian sect possessed not a single inferior spirit stone. It was evidently outpaced by this voracious creature. Jiang Xiaobai grew increasingly infuriated as he reflected upon the arduous efforts he had invested in establishing the Bashanzong, efforts that had cost him the lives of 5,000 disciples. Although these disciples could be resurrected through available resources, the thought still left him deeply unsettled. How infuriating! That scoundrel had the audacity to seize every last resource of the Bashanzong without exception. This simply could not stand. I must locate this wretched individual. System, is there any means to track down this Golden Devourer? Ding. Host, the Golden Devourer typically possesses a penchant for 3 visits to the humble abode. Thus, the host may conceal himself and patiently await the return of the Golden Devourer at the Bashanzong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Isn't that a reference to Zhuge Liang? Or perhaps Liu Bei? System. Why would the Golden Devourer return? Ding. The Golden Devourer is insatiably greedy and cherishes wealth above all. It fears missing out on any precious treasures. Therefore, under normal circumstances, after it has transported the treasures it discovers back to its domain, it will return to the scene of the incident once more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately understood. So that is how it is. Jiang Xiaobai appeared to have an epiphany. He smirked slightly and immediately concealed both his presence and all traces of his being. Humph. So, the Golden Devourer, is it? We shall see. Jiang Xiaobai discreetly buried several hundred exquisite spirit stones in a rather inconspicuous location, allowing a faint aura of these precious stones to emanate subtly. He then quietly concealed himself in place. Time swiftly passed, and after 7 days, on the morning of this particular day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Batian sect. Around, Golden, Plump Pig cautiously surveyed the entire sect, its demeanor marked by vigilance and wariness. Upon thoroughly inspecting the surroundings and detecting no imminent threat, it became exhilarated. Ah, treasures! There must be countless hidden gems yet to be discovered. With a gleeful tone, it exclaimed, "Oh, let me take a closer look. Where might these treasures be concealed?" Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself not far away, and when he beheld the golden round pig, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness! How could there exist a golden pig in this world? Moreover, its body was as perfectly spherical as a ball, plump to the point where its 4 legs were nearly invisible. Yet, astonishingly, it moved with remarkable speed, as Jiang Xiaobai had remarked. The velocity of this golden round pig was indeed extraordinary. Before long, it had nearly scoured the entirety of Batian once more. What left Jiang Xiaobai even more astounded was that this golden round pig managed to uncover the well-hidden treasures of the Batian sect. Oh ho ho! I had a feeling there must be many treasures hidden here. The golden round pig devoured all the treasures it found, leaving Jiang Xiaobai in a state of utter astonishment. Goodness gracious! How could its belly accommodate so many treasures? Jiang Xiaobai was secretly astonished. The golden round pig before him truly left him in a state of shock and surprise. Ah, let me first take these treasures back and then return for another look. With that, the golden round pig immediately set off to leave. Just as Jiang Xiaobai intended to follow, the golden round pig suddenly halted, catching him off guard. Oh, let me see what treasures I have discovered. The golden round pig abruptly turned around and approached Jiang Xiaobai's location. Initially taken aback by the pig's sudden advance, Jiang Xiaobai quickly recalled something, smirking as he stealthily retreated. Oh, let me see what I have unearthed. The golden round pig, brimming with excitement, ambled toward the location of the exquisite spiritual stones buried by Jiang Xiaobai, wiggling its little piggy tail and shaking its head exuberantly. The sight caused Jiang Xiaobai's mouth to twitch incessantly. This creature was indeed quite self-important. Oh, wow. Let me see. There are so many exquisite spiritual stones buried here. Which adorable disciple of the Batian sect buried these? The golden pig extended its tiny hoof, promptly commencing to dig. I dig and dig. Ah. I've uncovered a sparkling treasure, one after another. Jiang Xiaobai was stealthily positioned beside the gluttonous beast, fixated on it with an expression of utter exasperation, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Just as he was about to make a move to seize it, the creature abruptly turned its rotund head, startling Jiang Xiaobai considerably. Remarkably, its body seemed capable of stretching and bending at will. Jiang Xiaobai was nearly startled into a cry by the scene before him. Who is there? Step forward. I assure you, I have discovered your presence. The Golden Devouring Beast incessantly probed its surroundings with a vigilant demeanor, while its trotters continued to excavate exquisite spirit stones, diligently stuffing them into its belly one by one. Jiang Xiaobai held his breath, remaining utterly motionless and concealed in his original position, regardless of how the Gold Devourer attempted to deceive him. After a considerable period, the Gold Devourer finally excavated all the exquisite spirit stones. At this moment, it cautiously remarked, "Could it be my imagination? Why do I feel as if something is perpetually watching me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Pondering to himself, this fellow is indeed quite vigilant. The Golden Devourer, after failing to detect anything for a considerable time, swiftly departed from the vicinity of the Batian sect. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately employed his spatial traversal and concealment techniques to stealthily pursue it. However, he did not anticipate that the Golden Devourer was so cunning. It led him on a circuitous route spanning thousands of miles. This crafty beast truly outsmarted me, leading me on such a lengthy detour. At this moment, the Golden Devourer lay beneath a colossal tree, subsequently producing 2 exquisite spirit stones, cherishing them with great affection. Ah, such treasures. Shimmering, resplendent gems. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself at a short distance, quietly observing the gluttonous beast before him. At that moment, a wave of discontent surged within him as he incessantly berated the golden round swine. This scoundrel had the audacity to lie down here. Jiang Xiaobai longed to seize the Golden Devourer and deliver a few resounding blows. However, upon contemplating the creature's treasure trove, he swiftly composed himself and patiently awaited its awakening. Yet, this wait proved to be exasperating, stretching into 3 interminable days and nights. To his astonishment, the Golden Devourer lay beneath a tree, fast asleep. Breathe. Do not succumb to frustration. Consider the riches that await, and remain calm. Jiang Xiaobai silently consoled himself in his heart. At that moment, the voracious beast finally awoke. Oh, what a delightful nap. How refreshing. With that, the creature suddenly produced a high-grade spirit stone and began to chew on it. In merely a quarter of an hour, it had consumed several hundred exquisite spirit stones, causing Jiang Xiaobai, who observed from the side, immense heartache. Burp. Ah, I'm full now. It's time to head back. After uttering these words, the voracious beast became exceedingly cautious, warily surveying its surroundings to ensure it was not being followed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened, realizing the need for vigilance now, while pondering how he could have slept so soundly before. The Golden Devourer cautiously surveyed its surroundings for quite some time, and only after confirming the absence of any presence did it breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that I had been overly tense. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll lately. I shall return and indulge in a brief slumber. Still sleeping? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, feeling utterly speechless. Reflecting inwardly that pigs truly live up to their reputation, Jiang Xiaobai stealthily trailed the footsteps of the Golden Devourer once more. After several hours, he had followed the creature for 1,000 miles, finally arriving before a magnificent mountain peak. Goodness, this must be the place. If not, I shall seize it and deliver a thorough thrashing. Ah, home at last. Upon uttering these words, the Golden Devourer cautiously surveyed its surroundings, ensuring no one was in pursuit before activating a formidable defensive formation. Jiang Xiaobai stood there, utterly astonished. Incredible. A mere swine can arrange such intricate formations. If I am not mistaken, this array must be at least of pseudo-immortal realm caliber. In the midst of Jiang Xiaobai's astonishment, the figure of the Golden Devourer had already entered the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaobai employed the art of spatial traversal and entered the formation. As soon as he stepped into the array, Jiang Xiaobai was instantly bewildered. What on earth happened to that gluttonous pig? Upon entering the formation, Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly found himself in an entirely different realm. Towering trees and lush vegetation surrounded him, all remarkably immense in size. I must not reveal my presence. I should first explore my surroundings. Jiang Xiaobai incessantly employed his spatial shuttling and concealment techniques, tirelessly scouring this array world in search of the elusive Golden Devouring Beast. After nearly an entire day of searching, he still found no trace of the creature. Damn it! Where on earth has this gluttonous beast vanished to? Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself in the shadows, his chin resting thoughtfully upon his hand. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He carefully produced a rare spiritual stone, placing it deliberately in a conspicuous location. According to the system's prior assertions, this gluttonous beast was insatiably greedy. I refuse to believe it will not reveal itself. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai meticulously scattered a multitude of exquisite spiritual stones upon the ground. As anticipated, nearly a quarter of an hour had passed when the voracious gold-devouring beast emerged directly from the earth. This sight left Jiang Xiaobai utterly astounded. How remarkable! No wonder I scoured the entire realm of formations without catching a glimpse of this rascal. It was hidden beneath the ground all along. Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon the gold-devouring beast, his demeanor tense with apprehension, fearful that this creature might grow suspicious, which would spell trouble. Yet, as fate would have it, his fears materialized. Despite the gold-devouring beast's insatiable greed, the sudden appearance of a plethora of exquisite spirit stones within the formation it had meticulously crafted prompted a wave of doubt. Something is amiss. I do not recall there being such a multitude of exquisite spirit stones here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai inwardly lamented his predicament. He promptly employed his spatial traversing abilities and stealth techniques, quietly positioning himself behind the corpulent creature. just as he was about to take action. The Golden Devouring Beast unexpectedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, what a memory I have. Isn't this the very thing that slipped out last time due to my haste?" Its exaggerated demeanor nearly provoked Jiang Xiaobai to forcibly restrain it. Ah, exquisite spirit stones, one after another, how delightful. With each spirit stone the beast collected, it would bestow a kiss upon it, eliciting gritted teeth from Jiang Xiaobai. Why does this gluttonous beast take so long? Hurry up, so I may visit your abode as a guest. Unbeknownst to the creature, every movement it made was under Jiang Xiaobai's watchful gaze. After a quarter of an hour, it finally finished gathering the exquisite spirit stones scattered on the ground. How splendid! The Golden Devouring Beast meticulously inspected the area to ensure no spirit stone was left behind. And only after confirming the absence of any remnants did it depart, thoroughly satisfied. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately employed his spatial traversal and concealment techniques, stealthily trailing behind. Before long, he followed the Golden Devourer into a profound underground cavern. Goodness, just how deep is this hole? I must be at least 100 miles beneath the surface now. Jiang Xiaobai was utterly astonished. It was his first time venturing so deeply into the underground. I cannot proceed any further. The gravitational force of the Earth's core in this celestial realm is overwhelmingly powerful, and I am nearing my limit. Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth and continued to stealthily trail behind the Golden Devourer, the oppressive force of the heavenly mystic realm bearing down upon him increasingly. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was thoroughly drenched, his complexion slightly pale, and his breath began to quicken. After laboriously following the Golden Devourer for several dozen miles, he finally arrived at its lair, the very treasury of its riches. At last, he had reached his destination. This gluttonous beast was utterly detestable. Once I have absconded with all your treasures, I shall deal with you. Oh, how delightful! I am returning home. The Golden Devourer appeared exceedingly elated. Swiftly arriving at an expansive subterranean space spanning nearly 100 miles. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Jiang Xiaobai was instantly rendered speechless, frozen in place. Is this truly what I am seeing? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, his throat constricted, parched and dry, as he incessantly swallowed. Before his eyes lay an expansive underground realm, sprawling for miles. This colossal subterranean space was brimming with an array of treasures, with spirit stones being the most abundant. The Golden Devourer remained oblivious to Jiang Xiaobai's presence, hidden just behind it. Upon returning to this place, it immediately leaped into the towering piles of riches, swimming through them like a fish diving into the sea. Ah, the familiar scent. How I adore this aroma. As the Golden Devourer excitedly frolicked, it began to retrieve the treasures concealed within its belly. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself not far away, unable to regain his composure. After observing the scene for a considerable time, he finally took a deep breath and exclaimed, "I have truly struck it rich this time. I have never encountered such an abundance of treasures, various spirit stones, and countless precious artifacts. It is simply overwhelming, truly overwhelming." After Jiang Xiaobai composed himself from his excitement, a smirk appeared on his lips as he exclaimed, "All of this belongs to me." With that, he swiftly soared into the air above the treasures. With a flick of his right hand, a multitude of treasures vanished into thin air, transported into the system's space. The sudden disappearance of the treasures left the gold-eating beast, previously enraptured in delight, momentarily stunned, halting its movements. It began to survey the underground chamber with wide eyes, perplexed by the sensation that a vast quantity of treasures had vanished. Am I experiencing an illusion? The beast pondered, confusion etched across its face. Upon witnessing its bewilderment, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but smirk again. He waved his hand once more, causing an even greater number of treasures to be absorbed into the system's space. This time, the gold-eating beast was utterly distraught. "Ah, where have all my precious treasures gone?" it cried out in a frenzy, bouncing around in a desperate search for the vanished items. Yet, no matter how fervently it searched, the elusive treasures remained forever out of reach. Jiang Xiaobai observed its exasperated demeanor, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he waved his hand once more, summoning a multitude of treasures into his system space. No, how could this be? My precious possessions, how could they vanish like this? The gold-devouring beast's expression shifted to one of rising panic as it hurriedly began to stuff the treasures into its belly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai could not help but scoff inwardly, exclaiming, "Pa, I am eager to see just how much you can hold in that belly of yours." With that, he showed no mercy, swiftly gathering a plethora of treasures into the confines of his system space. Meanwhile, the Golden Devouring Beast anxiously stuffed the treasures into its maw. its expression fraught with panic as it searched for the missing items. How could this be? Why is this happening? Why have my treasures vanished? A thief? Could it be that a thief has entered here? The frantic demeanor of the Golden Devouring Beast was enough to make Jiang Xiaobai chuckle heartily in place. It took me half an hour to collect merely 1/10 of the treasures. Just how many treasures are there, after all? With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai paid no further heed to the Golden Devouring Beast, but instead focused all his efforts on amassing the treasures into his system space. This was the first time he truly felt that even the act of collecting treasures required his utmost dedication. Jiang Xiaobai incessantly wielded the art of spatial traversal, swiftly seizing a plethora of treasures into his system's domain. The Golden Devourer, witnessing the rapid vanishing of these precious items, was driven to despair. Its belly could no longer accommodate even a single gem. Ah, what is happening? How could my treasures mysteriously disappear? It lamented. No, please don't leave me. I have toiled for countless years to gather you all. The creature watched helplessly as a multitude of treasures vanished before its very eyes, unable to intervene. In its naivety, it believed that these treasures were abandoning this place of their own volition. It yearned desperately to retain them, yet those treasures seemed resolute in their departure, showing no inclination to remain. Vast swathes of treasures completely evaporated from its sight, leaving it with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. No, don't go. Woe is me. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Goodness, this wretchedly overweight pig is actually crying. Jiang Xiaobai could hardly believe that the Golden Devourer would place such immense value on these treasures. Observing the creature weeping pitifully on the ground, and glancing at the considerable remaining bounty, Jiang Xiaobai ultimately could not bear to part with it. Brother pig, you have no use for so many treasures. Allow me to take them and put them to good use. You will have performed an act of immeasurable virtue. Jiang Xiaobai, unable to contain his concern, immediately inquired of the system, is there any way to swiftly consolidate all these treasures into the system's space at once? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the agonizing visage of the Golden Devouring Beast, unable to bear the sight. As the old adage wisely states, it is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Ding. The host may envelop all treasures with their spiritual awareness, allowing the system to simultaneously gather all treasures into its spatial realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a wry smile. How could they take everything away? Even the pitifully weeping fat pig deserved to be left with at least one inferior spirit stone. As Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a smirk graced his lips, and he immediately unleashed his divine consciousness. With the prowess of a first-tier saint realm, his awareness enveloped the entire underground space. System, absorb all treasures into the system space. He commanded. Understood, host. In an instant, an overwhelming and enigmatic force manifested, shrouding all treasures within the subterranean realm. Subsequently, to astonishment, every precious item vanished without a trace. The Golden Devouring Beast, prostrate on the ground and weeping inconsolably, was abruptly struck into silence upon witnessing this spectacle. Its sorrow momentarily dissipated, eyes widening in disbelief, brimming with impending fury. Suddenly, a low-grade spirit stone materialized above its head, descending right before it, gazing at the treasures that had entirely evaporated. Then at the singular spirit stone before its eyes, the Golden Devouring Beast could no longer restrain itself and let out an anguished howl towards the heavens. No. Overwhelmed by despair, the beast succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly devastated. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself before it, and upon witnessing this scene, his mouth immediately began to twitch incessantly. Surely this cannot be. Is it merely for a trifle of your treasure that it has come to this? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the gluttonous beast, unconscious upon the ground, and could only shake his head in resignation. System, may I assist this creature in signing the Azure Cloud Codex? Ding. Host, that is not permissible. It must press its own hoof upon the Azure Cloud Codex to leave a mark, and then a drop of its blood must be placed upon the Azure Cloud sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, instantly falling into silence. The Golden Devouring Beast possesses the extraordinary ability to seek out treasures within 1,000 miles. Should this remarkable creature choose to accompany him, his future would undoubtedly be prosperous. No longer would he need to fret over the insufficient resources provided by the Qingyun sect for the disciples' cultivation. The preciousness of the Golden Devouring Beast is beyond mere words. As Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the beast, which had fainted on the ground, he pondered for a moment before a sly smile crept onto his lips. Little piggy, awaken now. It's time to rise. Jiang Xiaobai gently patted the plump face of the Golden Devourer, yet it remained utterly still, lying in place, unresponsive to his calls. regardless of how fervently he summoned it. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's face darkened with frustration. With no other options, he reluctantly produced several hundred exquisite spirit stones and laid them before the creature. To his surprise, this tactic proved immediately effective. The golden eating beast twitched its nostrils, and then, in an exuberant display, the entire pig leaped into the air, exclaiming with delight, "Oh ho ho ho! Treasures, glimmering treasures!" Jiang Xiaobai observed the exuberant demeanor of the golden devouring beast, and a faint grimace appeared at the corner of his mouth, leaving him utterly speechless. At that moment, the golden devouring beast caught sight of Jiang Xiaobai, its eyes widening to the size of copper bells. Who are you? How did you come to be here?" it exclaimed, regarding Jiang Xiaobai with wary suspicion, and cautiously began to retreat step by step. Jiang Xiaobai realized that it sought to flee. The gold-devouring beast was particularly timid and could not bear the sight of anyone. Jiang Xiaobai observed as it cautiously retreated step by step. Instead of rushing, he leisurely produced a plethora of treasures. Upon seeing the treasures Jiang Xiaobai unveiled, the golden devourer immediately reacted. "Aha! So it is you, the thief, who has pilfered all my possessions. Curse be this day. I shall risk my very life to avenge my lost treasures. Hand over my valuables, you wretched thief." Whoosh! The golden devourer lunged towards Jiang Xiaobai with great speed. But with a resounding thud, its corpulent form was swiftly pinned to the ground by Jiang Xiaobai's foot. Does it not realize its own weight? Lacking any cultivation or strength, it dares to challenge me? Release me, you scoundrel. If you possess any courage, let me go and witness whether I flee or not. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's mouth twitched incessantly, realizing that this fellow was indeed rather obstinate. "Do you wish to retrieve your treasured possession?" The previously struggling golden devourer paused momentarily upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, then gazed at him in disbelief and inquired, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Of course. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" "Then please release me first." Jiang Xiaobai released the golden devourer without a hint of concern for its potential escape. "Are you not afraid I might run away?" it inquired. "Fear? What good would that do me? Don't you yearn to reclaim your treasures?" The golden devourer, with a bemused expression, gazed at Jiang Xiaobai and then asked, "Where have you hidden my treasures? Return them to me." "Oh, returning them is quite simple. But I have a condition," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "What condition?" Jiang Xiaobai directly produced a celestial blueprint and presented it to the golden devourer, saying, "Press your hoof print upon it, and let a single drop of your blood fall onto the surface." The golden devourer, upon hearing this, paused in astonishment. "Human, do you take me for a fool? I refuse to sign." The creature turned its plump head away, disregarding Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai promptly unveiled a plethora of treasures, only to subsequently retract them into the confines of his system space. "Behold, all your treasures lie within my grasp. Should you choose not to sign, I shall take my leave." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the golden devourer with a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a moment of silence, the golden devourer turned to Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "If I sign, will you return all the treasures to me?" "Of course," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "I do not believe you. Unless you swear an oath to the heavens, then I shall sign." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he declared a solemn oath. "Very well. I, Jiang Xiaobai, swear by the heavens that should the golden devouring beast sign the Qingyun Codex, if I do not return all treasures to it, may I meet a most untimely demise. Is that satisfactory?" The golden devouring beast, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's vow to the heavens, was instantly filled with excitement. "So it is Jiang Xiaobai. Excellent. I shall sign this immediately." With that, the golden devouring beast swiftly pressed its hoof print upon the Qingyun Codex, and then let a drop of its blood fall upon it. Jiang Xiaobai smirked, stowed away the Azure Cloud Codex, and said with a smile, "Come, let us return to the Azure Cloud sect. From this day forth, you shall be a part of our esteemed community." As Jiang Xiaobai turned to depart, the golden devourer was left utterly bewildered. "Wait, Jiang Xiaobai. You promised me that as long as I signed in blood, you would return all my treasures," it exclaimed. "You even swore an oath to the heavens." "Indeed, I did not refuse to return them," Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. The golden devourer, taken aback by the response, shouted in frustration, "Then you should hastily return all my treasures." Growing increasingly anxious, the golden devourer pressed on, but Jiang Xiaobai, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "I swore to the heavens that I would return them, but I never specified when." Buzz! Jiang Xiaobai's words resounded like thunder, exploding within the mind of the gold-devouring beast, leaving it momentarily stunned in place. Come, quickly return with me to the Qingyun sect. I have already squandered so much time for your sake. Ah, damn Jiang Xiaobai, return all my treasures. The Golden Devouring Beast suddenly grasped Jiang Xiaobai's leg with a fierce grip. In response, Jiang Xiaobai promptly employed his spatial translocation ability, swiftly vanishing from the spot along with the beast. 2 hours later, their figures materialized before the gates of the Qingyun sect. What is happening? Why has the Qingyun sect become so eerily quiet? Damn Jiang Xiaobai, you have deceived my feelings. Return all my treasures. Jiang Xiaobai merely cast a glance at the Golden Devourer, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the eerily tranquil Qingyun sect. Ignoring the creature, he promptly stepped into the sect's premises. Upon his entrance, he beheld all the members seated despondently in place, oblivious to his return, lost in their sorrow. Witnessing this somber scene among the disciples of Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resonated with urgency. What has transpired? The voice of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, reverberating within the minds of all members of the Qingyun sect. As the realization dawned upon them, their expressions instantly transformed into exhilaration. Our junior master has returned. He is still alive. Upon uttering these words, the entire Qingyun sect erupted in fervor. Soon, everyone from the sect gathered around Jiang Xiaobai, and witnessing the excitement of over 10,000 individuals, he immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Where is my second senior sister and my senior brother? He inquired. Your senior brother has gone to search for you. He departed from Qingyun sect half a month ago, came the reply. Half a month? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, realizing that he had not returned to the Qingyun sect for an entire fortnight. Junior brother, we have laid to rest all the disciples who sacrificed themselves. Would you like to pay your respects to them? A voice, laden with sorrow, suddenly broke through the atmosphere, causing the previously elated crowd to grow somber once again. Junior brother, you have returned. At that moment, Li Chun happened to arrive back at Qingyun sect, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he queried. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. However, his subsequent words immediately left all members of the Qingyun sect in a state of shock. Fatty, go and level all the graves of the sacrificed disciples. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaobai was met with incredulous gazes from everyone present, their confusion palpable. Observing this reaction, Jiang Xiaobai continued, I neglected to mention a crucial detail. Any disciple who joins the Qingyun sect, upon signing their name with a drop of blood on the Qingyun Codex, may be resurrected after death using the resources at our disposal. Therefore, there is no need for such sorrow. Buzz. Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. Indeed, it seems that the young master had previously uttered such sentiments. How could we have forgotten? The crowd erupted once more, igniting a fervor that left Jiang Xiaobai speechless. To think that among so many, not a single soul recalled his words was utterly absurd. Apart from the eldest senior brother and his companions, everyone was to run 10 laps around the sect square, deprived of any use of spiritual energy or martial techniques. Those who fail to meet the standard should beware, for I shall press them to the ground. Guoguo, you shall oversee this endeavor. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai uttered these words, a chorus of lamentations erupted from all the disciples present. No, dear junior uncle, we merely forgot. It is not that we truly do not remember. Junior brother, you should hasten to resurrect those fallen disciples. Li Chugang's expression was one of intense excitement. It was the first time he had witnessed someone capable of bringing the dead back to life. Such occurrences were beyond belief, and few had ever laid eyes on them. Not only Li Chugang, but everyone in the Qingyun sect was fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. Upon hearing their pleas, Jiang Xiaobai immediately inquired of the system. How can I resurrect these deceased disciples? Ding. Host, you need to retrieve the Qingyun Codex of the fallen disciples. Subsequently, use your divine consciousness to perceive the soul imprints within the codex. Then, infuse a substantial amount of resources into the Qingyun Codex and patiently await for half an hour. The codex will naturally restore the deceased disciples to life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally comprehended the situation. Everyone retreated, and the crowd collectively stepped back. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai produced the Qingyun compendiums of the deceased disciples and arranged them meticulously on the ground. The onlookers were utterly perplexed, their gazes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai in silence. After a brief moment, he promptly seated himself cross-legged, channeling his consciousness into each of the Qingyun compendiums. A resonant hum emanated as the compendiums radiated a mysterious violet glow, leaving the other members of Qingyun sect in a state of astonishment. Goodness, how extraordinary these Qingyun compendiums are. Could it be that the young master is attempting to resurrect the departed brothers? Silence. Let us observe quietly. Jiang Xiaobai was deeply immersed in activating the soul imprints of the disciples within the Qingyun illustrations. After a considerable time, he suddenly produced a multitude of spirit stones, piling them atop each Qingyun illustration. The Golden Devourer, upon witnessing the abundant spirit stones, immediately sought to collect them. However, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly tossed a portion to Li Chugang, instructing, "Senior brother, keep a watchful eye on them." With that, he disregarded everyone present and devoted himself to the resurrection of the deceased disciples. Batch after batch of inferior spirit stones were hurled into the Qingyun illustrations, causing the Golden Devourer to lament, "Ah, my treasures! These are all my treasures. Cursed Jiang Xiaobai! You must return my treasures." The Golden Devourer's exclamation instantly captured the attention of all present, their gazes converging upon him. What manner of pig is this? Why is it golden? It appears so plump and round. Goodness! Indeed, I have never encountered such a pig. Is its meat delectable? Is the young master planning to braise it or stew it? Hee, I wonder if I might have the chance to taste it. Upon hearing these remarks, the Golden Devourer instinctively retracted its stout neck, a look of alarm washing over its features. Li Chugang and Li Yingying observed the Golden Devourer, seemingly coming to a realization, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. "Senior brother, could this be the legendary?" Before Li Yingying could complete her thought, Li Chugang shot her a glance, subtly urging her to refrain from speaking. Noticing this, Li Yingying's breathing quickened, her excitement palpable. At that moment, the Qingyun illustrations of the deceased disciples erupted into brilliant radiance. Columns of violet light soared towards the heavens, leaving all in attendance awestruck. Within each column of violet light, a circular point emerged, gradually enlarging. As the crowd scrutinized it, the point expanded until its true form became discernible, the yin-yang taiji diagram. In a mere 15 minutes, this taiji diagram had grown to a meter in size. "Everyone, awaken and descend," hummed the air. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a marvelous white light unexpectedly emerged from all the yin and yang taiji diagrams. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly produced a substantial quantity of spirit stones, which instantaneously transformed into energy absorbed by the radiant white light. All present observed the unfolding scene with palpable tension, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. After a considerable period, an astonishing spectacle emerged before their eyes. The yin-yang taiji diagram revealed a remarkable sight. As the white rays coalesced into a diminutive human silhouette, each individual, upon witnessing this phenomenon, held their breath in anxious anticipation, including Li Chugang and Li Yingying, who were no exceptions. Jiang Xiaobai, recognizing the significance, swiftly retrieved a plethora of inferior spirit stones, accumulating them within the Qingyun Codex. "No, please, no. Jiang Xiaobai, you scoundrel. You are once again depleting my treasures." The Golden Devouring Beast writhed incessantly in Li Chugang's grasp, overwhelmed with despair. This spectacle left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai remained undeterred by the creature's lament, continuously drawing forth inferior spirit stones to refine into the Qingyun Codex. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed, during which the figures within the yin-yang taiji diagram had morphed into the appearance of 3-year-old infants, regaining their memories and souls. Provided that Jiang Xiaobai continued to supply them with an abundance of spirit stones, they would revert to their original forms in less than an hour. However, their cultivation levels would necessitate a restart from zero. Jiang Xiaobai, you wretched fiend, cease this at once. Please stop." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, as if a thought had just occurred to him. He muttered to himself, "No, I cannot.